What's up, everyone? If you don't know me, my name is Zach. I'm the founder of FullStackFoundations.com, and I'm really excited to share the complete CSS crash course for beginners. Now, this is a pretty long one, and that's because we cover absolutely everything, starting from the very beginning, no knowledge of CSS, all the way to the end where we're working with Flexbox and Grid and even responsive design. Now, this is actually a little bit of an intro to the intro because I originally filmed this as a series of separate videos, part of my full stack roadmap course. And this was posted on Free Code Camp on my channel. You may have seen it before, but I wanted to throw everything related to CSS into one single video for easier viewing. So that's kind of the backstory to this. You're going to see multiple videos throughout, but I really hope you enjoy, you learn a lot, get a lot of practice out of this. And without further ado, let's jump into the course. Now, before we get into a lot of the details, I want to show you exactly what we're going to be able to build by the end of this. And we're going to use a tool called Frontend Mentor because this is basically a bunch of professional looking web designs that have been implemented for us, but they have not been coded. So what you do is you click on a challenge and you can go in and get the design, and then you code up the design and submit it and get feedback on it. So the three that I've chosen based on what I want to cover are going to be this little single price grid component. This will be the first one that we do right after getting through the crash course. And it's a nice little introductory challenge. You see that we'll make a desktop version and then a mobile version. And then we will move on after we've gone through a couple other tutorials to this testimonials grid section, which is going to help us get through the skills of Flexbox and CSS Grid, which are going to be super important to you as a developer. So you can see that's also mobile responsive. Before I get into the topics, I just want to say that the prerequisites are basically you got to know how to write HTML. The basics of HTML is all you need. We're also going to be working in the CodePen environment. So this is just an example right here where we can type out HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So get yourself comfortable with that. And then optionally, like I said, we're going to be combining all of our skills for some of the code challenges. So watching the previous parts of this full stack developer series is going to be important. Now in this lesson on CSS, I want to go through what we're going to actually learn, but more importantly, what we're not going to learn. I'll be completely honest, when I put this together, I got a little carried away. I thought this was going to be a simple crash course in CSS, but was humbly reminded that CSS has a lot of things going on. There's a whole lot of things that we can cover, and I tried to keep it honed in on the most important concepts per how I've been trying to do it with this series, but there's just a lot to cover. So as you can see on the left, we're going to be talking through what is CSS and the basics of it. We're going to be walking through the box model, which is basically defining how much space an element's going to take up on your web page. That's going to get us into some discussions on block versus inline elements, box sizing, and layouts. And then we're going to cover a bunch of other things, and I'm pretty excited to share a 4-step system that I use when I create HTML and CSS, basically take a design and put it into code. Because thinking through that was really hard for me when I first started, and I want to share that with you. So that's the main core lessons. We also have some supplementary or optional lessons, which includes responsive design. So what happens when your web page gets put and opened up on a mobile device like an iPhone? Does it look the same? Is it going to have a pleasant experience for the user? In today's age, that's required if you want to make a web app. So we're going to talk about that in a separate video. And then we're also going to have separate videos on Flexbox and CSS Grid, which is going to allow us to lay out our elements a little bit. And like I said, we have this project right here, which gives us a great opportunity to apply those concepts and put this into a nice looking grid. Now, what we're not going to be covering in this crash course is going to be graphic design and wireframing. Now, there's a good reason for that we're using Frontend Mentor, because they already have professional looking designs built out and implemented for us. And I don't want to waste a lot of time on going into design principles that I'm not really an expert at. So we're going to use and leverage existing designs and learn how to turn those into code on a web page. Don't get me wrong, these are super important concepts as a full stack developer. You always start with your wireframing and your design and your requirements and all that kind of stuff, but that kind of comes later down the road. I really want to focus on the core concepts of how do we actually turn things into code. We're also not going to cover CSS preprocessors. I'm not going to talk too much about it, but basically it's a more convenient way to write CSS, and it basically allows you to write a little bit less code, and it gets preprocessed, or I guess transpiled down into vanilla CSS through a bunch of code that does that. So Sass and Less are popular preprocessors, and you'll often find them on much larger projects where trying to organize your CSS is really important. But we're not going to be working with that. We don't have huge projects going on, and it's not essential to our journey. What we're also not going to be talking about is CSS frameworks. So the last thing that I want to do in this full stack web developer series is lock you into a path to something that is really popular right now but may not be in 2 years. And that's kind of the deal with CSS frameworks. When I was first learning, Bootstrap was huge. Every tutorial was talking about Bootstrap, and now Tailwind is a pretty popular CSS framework. And all these frameworks are doing is taking vanilla CSS, what we're going to be learning, and writing some abstractions on top of that and just making it more convenient to, lay out elements on the page and style them more quickly and efficiently. I think it's really important to understand the bare bones basics of writing vanilla CSS, and therefore we're not going to be looking a whole lot at these. All right, at this point, I think we are finally ready to get into the CSS crash course. As always, apologies for the long intro, but I really want to make sure that we're clear on what we're actually going through in this lesson. The very first thing that I want to dive into is the basic syntax of CSS. So we already learned about HTML, and you might actually recognize this HTML diagram up here from the last lesson. Now, CSS is relatively simple, and all we're trying to do is target a specific HTML element and apply some sort of style to it or some sort of layout to it. In this example here, you can see that we have defined an HTML element with a class called sum-class, and then down here at the bottom where we look at our CSS, we're using something called a CSS selector, and we are targeting a class of some class. So we're basically saying with this rule down here, I want to find any HTML element that has a class of this, and then I want to assign this specific CSS property to that specific HTML element or elements if there are multiple elements that have the same class. Now, this is just one of many examples that we can go through. So in this case, we're targeting a specific class. We could also target IDs or HTML tags, and we can do a bunch of combinations of the three. So we're going to be walking through how that works, and then we're also going to be talking about these properties down here. So similar to what we talked about with JavaScript, when we're looking at JavaScript objects, where we have some sort of property and then a value at the other side of that property, same thing applies here with CSS. We have a bunch of predefined properties that we're able to use to achieve different types of objectives, whether that be laying out HTML elements on a page. So do I want to put something side by side with each other, or do I want to just style it? So do I want to make the background green, or do I want to make the text red, or something like that? We are of course going to get into all of the most common properties and selectors and all that kind of stuff, but as with all the other lessons that I've taken you through, I want to basically introduce this documentation. So this is the MDN web docs. We have visited this many times in the prior lessons of this series. But now, if we go to Technologies, we can go to CSS, and then we go to the CSS reference, and then we scroll down, and you should find this section called Index. And this is going to list out all of the possible CSS properties that we can use to achieve these layout and style objectives for our HTML elements. So as we go through this, if you ever get lost, you can always look up these properties that we're using on this documentation page. So we've got the basic syntax of CSS, and we'll go into that even a little bit more. But what is the actual purpose here? Like, what are we trying to do? Well, there are two things in my head that CSS is really good for, and that is going to be layout and style. So how are the elements, the HTML elements, laid out on the page? Are they on top of each other? Are they next to each other? Are they in a grid, a table, all that kind of stuff? And then furthermore, we can actually apply styles. So what color is the text? What color is the background? Do you have a background image? What kind of font are you working with on the page? So what I did was I put together a really basic example of this. This is nothing fancy, but it just shows you, don't worry about the CSS quite yet here, but it basically shows you how we can combine the two. So we've got a container on the left and a container on the right, and then furthermore we have colored borders and a little bit of colored text within this, along with some headings and paragraph text. So this is kind of the ultimate goal of CSS. We can not only do style, but we can also do layouts. But if you zoom out even further, the real goal of CSS is to target a specific HTML element or elements and apply some sort of styling to that element or elements. There are three primary ways that we can select and style HTML elements with CSS. We can do it by HTML tag. We can do it by a class, which is the syntax example that we looked at a little bit ago. And then we can also do it by ID. So if we look at this on the page here, let's go ahead and just make a simple paragraph tag and put some text in there. So the first thing we can do is we can just target that specific HTML tag and give it a different text color. And you'll see that this turns red up here. We can also add in a class. So we can say paragraph, element or something like that. And we can replace this by adding a period before, which indicates I want to target a class. And then you type in the class that you're trying to target, and then you give it some sort of style. And again, we can see the red text there. And then finally, we can also have an ID on an element. So let's just call this one ABC or something like that. And we can come down here and use a hashtag in the front, and that's going to say I want to try to target some sort of ID on the page. And then you type the ID, and then once again give it some sort of CSS property. As you can see, we've styled this red once again. If you've been following along with this series, these look familiar to you because we talked about them with JavaScript already. So if we were to come down to the JavaScript section, and we go through our basic document.query selector, and then we try to target a specific HTML element on the page, we use this same selector syntax. So if we were trying to target this element by its HTML tag, we just drop in the letter P, which targets the first paragraph element that it finds on the page. We can also target it by class. So once again, we put a dot before, and then we target the class that we're trying to go after, and that's going to find the first HTML element with that class on it. And then finally, we can do the same thing with these IDs. So we can just type in hashtag and then the ID, and we've selected it with JavaScript. So this is actually a pretty familiar concept if you've been following along with this series, and it's relatively easy to kind of grasp and hold on to. But what is not so simple is understanding what happens when you have multiple CSS selectors in a single style sheet and they're all targeting the same element. What happens there? Which CSS rule takes precedence over the other? For example, if I put in this CSS style sheet, if I targeted the ID right here and gave it a color of green, let's see if I can write that correctly, and then I also come down and target the class and give it a color of red, you have to ask yourself which one's going to apply. We're going to cover that here in more detail in just a second, but I want to go through a couple other ways that we can actually target HTML elements when we have some more complex HTML in our web page. Aside from selecting HTML elements with tags, classes, and IDs, we also have something called combinators that we can do to parse through all the HTML and target specific elements. And to help us with this, I'm bringing back a diagram that we looked at in the prior lesson on the DOM, or the Document Object Model. And what the DOM describes is the structure of your web page and how the HTML is laid out. And in this diagram, we talked about how there's grandparents and there's parents and there's children and siblings based on the level that an HTML element is at in the document. So you can see that coming down here, we've got, an H1, a P tag, another P tag, and an unordered list. And all four of these are considered siblings. So that's just a quick review. And what we can do with this is we can come back to our playground here and actually select different HTML elements based on these relationships. The first combinator that I want to talk about is selecting descendants in HTML. So if we go back to our visual DOM tree, you can see that this div right here has several descendants. So it has direct children, which are these four elements, but then it has grandchildren, which the children and the grandchildren are all considered descendants of that specific div. So what we can do within CSS is we can target all descendants with a single selector. Now I'm going to do it the wrong way first so that we can see why this matters in the first place. Let's say that I wanted to style these list items right here. One way that I could do it is I could target the HTML tag, li, and then I can give it some sort of style. So maybe I want the text color to be green. I'm sticking with this color property because we haven't talked about all the CSS properties yet, and it's pretty simple and easy to kind of intuitively understand. So with this example, I tried to select and style these list items and did so successfully. But by targeting it just like this, we run into problems if we change the HTML structure in the future. And let's say that we put in some sort of footer. So this isn't going to look great, but let's go ahead and make a div and then an unordered list and then, footer link number 1, and then we'll put 3 of those in there. So number 2 and number 3. So this list right here, imagine this being down low in the footer. And what we would want to do with that is we want to actually make those align horizontally, and we probably want to style them with a different text color, and we probably want to give them a link. And you see what's happening when we just select the li elements, all descendants, we're actually picking up these footer links right here, and we don't want to be. So there's a better way to actually target specific types of descendants within a document to allow us to have more specificity with targeting our HTML elements. To make this example a little more clear, let's go ahead and add some class attributes here. So this will be we'll call it the main container, and then the second div down here is going to be called the footer. Now this is not semantic HTML like we talked about previously, but it'll do the job here. So what we're trying to do is we want to style just these list items, so the ones within the main container div, but we don't want to target the ones that are sitting in the footer because those are going to be styled a little bit differently. The way that we can do that, rather than just targeting the li tag, what we can do is we can actually combine selectors, so combinators is what we're calling this, and I can say I want to target the main container class, and then I want to look for any list item that is a descendant of that main container class. So the first div that we talked about here on the left, that's the only div that has this class, and so therefore we're only going to be styling the ones that we're targeting. At this point, we can also add additional list items to our main container div, and it's going to get that style. So if we were to come down right after this list, make another div, another unordered list, and then put in some text here, you're going to see that that will turn green because it still is a descendant of that main container. But once again, we have our footer links, avoiding that style because we've been specific in selecting only descendants of that main div. Now I want to stop for just a second and look at this syntax that we're working with. So you can see that we have a class selector with this period right here that determines that, and then we have a tag selector separated by a single space. So what we call this first one is going to be a pre-selector, and then the li is the actual selector. So in this CSS rule that we have defined, we're not really targeting the main container, we're targeting list items. So the one that is furthest to the right is always going to be the HTML element that we actually want to style. If we were just targeting the main container here, so if we drop this down into a separate rule and gave a color of blue per se, you're going to see that not only list items, but everything else there is going to get that style. So it's very different saying I want to target this main container class and saying I want to target all of the list items that are descendants of this pre-selector main container class. All right, I'm going to clear all of these styles out and also clear the HTML that we're working with. And let's go ahead and drop in some different HTML. Because the second one that we're going to talk about, the second CSS combinator, is how to select children of a specific element. With the descendant selector, which is just a space separating two different selectors, we're grabbing everything below a certain HTML element. But with the children selector, we're only grabbing the first children. So with this div right here that we're calling an ID of main, we only have four different children. So we have the first three paragraph tags, and then we have this div element, which are all going to be considered children. So if we wanted to style just those elements, then we can use a slightly different syntax. So remember, we're targeting an ID right here. So instead of using a period, we're going to use a hashtag. Then we're going to pass in that ID, drop down into our CSS rule. And now what we're going to do is give a color of, we'll call it green again. Now this is just going to target everything because we're just targeting everything in the div. But if we added a child selector or combinator, we can target just those first three paragraph elements. And how we do that is we use this little caret right here and we type in paragraph tag right after that. So what this is saying is I want to look at the div with an ID of main, and then I want to grab all of the children, the direct children, that are p tags below that. So the only three that qualify for that rule are these first three paragraphs, and therefore we style them to have a text color of green. So we know how to select descendants, we know how to select direct children. Now there's also a CSS combinator or combinators that we can use to select sibling elements. Now I will make the disclaimer that I don't use these ever. I don't know if I've ever actually used these sibling selectors. And the reason being is because whenever you change your HTML structure, it's going to affect these CSS rules. So it's a little bit brittle when you're putting these together. But the reason I'm walking you through them is because you may see them in code somewhere, and it's just good to know that they exist and how they work. To do this, I'm going to copy in a little bit different HTML because we need a different structure to work with. And let me zoom out just a little bit so we can see more. So within this HTML, you can see that we have another, main container, and then we have paragraph elements and list items separated throughout the HTML. I'm going to get rid of this CSS rule right here, and now we're going to select some sibling elements. Let's say for some odd reason you want to style every paragraph element that directly follows a list group. So in this case, it would be this first paragraph here and the fourth paragraph here because they directly follow these list groups. In order to do that, we can use a special CSS combinator that selects only the first sibling of an element. What we call this is the adjacent sibling selector. So what we'll do is we will grab, let's see, how do we do this? We need to grab all unordered list, so UL is what we're going to target, and then what we do is we add a plus sign, and then we target all P elements that are going to be adjacent siblings to those unordered lists. And from here we can just assign, we'll call it blue this time, and what you'll see is that only the first paragraph and the fourth paragraph have been targeted. Now what I was saying just a little bit earlier is that if you change your HTML structure at all, these rules break. So if we were to come in here and for some reason, and this is actually pretty common, we wanted to maybe wrap this last unordered list in a div. So let's copy this in another div, and then you're going to see that our rule that we wrote has broken down. So this fourth paragraph here is no longer styled with blue text, and that's simply because we changed the structure of that HTML. So that's why I'm not a huge fan of these selectors. They're pretty fragile in that sense. Now the last sibling selector, we looked at the adjacent one, which just grabs the first sibling next to an element, but we can also grab all siblings next to an element. So let's say that we wanted to style all of these paragraphs that are direct siblings to an unordered list. The way that we do that is we open up our CSS, and instead of a plus sign, we're going to use this little tilde sign right here. And what that's going to do is it's going to look for unordered list, and it's going to look for direct siblings that have a type paragraph and give it this style. So once again, pretty fragile. I don't use these often, but they're good to know, how they work, and you might see them in code at some point, and hopefully you would fix them and make them a little bit more robust. Over the last few minutes, I've talked about how fragile these selectors are, but didn't really offer you a better solution. So that's what we're going to do right now. If I had a situation where, let me go ahead and remove these CSS rules. If I had a situation where I wanted to target this first paragraph and this fourth paragraph, what I'm going to do is just give them a class. So I'm going to come to the HTML, and on the first paragraph, I'm going to say blue text color is going to be my class name, and then I'm going to copy that same class down to the fourth paragraph. And now I'm just going to select that class with our class selector, and then I'm going to give it a color of blue. And now we've achieved the same exact result, but now if we change the HTML structure, this CSS rule is not going to break. So that would be the preferred method, at least in my head, of doing that. Now, believe it or not, there are other ways to select HTML elements other than the main three, which is tag, class, ID, and then also the combinators. We have some other ways to do it. So let's say that we had this specific HTML right here. So we have a P element and a div element, and they both have the class called regular text. Let's say for some odd reason we want to style all elements with a class regular text a certain way, but we don't want those styles to apply to a div element. We only want them to apply to a P element. Well, one way that we could do this is we could come down to our CSS and write this funky syntax where we actually specify the class that we want to target along with the tag. So we're kind of grouping them all together. So what this is saying is I want to style only elements that are paragraph elements that also have this class. So it's kind of like an and statement. And you come down here, give it a color of blue, we'll say, and now we have selected only one of these, as opposed to if we just were to select the class and then give it a color blue, it's going to apply to both of them. So that's a kind of obnoxious way to solve this problem right here. It's totally unnecessary, but I just want to show you that there are other ways that you can do this. And I mainly would say if you're going down that route, I would use it on a case-by-case basis. You don't need to go out trying to learn all the different ways, because in the end, the three main ways, tag, class, and ID, are going to be totally sufficient for writing good web applications. By this point, hopefully you're at least somewhat comfortable with writing a CSS rule that targets a specific HTML element. We also kind of talked about how you might target multiple elements. I'm going to write out a couple CSS properties that we have not covered yet, so I wouldn't expect you to understand how they work, but just try to follow along intuitively for the moment, and we'll get into them later. So we've got this HTML right here where we have a div with a class of box1 and then another div with a class of box2. And what we want to do with this is we want to apply some styles that are going to be shared across these boxes, and then some styles which are going to be unique. This is very similar to the example we looked at a little bit earlier, where we have two boxes right here, and some of the styles are the same. So these are the same sized boxes. They both have borders, but the borders and some of the text are going to be different between the two. So how do we go about, writing the least amount of code and achieving that same result? Here is going to be the most inefficient way to do it, but it's still going to work okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to target box 1 by class, and then we'll also come down and target box number 2 by class. Now at this point we can use some CSS properties. Again, we haven't learned all of these quite yet, but maybe we want to give a border to both of them. So I want to give box 1 a green border, and then I want to come down and give box 2 a blue border. So now we have borders around these elements, and let's also add some padding to both of them. So we'll give them 20 pixels of padding. We'll talk about these units a little bit later in this crash course. And then finally, let's go ahead and write some text in here. We've got box 1 and box 2, and I want to give these different colors. So this box will have green text, and this one is going to have blue text. So far in this example, everything's been a little bit different. But let's say that we wanted to make these the same width and height. So let's say that we want box 1 to have a width of 200 pixels, and then a height of 200 pixels. And then we come down here with box 2, and we give it a width of 200 again, and a height of 200 again. So in this case, we've got two boxes that have some different properties, but some similar properties. So one way that we can actually simplify our code a little bit and share some properties is by this special CSS syntax where we just leave a comma between the two classes that we're trying to select, or IDs or tags or whatever you're trying to select both at once. So what this CSS rule is doing here, this box 1 and box 2, is it's saying I want to select both elements with a class of box 1 and elements with a class of box 2. So what we can do here is we can take these width and height properties and take them out of these individual styles and go ahead and put them right here. So we've basically eliminated two whole lines of code, and we've followed the dry principle, which is do not repeat yourself. And that's a pretty important one that you're gonna come across as you develop bigger and bigger software. As with everything in code, there's multiple ways to do this. So we could write this rule right here where we're targeting two elements at once and applying shared styles. Now we can also achieve the same exact result by, instead of targeting it in our CSS, we can actually give multiple classes to a single element. So instead of having just box 1 and box 2, maybe we have each of these have their own classes, but then they also have a shared class, which is called box. So instead of coming down into the CSS and targeting it like this, all we have to do is get rid of these and give them that shared class, and now we're going to get the same exact result, but in a slightly different way. Now, honestly, this is probably my preferred way of doing it. It just is a little bit more straightforward and simple in my head, but both of them are valid ways to, provide shared styles to your HTML. All right, for the most part, I think we've covered a lot of the selector stuff with CSS, but while we're here, we do have to talk about the pseudo selectors. Now, we're not going to get into a whole lot of detail here because I don't think it's extremely important at this point, but I do want to mention it. I want to show you probably one of the most common ways of using something called a pseudo selector. So let me get rid of all this stuff here and paste in a simple button. So you can see that we have a button right now, and click it, it doesn't do anything, it's not styled nicely or anything like that. But what we can do with this button is we can apply something called, I believe it's a pseudo class. And that pseudo class will allow us to style this button differently based on different states of the button. Before we get into this, there is a page on the documentation. If you just type in pseudo classes to the MDN documentation, you can read up on it. But let's go ahead and get back to this example, and I'll show you exactly what this does. So what we're going to do is first target the button. So maybe we want to apply a couple styles to this button. Again, we haven't gone through the properties quite yet. We're going to get there. But let's just say that we want to give a background color of navy, and then we want to give, we'll say, text color of white. And you're going to see that we now have a slightly better looking button. Not really a really nice looking button. So maybe we get rid of the border so that it looks a little bit cleaner, and then add some padding in here. All things we're going to learn a little bit later in this course. So now we've got a button that looks a little bit better, not great. And what we want to do with this is we want to attach this hover pseudo class, which basically says I want to target the button HTML element, and when it is in its hover state, so basically when I hover my mouse over it, I want to apply these styles. So the first thing that I want to do is give it a different cursor. So when you hover over this, you'll see that the cursor stays the same, but I want it to be that little clicking cursor. So all we need to do is come down and give it the cursor property and say we want it to be the pointer. So now if we hover over this, you'll see that the cursor changes to that hover pointer. Another thing we could do is we can change the opacity of this. So maybe we want to give the background color 80% opacity. So now we're going to get a different cursor, and then it's also going to change color to kind of indicate to the user that they can click this and it'll do something. So that is all made possible by this hover pseudo class. And then if you were to go to the documentation, there's all sorts of different pseudo classes that you can use. You know, here are a couple of these, but we're not going to get into a whole lot of detail on that right now. Now, the last thing I want to talk about while we're on the topic of CSS selectors is kind of differentiate between two that we've already talked about. So we've already seen these multiple selectors. So let me go back. We've got this box example, but let me bring this back to the multiple selectors where we have box 1 and box 2 being selected. And let's go ahead and compare this to something like where we go with box 1 and then we pass in a p tag or something like that. Now they look very similar, but they're very different. In this case, we're saying I want to target box 1 and box 2. And then in the second rule, we're saying I want to target any p element, so the actual selector that exists as a descendant of the box 1 class element. So they're very different. Try to keep those separate in your head as we go through this tutorial. Now that we've covered how to select HTML elements with CSS rules, let's talk about this whole cascading concept. So CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets, and what that term refers to is the concept of when you've got multiple style sheets, which is possible, and multiple CSS rules within those style sheets that all compete against each other to style the same HTML element, it's asking which one is going to win, which one's going to take the most precedence and actually style the element. Before I start writing a bunch of things, I want to show you a tool that we've actually looked at before, but we have not looked at yet with CSS. So I know I've been working in Firefox previously. We're in Google Chrome just because I've got this Google Slides up here. But we can do the same thing. We can inspect elements with the dev tools. And when we come to the Elements tab, which is the first one that you're going to see in all browsers, you can parse through the HTML and click through and drill down and figure out which HTML element that you want to look at. And then in this right-hand pane over here, this is where all of the styles that are applying to that element are going to be housed. And in many cases, you're going to see multiple styles. So let's go ahead and just click on one of these here. So I don't know, it doesn't really matter. But what you're going to see on the right side is a bunch of styles. And in some cases, you're going to see that they're crossed out. And what that basically means is that they have been canceled out by another style sheet or CSS rule that takes more precedence over the one that was written. So that's what you're going to be seeing all the time with your web pages, and I want to talk about how we determine which one takes that precedence. Let's throw some HTML on the page here, one that has plenty of things to select. So we have a div with a paragraph element within it, and the div has a class, the paragraph element has a class and an ID. So we've got plenty of ways that we can select this HTML element, and we're going to do so. So the first one, pretty easy. Let's go ahead and just use a HTML tag selector and give it the color red. Now let's come down and select a class. So we're going to select the P element by its class, and we're going to give it a color of blue. So far, we've changed what we're looking at here each time that we've written a rule. Let's come down and be even a little bit more specific. So let's select this by its ID by putting a hashtag and typing in the ID. And then this time we're going to style it a color green. So in the first case, we tried to style it red, then we tried to style it blue, and then finally green. And as you can see within this document, this last rule right here is currently winning. It has the most precedence. And we're going to find out exactly why that's the case in just a second. But let's keep going. There's actually multiple ways that we can, select this single element. And I'm actually going to paste them all in because I don't want to bore you and waste your time by typing them all out. But let's go ahead and paste all of the different ways that we can style this same paragraph element. It's pretty wild how many different ways that we can do this. So we've got the 3 that we wrote, and then we've got all of these different ways that are all targeting that same element. And the question is, when we look at all of these, how do we know which one is going to end up, winning and which one's going to apply? Now, I'm sure the question that you're asking is, why would this ever happen? Why would you ever write 10 different rules that are going to style the same element? Well, the answer to that is you probably would not. But what could happen is you could have external style sheets that are going to come into your project, and they're going to have their opinions on how certain elements need to be styled. And then you've got your own style sheets locally within the project, and those have styles. So it's pretty common to see multiple style sheets coming into a single web application, and it's really important to understand which one's going to win. So there are 2 ways that we can determine this, or there's 2 factors in this equation. So let's go ahead and just write this out. 2 factors for determining CSS precedence. All right, so the first way is going to be, or let's go ahead and make an ordered list because we're just practicing here. So the first way is going to be the location of the CSS rule in the file. And the second one is going to be the specificity of it. So the specificity of the CSS rule. Now, we don't really understand either of these quite yet, but the first one's pretty simple, and the second one you'll catch on because we talked about it so much earlier in this lesson. So let's start with the location piece. So location of the CSS rule in the file. This is really what we're referring to when we say cascading style sheets. So if we came down here to the CSS and we targeted list items. So these 2 list items right here is what we're targeting, and we want to turn them a different color. Now I'm going to write this rule right here, and then I'm going to take the same exact CSS rule, but just change the color to blue. And you'll see that it actually changes the color to blue, but it's not quite apparent why the bottom one is going to take precedence over the top one. Well, that's just how CSS works. You always read from the top to bottom, and basically the way that I think about it is the CSS interpreter that's reading through and figuring out what to apply is going to just read from the top, and it's going to say, okay, I want to style all my list items with a text color of green. And then it's going to say, okay, as long as I don't see anything else in the rest of this style sheet or any other style sheet that comes after it, then that's going to be the style that I apply. But if I do see something, which I do here, then I'm going to replace that previous style with the most recent one that I saw when I read it from top to bottom. So that's what we're talking about when we say cascading style sheets, and that's one way that we can determine precedence with CSS selectors. Now I know it seems a little weird because when we worked with JavaScript, you definitely cannot declare the same variables and stuff like that. So it seems a little odd that we could put the same exact CSS selector in one CSS style sheet. But this is totally valid. That rule does not apply to CSS like it does JavaScript. It's a totally different type of language that we're dealing with here. So we know that the last selector in the file is always going to win unless we have a selector that's higher up but has more specificity. So that is the second piece of this equation, and we're going to break this out real quick to see how it works. So let's say that we have these list items right here, and let's go ahead and add a class to both of them. So we'll just say list item, something very generic here. And we know that now that we have the class, we can select it in two different ways. So the question I have for you is, if we try to select this with its tag, so just use the li tag to color the text, and then we also added a rule that selected it by class, which one is going to win over? And then furthermore, does it matter which order we put them in the file? Before I type this in, just pause the video and see if you can kind of reason through that for a second. All right, so let's try this out. First, we're going to select it by the tag, and we're going to give it a color of green. Then we're going to select it by its class, and we're going to give it a color of blue. And you're going to see that it changes to blue. But we don't quite know yet why this is the case, because in the first rule that we talked about, we said, okay, we read top to bottom, and we're always going to take the last rule and apply it. So that would make sense here, because list items, the last rule in the file, and it's got a color of blue, so that's why it's styled that way. Well, that's actually the wrong answer. The reason that it's styled blue is because the second rule is more specific than the first. So if we were to take this and put it before this other selector, we're still going to see blue text, because even though this is last in the file, this first one is more specific. So the question is, how do we know what is more specific than another? To figure this out, we just need a little visual, which says that on a continuum from the left to right, so least important to most important, or in other words, least specific to most specific, we have tags, then classes, and then IDs. So you might have picked this up by now, but if we were to put an ID, so let's say list item number 1, and we try to style this, let's go ahead and put it at the top of the file to make sure that we rule out this whole, first to last stuff that applies. And now we're going to select it by its ID, and we're going to give it a color of orange. In this case, you're going to see that this specific one, it's not applying to both because you can't assign an ID to two different HTML elements. But when we're looking at this first element, we're selecting it one time right here, another time right here, and then a third time right here. And this top one, despite being at the top of the file, is going to be the most specific because of this continuum right here. And therefore, it's going to be the one that wins out and applies the style to that HTML element. If you're following along intently, you're probably asking yet another question, and that is, what about these combinators that we talked about earlier in the video? What happens if I get rid of all these CSS rules and I come in here and let's say that I select it by just its ID and I give it a color of green, and then I also come in and I say, I want to select, let's see, I want to go ahead and look in all the ordered list, and I want to target all the list items that have an ID of list item number 1. So this is going to be the same exact element that we're selecting, so it's going to be the first one right here, but let's go ahead and see if we can turn this a different color with this selector right here. And we can. And even if we take this and we put it at the top of the file, we're still going to get the same result. It's still going to be blue because this rule right here is more specific than this one right here, despite the fact that we're using the most specific selector according to this little continuum. So as you can see, it gets a little bit tricky here when we start using combinators. But there is two ways that we can identify pretty reliably which one's going to win out. The first one is probably my favorite, which is to just try it out. And in this case, it's really easy. We're using CodePen, and we can just try it out and see what works. But that's not going to give you a really good understanding of why it's working that way. So there's another method that we can use where we can actually calculate with numbers the level of specificity of a CSS rule. Let me lay out the steps here. We'll go ahead and practice some HTML for a second. So let's go after this first list item, or actually the second list item because we're talking about specificity. And let's make another ordered list. So the first step that we're going to do is we're going to count the number of ID selectors in the CSS rule. So that's step number one. Then we're going to come down, we're going to count the number of class selectors. And then finally, we'll count the number of tag selectors. All right, so if we're looking at these rules down here, let's go ahead and apply this math, and we'll first count the number of ID selectors in the CSS rule. So both of these have a single ID, so they have one ID. Now if we go down to the next one, count the number of class selectors, they both have 0. And then finally the number of tag selectors, the first one has 1, but the second one has 0. So the way that this is going to work out, we can write some CSS comments right here, and I might as well just go right above the actual rule. So if we use this little comment syntax, which is a / and a star, and then a star and a / to close it out, and we can count this up. So we'll say ID selectors, this is going to be 1. We'll say class selectors, it's going to be 0, and then tag selectors will be 1. So if we add these together, we get a number of 101. If we do the same exact little math problem here, let's copy it down to this next rule. We can say that the ID selectors, we have 1. We have 0 class selectors and 0 tag selectors, so our number is going to be 100. So in this case, the second rule has a specificity of 100, and this first one has a specificity of 101, which means it is 1 point, or whatever you want to call it, more specific, and therefore it will be the one that applies to this element. To really nail this concept, I'm going to paste in some code so we don't have to type it all out, and I'm just going to walk you through a few more calculations. All right, so we've got a little bit different HTML, but all it is a paragraph tag with a bunch of IDs and classes to give us flexibility on how we select them. So in the CSS, I've written several rules that are going to be at different levels of specificity, and let's just walk through how each of them are calculated. So our first example, we have 2 classes, so we get 0 to 0, and our total is 20. Come down here, we have 2 IDs. So this is going to be, actually should be, oh no, we're in the wrong spot here. So we've got 2 IDs, 0 classes, and 0 tag selectors, so our specificity is 200. Come down to the next one, we've got a tag and we've got an ID, so we have 101 for 101, and then you get the point, we just go down and do the same thing for the rest. So the most specific one is the one with 2 ID selectors for a specificity of 200, and you can see that the color orange is what applies to this paragraph element in the web page. Hopefully at this point it's making sense. We know how to select things, we know how to determine the order of precedence, but there are a few other little gotchas that we need to walk through. And one of those is going to be inline styles. So if we were to write a paragraph element with some text, we can come down to the CSS and we can style it, of course, but we also have the option, if we give it this style attribute, which is just an HTML attribute as we talked about in a previous lesson, we can pass in CSS style rules into these little quotations. So I can give it a color of blue, and then maybe I can give it some padding of 10 pixels. And we separate this by these semicolons, and we can write as many rules as we want to. Now, the interesting thing about these inline styles is they take precedence over everything else. So even if we were to come in here and let's say that we give it an ID of, paragraph or something like that. So let's go ahead and select our ID and let's give it a text color of orange. You would think that because of this CSS importance diagram that this is going to be the most important rule and the color is going to be orange, but obviously it's not, it's blue. And that's because any inline style is going to take the utmost precedence over all styles. Now there's one more thing that even makes it a little bit more confusing, and that is the important keyword. So if we came down into this style right here and we put a space, an exclamation mark, and we typed important, what that's going to do is it's going to override any style from any style sheet, And it's basically saying like this rule right here is very important and I don't want to look at any of the precedence rules that we have defined within the CSS language. So even though we've got these inline styles, this is still going to apply. And even if we came down here and changed this from an ID selector to a paragraph selector, same deal. We're still going to get this orange color because we've defined important on that CSS property. Now we can use this important keyword on any property that we want. I've been looking at the color property mainly just to stay consistent and avoid confusion before we actually dive into all the different properties, but this can be applied to anything else. So if you wanted to override the padding style in say 50px or something like that, if we put it in just like this, not going to change anything, but if we put an important at the end, you're going to see that this text moves a lot because we've added some padding. So that's the whole deal with important, but I would recommend that with both of these types of selectors, so the inline selectors and the important selectors, use them at a minimum. In reality, you almost never want to use these inline styles because it just clutters up your HTML. Now, I've of course used it all the time because it's very quick. It's a great way to just quickly put a style on an element. And there's actually several CSS frameworks that do inline CSS only. So you don't even have separate style sheets. You write it all in the HTML document. So it's kind of a contentious topic among different camps, but in general, you probably want to stay away from these inline styles for now, just because it's going to clutter up your code. Likewise, with the important style, I think this is a more unanimous viewpoint. You should not be using this important keyword unless you absolutely have to. And the only example of this that I guess I've experienced that's a really good reason to use this important keyword is if you've got multiple style sheets, so maybe you're using a CSS framework or a UI kit library that's got a bunch of like buttons and modals and stuff like that, those are going to have predefined CSS styles. And if you want to override them, often you have to use the important keyword, otherwise there's no other way to select them with enough specificity to override the existing styles. So once again, use the important keyword only when you have to. Pretty good rule of thumb to stick with. For the last hour or so, or however long I've been talking here, we haven't really talked about CSS properties yet. We've been using the color property among a couple others, but there's hundreds of them that we can possibly use to both position the elements on the page and style them. So remember, CSS is all about layout and style, and there's different properties that allow us to do those two different things. So to start us off, let's just see a super basic example, something that you might have to do pretty often. And that is, let's go ahead and take a div, put some text in it, and then style that as a box with specific dimensions, maybe a background color and a border or something like that. So here's how I'd approach that with CSS. So first you have to make the div, then you have to put some text in there. So some text. And I guess what we want to do is first get that background on there. So I'll just select the div since there's only a couple elements here, and we'll give it a background color of, I don't know, we'll call it navy. We'll give the text color white. We want to give that div a width of say 200 pixels and a height of also 200 pixels. So we've got ourselves a square with some text in it, but maybe we want to put that text in the middle of that square. So we can do that. That would be kind of a layout or a positioning type property. So one way we could do this, pretty straightforward, is going to be add a line height and set that equal to 200 pixels, which is the same height as the square. And then maybe we want to just set the text alignment to center, so that's going to bring it to the middle of the square. And then we can furthermore put on maybe a box shadow, something like that. So let's just write something out really quickly, and you'll see what happens is we get a little shadow showing on this box. And then maybe we could even, I don't know, we could put a border on it or something. So we could say border 1 pixel solid, I don't know, something like green. It's not going to look great, but you see that we have, maybe we can put 5 pixels instead of 1 to make it more visible. And now you can see that we have a green border on there. So this is just a super basic example, but you can see how we use some style properties and we use some positioning properties. And this is actually not perfectly centered anymore. And we'll talk about exactly why that's happening when we get into the concept of the box model. But let's get rid of this and ask the question that you're probably wondering, and that is, how do we know what CSS properties to actually use? I just went through that example really quickly, and I had these on the top of my head because I've just been doing it for a while, but when I first started, I would have no idea how to do what I just did, and I'd have to look up every single property that I was using, and furthermore, I'd have to look up, like, if I wanted to do something, I'd have to type into Google, how do I center a paragraph element within a div or something like that. So it's really difficult without experience to know what properties to use and when. And there's really no great solution to that other than practicing and really, just applying these concepts that we're learning in this crash course. In my opinion, the best way to understand the box model better is to just look at it interactively. And a great tool to use to do this is the Firefox Dev Tools. So we've talked about this in prior lessons, but we're coming back here. And as you can see, I've got this HTML document here in the browser. And then what I've done is I've selected the content element that I've just made a single div, and I've put some text in that div. And what I've done is I've applied these 5 styles that are pretty directly related to the box model to see how these play out, on an actual web page. So as you can see, if we go to the layout section of the dev tools, so we're up in an inspector, we go to layout, and then we can scroll down to see the box model. And this gives us an incredibly interactive way to see what each of these represent. So if you go through and you want to see how, wide is the content and how tall is it, you come into these little properties and you can hover over them, and you see on the left side of the screen, it gives you an outline of exactly what that is applying to. Furthermore, we can see that we've got some padding in here, and again, it's highlighted up on the screen. It gives you a really nice outline of where that padding sits. Furthermore, we've got a border. It outlines that really nicely for us, and then even some margin on the outside. Now, there are other tools that help you visualize this, like in Google Chrome. So if we came back to Google Chrome, you can see that if we're just looking at let's go ahead and just select one of these elements here, then you can come down to the box model and you can kind of see what's going on, but in my opinion, it's just not quite as good as Firefox, so that's why we're working in Firefox in the first place. But tools aside, what actually is the box model? Well, the box model represents these pieces that we're looking at, but more specifically, you have the content itself, which is going to be, text or just some space that we've defined by a width and a height. And then outside of that content, we then have some sort of padding, or it doesn't have to be set, it could be 0 padding, but in this case I defined 20 pixels of padding. And then outside of that we have a border, and then outside of that we have a margin. And within this box model, I mentioned that it tells us how much space an HTML element represents within the web page, and the properties that play into that are going to be the width, the height, the padding, and the border. Now the margin's a little bit different because while it does take up space, it doesn't actually define the space taken up by that individual element. It kind of adds some space around the element, so that if you have 2 elements and they're squished together, you can just kind of space them out a little bit. So those are the components of the box model. Let's go ahead and dive in with some, I actually made a code pen that's going to allow us to interactively play around with this box model. So on my screen, I've got a code pen I've got some JavaScript written up in here. You can drop down these select elements and select different CSS properties to apply to this orange paragraph tag up here. And why I created this is because when we're talking about the box model, sure, we can get into width, height, padding, border, margin, all that kind of stuff. But what's really confusing about the box model and CSS in general is that based on the values that you're passing to certain properties, the rules of the game completely change. And to highlight some of those rules, I thought it would be helpful to put together this example and just visually walk you through, like, if we switch a certain CSS property, what is that going to do to our HTML element that we're targeting? The first property that I want to really touch on and dig into is the display property. So this is a related property to the box model. And once again, the box model is not just one thing, but this is highly related to what we're talking about here. And if we scroll down to our documentation, I've just gone to MDN, Technologies, CSS, the reference, and scrolled down to the index, and we can find the display property somewhere in here. So let's scroll down, see if we can find it. Here's the D section, and we'll go ahead and click display. So it says this property sets whether an element is treated as a block or inline element in the layout used for its children, such as flow layout, grid, or flex. So there is a lot packed into this single property, and honestly, it's probably the most complex property that you'll deal with when you're writing CSS. But we're going to dig into each piece of it, and you're not going to have to read all of this documentation. I'm just going to walk you through it. So you can see that there's there's a lot of different things that you can pass to this property, but the main ones are going to be block, inline block, flex, and grid. So if we came back to our box model example, if we came down to the display type right here and did the drop down, you can see that we have all of these different possible values, excluding flex and grid. And the reason we're excluding those is because Flexbox and CSS Grid are going to be totally separate videos that are going to require a lot more explanation. So for now, forget about those. We're just going to focus on these ones right here. So by default, whenever you're dealing with most HTML elements, you're going to have a display property of block. But at this point, it doesn't mean anything to us. Like, what does block mean? What does inline mean? Since Flexbox and CSS Grid are kind of out of the equation here, we're just focusing on block, inline, and inline block display types. And based on what you set your elements, they're going to interact with the page and flow through the web page a lot differently. So it kind of changes the rules of the game. Now, by default, each element is going to have a certain type of display. Now, most elements are going to have a display type of block. And you can see in this example that the default display type of a P element is block. But if you were to look at another type of element, so if you come up to the HTML that we've got here, it's a little bit messy, but this span element, which is represented by this green text, that's actually going to be, by default, an inline element. So the question is, how do we know which elements are going to be, by default, a block and which ones are going to be, by default, inline? And then furthermore, what do they actually do? What's the difference between a block and inline element? To understand this, we've got this example laid out. So watch what happens when I switch a block element to an inline element. So I'll drop this down, I'll say inline, and you'll see that that orange div is going to jump up to the line before it, and it's going to share that same space with the span element. Now that's the behavior of an inline HTML element. So what you'll see here is that since a div element has a natural display type of block, what it's going to do is occupy 100% of its container space. And in this case, the container is 100% of the body HTML tag. So it's occupying all of that space. And furthermore, the height, if we don't give it a height, specify it explicitly, it's going to automatically take up the height of the content within it. So however large this text is how big of a height this element's going to occupy. The second thing about block elements is that these elements occupy their own space. They don't share lines with other elements. So as you can see here, our div in orange with the orange background occupying all the space, and it's also on a different line than this green span element that's right above it. And the span element actually has a default value of inline rather than block. So different rules up there, but since this one is a block, then no other element can occupy the same space as it. The next thing about a block element is that it respects its width and height properties. So that doesn't make a whole lot of sense yet, but you will see what I'm talking about in just a second. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop down the content width, and this is just going to apply a 400 pixel width to the orange element. So you can see that it no longer takes the entire width of its container because we've explicitly given it a width. And then furthermore, we can give it a height of 200 px or pixels. So now it's occupying a space of 400 by 200. So what happens if I were to do the same thing with an inline element? Let's go ahead and see. So I'm going to reset all of the properties. So we're going back to the beginning. And now what I'm going to do is come down here and set our div to be a display type of inline. And you can see when I click that, it comes up onto the previous line because inline elements actually can share space. They don't break to a new line by default. You'll also notice that they don't occupy all of the space. They just occupy the size of the content within them. So it's just occupying the text that's within this div because we've set it to that display type of inline. Now the last interesting thing is that unlike a block element that obeys or adheres to its width and height properties, the inline element is not going to. So even if we set the content width to 400 pixels, not going to change at all. We can also try that with the height, set it to 200 pixels, not going to work. So in other words, if you set it to inline, width and height CSS properties are not going to work on it. So as you can see, depending on one property's value, you have different rules of CSS, which can get pretty confusing sometimes, and it's why I'm spending so much time on it here. Now the last one that we have not talked about is a combination between the two. So just to review, a block element is going to take all the space of its container, it's going to take a height of the content within it, and it's going to break to a new line and respect its width and height properties. An inline element is going to just be the width and height of the content within it. It's not going to break to a new line, and it's also not going to respect the width and height properties if you try to set them. Now an inline block kind of adopts a couple attributes of both. So the main difference, if we were to switch this inline to inline block, then the only difference is now it's going to respect its width and height properties. Right now we don't have those, or I guess we do have those set. We have tried to set the content width and the content height, but because we have an inline element right now, it's not respecting those dimensions. But the second we change this to inline block, we're going to get those width and height properties back, just like we saw with the block. But in this case, we can still make it inline, so although it's broken to a new line here, that just happens to be the case because it's too large to fit on that line above. So inline block just basically takes all the properties of inline, but instead of ignoring width and height, it now respects those properties and takes that space up. This concept may not seem super important to you right now, but I promise you as you go through knowing whether you're dealing with a block element or inline block is going to be super important. And then further down the road, when we start talking about Flexbox and CSS Grid, it becomes even more important to understand this kind of stuff. Let's go ahead and reset everything here. And the next thing that we need to talk about are box model variations. So to this point, we just looked at the Firefox DevTools, and you can visualize the box model pretty well. But there's actually another way of, conceptualizing this box model and using it. Just like the display property and all other CSS properties have their default values, the box type down here is going to have a default value of content box. So that's what we're seeing right here. But we can switch this to be something called border box, which is basically going to change how all of those properties, so width, height, padding, border, and margin, it's going to change how those relate to each other within the box model. To understand this, let's go back to our Firefox DevTools, and let's go ahead and calculate the total size or space that this particular element is taking up. So the way that we would do this is by adding things together because the default box type is content box. So basically what we have to do is if we wanted to find the total height of this element over here, we could of course just hover over it and we can see exactly, what the height is. But if we wanted to calculate this, we just come down into the box model and we say, okay, what is the height of the content? Well, the height of the content is going to be 100 pixels. So we say 100, and then we add on whatever the padding is on both sides. So we add the top padding and the bottom padding, which on both sides is going to be 20 pixels. So we go 20 plus 20 is 40, plus the content height of 100 is 140. And then on top of that, we add the border dimensions, which is going to be 5 pixels on the top and the bottom. So in total, the total height or space in height that this occupies on the web page is going to be 100 plus 20 plus 20 plus 5 plus 5. So that equals, I guess, 140, 150 in total. And then the margin, the additional 20 and 20 or 40 pixels, that's not actually going to play into the box model. That's kind of separate from it. It doesn't actually indicate how the total height of this element. So let's go ahead and see if we can hover over this, and you'll see that if we hover over the entire element, it's showing in pretty small text that the height is 150, just like we calculated. So again, 100 plus 20, 20, 5, and 5 is our total height. And then likewise, we can do that with the width. So we grab our content width, which is 400. We add both of the paddings on the left and the right, which is 40. So we got 440. And then we add the border, which is 5 and 5, so we got 440 plus 10 is 450. And that's when we hover over it is what the width is going to be. So that calculation that we did seems awfully complicated, and it kind of is because we're having to add all these different components and consider, okay, what's the left padding, what's the right padding, what's the left and right border. It would be a lot easier if we could just define, I want this element to be 400 pixels wide and 200 high, and be done with it, and then have all the rest of the padding and border and stuff just be within it. And that is what the border box value of the box type property allows us to do. So all we have to do is come to the styles of the element, and then we say box type, and we say we want border box. Now, if we apply that, it's not going to work because, let me see why. Invalid property name. Oh, I must be blanking on what we're actually using here. let me see what we're talking about here. So box type. So I was totally blanking out. It's not box type. It is box sizing. That box type is just what I named it in our code pen. But if you say box sizing equals border box, you'll see that this changes just a little bit. So let me go ahead and uncheck this and watch the content up in the top left. You'll see that something is going on here. And it's really hard to tell what that something is when we just have one element on the page. But what I've done is put together another code pen that really helps us visualize the difference between the border box and the content box. Now stick with me here because I know it seems a little bit boring and why would we need to worry about box sizing? But when we start making grids and we start putting elements within other elements, it's going to become really important to know, how much width do we need to give to children element to fit within the parent container, so on and so forth. So let's go ahead and dig into that example that I created and you'll see exactly what I mean. So as I mentioned, when we flip that box sizing from content box to border box, it basically takes the calculation of the space that HTML is occupying and it changes it. So now instead of taking the content height plus the padding plus the border to get our total height, we just look at the height property and that is our total height. And it's a lot easier to kind of reconcile in our brains, and furthermore, it makes it a lot easier to put elements within other elements. So as you see on the screen here, what we're looking at is a couple of divs, and I've got a child div and a parent div. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to fit the child div within the parent and not have it break out of its space. And if you see on the right side where we've got the output of this, you can see that the content box, we've got the parent container which has just a that's just a picture background, that's not CSS. But that's the space that it's occupying, and you can see that the child with that border on it, because border, has an impact on the total size of a content box, you can see that by adding that border, we're breaking out of that parent container. And that's really going to be a problem when we're trying to arrange elements on the page. So furthermore, if we were to add padding to this, basically what this button is going to do when we click it is it's going to take the child element, which is the one with the border on it, and it's going to add some padding to it. So when we click this, you'll see that it makes it break out of our parent container even more, and that's because when we add padding or a border to something that has a box sizing of content box, it's going to add space to that element. It's always going to be additive. Now, when we come down to a border box type element, it's not going to. So what's going to happen is the content width and height is going to be adjusted based on how much border and padding there is. So you can see from the start, we're already fitting the child element, which is got the black border, right on top of the parent container. And if we add some padding, instead of getting larger, it's just going to make the content within it a little bit smaller. So let's toggle the padding, and you'll see that this text right here is going to come inwards a little bit. But we're not going to see the border break out of that parent container. So I understand that this is a little bit confusing, especially if you're just starting out in CSS, but I really wanted to introduce this concept because you will stumble upon this down the road, and you'll probably see, like I said, something like a CSS reset. So let me go ahead and grab that code that I'm talking about and show you exactly what I mean. Oftentimes, you'll see in a CSS style sheet the following thing. And this is going to change the stuff over on the right a little bit, but that's not the point. What you'll see is that on the HTML element, or the root element, they're going to change the box sizing to border box. So it's going to take the root style and make it, this nice little handy border box where, the width is the width and the height is the height, and there's no math going on there. And then these next couple of rules, similar to what we talked about, where if you put a comma there, it will select multiple, classes or IDs or tags or whatever. That's what these are doing, and this is a wildcard character that's basically saying, I want to target every element in this entire document. And then what it's doing is it's saying, I want to set the box sizing property to inherit, which is basically going to look up and say, okay, what is the root element set to? Whatever that's set to, inherit that down to all of the different elements on this web page. So in effect, what we call this is a CSS reset, and it's going to change the default box sizing to this more easy to understand border box, box sizing. All right, I know we've covered a lot. We've come a long way in this crash course so far. We are not done yet, but I want to do a quick little review on a few things. So we've learned about how do we select things. How do we select HTML elements? We've learned about what takes precedence when we have multiple CSS rules, and we've learned about the box model. And what I want to review here is the box model, and just go through a few things that you should keep on the top of your mind. So first off, the box model describes how much space an HTML element occupies. The space is heavily influenced by that box sizing property that we just talked about, whether that's content box or border box. So content box, you have to add the content width and height to the padding in the border. Well, with the border box, you just take the width and the height, and that is the total space that your HTML element occupies. So the space is also, or space and layout is also heavily influenced by the display property. So whether we have a block element, an inline element, or an inline block element is going to influence where those elements are sitting on the page. So those two properties, box sizing and display, are going to really play together, deciding how our web page is laid out. And furthermore, that display property has two additional values that we have not talked about but will. So Flexbox and CSS Grid, which is going to allow us to make grids, and it's going to allow us to space elements out really well. So that's going to be super useful to us in the future. And finally, the most important components of the box model are height, width, padding, border, and margin. Margin doesn't play into the total space it occupies, but it does control the space around it. And then finally, all other CSS properties are going to be kind of supplemental to these core concepts. So whether we're styling the text color, or we're doing a background image, or making a different font, those are all going to be just kind of supplementary to these core concepts. What I would recommend is that you come to this little example that I put together. It's in the description, and just click through all of these attributes, or not attributes, but CSS properties, and see what happens with different combinations. So change the display type to inline, and then try to set, different margins and paddings and stuff like that. And you'll see like, okay, the margin doesn't really do anything when it's inline, but the padding does. And then if we set this to block and then change the margin, then it is going to do something. So try to play around with these properties. It's really an interesting way to learn the different components of the box model. Aside from the display property and the box sizing and a couple other things we just talked about, there's one other CSS property that you'll use pretty often, and it will affect the flow of the elements on the page. And that's going to be the position property. So this position property has, I think, about 4 or 5 different possibilities. So let's go ahead and write those out. We need to make an unordered list and then put some list items in. Let me get my notes here. So we can have a value of static. We can have a value of absolute. We can have a value of relative. And then we can have fixed, and the last one is going to be sticky. So when I'm talking about this position property, all I'm saying is that if we came down and targeted this unordered list, and then we gave it a position, we can say we want it to be fixed. But what does this actually mean? Well, this position property is going to be really handy when we have to lay out things on the page and make things like nav bars. So that's what I'm going to go ahead and show you, is an example of how we might make a nav bar and show how that will stay at the top of the page rather than scrolling down when we have content that exceeds the total height of the viewport or the web page that we're looking at. A few notes I want to make. This first one, the static, is going to be the default value. So if we came down here and defined the position of this unordered list to be static, that's kind of redundant because it's already going to be that by default. And then the other note I want to make is the sticky property value is going to be a little bit newer. It's unsupported in some browsers, and I'm not really going to touch on it because we can achieve very similar things with this fixed property. All right, so those are the possible values. Let's walk through each of them and see what they actually do for our HTML. So the first thing I want to do is create a nav element. So we talked about semantic HTML in the prior lesson, how we want to use what the intent of that element is. And if we want to make a nav bar, we should use the nav HTML tag. So within that nav, we can make some sort of list, which would be kind of a list of different links or something. But just to keep it simple, I'm just going to put in some sort of heading. So we'll just put in an h2 element, and we'll say this is the nav bar. So you're going to see that pop up on the page, and it's nothing special at the moment. And actually, let's go ahead, let's make this an h4 just to be a little bit smaller. And what we want to do in the CSS is we want to target that nav element. We want to give it a background color of blue. We're going to talk about those background styling properties, so bear with me here while we don't know about them. And then I want to make the height of this equal to, we'll call it 60 pixels. So you can see we have some sort of nav bar sitting up on the page. And I actually don't like this blue. Let's go ahead and do navy and then change the color of the text to white just to make it look a little bit better. And what you'll see is there's some space going on around this. We would, ideally want this to be at the top of the page, have no white space around it. And that's happening for 2 reasons. By default, this H4 element is going to have some sort of margin around it. It's just a browser default that is set on this element. We didn't set it, but it's already there. Likewise, CodePen has a default that puts some either margin or padding within the body element. So anything that we write in this HTML is going to have a little bit of padding in there so that, you know, we have this white space. So all we have to do is just cancel that out by writing a CSS rule. So we'll start with H4 and we'll just say we want 0 margin on there, see what that does. Remove some of the margin. And then we want to come down and say on the body, we want to have 0 margin. I guess that's all we needed. We just need to zero out the margin and now there's no space around this. So looking good there. And if we wanted to center this text within the nav bar, we can use a little trick. We can use the line height property to basically say, okay, I want this text to be, you know, X amount of pixels tall. And in this case, we know exactly how tall the nav bar is, 60 pixels. So what we need to do with this H4 is make the line height equal to 60 pixels. And now we're going to see that go right in the middle. And the last thing we'll do is on the left side of that H4 element, let's just put some padding on the left of, say, 10 pixels, and that's going to push it out a little bit. So I know we haven't talked about a lot of these properties. We will in a second, but you can see how this is this nav bar is coming together. But the problem is right now, if we were to scroll down on this page, the nav bar is going to kind of go away, and we don't want that. Since there's no other elements, when I scroll, you're not going to see anything. So let's go ahead and add a div that has a bunch of boxes in here. So we'll say we want a div with a class of box, and then let's replicate that several times down. And then we'll come down here and style all the classes of box. And what we're going to do is we're going to give it a width of 200 pixels and a height of 200 pixels. And let's go ahead and give it a background color of, I don't know, green is fine for now. You're going to see just one big blob because they're all kind of smushed together. But all we have to do is add some margin around it, and those are going to be separated out. So the reason that I created those is just to give us more than enough content so that we can actually see some scrolling action. So now you'll see the scroll bar here on the right because we've got too much content for the visible screen. And when we scroll down, what happens? We're not going to see that nav bar anymore. And as you're probably used to with most sites, the nav bar needs to stay up top. And the way that we do that is by using the position property. And we can just come into the nav bar right here, and we can say that we want the position to be fixed. And what that's going to do is a lot of things that we don't expect, and it's going to look a little bit intimidating for a second until we figure out exactly what's going on. So when we put it to fixed, it actually takes that element out of the flow of the HTML document. So previously we talked about how we have block elements and inline elements, and if we change those, you know, it kind of breaks them out of the flow of the content. Likewise with the position fixed property, now what's going to happen is we have to explicitly set the width of this. So let's go ahead and set the width to be 100% of its container, and that should span it across the entire web page here. Another way that we could do that is a property called 100 viewport width, so VW. And that is actually the same thing if we just came over to, let's come over to our dev tools in Firefox. And if you remember, we could say window.inner height and get some sort of value here. And this means that the height of the visible window here is 966 pixels. We can also get the inner width right here, which is 773. And if we were to, you know, change this right here and run it again, it's going to be a different value because the visible width of this viewport changed. So these properties, we know how to get them in JavaScript through the DOM, but we can also get them within CSS by using either 100 viewport width or 100 viewport height, so VH. So that is just a really useful thing to know. I use it all the time, especially when I'm making full page layouts and nav bars and stuff like that. Now, the last thing about a position fixed element is that you have to specify the offset that you have to its parent container. Now, in this case, the parent container of our nav is going to be the body element, and that's going to be basically this visible screen right here. So all we have to do is come down and say, from the top, I want it to be 0 pixels. And that's going to pull it up to the top, and then since we have it as 100% or 100% width, we don't really need to define this other one, but let's go ahead and say we want it to be 0 pixels from the left. So at this point, what we can see is that as we scroll down, our nav bar stays at the top, and it's considered fixed positioning. The last thing that we would probably want to do is address this issue right here. Our boxes or our main content has now spilled under our fixed nav bar. And the reason is because this fixed nav bar doesn't take up any space. So unlike a block element or even an inline element that takes up some sort of space, to the HTML document, this nav bar occupies 0 space whatsoever. So to make sure that the main content is below it at all times, we have to give a margin on the top of this boxes div class. So we come down to the CSS, give it, target that class, and then we say we want to give the margin top probably should be a little more than 60 pixels. So let's just go ahead and say 80 pixels. And that should bring all of our boxes down, and now it's working just fine. So that is the fixed positioning, and it's going to be really useful when you're trying to make a nav bar at the top, even at the side, on the right side, or even a footer at the bottom of the page. That's a really good use case for this. The last couple position property values that we can use, so absolute and relative positioning. Again, we're not talking about static because that's the default, and sticky because that's kind of out of the scope here. But when we're talking about a fixed positioning, what we just looked at, that's going to set the element, it's going to remove it from the flow of the document and take up 0 space, and it's going to be positioned relative to the viewport, which is always going to be the edges of the browser window. So as you saw, we said we want it to be 0 pixels from the top, so at the very top of the viewport, and 0 pixels from the left, so the very left of the viewport. Now, with relative and absolute positioning, it's somewhat similar. We're still pulling things out of the flow, or at least with absolute positioning, we're pulling them out of the flow of the document, but we're positioning them relative to other elements. So let's play around with relative positioning first. So let me target this first box right here. And what I want to do is I want to give it another class called rel position, just to give it some indication of what it's doing. And then within this, I want to make another div, and I want to say this will be absolute position. We're not going to do anything quite yet with that, but I'll show you what it does in just a second. So let's focus in on this relatively positioned box, which is this first green box that we're targeting. We'll come down into our CSS, and all we're going to do is give this relative position class a relative position. And what you're going to see here is nothing has happened yet, but what happens when we scroll is now this first box goes on top of our nav bar. So only the first box though, the rest of them go behind it. And that is a direct result of setting that relative positioning on the element. Because what that does, like I said, with a lot of CSS properties, setting one value will kind of change the rules of the game. It's no different here. What this does is enables a new property called z-index, which basically says, okay, we've got all these elements on the page. What is the z-index, three-dimensional rather than two-dimensional? So which one sits on top of another? And when you put relative positioning or absolute positioning on an element, it now has the z-index. So now what we have to do is define what needs to be on top of another. So we need to come up to the nav bar and give it a z-index of 1 to put it on top of this element once again. So that's something really important to know about the relative positioning. But what relative positioning really does is it, as you saw, it didn't really change the actual position of that box. But now what we can do is define these top, left, right, and bottom properties on this element, and it will change its position relative to itself. So that's kind of a confusing topic, but basically the way you can think of it is if that green box is sitting right there right now, if we give it a top value and we say 20 pixels, it's going to go down 20 pixels. And confusingly enough, since I believe our margin was 20 pixels exactly, it's going to blend it into the other boxes. So let's go ahead and make this 10 so that we see some separation still. But it basically takes the original position, and if we add the top property, it will go 10 pixels below where it was to begin with. So it's a little bit confusing, but it is a useful type of positioning, especially when you have some stubborn elements in your HTML that you just need to get to move just a little bit, but you can't quite do it with normal CSS properties. And finally, if you set the position to relative on a parent element, then you can set absolute positioning on the element within that parent element. So what we can do is we can look at this div that we put within the relatively positioned div, and we can take this class and target it with our CSS. So we'll target the absolutely positioned element, which is not showing up yet. But let's go ahead and give it a width of 20 pixels and a height of 20 pixels, and give it a background color of, say, orange. So we're going to have all sorts of nasty colors here on the screen. And what you'll see is that by default, it's going to sit up there in the top left corner of its parent. And that's because we haven't positioned it yet. So let's give it the absolute positioning. And what that's going to do is now we have those top, bottom, right, and left offsets enabled on this specific element, but instead of being an offset based on the viewport, so with this fixed nav bar, whatever we pass to those properties is going to be in relation to the edges of your viewport. Now we're going to be setting these top, right, bottom, left offsets based on the position of the next highest element that has relative or absolute positioning. And if there's nothing above it that has those positionings, then it's going to use the HTML element or the root element. So in this case, we have something that is relatively positioned as the direct parent, which is this green box. So if we were to come down to the absolute position and say we want to put it 20 pixels from the top, it's just moving it down 20 pixels relative to the edges of this parent container. And then we can put it, I don't know, we can say from the right we want it to be 30 pixels. So it's going to pull it over to the right and offset it 30 pixels off of that right edge. So that's what the absolute positioning does, and it has to be used in relation with that relative positioning. Once again, if you don't have a parent element that is relatively positioned, so let's go ahead and remove this position relative, and now it completely disappears. And you probably are asking yourself, where did this just go? And the answer is I'm thinking it's probably behind the nav bar. So let's go ahead and give it a z-index of 2, which is greater than the nav bar, which has an index of 1. And now you can see it pop up here in the nav bar. And the reason it's up there is because since we don't have any relatively positioned elements as its parent or grandparent, it's positioning itself relative to the viewport, just like we saw with the fixed positioning. So now what we can say, if we look at this absolutely positioned element, if we change the top to be 0 and the right to be also 0, it's going to be perfectly up in the top right corner, as you can see here on the screen. As you can see, these position properties can really help you control where the elements sit on the page, and they're really powerful layout properties. Obviously, you're not going to be a master of them after just watching this brief tutorial or demo, but hopefully it exposed you to what's possible and when you stumble upon it in the future or in the code challenges, you'll know exactly what's going on. If I'm being honest, we've made it through the hardest part of CSS in the first part of this course. The remainder of this video and this crash course is going to be a little bit more fun, a little bit more straightforward, and you're going to really start to see the magic of CSS coming into play. So in the remainder, we're going to talk a little bit about CSS units. So we've looked at them already, but pixels, EM, rem units, percentages, maybe a couple others. Actually, that's probably it. And then we're also going to look at color codes and different color stylings. So we've been using the color property to change the text color throughout this tutorial, but we're going to get into, how do we define different colors and, how do we do color themes and stuff like that. And then we'll dig into font properties. So how do we change the font that's on the page and different font families and import fonts and stuff like that. And then finally, we will talk about background properties. So how do we make an image as the background of your web page? And then at the end, I'm going to talk about writing shorthand CSS. So that's going to bring a few things together that you may catch on to as we write it, but that'll be pretty interesting. And then to cap it off, I'm going to give you my kind of 4-step system of how I think through putting together HTML and then styling that with CSS effectively. So it's basically like get the layout first, then put the styles on and iterate over that process. Before we get into the remainder of the CSS properties, some common ones you'll use, we have to talk about measurement units within CSS. So you can see them on the screen here. Pixels, pretty straightforward and common. EM and rem, those are font units, like measuring how large the font on the screen is. And then percentages, that's going to really play into some responsive design that we'll talk about in a later video. So we'll start with pixels, and you've probably already looked it up, seen me using it. It's relatively intuitive, but your computer screen is made up of pixels. And the higher resolution your computer screen is, the more pixels you can cram into it. So it gets into a pretty complex discussion when you actually start thinking about it too much when you're looking at a web page and trying to calculate how many pixels exist on that web page. But if you just look at it as a way to explicitly set the dimensions of HTML elements, it's pretty simple. So for example, you saw that we made this little orange box in the top right corner. We set it equal to a width and height of 20 pixels. So that's obviously somewhat small. And something that I wondered when I was first starting out is how do I get a good grasp of how many pixels to assign to certain types of elements? And it's kind of like riding a bike. Like as you go through and write more and more CSS, you'll get a feel for what are kind of the average pixel units that you'll be assigning to different types of things. So for example, I know that whenever I set padding or margin, it's usually going to be in the range of 10 to 20 pixels. When I set a border radius, it's going to be in the range of 4 to 7 pixels, and so on and so forth. You kind of get a feel for how large a pixel is after you've written CSS for a while. Next up, I'm going to skip down away from those font units, so talking about EM and rem. I'm going to skip those for a second and talk about percentages. Now, percentages are kind of the preferred way in a lot of cases to define the width and height of certain elements on the page, because when you go from a desktop to a mobile device, you're going to need relative dimensions rather than just saying, oh, I want this element to be 500 pixels. So a good example of this, let me just take what I've got here on the screen, and I'll go ahead and restyle this first box. So it's the relatively positioned box. I'll leave it how it is, and I'm just going to say that I want the width to be 600 pixels. And what it's going to do is it's going to be wider now. And the problem here is that when I resize this screen and we go to a mobile device, it's going to get cut off. So as I make this smaller and smaller, you're going to see that that box just goes off the screen completely. And the problem with that is, you want to have responsive designs. So a better way to do this is to say, I want the width to be, I don't know, we'll call it 80% of the container. So as we resize this, you're going to see that that always stays 80% of the container that it's within. And that's a great way to write responsive web pages. And again, we're going to be talking a lot more about that responsive design in a separate video, but that's why percentages matter in the first place. Now, something about percentages that can get a little bit confusing is it's all relative to its container. So let's go ahead and apply a few concepts we've learned. So the question is, how do we get this little orange box back in the green box so that we can play around with this? Well, all we have to do is set the position back to relative. So this orange box is going to now be relative to the green box. So when I uncomment this property right here, it's going to put this orange box in the top right corner of the green box. So, or at least I think that's what's going to happen. And that's exactly what happened. So we now have that there. And now what I'm going to do is go ahead and reposition this. So instead of being in the top right, we're going to put it in the top left. So we'll put it in the top left, and now what we're going to do is give it a width in terms of percentages rather than pixels. So what happens if I give it a width of 100%? Well, now it spans the entire width of its parent element, not the entire web page, because it exists within that parent element, so it's going to occupy the width of the parent element. In other words, if we were to set, I'm just going to do this to make the math a little bit more simple, but let's go ahead and set this green box equal to, say, 500 pixels. So the calculation for this orange element is going to be 500 pixels times 100% is equal to 500 pixels. And if we were to change this positioning to call it 80%, now it's going to be 80% of 500, which is, I guess, 400 pixels. Yeah, about 400 pixels is what this is now. So you can see it's relative to its container, not relative to the entire web page when we define percentages. We've talked about pixels and percentages. Now let's talk about EM and REM units. So these are specific to font sizes, and we haven't really talked about fonts yet, but we have looked at text on the screen. So why don't I go ahead and put some text within our absolutely positioned div. So now we've got some text here, and we can change the size of that text using the font size property. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but if we came down into our absolutely positioned element and we give it a font size, we can say it can be 16 pixels, which is generally the standard font size of a paragraph element. So you won't see it change because that's probably the default that it already is. But if we went and changed that to, say, 18 pixels, you'll see that the text gets a little bit larger. Now, when we're talking about EM and REM units, that's kind of the more preferred way to define text sizes within a web page. And the reason being is if you're going around hunting and pecking for, trying to find all of the different CSS rules that you've defined font sizes in, it gets pretty difficult. You want to define it at one level, so at the top level of the document, and then everything else needs to be relative to that assignment. So what you'll generally see with font sizes is you'll see the HTML element. So if we target the root element itself and we give it a font size, you'll generally see it be set to about 16 pixels. From there, you will then define elements below that root element in relation to that 16 pixels. So if I came down to the absolute positioned element, so this text right here, and I said that I want the font size to be 1 rem. That means that it's going to be 100% of the size of the text in the root element, or rem. So in this case, the root element is HTML, and the font size is 16. So if we define it as 1 rem, then that means that we're doing 100% of 16 pixels, or in other words, 16 pixels. And if we change this to, say, 1.2 rem, that would be 120% of 16 pixels, which I don't think I can do that in my head right now. So you figure that out with the calculator on your own, but basically it makes it larger than the default font size. Likewise, we can also use EM units. and that basically means relative to its parent element. So if we have this relatively positioned element, which is the green box right here, and we set the font size right here to 16, or no, we'll go ahead and say something a lot larger so that we can distinguish this. So the relatively positioned element is going to have a font size of 24 pixels, and then if we came down and we said we want 1 EM in the child element, it's going to set it exactly equal to this 24 pixels. But if we change this back to rem units, now it's going to go back to the 16 pixels because now it's relative to the HTML declaration, which at the top is a font size of 16 pixels. So as you can see, the benefit of doing this and using these EM and rem units is you can define it one time and then everything else is relative to that. So let's say that you have your web app and you would originally define it to 14 pixels, and then you start using the app and your users start complaining, oh, everything's too small. Instead of going and changing every CSS rule, all you have to do is go up to the root element, change that, and then everything else is relative to that. So that would be the benefit of using EM and rem units. Speaking of fonts, let's go ahead and see how we can set custom fonts on our HTML. So I'm going to get rid of all this because all these colors are driving me nuts. They're just so ugly. I can't deal with them anymore. So let's get a clean slate. So let's go ahead and put a heading element and some paragraph text, and then maybe one more. We'll call this the original style text. And what we'll do here is this will be the original ID. And what we're going to style this as is we'll put these two as a new font style. And then we'll keep this one as the original just as a reference point. When we're dealing with fonts, in my head at least, there's about 4 properties that are highly relevant that you have to know. The first font property that we're dealing with is the font family, which is going to define what all of the text on your web page, in your web app, what that's going to inherit. And especially if you define it on the body or even the HTML, so the whole document, you can define the font family and that's going to apply to everything within the document. Unless something is, of course, overwritten with a font family on a more specific element. But let's go to the documentation. I just searched for the font family property. You could also go to Technologies, CSS, Reference, come down to the index, and then somewhere in the F here we can find the font family. Looks like it might be at the very bottom though. Okay, so here's the font family, so that's how you get there. And as you can see, we are giving 2 values to this, or you don't have to, but in most cases you're going to give 2 values to this. The first one is going to be the font family that you're wanting to specify. And there's a bunch of built-in font families that you can use. Let me just see what we can find. Default font families. There's probably a resource. I think this is the one I clicked on before. So w3.org, it looks like this defines a lot of those default families that are available in all your browsers. So this first one is going to represent the family, and then the second one, or the second argument, we'll call it, to this property is going to be the fallback font. So there's only a couple of valid fallback fonts, and they're literally just like the type of font. So everyone knows like a serif and a sans serif font, and then like there's a monospace font, which is more like a typewriter type thing. So those will be fallbacks for if the browser doesn't support the first one that you define. But let's just go ahead and look at an example. In most cases, you're just going to put them in quotes, that first one, because it'll be 2 words. So let's copy this one in. That's a good example. So we'll put that in there, and you'll see how this changes. And I can comment it out. You'll see it change, and then uncomment it, and you'll see the change of this font. Now the question is, what happens if we want something more custom? What if we want like a really nice looking professional font? Well, there's a couple ways that you can do this in CSS, and a couple of them I'm not going to walk through. But the easiest way is to go to Google Fonts. So let's open up Google Fonts and go here, and then from this page we can search through all different categories of fonts. So let's say that we want only serif fonts, and then we can go down to, I guess, different languages that they're available in, and different font properties. So let's scroll down and just pick something. See if I can find one that might be a little bit popular. I believe you can sort by trending or most popular. So maybe we look at Roboto Slab. All right, so that's a good one. And from here, you just go down to all of these different font weights and styles, and you click select this style. So in pretty much every case, you're going to select the regular. So we'll click select that style. And what you'll notice is that in this link that we're going to use in just a second, it looks like it's just pulling in a default link, but the second we add in a different weight, so let's say that we want the boldest version of this font, and we click select style, now you're going to see that there's this little parameter in here that defines that we want the weight of 400 and 900. And each additional weight that you add is going to add a little bit more size to this import, so you have to be careful with that, but for the most part, grab a couple and you should be good. So in this case, we have a regular font and we have a very bold font, and all we have to do is take this link tag, which is a valid HTML tag that we had talked about earlier, and that's actually how you import style sheets to an HTML document. And we'll come back to our CodePen playground and come up to settings, I believe HTML, and then in this section here, stuff for the head, we can just paste in those link tags, and now those fonts have been imported into our document and we can access them with CSS. Now this is a little bit different than how you would do it if you were writing outside of the CodePen environment. So just for a second, I'm going to comment out all of this HTML and show you exactly how you would do this on your own. So you're going to need an HTML, a body, and then of course the head. So this is our basic structure of an HTML document. And then you'll of course have a link to your styles.css or something like that. So this will be representing your style sheet. Not here, but in a different document it would. And then you can also copy in those link tags that we imported from Google Fonts. So this is how you would basically import a font to a custom HTML document that's outside of this, nicely programmed CodePen environment. So anyways, let's get rid of that. We don't need that. We'll uncomment or not uncomment. Okay, so we're back to the start, and now all we have to do is replace these two lines with the imported font. If you go back to Roboto Slab, you're going to see that the CSS rules to specify this family is right here. So we can just copy that, come back here, and replace this whole line, and now you'll watch the text change to this new font. So that's how you would import a custom font. It's pretty much how I always do it for a lot of my web pages and apps, is use Google Fonts. It's free and very easy to use. So that is the first and most important CSS property when we're dealing with fonts. We'll go ahead and give a font size of 16 pixels because we're on the root HTML element, and that is a very standard value to be giving an entire web page. Now what gets interesting is the font weight property. So font weight determines the thickness of that font, but the interesting thing about this one is you can only use the weights that you've imported if you're using something like Google Fonts. So if you remember when we were looking at this, we only imported a weight of 400 and 900, which means if we give the, let's go ahead and target a specific element. So in this case, let's say this will be thick font, and target that by its ID, and then give it a font weight of 900. And you're going to see that this goes bold because we're specifying it to be 900. But since we only imported that one weight, if we change this to say, 700, it's not going to change anything on the page. And the reason is we didn't import it. But if we were to change this back down to 400, then it's going to go back to normal because we did import the 400 or regular font size. So that's how the font weight property is related to those imports that you will do. The last thing we'll talk about is line height. So let me put in a paragraph tag, and here let's go ahead and copy some lorem ipsum font, which is basically just generic text that we can use. And what you'll see on the page is very normal looking text. Now if we change the line height, so if we target the paragraph elements and give it a line height of, call it 30 pixels, you're going to see that it spaces this out a little bit more than the original. And I believe the default line height is going to be the same as the font size, but I could be wrong on that. I would have to check. But basically, let's see. We can actually check that. So we'll go 1 rem. And it looks like, no, it's not the same as the font size because it definitely got smushed a little bit more. But anyways, line height is basically going to give you the space between the lines of text when there's multiple lines of text. We are getting to the end here, but we have a couple more topics to cover, and one of those is colors. So there's not a whole lot to know about colors, but I do want to walk through some of the basics. So far, we've been talking about just basic, colors. So if we came into our paragraph element here, we give it a color of, say, red. Now, red is pretty easy to understand. It's the color red. But that is a built-in CSS property, and I'm wondering if there's a resource that has all of those potential properties. So if you go to the MDN documentation, go to the color property, so the color CSS property, and then I believe there should be some sort of list of all of the possible colors that you can use. Let's see if we can find it here. So it looks like here's a few of the color keywords that you can use. This looks like a list. I don't know if this is exhaustive of all of the possible ones, but it sure looks like it. So you can just go to color value is where that is on the documentation. But that's what we've been looking at so far. And there are also other ways that you can define colors. So you can define it as a hex or hexadecimal. You can define it as RGB, or you can define it as RGBA. So we'll walk through all of these and I'll show you exactly what they do. To help us out a little bit, we're going to use this built-in color picker. Just type in RGB to hex or vice versa, and usually comes up on Google. There's other tools that you can use as well. Let me zoom in so that we can really see what we're dealing with here. And you'll see that in this color picker, we can drag to look for different colors. We'll just stop here on this green. And what you'll see is all these different codes. So we could just type into our CSS, we could just say we want green, or we want something like light green. Those are both valid values. But if we wanted to be more specific and go with a color theme, we're going to have to use something a little bit more complex. And these color codes allow us to get to a very finite amount of detail with our colors. And what you need to understand is that each color is built with red, green, and blue, which is defined by this RGB value. So the first number is going to be red, then green, and then blue. Now these numbers go from 0 to 255. I believe that's 1 byte. Is how much space that takes up in memory, and each different combination of those byte values are going to give you a different color based on the blending of those red, green, and blue values. And if you were to take these three values and convert them to hexadecimal notation, which is just a numbering system, you get this code right here. So the 128 would be represented by 80 in hexadecimal. 235 would be represented by E and B in hexadecimal, and 52, just dragged something around there, 52 will be represented by 34 in hexadecimal. So these are the same exact thing, just expressed with different notation. Now there's one other thing that we can do, and that is add an RGBA value. So let's go ahead and copy this hex code in. So we'll copy that into our color for text color. And you'll see that it changed a little bit. And that works. We can also come back and grab the RGB values. And then in our CSS, all we need to do is type RGB, put some parentheses, and separate those values from 0 to 255 by commas. Now there's one trick that you can use. If you add an A at the end of the RGB, you can define one more value within this, I guess, array or whatever we're calling this. And this represents the opacity that we're going to define. So if we wanted 100% opacity, basically the same color, we give it 1. And that's going to give us the same color. But if we wanted 50% opacity, you give it 0.5. And you can see how this has been kind of grayed out. We can actually use our new skills of absolutely positioning an element. Let's go ahead and write a div in here, and we'll say overlay, and come down and style this. So we'll say overlay is going to be a width of 200 pixels, a height of 200 pixels, and then we're going to give it the same exact color right here. So, and then maybe the P color will just be black by default so that we can see it really well. And then this overlay is not showing up, and why is it not showing up? Hold on. Oh, that is because we've set the color. We need to set the background color to actually get something to show up. Now, this is not over the text yet, but all we have to do is say position absolute, and then give it 0 from the top, and there we go. So we've now got this box sitting on top of this text, and you can see that we can actually see the text through it because we've given it this 50% opacity value. If we flip that to 1, it's going to disappear because it's 100% opacity and it's covering all of the text. So that's what the RGBA CSS value is able to do with colors. Now, speaking of colors, I recommend going to Adobe Color, which is a great place to kind of explore different color themes, and it will show you like all of the different complementary colors to certain codes. And you can even go to Explore or go to Trends, and you can look through different color themes that people have put together for different niches. So graphic design, illustration, architecture, game design. And you can go in and click on these palettes, and it will give you all of the hex codes that you need. And you can set those up in your global CSS values, and then your whole web page is going to be themed in a uniform way. All right, let's get rid of all this stuff because we are ready for the, I think the last category of CSS properties that you'll probably need to be aware of, and that is background properties. So far, we have talked about background colors, and you've seen me do this with these boxes where I'm just giving them background colors so that we can see them on the screen. But you can also do background images, and with background images there are a couple of properties, just like we talked about before. Certain properties set to certain values kind of change the rules of the game for the rest of the page, and that is the same deal with background images. So I'm going to walk you through a couple use cases with backgrounds and how you might see them in real life when you actually start putting together web pages. The first one is simple. Like I said, we've already talked about it, and let me just go ahead and make some simple text on the page just so we have something. But what we're going to target is the body element. So that's the whole web page. And I'm going to give the body element a background color of green. And you're going to see on the screen that it turns completely green. So that is the easiest property. The next thing that you can do, rather than just making a solid color background, is you can put a background image on your web page. It's actually pretty common for like a home page. Here's my golf website. You'll see that there's a background image there. And this background image, I've actually pulled this out into its own link. so that we can use it within the CodePen environment. So let's copy this link so that we have it ready. And now what I'm going to do is put a div up here, and we're going to call it the main content. And then we're going to put the text in there just so that we have something to see. And from here, we will grab the main content, and we're going to say background, rather than background color equal to something like blue, we're going to say the background image is equal to a URL. And I guess I copied in the wrong thing here. So let me grab that link again. And now we have a URL. So the problem here is it's only taking up this small amount of space. And that is because we have not defined the size of this main content. So all we need to do is say the width of the content is going to be 100% of the viewport width. So again, that's the whole visible screen is 100% of that width. And what you'll see is there's still some gaps here, and that's because the CodePen environment automatically adds some margin around the body. So what we need to do there is reset that. So we'll go to the body and give it a margin of 0. So that should bring it in line there. And then we have this P element, which has some sort of margin on it too, which is adding this top margin. So we'll make the P margin equal to 0 as well. And now we have this at the top of the screen. So if we come down here and give it a height of 100% of the viewport height, now we're going to see this image across the whole page. Now, obviously this image is not showing what it is. Like this is, who knows what this image is, and we need to position it a little bit differently. So the way that we do that is we'll use a property called background size, and we'll go ahead and set that equal to cover. So that's going to cover the whole container that we have it as a background for. And then we want to make sure that we specify the background repeat to be no repeat, just in case a screen size is so big that it has to repeat. And then finally, I think we need to add in the background position, which is going to take two values. It's going to say, I think you can just say like bottom right or something like that. So let's go ahead and look that up. If we go to the documentation and type in background position. So it says the background position sets the initial position for each background image. It's relative to the position layer. Okay. And you can see that there's multiple different values that you can give it. You can give it values relative to different parts of the screen, or you can just say position it at the top, left, or center, that kind of thing. So what I will do is just position it to the right. Bottom right works, but we can just position it to the right because our golfer here is on the right side and we need to pull it over so that you can see him in the background. So this is our basic background image, and then from here you can put text on the screen. So what if we went up here and said on the body we want the color of the text to be white so that we can see it. And instead of paragraph text, maybe we have like an H1, welcome to my site, or something like that. And then, of course, we need to remove that margin because it's messing it up. And we'll come down here, give it some margin on the top, which will be 50 pixels. Actually, no, we don't want to do that. We want to do some padding on the top so that it doesn't bring the whole image down. And then maybe we'll say on the body that we want the text alignment to be center, so that's centered on the screen. So we have a welcome message, says welcome to my site, and you've got a nice background image. There's obviously a lot more that you can do here. I didn't even scratch the surface on all the different things you have to think about when you're putting together a background image and trying to actually get elements like this piece of text on top of it. So that gets a little bit more complicated, but hopefully this is just a nice overview of those background properties to see what's possible. All right, so the last thing I'm going to say about CSS properties is that there is a shorthand way to write them in some cases. So to this point, you've seen me just writing these properties and not really explaining, okay, I'm giving it a margin of 0 right here, but what does that represent? Is the 0 margin gonna be a margin on the left, the right, top, bottom, all 4 of them? And the answer is it's gonna be all 4 of them, because this margin property is a shorthand CSS property. And what you can do, let me go ahead and get us a better example here, because this is not a good example. So let's make a div and target that div, give it a width of 200 pixels, a height of 200 pixels, and a background color of green, just so that we have something on the screen. And then from here, or actually let's make a couple of these so that we see 2 of them. And you can see that they're combined together because there's no margin. But if we were to put some margin on this, we can say the margin is just 20 pixels and be done with it. Or we could say that the margin top is going to be 20 pixels so that it doesn't space it from the left side of the screen. So this margin property, when it's defined just on its own, is a shorthand property. You can give it one value, which makes the margin on all sides equal, or you can come in here and you can give it 4 different values. So let me make sure I got this right. But the first value should be the top margin. Then you have looks like the right margin, then the bottom margin, and finally the left margin. So you can define different values for, top, right, bottom, left, instead of writing it all out like this. So we could say this line right here, I'll comment it out, and that's going to be equivalent to this. So we'll say margin top is 20, margin right is 5 pixels, margin bottom is 10 pixels, and margin left is 20 pixels. So these 4 properties combined together is the same exact thing as this one shorthand property. So you'll see this very commonly in CSS, where another great example of this is border. You could say border is 1 pixel solid black, and you'll see that border pop up, or not very well. Let's make it 5 pixels so you can see it better. And this is a shorthand property, so what we could have done is comment this out and say border size is 5 pixels, the border color is black, and then the border, I believe, style is solid. And it looks like I got something wrong here because the size is all messed up, but let's look it up in the documentation. So we'll type in border, and it says that it sets the values border width, border style, and border color. So that's what I missed. It's not border size, it would be border width. And now you'll see the same exact result as you saw. Let's go ahead and comment this out just so that I can prove this out. So we'll comment out those 3 properties and comment this one back in. And the shorthand property has the same exact effect. So shorthand properties are a really quick and easy way to write CSS. You'll kind of get used to them, and just wanted to let you know that that was going on, because I know it's kind of confusing when you see all of these different properties being written and nobody explains, oh, we can define the margin right using like 3 different ways of doing it. Congratulations if you've made it this far. I know it's been probably a couple hours at this point of me talking about CSS and properties and concepts, box models, all that kind of stuff. But hopefully that was a good introduction for you. And at this point, we're going to kind of prep ourselves for the HTML and CSS challenges that we looked at the beginning of the video. So I'll be walking you through those on video in separate videos, not this one. But before we get there, I want to introduce the 4-step method that I go through when I'm writing HTML and CSS, because it was not offered to me when I was first starting out, or I didn't find it on my own. And I think it would be really helpful to you because it took me a while to figure this out and really get into a good routine. So this is a systematic way to write CSS and HTML. And the first step is to figure out what you want to put on the page. And oftentimes that comes in the form of a design. Now, we talked about we're not going to go through wireframing or graphic design in this course. We're just going to we're leveraging existing designs that have already been built, but that is a huge concept here. You never want to go into it where you have no idea how you want to design the visual elements on the page and try to write the code and design it all at the same time. It's really confusing, and I've done it too many times, and I would not recommend it. Now, once you have the design, or at least some sort of wireframe that gives you a sense of where you want to put the elements, you have to think of step 2, which is how do I want to arrange those on the page with HTML. Now, this is a highly intuitive step. You're going to get a lot better at this with experience, and it's much easier after you've written a couple of apps to understand, oh, I need to put a div container here, and then I need 3 div containers within that main div container, and then within each of those containers I probably need some text and then maybe another container. So you'll get a lot better at realizing how to use divs and different semantic HTML elements on the page as you go along. The third step is how can I use CSS to achieve that outline or layout? And this is where all of the stuff we talked about in this crash course come into play. If you don't know some of these properties and how they work and how they disrupt the flow of the elements on the page, then you're not going to be able to do this very well. So like step number 2, you'll get a lot better with practice on this one. And then finally, step 4, I really think this is probably the easier step of this process, and that is how do I want to style these elements. So once you've got them laid out on the page, styling them is rather trivial. You're just putting different colors and some padding, maybe some margin, that kind of stuff on them, maybe some text decoration or font sizes, that kind of stuff. And it's pretty trivial compared to getting the layout correct in the first place. So to go through this process, I'm going to give you a short example here at the end of this video, and then make sure to keep it in mind as we go into the challenge videos, and I'll be sure to kind of adhere to this process as we're building those front-end Mentor code challenges. So here's what we're going to build with this 4-step method. We can think of this as the design. So let me go ahead and change the view so that it's very clear. So we're going to go to full page view, and you'll see the design that we're trying to make. It's nothing fancy, but just looking at that visual design, how can we lay that out in HTML? So we have to decide, looking at this, do we want some containers built out? It looks like they're next to each other. How do we accomplish that with HTML? So let's go back over to our playground and start writing this out. I'm going to actually put these side by side so that we can see them a little bit better. When I look at this design, the first thing that I see is 2 div elements. So I'm thinking I'm definitely going to have 2 divs, and usually when I put something together with HTML, I have a container div, so kind of like the overarching parent to all the elements. So what I'll do here is start us out with a template. We'll say div.container and press tab to make a div with a class of container. And then from here, I want to make a div with a class of box1, and then I want to make another div with a class of box2. So we've seen this before, so if you remember, you might be able to kind of figure this out. But this is the basic structure that I think I want to lay that out. And of course, there's 2 pieces of text. So in each of these divs, I'm going to put some sort of H2. We'll call that box1, and then we will say we want some text in there. And then we can just copy this down into box2. As you can see on the screen on the left, this looks nothing like the one on the right. And the reason I knew to put all of these HTML elements in this fashion is because I have experience doing it. And I just know that we have an overarching container. Each div is going to represent each box, and then there's content within each of these divs that we can, center and style a little bit later. So let's go back to our 4-step process here. We already asked how we want to arrange them. that's the design itself, so what we're looking at over on the right. We said, how does this arrangement look in the form of HTML? We already wrote that out. It doesn't look anything like it yet, but it will. And now we have to say, how do we use CSS to imagine that layout that we see on the right? So from here, we have to take CSS and get these boxes. I need to label this one correctly. We need to get these two boxes and put them next to each other. Now, what I'm most comfortable with is Flexbox. I know we haven't learned it, and that's going to be a separate video, but I'm going to go ahead and use it here just to give an example. And how you use that is you basically take the main container and you display that as a flex item. And what that's going to do is it's going to put the boxes right next to each other. Now what you have to do is for each of the boxes, we're going to give it a width, or no, we're not going to do that. We're going to give it a flex basis of 50%. And we'll give that also to box number 2. So flex is going to be 50%. That's basically going to make them equal to each other. And then we need to give them a border so that we can see what is going on. And I think it's about 2 pixels is what the border we're looking for is. So we've got the border here on box number 1. We can copy this down to box number 2. We want to make that one blue. Okay, and the next thing that we want to do is probably give some margin around it because currently they're right next to each other. So we'll give it a margin of, say, 20 pixels. And down here we will give it a margin of 20 pixels as well. Looks a little bit big, so let's reduce that to 10 on both of them. Okay, that's looking a little bit better. And then with the box 1 and box 2, we probably also need to do text align center so that the text is all centered. We're going to refactor this in just a second. So now we're centered, and at this point, we're pretty much spot on with our layout. So we need to go to the last step, which is how should each element be styled. We already have a border, so that's kind of part of the process, but the only thing that we need to do really is give it a color of blue for the text on the right, and then give it a color of green for the text on the left. And there you go. We have a pretty similar layout. I think partially why it doesn't look exactly the same is because it's smaller, but maybe we gave this some different dimensions. But I'm happy with this. We accomplished kind of what we wanted here. The only thing that I would do is refactor this CSS because currently you can see we've set flex equal to 50% on both of these. We've also set the text align and the margin. So we can combine those into one selector. So put a comma there, select both boxes, and then get all of these common properties that apply to both of them in here. So we'll grab the margin and the flex basis. And then we go ahead and delete that from these properties, or from these selectors. And it should look the same now. So this is how you would go through that 4-step process to solve an HTML and CSS challenge. In the next video, we're going to go through that basic design challenge. And let me see if I can pull it up right here. So we'll go to Frontend Mentor. And we'll go to challenges. I have to go to my profile actually. Go to my challenges, and we'll be doing this one right here. So let me expand that out. We'll just be doing this single price grid component, and then we'll move on to the Flexbox and CSS Grid videos, do this design, and then finally cap it off with the crowdfunding product page, which is going to combine all of the lessons that we've had in this entire course so far into one and see what we can do. Once again, congrats if you've made it to the end of this video. Really hope you enjoyed it and got a nice big overview of CSS. Put a lot of work into this, and I'd really appreciate it if you liked the video, especially if you've made it this far. It doesn't hurt to go down there and click that thumbs up button. Let's jump in This is what we're going to be building here. It's going to be a nice way to practice a lot of those basic CSS and HTML skills that we've just learned. There's nothing crazy going on here, but it will give us that good opportunity. It looks like we've got a few different font styles, font weights, a little bit of color in here, and then even a button down here that we can style and maybe add a pseudo class hover effect to. So it'll be a great comprehensive introduction to writing HTML and CSS. This code challenge comes from the Frontend Mentor website, which is a great resource that you can scroll down and see a bunch of professional web designs for different things that will challenge you to use different skills in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. The one that I picked here is rather simple. It's kind of on the easier side of this, but we are going to walk through a couple others. So as you see, this grid and the crowdfunding product page, those two will be coming up in future video challenges. For this video, I've purposely not looked at this yet and figured out how I'm going to do it. So this is completely raw and uncut. I really want to just show you my thought process. We talked about this 4-step system for writing HTML and CSS in the actual CSS crash course. And I really want to apply this and walk you through my thought process of how I take a design such as this one and think about how do I lay it out, how do I style it, and what resources am I using to do so. I'm not the best at writing HTML and CSS in the world, far from it. There are plenty of people that could come in and critique what I'm about to do in many, many ways, but my goal here is to show you just a realistic look at how we go about building something like this. Consistent with what we've been doing in the prior videos, we're going to be using the CodePen environment, so you can start a blank CodePen document and just follow along as we go through this challenge. I think our first step is going to be going over to the Frontend Mentor website. We don't need this page anymore, but if we go ahead and click the Visit Challenge Hub for the single price grid component, which I'm going to leave a link in the description to this so that you don't have to go searching for it. You'll find some starter files, a design file that we don't need. This is more on the side of, if you're using Figma or Sketch or even Photoshop or something like that to mock up the design, it might be useful to see what are the components and layers going on there. But like I said in the crash course, this is not about graphic design or wireframing. We're solely trying to take a pre-existing design and turn it into code. Scrolling down, you can see that this is the newbie difficulty level, so it should be relatively straightforward to solve. Almost 10,000 people have tried it, and about 2,000 have finished, and I fully intend to be in this bottom category, as should you. And the brief that we're given is pretty simple. So it says your challenge is to build out this pricing component, getting it looking like the design. Okay, you can use any tools that you'd like. We're going to use vanilla HTML and CSS. We're not bringing in anything additional except maybe a Google font or something like that. It says your users should be able to, and what I want to call out right here is this is called a user story, and we've touched on it previously within this crash course when we built the HTML challenge. But a user story is something that you will write down in the requirements gathering phase of building a web page or a web app. And it's basically saying, okay, let's come up with a list of things that the user should be able to do if this is implemented correctly. So the first requirement is that we should be able to view the optimal layout for the component depending on the device's screen size. We have not yet talked about responsive design. That's, I believe, going to be the next video in this series. So we may leave this part out. I'm not quite sure yet. We'll see how long it takes to build the first part. But basically what that's saying is as we resize the screen, or if we look at it on desktop or our mobile device, it should, look good to the user. The second one is you should see a hover state on desktop for the sign up call to action. So in other words, what they're talking about is this button down here. When we hover over it, we should see some sort of interactive thing happening, whether that be the button gets larger or changes colors, opacity, something like that. So we can get a little bit creative with what we're doing there. It says download the starter code, go to the README file. This will give you further details. The style guide will give you the colors and the fonts that we need to use. So I'm going to go ahead and open this up. You'll see that we have some folders and some files. If we open up the README, it's written in Markdown, which is kind of hard to read here. So what I'm going to do is open all of these files in a tool called Visual Studio Code, which is the code editor that we will eventually be using within this series. But for now, like I said, we're going to be using this CodePen environment because it's a lot more interactive and you can see the changes happening in real time. So let me get that opened and then we'll look at some of these files. I've got all the project files open in Visual Studio Code, which again you'll get very used to as we go throughout this course. But basically we're just using it to see the files for now. And if we open up README, you'll see that it's written in Markdown. If you don't know what Markdown is, just go Google it real quick to understand. It basically takes these little two hashtags, for example, and this would become an H2 element within HTML. So I've got it open in the preview. It's a little bit easier to read than the stuff going on over here. Most of this stuff is not new. The one thing that I'll talk about here is down here in the deployment section. So they recommend that you use Git version control to host this and push it to your repository and deploy it with Vercel. Now we're going to just put this up on GitHub Pages, and we're not going to actually be using the Git utility because we haven't covered that in the series yet. But I do want to give you a way to see it live on the internet, and GitHub Pages is a really simple way to do that. I'll show you exactly how that works, but it will not be the focus of this tutorial. The style guide, we don't really need to go through this all that much right now, but we'll be referring back to it when we have to figure out, okay, what font are we going to use? How large is this card going to be? And what colors are we putting in there? So this will be a good reference. So let's close that out. And I think everything else looks like we have design. These are just preview images to reference. And then images, we just have a favicon, which is going to be kind of up in the browser tab. And finally, we have this git ignore file, which has to do with the git version control utility. We're not going to talk about that. And then finally, an index.html, which has some predefined HTML boilerplate to start with. But once again, we're going to be using CodePen instead of doing that just because it's a little bit more interactive for us. All right, let's get started coding this thing. So once again, we'll go back to this four-step system for writing HTML and CSS. And for this, I use this four-step system on a component-by-component basis. So in our case, we're just building this simple card, so we can pretty much use it one time through. But if we had a much larger project, we'd kind of iterate and do this process multiple times. So the first thing is, how do I want to arrange these HTML elements on the page? That is basically talking about this design right here. So how do I want to design it? We've already have that done for us, so we can go to step 2. How do I make this arrangement look using HTML? So the way that we can figure that out is primarily by experience, just knowing how you can write HTML that will be turned into something like this. But I'm going to walk you through my thought process and just kind of start to give you that experience. So just taking a look at this design, the first thing that I'm thinking about is, how do I lay this out with HTML? So what are the container elements that I need to use? And as we talked about, a div element is a great, container type element. So what I'm thinking about is there's probably going to be 4 main containers that we're looking at from a high level. The first one's going to be the entire design itself. So that will be one div. Then we'll have something for this white box right here, the bottom left box, and then the bottom right box. So really what we're going to be looking at is something like this. And excuse my poor drawing, I'm using a mouse, so this is kind of tough. But if we break it out like this, and then we draw something around it, this top one is going to be a div, and then we'll have another div here, and we'll have a div here, and a div here. So we're going to have 4 in total, and that's going to represent our entire design. as we move down to this bottom left section, which will be contained in a div, it's going to be a little bit trickier than this top one because of this part right here. So you see how we have some text and some more text styled right next to each other horizontally. And as we know, elements are block elements by default usually, so we're going to have to find a way to lay that out so that they're both on the same line and they have two different styles. So that'll be interesting to see how we do that. And then finally at the bottom we've got a button which we'll spend a little bit of extra time on because we need to have a hover effect on it. And then in the bottom right we have a pretty straightforward design where we just have a heading and then it looks like an unstyled list. So it's not necessarily paragraph text, it looks like this is a list without bullet points. So I'll show you exactly how to do that. And then finally we have some different colors throughout, but that's not really related to this step. So we've gone through steps 1 and steps 2. So what I'm going to do is actually take step number 2 and lay this out with HTML as we just talked about. So I've got my design here on the right and my code pen here on the left. So let's go ahead and start with this. The first thing that I'm going to do is make a main div that we're going to call the container, or more descriptively, we'll call it the card because this is what we call a pricing card. Card is just terminology for something that's like all contained within a box. Then furthermore, I said that we're going to have 3 more divs. So let's lay that out and we're going to give, I don't know, we'll call it an ID. So maybe let's be more specific with everything here because we're only making one card. In a real CSS project, you might want to make a card design and then apply it to one class that you can, use with multiple elements. But for here, we can just use IDs and be super specific. So we have a card, then we have the top section, and then we'll come down, make yet another div. This is going to be the bottom left section. I'm just being super descriptive here. And then furthermore, we're going to have a bottom right section. So let me expand this so that we can really see what we're dealing with. It's not going to show anything on the screen yet because we haven't put anything in these divs. But one thing that I just noticed that we probably should be doing is this bottom right section here, we probably should wrap that in another div just because they're horizontally next to each other. So really what we can visualize this as is we've got one section up here and then we have one section down here and then within that we have 2 more sections like that. So over here in our HTML we're going to wrap these 2 in a div. So let me take the bottom 2 sections and put those in a div as well and make sure that we have some good indentation so that we can see exactly what's going on pretty easily. Let's give this one an ID. So we'll just say bottom section. So if you look at this on the right, my extremely messy design, we have this top section, which is this big box. And then at the bottom, we have the bottom section, which is the big box surrounding these 2 little boxes. And then the 2 boxes down here are represented by the bottom left section and the bottom right section. And then everything is encompassed, this is getting extremely messy, with a card right here. Alright, so let me go ahead and disable this so that we don't have all that drawing there, but you can kind of see how this layout is going to map over to this design. At this point, let's put something in here so that we can start seeing this come to life. At the moment, we have an empty web page because we've got a bunch of div elements or containers that we've laid out, but there's nothing in them. So what goes in these sections? Let's start with the top section. So right here, contained within this single div. And what we're going to put in there is, it looks like a heading. So that looks to me somewhat like, we'll call it an H2 heading. And it says join our community. So that will be our first heading right there. And of course, this is not going to look anything like the card at the beginning. We're going to use CSS styles to make this a lot prettier in just a second. We'll come down here and this looks like maybe an H4 heading that says 30-day hassle-free money back guarantee. All right, so that is the second part, and then the third part is going to be some paragraph text. So gain access to our full library, and I'm going to stop talking so we can speed through this. All right, so we've got our top section already created. And once again, it looks nothing like the top section over here, but we will get there in due time. Now we'll come down to these other sections here. So we need to finish the bottom left section, which we're going to put in this div right here. And then the bottom right will be going in this div. So with the bottom left section, it looks like we have an H4 tag, so similar to how we use for the 30-day hassle-free money-back guarantee. We'll go ahead and use that same one for the monthly subscription because it looks close. We can always change it later. So we'll put in monthly subscription. And then, like I said, once we get down to this little area, so if we circle these two pieces right here, this is going to be what I think as another container div. So let's go ahead and make another div, and then within that div, we want to have, we'll say, I guess we can just make another div that says $29, and then one more div that is going to say per month. So this is going to, this total container is going to wrap that pricing component, and then we're going to take these two divs right here and make them go horizontal to each other. As you can see, they're block elements, so they're breaking to new lines, but you'll see how this comes in handy in a little bit. So let's go to the next part, get rid of these lines here, and you can see that after the pricing, it gives us a small text down here, so we'll put a paragraph, and we'll say full access for less than $1 a day. And then finally, at the very bottom, let's space this out once more, we're going to need a button that says sign up. And you'll see that this button comes on the page here. And then finally, this is where it gets a little bit confusing since we haven't added any CSS yet. But this container on the far right is going to be next to the container that we just created. But for the time being, since everything is a block element by default, it's going to go right under here. So let me go ahead and write this out. It looks like we're using the same kind of header here, so we'll stick with the H4 and say why us. And then down here, as I said, you could interpret this as paragraph text. You could make a bunch of paragraph text that breaks to new lines, or we could just make a list and then take the bullet points out later with CSS. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make an unordered list, and then each list item is going to be what we're seeing on each line. Okay, we've got it all written out. We've got all of the text and elements that we're probably going to need for this entire card. But as you can see, this looks nothing like the card that we have on the right. And believe it or not, we're going to use just vanilla CSS to take this ugly looking thing and turn it into the card that we see on the right. So in reality, if I was building this myself and I wanted to do it as quick as possible, what I would do is probably not lay it out like this where I've got all of the text on the page at once. I would probably do it in pieces, but I wanted to lay this out to just show you how we can visualize a design. Of course, you need a little bit of experience to do this, but we can visualize a design and turn it into HTML elements, and we can take what looks like nothing special and turn it into this card on the right. But let me go ahead and walk you through what I would do in real life. So I've basically created a clone of this, and what we're going to do here is we're going to delete all of that text that we just put in here. So we'll get right back to where we started. And as you can see, we have just the layout that we had created earlier, where we have the whole card, we have the top section, bottom section, and then the subsections within those. And realistically, what I would do, first off, just to get everything laid out on the page correctly, is start giving some dimensions and some borders on this so that we can visualize it. And then I would put in the actual text elements. So let's go ahead and do that real quick, and you'll see exactly what I mean. So if we were to come back to this 4-step process, this step number 2 can involve some CSS, as I'm about to show you. So we'll open up the CSS pane, and what we want to first do is target the overall card. So to do that with an ID, you use that hashtag and then supply the ID. And now what I'm going to do is just give it some sort of width and height, and also tack on a border so that we can see it on the page. So let's go ahead and give it a width of 200 pixels and a height of 200 pixels. And then a border will be 1 pixel solid red. So now you're starting to see, and I'm going to actually make this 3 pixels so we can see it better. You'll see just a basic container on the page. Now the next thing I want to do is go see what the specifications for the size of this main card is, because this outer container we're calling card should be the total dimensions. So if we go back to Visual Studio Code and see our specifications, so we're in the style guide right now, it says that the designs were created to the following widths. So like I said, we're not going to be getting into responsive design in this tutorial. So if you were to look at the desktop design, it looks like this, and that's what we're creating. But there's also a mobile design, which you can see has a slightly different layout. And in real life, what we would be doing is we'd be designing on desktop to look like that, and then when we resize the page, so as we resize the page in our CodePen environment, we would expect this design to change. But for this one, we're staying simple since we haven't learned about responsive design yet, and we're just creating this one right here. So the specification for that desktop is going to be 1440 pixels, but if we came to CodePen and we gave it a width of, say, 1440 pixels, it's going to go completely off the page. So we're going to take a little bit of liberty here and make our own design based on the size of our CodePen editor, which I'm guessing is going to be around, we'll call it 700 pixels maybe. That's a pretty good size. We're probably going to want to give ourselves some width here to work with. So let's make it 600 pixels, which is going to give us all of this space right here. And then for the height, we're just going to eyeball it because they haven't specified exactly what that height should be. So let's look at the desktop design again. You can generally grasp the aspect ratio here, and you can tell that we're off by a little bit. So let's maybe throw this up to 350 pixels. And that looks like generally the aspect ratio that we're dealing with right here. So nothing perfect, but it's going to get us close. Now the next step, since we have our main container laid out and we just see it visibly, we're going to do the same thing with each of the sections. So you can see that we have our top section, which we can come down into our CSS and target. And for this section, we're going to give it a width of 100% because we want it to be filling up the entire space of its main container. And then we're going to give it a height, if I can spell that right, we'll give it a height of 50% because, well, maybe not 50%. It looks like the top section is, call it 40%, and the bottom section is about 60%. So maybe we'll go in that range where we give it a height of 40% and a width of 100. And of course we can't see anything yet because we haven't given it a background or a border. So let's throw in a 2 pixel solid green border. So you'll see that pop up in the top section here, and that looks pretty good so far. Now there's one problem that we're seeing already that I want to fix right off the bat before we get any further. And that is this box sizing. So as you can see, when we put the border on this inner container, you're seeing that it's kind of breaking out of the parent container on the right side here. And the reason that's happening is because our box sizing is set to the default content box. So what we're going to do is a basic CSS reset that's going to make every element on the page abide by the border box box sizing. And we talked about that in the first of 3 lessons in our CSS crash course before, so go back and review that if you have to. To apply the border box sizing to every element in this HTML document, we'll just come to the top of our CSS file and paste in a predefined HTML or CSS reset. So we're saying on the total document, we want the box sizing to be border box, which will, as you see, it will make this box go within its container. And then the second rule is just basically going to say, I want to grab every other element and apply or inherit that, root level box sizing. So by just adding these 2 rules, you can see that our boxes are fitting nicely within each other. If we comment them out, it's going to be breaking out of the box again. If we comment them back, it goes, or it should, update. I'm not sure why it's not updating. Let's refresh the page. There we go. So it is within the box. With that fixed, we can go to the bottom section. So let's go back to our design here for a second. We've got our top section bordered out. Now we have this overall bottom section. So we will write a CSS rule to target the bottom section div, which is right here. So you can see the bottom section, which has the 2 subsections within it. So let's come down here and just paste in these properties because that's all we need. But it's obviously going to be the wrong heights and widths for now. So we do want 100% width. We want it taking up all of that. But the height that we want is going to be 60% rather than 40, because as you see with 40, it doesn't take up the full height of the entire container. But now that we've made it to 60, and then we'll turn this to call it blue, you'll see that we now have a outer container in red, our top container in green, and our bottom container in blue. Now the last thing that we have to do to get this layout perfect is going to be adding these 2 containers in the bottom section that will be side by side. I'm going to add them one at a time because it's going to require us to do something a little bit tricky because they go next to each other. So let's target the bottom left section first. So we'll copy in this ID into our CSS, put that hashtag in front to target it. And here we're going to copy in these same properties again, just to get our border. Now this is going to be incorrect at the moment because we're giving it a width of 100%, but really what we want is a width of 50% because we want that to take up the first half, and then the height that we want is going to be 100%. Now I'm using these percentages because we have these already broken out within their containers. So let's put a different color on here. Maybe we'll put on what's contrasting to blue. We'll say orange so that we can see that pretty nicely within that container. And the reason that this works is because the width of 50% is going to be relative to its parent container. So if we look and ask ourselves, okay, what is the parent container of this bottom left section? Well, that's going to be the bottom section, and the bottom section is outlined in blue right here. So rather than saying 50% width of the entire document, we're just saying 50% width of the bottom section, which is already outlined for us, and you can see that it's occupying perfectly 50% of that. Now, if we did the same thing with the bottom right section, so let's change this ID to the bottom right section, and then I'm running out of colors here, but maybe we'll just give it a 2-pixel solid black border. Now we're running into problems here because now that we have a bottom right section, it's breaking down onto a new line because all of these divs are by default block elements and they occupy their own line. So in order for this to work, we actually have to make both of these subsections inline block elements. So we don't want to make them inline because inline elements don't respect the height and width properties, which we want them to respect, but we do want them to be up on the same line. So what we're going to do is come to both of them and say display inline block, and then once again, display inline block. Now at this point, you're probably wondering, why are these boxes not lining up next to each other? We've given one of them 50% width, the other one 50% width, and we've turned them into inline blocks, which basically means that they both can sit on the same line, unlike a block element. Now the reason that this is happening is probably going to make you pretty mad, because it made me mad when I found it out for the first time, and a lot of other people, and it's kind of just a quirky thing about CSS. So when you make an inline block, that respects the white space within the document. And believe it or not, if you come up to this HTML, where we have the bottom left section and the bottom right section, there's actually some white space between these two elements. So this space right here is considered white space for inline block elements. So if we were to just backspace and bring this right next to each other, it's going to bring this box up within that container, and it's going to fit perfectly. Now, I know what you're thinking. Like I said, this is kind of infuriating that this is the reason that that was doing that, and that's kind of, coding in general. Sometimes you just find things that are completely ridiculous, and what I will say is that there is some hope. So in the next couple of videos, we're going to be talking about CSS Grid and Flexbox, and both of those will be a much more optimal way to make this layout like we've done here, and you won't run into these weird quirky problems that just exist as a part of kind of the older method of writing CSS. All right, so just keep that in mind. We have taken the divs that were nicely laid out in our HTML above, like this, and we've just removed the little white space between them, and now it's going to work just fine. So that's hopefully the only little hack that we're going to have to do throughout this project. And like I said, it's a little bit frustrating, but we have to do it here and until we know CSS Grid and Flexbox at least. But this would be kind of your old way of lining these things up. Now, the last thing that we have to do here, because we've got our layout, so if we come back to Visual Studio Code, you can see that we've got our top section, bottom left, and bottom right section, all outlined with these ugly colors and whatnot. And at this point, we can start putting HTML elements within them. So let me go ahead and grab some of the text that we created over here, just in this ugly space. And I'm just going to copy the exact HTML and put it into each of the sections that it belongs in. So we're going to see some HTML go up here, and of course it's not gonna fully fit at the beginning. We will fix that, I promise. And then let's come down here, grab this, put this in the bottom left section, and you'll see that we have some spacing that we're going to have to address here, and that is partially due to the default margin that is being given to H2 and H4 elements and paragraph elements. And then finally, the bottom right section, we'll copy that and paste it into the bottom right section. Okay, so we've got all of our elements in here, and now we have to fix a few things. One of those things is the default margin that we're getting on these elements. So I'm going to actually inspect the whole page. It's going to look very weird for a second, but if we hover over some of these elements, you'll see that we have this orange margin on top and on bottom of those H4 elements, and that is because it's just a browser default. It's something that just happens by default, and if we go over to this page, you can see that all of our text is spaced out pretty nicely, and that is because of those browser defaults. But obviously over here, we don't want them to be in effect because we want our document to have no spacing around. We want to add our own spacing. So all we have to do is come up to the top and to our CSS reset, where we're just resetting default properties. I'm just going to grab the H2 element and the H4 element that we have, as well as the paragraph element, and give it a margin of 0. So hopefully that will fix a few things. You can see that we have no spacing around here. All right, the last problem we're dealing with here, it looks like we've got all of our text without default spacing, so that's nice. And the last thing that we're worrying about is this orange box, which is oddly just sitting there floating in space. And if you were to right click and inspect this, and you start clicking around, looking at this, there's not going to be any, obvious reason why this is sitting down here. There's no margin or padding or anything going on here. So you kind of have to ask yourself, well, what is going on? And from experience, I just know that when you have an inline block element, it follows different rules than a block element. And there are different properties that will allow you to modify how those rules are applying to your HTML. Now, that's kind of similar to all CSS. So when you change display properties and box sizing, there's just different rules of the game. So if we were to come over to the MDN documentation and type in vertical align, this is going to show us a property. And it says the vertical align CSS property sets vertical alignment of an inline block or table cell box. So this does not apply at all to block elements, which is the default type of HTML element for pretty much everything. But what it does is it basically says, this is a pretty good visual right here, if you have two inline block elements that are sitting right next to each other on the same line, they can be aligned at different vertical positions. And by default, I'm not sure exactly what the default is here, probably the baseline or something like that. But anyways, we want to make sure that this gets the top alignment, because if we come back to our challenge here, we want these two inline blocks to basically lock up to the top border of their container. So if we go into each of the sections, and for the bottom left section that's behaving oddly, if we type in vertical align and then say top, it's going to bring it right back up and snap it to the top edge of its container. Now the bottom right section just so happens to snap up there naturally, but let's go ahead and add the vertical align top for consistency's sake, and this will also snap that to the top. So at this point, it looks like we have a nicely laid out card, and although it is pretty ugly, we've got everything that we need, all of the content in there, and we've got the layout that we need. So at this point, it's all about styling. So in our 4-step process, we looked at number 1. That was just looking at the design. In some cases, you'd actually do the designing. In step 2, we asked ourselves, how do we lay that out with HTML? So we templated everything out. Now in step 3, we have to ask, how can I use CSS to achieve the layout that I want? And that's exactly what we did here. We just used a few basic CSS properties to put some borders and really visualize the card component that we're trying to create. And now finally, how should we style each element? And this is kind of the fun part where our ugly layout example is going to turn into what we see in this example, a nice styled card. So I think the first thing that I want to do, let me go back to my example here. Since this is just called layout example, let's copy all the HTML here into our original code pen. And of course, all of the CSS we'll copy in there too. So this should get us back to where we were there, and I can go ahead and close this out. So we've just got this one example, and I think what the next step here is going to be is to get these background colors put in there. So we're going to start to get something that doesn't look so ugly. So just looking at the colors, let's just drop these into Google, because I'm really not sure. Just they're saying cyan, bright yellow, light gray, and a grayish blue, and to be completely honest, I don't know what that refers to here. It looks like this might be the yellow. Not sure where the gray is. Maybe this text right here. Let's go ahead and type those into Google real quick. So we'll go RGB, and there should be something RGB to hex maybe. Okay, this is what we're looking for, just the color picker on Google. And all we have to do is go back to our style guide, and let's see what this cyan color is. So we'll paste in these values right here. I'm not sure why they're giving us HSL values, because I really haven't used those all that much in web development. You usually stick to hex and RGB, but they are. So let's go ahead and convert those to something a little bit easier to use. So we'll grab a hex color here, and let me just replace this just so we have a reference. And then let's paste in the HSL for this yellow color that we're working with, which to me looks more green. Maybe I'm colorblind, who knows. Go for those hex values at the end here, just for reference. And then we'll do the same thing for the remainder, because I like working in hex, and I've never really worked with HSL. So we'll go back and put these in here. Now to me, when I look at this, the bottom left and bottom right boxes, they look like different colors to me. This one looks like just a lighter version of the left. And in the style guide, I'm not so sure that they've given us two of those options. So if we came in and looked at the cyan color, so let me paste that in here. It looks like that would be the bottom left color that we're dealing with, or maybe even the bottom right color. So what I'm going to do is just drag this so that we have different colors. Maybe I'm missing something here, but let me just drag this so that we get a little bit lighter color that we can work with. And then I'm going to grab that hex value and paste it into the style guide. So we'll put that in there as darker and then lighter. And then at this point, we can grab these color codes and start using them. So we'll grab the darker color, and we'll come back to our code pen and just put in a background color property. So for the bottom left section, we know that we can use the background color property and paste that in there, and we should be getting that darker cyan color. All right, so at this point, we can probably remove that border, and that looks a little bit nicer for us. And I'm also going to remove the bottom section blue border. Okay, so we're looking a little bit better here. And now I want to fill in the background color for this right section, which, as I just got, a slightly lighter hex value. So we'll go to the bottom right section, get rid of the border, and replace that with a background color and paste that in. And it's looking like it's a little bit lighter, but compared to the example, there's more of a contrast here. So let's go ahead, let's play with that a little bit. Let's make it even a little bit more light. Grab that hex value and see what that looks like. Okay, so that's a little bit better. I like that contrast. And you could even come over to Adobe Color, and we'll go to this Adobe Color tool, and what I could do is I could grab the bottom left section hex code, which is the darker cyan, throw this in the middle here, and then I want some shades of this color. So we could grab maybe this shade over here, which ensures that it's gonna, nicely go together. And let's put that one in the bottom right section just to get a little bit more complementary colors here. And then I'll go back here and replace this just so we have a reference of it. Okay, so we've got these two. The top is going to be white, and then at this point I think we can remove all of the borders just so that we don't have those ugly colors going on. So let's go up here, remove the top section green border. Everything looks good, and then the red border around everything, and boom, we have ourselves a nicer looking layout. Now, as you'll see in the example design, it is kind of standing out against the background. And you'll also notice that there are some little corners that are rounded. So I want to do that just so that we have something as a reference here. And I also want to kind of make this come out from the top left corner of the page. So all we'd have to do for that is just add some padding to the body. So if I go here and just add some padding of 20 pixels to the body, you'll see that that comes in a little bit. So remove it, add it back, and you can see our card just shifts inward so that we can kind of visualize it a little bit better. And then finally, for the card, because that is the main container around everything, what I'm going to do is add a box shadow. And this property is going to take, I believe, 5 different arguments, and they're all kind of referencing where the shadow is going to go. So I can open up a tool called Box Shadow Generator for CSS. And there's a couple tools here. I don't know which one's the best. They all should work. But as you see, this CSS box has a box shadow around it, and you can drag these sliders to get different sorts of box shadows applying to this. So this is a good visual tool that we can use to see what we want. And in our case, we probably want a much smaller box shadow. So let's go ahead and, well, actually no, we want to stay close to 0. So we'll go around 4 pixels and maybe 3 pixels or something like that, and make the blur radius a little bit smaller, and the opacity that we want, let's make it down to like 0.2 or around that area, maybe a little bit more. I think that looks pretty good. So the codes that we need, it's showing us that we need to paste in all of these. These WebKit and Moz box shadows are just for like other browser support. We don't necessarily need them. So I'm just going to copy in this rule right here, and we'll paste it in to the card. And now you're going to see around the edges, we're starting to get a defined edge to our card. So let's go back to our design. And you can see that we're getting a little bit closer here. What I want to do is round the corners now. So all we have to do is say on the main card, we say we want a border radius of, call it 5 pixels. All right, so we've got our border radius on here, but what you'll notice is that the bottom right corner and the bottom left corner do not have a border radius. And you might ask why, because we've given a border radius of 5 pixels, which should apply all around that container element. But the problem is because we have these 2 inner container elements that are perfect, squares, and they occupy 100% of the space within that main container. So as we make a border radius, we're actually, those inner boxes are actually breaking out of the main container now. And what you're seeing there is those child containers. There's a couple ways that we could fix this, but a cool little trick that you can use, and I know this is not necessarily obvious, but if you do enough Googling, you would find this out. If you set the overflow property to hidden on the main container element, you'll see that those borders go rounded. And basically what that's saying is we want to take those perfect square children containers, and since those are breaking out of the main container, we want to say to the main container CSS style, okay, if you have anything that's breaking out of your borders, just hide it. And so that's what allows those bottom border radiuses to apply. So just a cool little trick. It's also one of those frustrating things about CSS where it's doing things that you would not expect. And that is literally the name of the game with CSS, is figuring out how to get around the things that you're not expecting to happen. Okay, so we're getting a little bit closer here. The next thing that we can do that will just add a really nice touch and make this look a little bit cleaner is some padding, I think. So let's jump back to our design, and you can see that all around the content here, so around every bit of content, there is this space, this nice padding in here. And what we could do is we could come in to our code pen, and we could just say on the total card we want to add some padding of, say, 20 pixels. But that's going to mess us up a little bit, because although it adds nice padding around everything, now these are not occupying 100% width, and also we want some padding within these sub little containers. So what I'm going to do, instead of adding it on the total card to get padding like that, I'm going to add them on each individual section. So we'll call it a padding of about 20 pixels. That's a pretty standard amount of padding to add. And we can just look at this little space between the edge and the text on the top and the left to get an idea of how large that padding is. And that looks pretty in line with our design, so I'm happy with that. And then let's copy that rule down into the other section. So not the bottom section, because that represents everything here, but I want to do it in the bottom left section, so we get that nice padding. And then I also want to do it in the bottom right section, which will make the padding nice there too. So at this point, we've gone from a completely ugly layout design to something that actually makes sense visually. We obviously have a lot to do with the text styles and colors in that button, but we're getting a lot closer. Let's go ahead and change the text color. You can see that everything in the bottom is a text color of white, and then the top has varying text colors. So we'll start with the top, and you can see that the heading is the same color as the bottom left, or at least it appears to be. So let me grab that bottom left color, and we'll go ahead and apply that to our Join Our Community text block. So let me collapse the JS here, and we'll go up to the Join Our Community. And what you could do is you could target everything in the top section that's in H2. And since we're not planning on changing the HTML structure anytime soon, I'm pretty happy with that. You could also throw an ID that says title and directly style it. But in this case, let's go ahead and practice our combinator skills, our CSS combinators, to style this. So we'll come down here, and at this point, you'll see the CSS is getting pretty busy. You might want to rearrange it and organize it by section, but for now, let's just keep going. And what we'll do is we'll say the top section is the pre-selector that we want. And then we want to grab every H2 element, which is simply that first title. And what we want to do is style it a color of that bottom left. So now we're going to get the correct color. Let's go back to our Visual Studio Code and see what else we have. So we have this kind of lime green yellowish color as the next one, and that is going to be this hex code, the bright yellow. So going back to our code pen, you can see that this is the only H4 that is sitting in our top section. So we can grab a similar rule as we just did, except this time we're grabbing H4s and giving it a color of yellow. So there is our yellow color, and then finally we should have some sort of gray color. Let me get to our Visual Studio Code. This paragraph text is gray, and in the style guide, I believe that is the light gray that we're looking for. So let's copy that hex code and then make all of the paragraph elements in the top section equal to this light gray color. Okay, so that is very light. I'm not sure if that's what we were supposed to do. It appears pretty good here, but it's pretty darn light when we're looking at it here. So I'm going to go ahead and make this a little bit stronger of a gray. Maybe it's the grayish blue actually. Let's try that instead. Okay, so I think that's what they meant for this style. Yeah, I think that's what we're looking for here. So the grayish blue looks a little bit better. We'll stay with that. Now we just have to add some spacing between these. So if you remember at the very top of our HTML, we did a reset that said for all H2, H4, and P elements, we want to add a margin of 0. So that removed all the default spacing, and now we can do it custom. And since we've got all three of these elements selected with these combinators, we can just drop into these rules and do so. Let's take a look at our design. It looks like there's a good amount of space. Just by experience, that looks about 15 pixels between the top and the next one. Let's go ahead and try that by adding a margin bottom of 15 pixels. And you can see that's a nice little spacing there. What I'm starting to see is that our top section now that we've got this laid out, is a little bit small from a height perspective. So I think I'm going to adjust our total dimensions here. Previously, we had said the bottom section has a height of 60% and the top 40%. I'm going to change that to 45 and 55. And you'll see now we have a little bit more realistic breakout between the two sections. I'm pretty happy with that. So the last thing we need to do now that we made that change is add some spacing between these two text elements, and then we've already got some padding at the bottom. So we'll go down to our rule of the H4 and add a margin on the bottom of 10 pixels, which seems about right. So comparing that up, I think we're getting pretty close. And now that I'm looking at it, we might actually need a little bit more padding around this than we've given it. So let's go to the top section, wherever we did that, and let's increase that padding to say 25 pixels. And that looks a little bit better for us, and then we'll go ahead and update that to 25 pixels in the other two spots that we had added that. Okay, so we're doing pretty good there, and it looks like our total card size it's starting to break out, but I'm going to wait on that before I try to restyle, because the text is going to get a little bit smaller when we set the font size and change the font style. So the last thing we'll do is come down, and since everything in the bottom, it looks like, is a color of white, we can just go to the selector that we used for the entire bottom section. So rather than trying to style the text in the left section and the right section, we can just go to the entire bottom section and give it a color of white. That looks pretty good. I think that should work. And then you can see the button color is not being styled because that is a separate element there. So what I can do is actually target all buttons, because there's only one button on the entire page. So we'll style the button and we'll give it a color of white. And that's going to give it a text color of white. We'll make that show up a little bit better once we add a background color, which looks like that lime green, but I'm going to wait on that for just a second. The next major change that I want to make is getting this text to be the right font family. Right now we're just using the browser default, whatever that is. I don't actually know off the top of my head, but we want to make this a different font completely. And if you look at the style guide, it's going to say the font family that we're looking at is Carla. And if we go to this link, we can see all of the different styles that we need. Now the question is, what font weights and styles do we need? Well, we can go and look at the spec. It says we need weights of 400 and 700. So let me take the font weight of 400 and select that style, and then the font weight of 700 and select that as well. We will grab the link tags that we need. We'll go back to our CodePen over here, go up to the settings, HTML, and in the stuff for the head element, so since CodePen gives us our own little environment, we don't actually have to make the head element or boilerplate, so we can just paste it here. And by doing this and saving and closing, we now have access to that new font. But it hasn't changed anything because we have to actually select it within our document. So up at the root element, we want to give a font family of Carla. And you can see that it changed our design completely, and it says that the overall font size is going to be 16 pixels. So let's go ahead and say that the font size in the root element is going to be 16 pixels, which is just going to apply to those paragraph elements. As I'm flipping back and forth between these two designs, looks like we still need a little more space after this, so let me do that real quick before I get into anything else. We'll add 20 pixels to there. Okay, and then I'm thinking that we're running out of space vertically, and since we came up with an arbitrary height at the beginning, I don't mind changing that because they didn't specify what the height should be. So let's go ahead and turn that to 400 to give us some more space, and I think this looks a lot closer to the card that we're working with here. So just adjusting that gives us a pretty good look. And now we've got our font family styled here. I think the next thing we have to do is figure out, of that font family, they had us download the font weight of 400 and 700, which means that some of these should have a font weight of 700 or bold. So let's look at our design and see which ones that would apply to. It looks like to me this $29 call out is the only one where the font weight is, extra bold. So let's come down and, because the default font weight is going to be 400, or you could also specify it in the root. So we'll say 400, but that's once again going to be the default, so it's not going to change. But if we came down to our price right here, we're going to have to actually put some identifiers on here to enable us let us select it with CSS. So I'm going to say price container, and then this will be an ID of price, and then this will have an ID of price frequency or something like that. So now we have IDs to basically select each of these little components here. And if we come down to our CSS, we need to set the price to a font weight of 700. So we'll come down to the bottom. We'll set our price to a font weight of 700, and you'll see that this gets a little bit bolder. So if I uncomment it, it's not bold. If I comment it back, it's going to be bold. And then while we're here, just give us a ballpark font size. Let's go ahead and say 1.4 rem, which is basically going to be 140% of the root element's font size, which we know is 16 pixels. So do 140% times 16 pixels, and that's how many pixels we just made that font size to. All right, looking back, we're getting closer. We're not too far off. I think the next obvious thing that's going on that we're missing is this button, because our button looks terrible in comparison. So let's go ahead and make a button that is about the same size here and also has that background color. We've already selected the button so that we could give it white text, but now we can just go ahead and grab this color code that we used for the H4 up here and apply it as the background color to the button. So we'll give the background color that light green. You can see that there's by default this border that looks pretty terrible. So we can set the border to be equal to none. That makes that look a little bit better. And then there's more spacing than we have here around this text. So that's a good use for padding. So all we need to do is come in and add, we'll say 10 pixels of padding. That looks roughly correct. And then finally, you can see that this has a border radius, so the button has curves around the edges, and it's equal to kind of the size of that container. So remember, we put some padding around the edges of this container, so the new size that we're going to have is, we should be able to just say 100%, I believe. So let's say the width, it's going to be 100%, and yes, that's going to get us equal to that parent container. So at this point, we just need to add a border radius of, call it 5 pixels, and I think our button is looking pretty good. So it looks like we're a little bit wider than this right here, but I'm not too worried about that. We have the perspective pretty good, and the most important part is that it's 100% of the container. So I think at this point we have all of the colors in place. Let's just check that. Yes, we do. So we have all of the colors that we need, and our font family is correct. Now we just need to do two more things. We need to get the font sizes and font weights a little bit better, and then we also need to get everything spaced out in this price and the frequency horizontal to each other. I'm going to go ahead and say that this top section is completely done. It's not, perfectly aligned with this design, but it's very close. And part of this is we're looking at a much larger version of this, so we're never going to get it like exactly perfectly. It's just not worth our time. But down here, let's go ahead and start working on this bottom left box. So this monthly subscription, that looks okay, maybe a little bit heavy in font, but I'm not too worried about it. But there needs to be some space between it and the price. So let's target this right here and put a margin at the bottom of it. And the way we can do that is go find in the HTML the tag that we want, so the bottom left section, and like we did in the top section, we can just target individual elements. So we'll target that, and then we want to use a combinator to say that we want to target the H4 potentially. Let's see what we have here. So we have the monthly subscription as an H4, and that's the only H4 in this entire section, so we're pretty safe to target it with the combinator. And now we want to give it a margin on the bottom of, call it 20 pixels. I think that's pretty good, maybe a little much, so maybe we'll go with something like, not 5, but 15 pixels. Okay, I like that. And now the next part is we're going to take this per month and drag it up onto the line that the $29 is on. So to do that, we once again target the bottom left section, and, or actually no, we're not going to target that. We now have this individual price container so that we can work specifically with this layout. And what I want to do is grab the price frequency right here. So we'll target the price frequency, and I want to display this as an inline block because I want it to come up on that line next to the $29. And at the moment, it's not doing it because the $29 is not an inline block. So we can target both of those. We can say price frequency and the actual price to both be inline blocks. And now they're coming onto the same line. And since we have both of those elements within this div container, the price container, we can just say on the entire price container that we want a margin on the bottom of, call it 20 or 10 pixels. What you'll see here is that the per month is kind of aligned to the bottom of this $29. In a quick way to do this, you know, if we were using Flexbox, this would be super easy. But a kind of a quick hack to change this is set the position of this element to relative, which then allows us to basically, if you remember from the first video of the CSS Crash Course, we talked about how relatively positioned elements, you can set them basically relative to themselves. So if we give it the top property and then we want to bring it upwards, so we basically want to do a negative amount of pixels, and we say we want to bring it up maybe 3 pixels, you'll see that that per month kind of goes up a little bit. So watch the per month, and I'm going to uncomment, or I'm going to comment this out. It's going to go back to the bottom, and then I'm going to put it back in there, and it goes up to the middle. So I kind of like how that's sitting. And then furthermore, on that price frequency, the font size should be a little bit smaller. So we'll give it 0.8 rem. So that's a little bit closer. And then you'll also see that it has a little bit more space between the $29, and it's also a little bit lighter. So it's not quite as punchy of a white color. So all we would have to do here is maybe give it a not transparency, but we could give it an opacity of maybe 0.8. And that makes it a little bit lighter for us, maybe even 0.7. Okay, I like that. And then finally, a margin to the left of it of maybe 5 pixels. And you can see that spaces it over to the right. So I'm pretty happy with how we've got that spaced out. That's relatively close in style and position. And I like the size of the $29, so I think we're done with that little subcomponent of the top of the bottom left container. Next up are full access for less than $1 a day. That's a little bit large in my opinion. because it looks like this text is even a little bit smaller than this paragraph text up here. So we probably want to make this a little bit smaller in relation to the paragraph text. The way that we'll do that is this is the only paragraph element within the bottom left section. So once again, we will grab the bottom left section and maybe even just copy this rule right below here and target all P elements, which will be a single element, and give it a font size of maybe 0.9 rem units. And that gives us a nice size. Maybe we'll make it even a little bit smaller, so 80% of the original text size of 16 pixels. And then finally, we just have to bring this button all the way down to the bottom. So we have a couple ways of doing this, but one of those ways would be, taking this P element and just putting a margin on the bottom of maybe 40 pixels, and that should bring the button down. Now, flipping between these two, I'm seeing that these text right here is kind of in the middle of the top in the button. So I'm going to change a few of these alignments here. I think we need a little bit more margin below the monthly subscription. So let's add maybe 25 pixels instead of 15. And that gives us a nice little layout there. So it's not perfect, not exactly the same, but it is fairly close, and we've gotten all of the functional and layouts pretty good here. So at this point, I think we're done with the top, we're done with the bottom left, and now we just have the bottom right, which should be relatively simple to do. So the Why Us piece is already pretty good. I like how that's sitting. It's in alignment with monthly subscription, same size as it, so that's good. And now we just need to take the bullet points off of our list item and align those two to the left of each other. So let's see how we would do this. So to really show you what's going on here, let's open up the Chrome DevTools and try to just rearrange this so that we can see everything. It's a little bit weird debugging HTML and CSS in a CodePen environment because you've got all these different windows open. But really what this right side elements is doing is looking at this HTML page. So if we were to click this selector up here and come down and grab the entire list that we're looking at, you'll immediately see that there is some sort of padding and margin around this list by default. So the margin is fine, that doesn't bother me at all. But that green little box on the left side of all of the text is some default padding that is added to list, because generally you want those lists to kind of be indented from the main text. So that's what you would want. But here we don't want that. So if we go over into the style right here and we basically say padding is equal to 0, you're going to see that everything goes to the left and it lines up with the text like we want it. Now the last thing is there's bullet points that we don't want there, and you can actually set the list style property and set that to none, and by doing that all of the bullet points go away. And so those are the only two changes that we'll have to make to get this to work. So let me go ahead and refresh the page so we get this reset, because those changes we made were actually temporary. And then we'll come down to the very bottom, and since there's only one list in our entire HTML document, we'll just target it by tag, and we'll say the padding is equal to 0 and the list style is none. So we've removed the list styling by using this attribute or property, and removed the padding on the left, so it's all lining up just like our design here. But what we are missing is this looks a little bit smaller, and it also isn't so such an intense white color. So it looks like the opacity of it might be a little bit lower, similar to this per month piece of text. So all we need to do there is say font size, and we'll bring it down to, what did we say this one was? 0.8 rem, so 80% of the root element size, or 80% times 16 pixels. And then we can bring the opacity down to 0.8 as well. And I think that looks pretty good there. It's not exact, but it's pretty much in line with everything. At this point, I think we're pretty much done. The only remaining item that I can think of is this button right here. So the button is currently not doing anything when we hover over it, and I want to change that, especially because that was part of the requirements. So here's our button styles in this block right here. And in order to style it on hover, we need to give it the pseudo class of hover. And once we do that, this was something that we talked about in, I think, the first lesson of the crash course. And the first thing that we always want to do on hover is change the cursor to a pointer. So you can see how the cursor changes as I hover over this button. And that's just to indicate to the user that, hey, you can click on this. So from here, we also probably want to change the color when we hover over it because the cursor is not obvious enough. So we could just take this background color right here that's already on the button and make it a little bit lighter or a little bit darker. So let's grab that hex code and bring it into our color wheel of Adobe Color. And let's just see if we can find like a shade of this that would work. I think something like maybe this one on the right would be okay. And if we bring that in and we change the background color to the hover state to that little bit darker color, it's going to just have an effect where it's showing us, oh, hey, you can click here and it's going to do something. And to make that even more pronounced, there's a property that you can use called transform. And there's plenty of values that you can pass here, but one of those is going to be the scale function. And we can just say like 1.1 or something like that. So we can scale it 110%. And you'll see that it, gets a little bit larger when we hover over it. And that's even a little extreme. Maybe we'll just do 1.02 or 102%. And I like that. That's a nice little subtle indication to the user that when they hover over and click this, it will do something. Now, right now, this button doesn't do anything, but just for fun, just to add something in there, we can come up and use what we've learned in the prior lessons of this full stack roadmap and come up to the button and add ourselves an on-click listener, and we'll pass the function alert user, which we have not created yet, but we'll come down to the JS section and say alert user, and then we will pass an alert that says, hey, you clicked the button. So let's finish that one up, and now when we click this button, it's going to alert the user that they clicked it. So obviously not, useful, but it's a nice little addition to make this a little bit more interactive. Now, the final thing that we could do here is make this mobile responsive. And what I mean by that is if we drag this right side over to the left, you'll see that it just disappears right here and it just flows off of the page, which is a terrible user experience if you're on mobile. So this would be about the size of a mobile device. So if your user, looked at this design, this is what they're going to see, which is completely useless to them. So what you would want to do is make it a mobile design, and as you see in the front-end mentor challenge, it tells you that you need to design something like this. Now, we haven't talked about mobile and responsive design quite yet, and I'm going to cover that in a completely separate video. I think that might be the next video after this one. So for now, we're going to keep it just desktop only, but in future challenges, future front-end mentor challenges, we will make this mobile responsive. Now, there's one more thing that I want to do because it's quick, it's easy, and it will give you at least a little bit of a win here in terms of being able to share this and show it off. So if we come to GitHub, let me open up a new tab and go to GitHub. If you followed along with this full stack roadmap from the very beginning, I had asked you to create a GitHub account because you're going to need it as a developer no matter what. It's just kind of expected of you to have a GitHub profile. So if you've already got one, great. If not, go ahead and create one. And let's go ahead and click Create New Repository right here. And we'll say Pricing Card Frontend Mentor Challenge is what we're going to name this repository. and we're going to call it an implementation of the Frontend Mentor Code Challenge. And we're going to make it public, and you don't really need to initialize any of these, but let's go ahead and add a README. I'll just show you what that is. And you click Create Repository. So we're going to go through version control and how to actually get this within the terminal a little bit later in the series. But for right now, we're just going to use GitHub's UI or user interface to post our code and then deploy it to GitHub Pages. And what GitHub Pages is going to do is it's going to allow you to host this challenge you just created on the web and share it as a URL. So here's our initialized repository. Every repo or repository is going to have a README, or at least it should. And this should give an introduction to what this repository is all about. And oftentimes when you're building a web app, the README will give instructions on how to run it locally and how to develop it, and you get the point. So within the repository, we obviously could make files on our local computer and then use version control to push the files up to this interface, but for right now, we're just going to add a file, and we're going to click Create New File, and this one is going to be called index.html. So this will basically be all of the HTML that we just created, and index.html is the default HTML document that GitHub Pages is going to look for when it's trying to serve it on the live URL. So it needs to be named this, and from here, if you were to go back to our HTML and copy it all and paste it in here, we have the body section implemented. But since CodePen already implements the head tag and the body tag, that's not going to be here. So we need to add those pieces in order for this to work. So the first thing that I'm going to do, or actually let's come back and write out that structure. So basically, we'll come to the top and we'll say that we need an HTML tag, and we'll copy this one and put it at the very bottom. And then furthermore, let me zoom in a little bit so you can see what I'm working on. And then after this, we will need the head tag, and we'll call it my front end, or no, we'll say pricing card will be the title, which is going to show up in this little tab when we're viewing it live. And then we'll close out the head tag. We'll come back to this in just a second to add those fonts that we put in. And then we've got the body tag, which is going to be closed all the way down here at the bottom. And then lastly, let's just indent everything to a proper level. And now you can see that we've wrapped everything together in this HTML. The last thing we're going to need to do here is link up all of the style sheets and the fonts. So if we go back to our pricing card, go to Settings, HTML, we're going to need all of that stuff that we had in the head, and we're going to put that right after the title. So you can see we have these two link tags, and then furthermore, we're going to have to link up our CSS style sheet that we'll put in just a second. So the way that we do that is another link tag, and I believe the href is going to be style.css, which we're going to create in just a second, and this will be a style sheet. So we'll close that off, and what this means is basically I want you to pull in the file called style.css in the directory that is basically hosting this index.html file. You'll see what that means in just a second. So for now, let's go ahead and commit this new file and go down to add another file. And this one is going to be style.css, which is what I just talked about, how we linked up to that within our HTML. And from here, we should be able to just paste in all of this CSS right here that we had created. So nothing else to do here. We can just go ahead and commit that file. And then finally, we need to add our JavaScript file. So we added just a few lines of JavaScript down here. but in order for that to work, we need to actually connect it up to our HTML. And the way that we're going to do that is go back to our HTML file, click Edit, and then come down to the bottom of the body, and this is where we need to have our script tag. To do that, we just type out a script tag which is not self-closing. There's actually two pieces to it, and we need to give it a source. And we're going to say, let's say just index.js is what we're going to call our JavaScript document. So commit those changes. I believe that should work so long as we go to the main file here, or the main directory, and add that JavaScript file. So we need to name this index.js as we just referred to in our HTML. And then we should be able to paste in that function that we created and commit the file. From here, this is a complete repository, I believe, unless I missed something, but we'll find out in a second. Now, the only thing that we need to do is add another branch. Now, this is a little bit complex. We're getting into version control branching, but basically the rule here within GitHub is if you make a branch called gh-pages or GitHub pages, it's automatically going to look for, the index.html file on that different branch, and it's going to deploy it automatically for you. So it does a lot of the heavy lifting, and you can, for now, kind of just think of it as behind the scenes magic, but we will later learn how this all works. So we're going to create a branch called GitHub Pages, and we're going to create it from the main branch. So it's going to copy all the files over. Okay, so at this point, we've got all of our files in GitHub Pages, and if I did everything correctly, which usually does not happen in coding, it should show up down on this GitHub Pages link. So let's see if we click View Deployment. Awesome, it looks like our card actually did deploy correctly with the styles because it's all styled. And if we click Sign Up, hopefully we'll get the alert. So awesome, we have our deploy link, which you can just copy and paste this link up here and share it with anyone, and they can see the project that you just worked on. You could also submit this to Frontend Mentor if you wanted to get feedback on your project. So awesome, we've got something deployed and shareable. So if you enjoyed this tutorial and it helped you out, be sure to give it a thumbs up. That really helps me out. And if you want to share your project, hit me up on Twitter at zg_dev. When I started crafting together the outline for this full stack web developer roadmap series, I didn't want to cover responsive web design. I'm not an amazing designer myself. It's a little bit painful for me to try to make different designs, but I realized that as I was going through this series, which you can check out right here if you don't know what I'm talking about, but as I was going through the series, I realized if I don't teach responsive web design, then we're going to be creating, websites and web apps that make our users bang their heads on their desk. As you saw in the intro, our goal as web developers is to avoid our users hurting their eyes after they look at our web application on a desktop device, a tablet, a mobile device, or whatever they're viewing it on. Let's take a look at some of the prerequisites. It's basically just HTML and CSS, which we covered for the most part in the prior lessons of this series. Now let's talk about this for just a second on what we're going to be covering here, because this is a massive topic that I cannot do justice to if I'm not defining exactly what we're going to be learning. I'm going to start on the right side of this screen. And as I said, I am not the best designer in the world. Graphic design is generally a painful experience for myself. I've put together a few decent designs over the years, but nothing that I could call myself a designer in any form or fashion. But the good news is, as a full stack web developer, you do not need to be a great graphic designer. For that reason, I'm not going to teach you the design side of things. And as we've talked about previously in the series, we're going to be going through and making some of these challenges with HTML, CSS, and even JavaScript. So this is Frontend Mentor, and this is one of the designs that we're going to create after we learn about CSS Grid and Flexbox over the next couple videos. And you can see that there's a responsive design here. We're going to talk more about that in just a second. Likewise, we have this challenge right here, which is just another, looks like crowdfunding page. So this will be a fun one to do. And what you'll notice here is that as we're going through our course here, we're leveraging existing designs. We're not trying to do this on our own. And that is the point of this video, is to teach you how to leverage those existing designs and make sure that everything is responsive and looks good on all devices that you might see it on. So here are the lessons that we're going to learn in this video. First off, what is responsive design? Now you probably have a general idea of that, but we'll dive a little deeper into it. Next, we'll be talking about mobile first versus desktop first designs. And honestly, it took me years to figure out what this actually meant, which looking back is kind of silly because it's not that hard, but we're going to talk about that. So mobile first versus desktop first. Next up, we'll talk about CSS breakpoints, how they relate to media queries, and how we actually write media queries within our web apps. And then finally, I'm going to leave you with a responsive design checklist. This is not going to be super detailed, just a high-level checklist that you can go through to make sure you're covering your bases, and a little project. What we're going to do is take our design from a previous video. So it was the previous video, I'll link to it up here, where we designed this pricing card. And what you'll see with this pricing card is as we resize the screen, it just gets cut off. So I'm going to teach you in the challenge at the end of the video how we can take this situation and turn it into this one, where as we resize, it gets close, and then boom, it breaks and it looks a lot better on a mobile device, something that your users will not be angry about. Let's go ahead and dive into that question of what is responsive web design. And the answer to that, at least in my head, I like to keep it simple so that we can remember it. If your users hurt their eyes looking at your web page on a desktop device or a mobile device or a tablet or whatever they're viewing it on, then you have not designed it responsively. So that is a good little way to remember what responsive design is all about. Now, here's the thing. It's 2021 and there's a lot of website builders. There's, Squarespace, there's Wix, WordPress, a bunch of other website builders that kind of take care of this responsiveness for you. And for that reason, most websites nowadays are responsive and they look pretty good. So I had a hard time actually finding a bad example of responsive web design. For that reason, I created one that's not going to be anything crazy, but let me close out a few tabs here. And what I created was this, very basic example of bad web design. But a few things that you'll notice here is as I make it larger and larger, so this is a pretty big screen I'm working on, you'll notice a few things. So first off, as my eyes read across this text, I have to cover a lot of real estate on the screen to actually get through one single line of text. And that's kind of a no-no when it comes to responsive web design. You want that text to be, generally less than, we'll call it 700 pixels. So it needs to be, in the middle of the screen, and it needs to be narrow enough for your eyes to not have to basically move great distances to read it. So that's one piece of this. Another piece is you see this nav bar up here. We've got a couple links on the left and a couple on the right, and they are very spaced out to the point where it's almost too spaced out. So those are a couple issues going on with this on a very wide screen. Now, if we make this more narrow, you're going to see something that is just going to hurt your eyes, which is not the point of responsive design. So as we get smaller, this could be a mobile device of some sort. You'll see that we have two columns here, and that's not going to work on a mobile device. You want to have most content to be, full width on a mobile screen. And then also you have all of these links up at the top, and the contact link is almost getting cut off to the point where you can't even click it or see it or anything. So that's a big problem if we were viewing this on a mobile device. Now, what I did was I went ahead and improved it a little bit. So this is the improved version of this design, where you'll see on a wide screen, the article text is only a certain width. I think I made it something like 650 pixels wide as a maximum. And you can see that we can skim this text without moving our heads from left to right. And then also you'll see that the nav bar has been brought in, so these links are not at the very edges of our page. And then as we resize this, you're going to see that everything changes. So right around here, I believe, somewhere right there. So you'll see at this breakpoint, this column goes under the main text, which is going to be a little bit easier to see. And then also you'll see the links at the top are going to turn into a navigation menu that it doesn't do anything because I didn't want to spend the time to do that, but this would be like a drop down so that you could see the links there, and then I left the home link so that you can still navigate that way. So even on a really small device, you can see that most of this looks pretty good now. Obviously, this is not the most visually pleasing design in the world. It's not meant to be. It's meant to show you generally what responsive design is. To get a better grasp of what this is all about, let's take a look at really good examples of responsive design, and I'll point out a few things that are good about them. The two portfolio sites we're going to be looking at are Cassie Evans. This is just a really nice looking site, and Jason Langsdorf. I think I said that right. I don't know either of these people, but I have found their portfolio sites and they're just really visually pleasing, and they've done a really good job at responding to different screen sizes. So as we look at this, let's go ahead and break this window out so that we can kind of resize it. But let's just take a look at how these websites react to different screen sizes. So here is Cassie's website, and this is the home page. You'll see that as we resize this to a more mobile device, that big text is going to get broken out to the main portion. We're going to get rid of that image right there. So it's a little nicer to see on a mobile device. And then as you scroll down, you'll see everything's kind of full width. If we were to bring this back to a desktop, now it's got a nice little layout. So you kind of get the point. This is just a really nice example of good responsive design right here. Likewise, Jason's site is pretty good in this respect. So you'll see there's this picture here on the left on a desktop device, and as we resize, it's going to get put on top. The button gets a little bigger, so it's easier to click on a mobile device. And as we go smaller and smaller, you're going to see that it's really easy to navigate around. If we click the blog, you'll see it's the same thing. On a mobile device, it looks really nice and everything is easy to click. On a desktop, it's also really nice, and you can see that it's in the middle of the screen. This was what I was talking about earlier. You don't want your text to be the full length of a desktop device because some of them are going to be huge screens and you'll have to move your head to read the text in the first place. Next up, we have to talk about mobile first versus desktop first web designs. When I was first learning, I'll be honest, I could not figure out what the difference between these were. Everyone was talking about it and saying, oh, you want to do mobile first, but I never understood what they were talking about. And it wasn't until I realized that these concepts of mobile or desktop first design has nothing really to do with the design phase of a project, and it has everything to do with when we start writing our CSS. So it's really important when you're learning all of these concepts to really separate the design phase from the coding phase of a project. You don't want to get into the situation where you're trying to design something and code it at the exact same time. Because after all, designing something is very right-brained and coding something is very left-brained, so you're going to get to the point where you're just in complete confusion if you're trying to do both at the same time. So my rule for myself at least is before I write any code whatsoever, I need to have at least a basic visual representation of what I'm trying to create. But if you're a very mediocre designer like myself, or if you just have no design skills whatsoever, what do? Do we actually try to design something, or do we just hire someone to do it? That's a question that I was asking when I first started. In my opinion, you really have three options when it comes to, getting that first visual representation of your web page in front of you. Number one, you can hire a designer and have them design it for you. But in most cases, especially if you're watching this, you don't have the time to go figure out what designer you want to hire. And then furthermore, you don't need to pay anyone to learn how to code. So that's kind of out of the equation. That's for later down the road when you're trying to actually build a product and sell it, and you need to have a really professional design built. The second option is to browse the internet for free designs, and that's what we've done with the Frontend Mentor challenges. This is a great way to kind of outsource that step for free. And what you can see is we've got these designs that we're going to be creating already built for us, and we don't have to think about them at all. As we scroll through this, you'll see that there are desktop versions here, and then there's also mobile versions so that you can see how do we want this to look on both sizes of screen. If you're not super worried about what your end product is going to look like, but you want to still make it mobilely responsive, you can put together a wireframe, and you can use a tool such as Figma. So this is a really popular place to put together a wireframe or even a mock-up, which is a complete representation of what you want to build. But usually pencil and paper is good enough for a basic wireframe. And your goal with a wireframe is to just get a general idea of where the elements that you have on your page should be arranged based on the size of the screen. So I'll put something up on the screen, just a basic wireframe that I created for, we'll just call it like a blog, where you have a sidebar and you have some regular content, and you can see a desktop version and a mobile version. And this is entirely sufficient if you're just trying to get a basic understanding of what you're creating. Now, like I said, if you're trying to build out a product or something, or if you're a great designer, you can use a tool like Figma, which is going to allow you to put together full-on mock-ups. And the difference between, say, a wireframe and a mock-up is a wireframe doesn't really care about, the colors and the fonts, all of that detail. It just cares about kind of the layout of the elements on the page. Now, a mock-up is a full-on representation of what you're trying to build. So a tool like Figma or Adobe XD or Sketch or a couple other different good tools for that can allow you to create full-on mock-ups like the one that we're looking at here with Frontend Mentor. So this has not been coded yet, but it's a perfect visual representation of what we do want to code. And you can do that with those tools. So coming back to the original question, what's the difference between mobile first and desktop first design? You see with all these mock-ups, we have a version of the desktop and mobile on both. So does it really matter which one you create first? Well, the answer to that is you're asking the wrong question. Now, this took me a long time to realize, but mobile first and desktop first has nothing to do with the actual design phase. It has everything to do with when you start writing that CSS and when you put together your breakpoints. So in order to understand these better, we have to dive into something called a media query with CSS, and along with that concept comes the concept of breakpoints. To better understand what I mean when I say breakpoint, let's look at a code pen that I put together to explain it. Now, if I said I want a breakpoint at 600 pixels, what I mean by that is as the screen gets smaller or bigger than a width of 600 pixels, I want to have different CSS rules for both of those. So in other words, if I'm on a mobile device or a desktop device, I want different CSS. Let's do a quick review. So let me come to a page that I'm not really using here, so let me close out a few of these. This is just the web docs for CSS. We're going to right-click and inspect, and then go to the console. And if we were to type window.innerWidth, it's going to give us a number. And that number, 714, is the visible width of the screen. So as we resize this, so we're kind of pulling it to the left and right and resizing it, we can run this again, and you're going to see we get a different number. So now it's only 356 pixels wide. So that's what we talk about when we say the viewport width. So what I've done is I've written a little bit of JavaScript here. I'm going to make this slightly bigger for us to see. And what I've done here in the bottom is basically said, when it resizes the screen, I want to change the content of this up here. So I've got a span, an HTML span that has a number in it, and that's going to be populated by the window.innerWidth property every time the screen resizes. So in effect, you're going to see as I drag this, this number is going to update live. And also what I've done, and we're going to learn more about what this is I've written a breakpoint at a minimum width of 600 pixels. And I've included some different styles within that breakpoint. So one of those is going to be the H1 tag is going to have a color of red on screens that are bigger than 600 pixels or equal to. And then when it is not, so a mobile device, we're going to have a color of green. So you'll see as I resize this, we get closer to 600. So we're about to hit it, and when I hit 600, it turns green. So we'll go back up, turns red, back down, it turns green. So that is the basics of a CSS breakpoint. Now, of course, changing the color of some text based on the screen is not really that useful, and you probably won't see it all that often. But what you will see is CSS that affects the layout of your HTML changing on different screen sizes. Let me go ahead and uncomment some of the code here that I've created. And what I've put in here is a couple of pictures. These are just placeholder pictures from the placeholder.com. And then we come down into the CSS, and you can see that when we have a screen size that's a mobile screen size, so when we say mobile first, it's all of these rules at the top, we have a width of 75%. And as we come down into this breakpoint of 600 pixels, you're going to see that the image width is going to be auto, which basically means it's going to fill its container. So in effect, our breakpoint at 600 pixels is going to say, okay, if it's 600 or greater, I want to have these images sitting next to each other. Otherwise, I want to put them 100% width of its container, and they'll stack on top of each other. So as we resize this, we get closer and closer to 600, it's going to change. So watch what happens when we get below 600. Right there, you'll see that the images went to 100% width, or not 100% width, 75% width, and they're going to stack on top of each other because they no longer fit next to each other on the screen. So that's a good example of a basic CSS breakpoint and how we can use it to rearrange the layout of our page. So you have a basic idea of what a breakpoint is in CSS, but the question becomes, what breakpoints do I actually use? And there's not really a simple answer to that. Let's take a look at this web page right here. This is screen sizes. .es there. That's pretty clever. You're going to see that there are a lot of different devices that we could possibly build our web page for. And there's no way that we can go through all of these. There's hundreds and hundreds of different devices. There's no way that we can optimize for all of them. So we have to do our best at guessing, which screens do we want to set our breakpoints on and design them a little bit differently. In general, mobile devices are going to be somewhere in the range of 320 to call it 480 pixels wide. You'll have tablets between 600 and 800 pixels. You'll have, regular sized laptops around the, 1024 to 1440 pixel range. And then bigger desktop devices are going to have a width of, call it 2500 pixels. So those are just generalizations, but as you can see on the screen, there's all sorts of different numbers, and I don't want to get into the discussion of things like pixel density and what is the difference between the actual width of a device and the adapted pixel interpretation for us as web developers. It's a pretty complicated topic. If you can just remember those guidelines that I just mentioned, you should be good. So as you're deciding what breakpoints you need to use for your web page or your web app, you have to ask 3 questions, in my opinion. So the first one is going to be, will the web page even be used on a mobile device, and is that your intention? There are plenty of apps that are not meant to be used on a mobile device. So think about budgeting apps or big spreadsheets, things that just don't look very good on a mobile device. You probably don't want to waste your time, energy, and maybe even money to create a pleasing mobile experience. You're just going to say to your users, hey, this is not meant for a mobile device. You should be using our application on a desktop. Another consideration would be, are you offering a mobile application? If you are, a good example might be something like YouTube. So the YouTube application on a mobile device is really nice to scroll through and use, but their web version, so if you were to open up the browser and then type in youtube.com rather than opening up the mobile app, it'll still be a semi-nice experience, but it definitely won't be as great of an experience as opening the mobile app. So if you're creating something and you plan on making a mobile application, you may not have to put quite as much time and thought into how it looks on different screens. The second question you might ask is it actually important to have a different design for each screen? If you've just got a basic website that just has text on it and you don't have a lot of images or anything like that, then it may not be that important to have a bunch of breakpoints. You may be able to get away with one design for all devices and it'll work just fine. And the final question you have to ask is, are there standards for this? Why can't I just use the industry standard for what everyone is using for breakpoints? And unfortunately, given the fact that there are so many different screen sizes and screen sizes are constantly changing as new physical devices are released to the world, there's not really an industry standard that we can go off of. While there are no industry standards per se, there are these things called CSS frameworks. And as I talked about in the prior videos, we're not going to be covering in depth any one CSS framework, given the fact that I don't want to lock you into any one thing. I want to teach you the fundamentals of CSS rather than trying to teach you a framework. But having a framework to piggyback off of when it comes to breakpoints is a very smart decision, at least in my opinion. These guys that create the frameworks are thinking about, breakpoints all the time. They have to incorporate those breakpoints into their own frameworks. And therefore, if it's good enough for them, then it's good enough for me and hopefully everyone watching this, given the fact that breakpoints are not an exact science and these guys think about it a lot more than, someone like myself would. One of the most popular frameworks, or at least long-standing CSS frameworks, is Bootstrap. Now, Bootstrap, you'll find it in several tutorials. You can kind of read up on it. It's basically, a CSS framework is all about making your job writing CSS easier. So a lot of times these CSS frameworks are going to create grid systems and layout systems so that you can just have predefined classes that you can pass in to make your sites mobilely responsive and stuff like that. So with that, they have their standard set of breakpoints. And if you scroll down to on Bootstrap's documentation, it has a list of these breakpoints, and you can see that there are about 5 of them. So by default, Bootstrap is what we call mobile first, and you're going to start to catch on to what this means. And when I say mobile first, it means that we are first designing our CSS for a mobile device. And then what we're saying is anything greater than 576 pixels will have these styles. And then anything greater than 768 will have these different styles. So basically you're starting with the mobile device, you're writing your CSS, and then you're writing little blocks of code with these breakpoints to define, what happens when we have a bigger device. So that's kind of what we mean when we say mobile first. So here are the breakpoints. You got 576, 768, 992, 1200, and 1400 for small, medium, large, extra large, and XXL. So those are the standards for Bootstrap, and they're going to be our standards. But the question is, do we have to use all of them? And the answer to that is no. We don't need to use every single breakpoint here. We just need to use enough breakpoints to make our designs look suitable on all devices. And based on what you're creating, that may be 1 or 2 breakpoints, or it may be all of these breakpoints that you have right here. If we're looking at an example like this pricing card that we created, I'm not sure really what happened here, but anyways, we have this pricing card, and for this, we really only need 1 breakpoint. Now, if you're incorporating this into an application, you might have a couple more, but really we just have 2 states that we have to create. We've got this full-on state, which can be on basically tablets and above, and then we have this mobile state where everything's stacked on top of each other. So in this case, we only had to come down here and write 1 single breakpoint. So we have the min width being 576, which I got from right here. So anything greater than a small device or a mobile device is going to have X styles. All right, so we've been in theory land here this whole video, and we've been talking about the design aspects and breakpoints and how do we choose them, but we haven't actually written any code yet. and I want to do that now. I want to show you exactly how to write a CSS breakpoint and how that relates to this thing called media queries. So I'm going to come to my CodePen and make a new one so that we can just have a playground to work in. And then down here in the CSS, this is where we're going to write our breakpoints, but we first need to have some HTML. So we'll say responsive web design example. And from here, let's just put in an H1, welcome to the tutorial. All right, so we have some HTML to work with. And now down in the CSS section, we can write a breakpoint. And the basic syntax of a CSS breakpoint is this. So what I copied in here is what we actually call a media query. And the breakpoint is the number that we pass in as a minimum width to that media query. Now we have a little bit more to learn about this syntax because we have to ask ourselves, what does this @media actually mean? And if we go over to the MDN documentation, let me close out of here. This is what we've been using so far in this series, and you can come down to Technology, CSS, and then if you come to the CSS reference. So in the CSS reference, the first paragraph has all sorts of links that we can go to. And it says, use this reference to browse alphabetical index of all the properties, pseudo classes, pseudo elements, data types, functional notations, and @rules. And this last one, the @rules, is what we want to click on. So what these are, they're CSS statements that instruct CSS how to behave. So that would be fitting into our categorization of media queries perfectly. So if we scroll down, you'll see down here in the index, these are all the different @rules or whatever tells the CSS how to behave. And if we click on media, that's going to take us to the media query page. So this is an @rule that can be used to apply part of a style sheet based on the result of one or more media queries. All right, so then we come down to the syntax and you're going to see some pretty complicated stuff being written, but this is the basics of a media query. And if we come back to our example here, you'll see the basic syntax just has @media, and then in parentheses we write whatever rule we have, and then down here this is where the CSS is going to go. So if we wanted to specify some CSS for our H1, we're going to put it there. So anytime the screen is greater than 756 pixels, the text will be red. So if we shrink this, it goes back to black, and then we go to red. So that's the very basic syntax, but in this rule, we're actually selecting every type of media device. So if we go back to the documentation, and let me drag this over so we're not getting so confused with our tabs, but if we come to the media rule and scroll down to the description, you'll see that there's this concept of media types. So we have all, print, screen, and speech, and you can actually define within your media query which device types you're actually trying to target. Now in our case, when we wrote this one, we're just saying we want all devices. Now you can also specify in that rule that you only want to target certain devices. Now we're going to be working with screens mostly. That's like a mobile, like an iPhone or Android, a tablet, or a desktop screen. So that's kind of our forte as web developers. But you also have print and speech, which are some more specific use cases that you can target. So let's see how we could change our rule to target those devices. So if we said media all, and this is going to say that we want to target all media types. So this is the equivalent of this. Those are the same thing. But if we come in here and we say media print and, this is only going to apply to print is basically like a print preview view on a screen. So as you can see, our rule down here of the color red no longer applies to this text because we're only targeting print media devices. Likewise, we could put in speech, and that's also not going to work because this is not a speech media type. But if we put in the word screen, it's going to now apply because this is a screen, and this rule should apply to it. Now with these media rules, we can add some logic in here. I'm not going to get too deep into this, but I want to at least show you what it is. So let's say that we wanted to target only screens at a width between 400 and 600 pixels. Now we could do that in one media rule, and the way that we would do that is by writing some logical operators within CSS. So if you remember with JavaScript, if we came down here into the JavaScript section and we just typed in some basic code, we can use conditionals. So we can say, we can create an if statement that says if my var is greater than 10 and my var is less than 100, then we'll do something within this code. So you can see that this little and symbol is the logical operator that we're using. Now CSS actually has logical operators just like this. So we don't need this JavaScript code anymore, but we can rearrange this rule to have those logical operators and target multiple conditions. So let's go ahead and do that. Let me get rid of this comment. The first thing that we're going to do when we're having these logical operators, we have to put this operator called only. So only when it's a screen is when we're going to use this rule, and then we can drop down onto some new lines just to separate these things out. We'll put our brackets down here, and now we can add another one here. So we can say and max width is something like 800 pixels. So let's just change this. We'll go, what did I say we wanted? We wanted something between 400 pixels and 600 pixels. And now what we're saying with this rule is, so at media, so we want an at rule for CSS, we only want to target screen media types, which is what we're looking at here. And we want to target something with a minimum width of 400 pixels. And we want to target something with a max width of 600 pixels. So basically what we're saying here is only screens between 400 and 600 pixels should this H1 CSS rule apply. So if we make the screen really big, that's not within those bounds. But as we go down, and you can, down here, right at the bottom, you'll see a little pixel indicator as I scroll. But as we get between 400 and 600, we should see it turn red, and then we go back to black as it gets smaller than 400. So you can see how we can use CSS logical operators with our media queries to target different types of conditions. Now you can also bring in other CSS at rules. So if we go back to our documentation, we'll click back. This is our at rules page. And you can see we have media queries, but we also have things like import and supports. So if we click on supports, this basically is an at rule that lets you check to see if a specific CSS property is supported in the browser that the user is using. So a good example of this is Flexbox and CSS Grid, which we'll learn about in the next few videos. Those are not yet supported by all browsers. Now most of them do, but things like Internet Explorer I don't think do, and maybe a couple others with CSS Grid. So you can see in this example, we can use this to basically check whether the display supports display grid property, and then if so, we will use that property within our CSS. So as you can see, media queries and CSS at rules can give us a whole lot of power when designing our pages for different devices, media types, and different browsers. So we're not going to get too far into it because that's not the point of this video, but I did want to show you the basics of it just so that you were aware. Now at this point I want to take you through, we'll call it the 80-20 guide of media queries and CSS breakpoints. I'm going to show you how to take these standard breakpoints that we have from the Bootstrap framework and incorporate it into an actual CSS document. To do that, let me put some images on our page. So we'll say welcome to the tutorial, and then we'll have a bunch of just placeholder images with on the screen. So what we want to do with these images is make them responsive based on the screen size. So something that I can think of is maybe on mobile devices, we want it to be 100% width, just like we're seeing here where they're vertically stacked. Then maybe on tablet devices, we can have 2 images per row. And then on a desktop device that is much larger, we could have we'll call it 4 images in one row across the page. As I just described, we want to have 3 different states of our web page. We want a mobile display, a tablet display, so 2 images, and a desktop display, 4 images. So we have 3 states, and that requires 2 CSS breakpoints to achieve. Now, you'll remember Bootstrap has, 5 of them. We only need 2 of these because we're not making a super complex design. And that is a good demonstration of how you have to look at, what your purpose is and then decide how many breakpoints. You don't want to just throw in a bunch of breakpoints just to have them there. The first thing we need to do is put in a basic CSS reset. Now, we talked about this in prior videos of this series, so be sure to watch those if you haven't. But it's just changing the box sizing so that we can fit these images reliably next to each other without any unwanted behavior. The next thing we'll do is we'll add in our breakpoint templates. If we go to Bootstrap and look at what we need here, I think what we're going to do is grab this one right here. So I just want to mention here, this top one, this is not actually a breakpoint that we need. This is kind of just the default. So as we talked about, this is a mobile first approach where we want to design the regular CSS or the default CSS to apply to a mobile screen. And then we will conditionally style any screens that are larger than a mobile device with these breakpoints. So we're going to grab the greater than or equal to 576. So that's basically saying what happens on anything greater than a mobile device. And then we also will probably grab the 992, which is basically saying everything greater than, say, a tablet. So mobile, tablet, and desktop is all we need to cover. So we'll say 576 and 992. Let me just jot this down here. So 576 and 992, so I don't forget. And now we can write our media queries. So like I said, you can just use this basic syntax. You don't have to put any of those logical operators in there. And we're going to say min width is 576 pixels, and then put some brackets to break it down. We will copy this, put it right below, and change this number to 992. We can get rid of the comments here, and we should be set up to have our CSS breakpoints now. Now, right now, the pictures on the screen, no matter what size screen we have, are not going to be responsive. Now, you'll see that they come next to each other on this larger screen, and that is just because naturally an image is, I believe, an inline block element, which means it doesn't have to have its own line. And these are, I believe, 500 pixel images. Yeah, we put in 500 pixels for these images using the placeholder service. And therefore, if the screen is bigger than, say, 1,000 pixels, so 500 plus 500, those inline blocks are going to wrap up onto the line. So this is nothing of CSS that we've written, it's just the natural flow of HTML. So in our mobile first approach, let's go down to a mobile device, which is going to be right here. And what we want to do within this CSS, we'll go right after the CSS reset. And what we will do is we'll target all images on the page and we'll give them a width of 100%. And what that's going to do is it's going to resize all of the images to be 100% of the viewport. And you'll notice there's a little bit of padding. That's just natural, a default padding and margin of this browser in the CodePen environment. But we have these as 100% width. Now, as we resize this, you're going to see that it maintains that 100% width all the way up to these larger screens. And of course, this is a way too large of an image to have on the screen. So we want to wrap these on, next to each other on the lines. So what we'll first do is we'll come into this media query, which is basically going to say anything greater than a mobile device is what we want here. So we'll target images, and what this is going to say is if the screen is greater than 576 pixels, we want to override the original image style and put it to something else. So in this case, we'll give it a width of we wanted 2 per screen, so we'll say 50%. And now we should see these wrapping, no, they're not wrapping, let's change it to 49%. Okay, there we go. Now the reason we have to do 49%, this is not going to be a problem once we learn Flexbox and CSS Grid, but it's just white space and a couple other things that are causing this. So don't mind the fact that it's 49%, it should technically be 50. So as you see here, on a mobile device, we have 100% width and they stack on top. Then as we resize to be greater than 576, they will break onto two per row. And then now we want to make it 4 per row once we get above 992 pixels. So right now it's going to stay as 2 per row, no matter how big we get. But if we come down here and add an image style and give it a width of 24%, you'll see that as we get larger, it's going to put 4 per row. So now we see we have 1 per row here, 2 per row on a tablet, and 4 per row on a desktop device. So we've successfully written a mobile-first approach to CSS, and we've designed for 3 different screen sizes. Now, I want to walk through how the CSS interpreter is actually working here, because sure, we can write these breakpoints, but we really have to understand what's going on. Otherwise, we're going to make a silly mistake that I'm about to show you. So looking at this CSS, we have to ask ourselves, how do we actually read this? Or how would the browser be interpreting this? So by default, we've got all these images here. And when CSS is read, we'll first read the CSS reset. We'll make the border box different. And then as we come down, we'll say, okay, I have an image CSS selector giving it a width of 100%. So the CSS interpreter is going to say, okay, great. The width of all images is now 100%. Now, as we come further down, you'll see the media queries, and the browser will basically say, so is my total width of the viewport greater than 576 pixels? Let's go ahead and make that true. So now we're at the biggest size. And so as the browser's reading this, it says, okay, yeah, it is bigger than 576. So let's go ahead and apply this rule. So it says, all right, now images are not 100%. We're going to replace that with 49%. And then it reads even further down and it sees this next media query and it basically asks itself, okay, is it greater than 992 pixels, the viewport width of the browser? The answer to that in this case is yes. So it's going to say, okay, now my images need to be 24% width, and we're going to replace these previous 2 rules up here. So what we're doing is we're walking through that cascading concept of CSS where it's read from top to bottom, and the last rule, so long as that last rule has the same specificity as rules above it, is going to be the one that applies. So where this is important is the order of the breakpoints that you're adding, or the media queries. So if I were to take this last media query and place it above this one, things are going to change for us. And that is because of how the CSS is read from top to bottom. So in this case, what you'll notice is on a mobile device, we look good. It's working fine. But as we go up, we're only going to get 2 images per row, no matter how far or how wide the screen gets. And you might look at your CSS and say, well, why is that? We've defined that anything greater than 992 should get a width of 24%. But the way that CSS is read is top to bottom, and what it's doing here is it's saying, okay, first we have this rule here that sets it to 100%. Then we're going to ask ourselves, is this screen bigger than 992? The answer is yes. So now we're going to set it to 24%. Then it reads down once again and it says, is it greater than 576? And the answer is still yes, because this is inclusive of all screen sizes. So now it's going to replace that image width with 49% and override the 24% right here. So the lesson here is that your media queries, the order of them is very important, and you're going to need to do 2 things. So first, you need to add your media queries at the bottom of your CSS style sheet. And the reason is you've got all these rules for the default style, which would be the mobile screens, and you need these at the end so that they can override those styles. And then second, if you're going with the mobile first approach, which is basically using min widths rather than max width, then you need the greatest width to be at the bottom. So you need to go from, smallest to greatest. Otherwise, what we just saw is going to happen and nothing's going to behave as you'd expect. So at this point, I want to revisit this topic of mobile first and desktop first design. I've alluded to it over the last couple of minutes, what this actually is, but I think we're ready to fully understand the difference between the two. Like I said earlier, it has nothing to do with the design phase of your project. When you're just getting the graphic design laid out in your wireframes or your mock-ups, doesn't really matter because you're going to design multiple screen size designs no matter what. But when we come to write the CSS, the difference is going to be whether we're using media queries with a min width or we're putting in media queries with a max width, because that's going to change how we think about our CSS entirely. In this case, we used min width, which is basically the equivalent to mobile first design, because all of the default styles up here are going to automatically apply to screens, and since we're using min widths, that's going to apply to mobile devices. Now, as we go up in size, that's when we're going to start replacing CSS properties according to those bigger screen sizes. So what you see here is mobile first, and now I'm going to reverse it and we're going to actually do a desktop first approach, which is not what I recommend, but I want to show you the compare and contrast. So if we wanted to go desktop first, then we would just have to change these two to max width. All right, so let's change both min widths to max width, and you'll see that everything is working a little bit differently. It's basically the exact opposite. So as we get bigger, we go to that 100% width, and as we go smaller, we go into the grid, which is obviously not what we want. And the reason is because we thought of it from a mobile first perspective when we built it. So basically, when you're doing desktop first, all of these default rules are going to apply to your desktop devices. So anything that is greater than this, the greatest breakpoint that you've assigned, is going to get all of these default styles. So we're basically starting from the widest, and then as we go down, we're replacing rules. So if we wanted to work this the same as we had before, we're just going to have to change the widths. So all of these rules are for, desktop devices. So we want to replace this 100% with 24%. That should get us back to the point where we have the four pictures per row. Now, as we come down, we're going to change the max width of 576. So this is basically referring to all mobile devices. We want to make this 100% so that on a mobile device, we see them stacked on top of each other. And it's not working. Let me go ahead and refresh the page to make sure we got this. Oh, actually, this is a good lesson. So when we go from mobile first to desktop first, the order of the media queries is going to change. So when we had min widths, we said we want the smallest to largest going from top to bottom. But in this case, it's going down the style sheet and it's saying, okay, is the screen less than 576? So let's make it a mobile. It's saying, is it less than 576? The answer is yes, so let's apply an image width of 100%. Then it goes down and it reads, is the max width or is it less than 992? In this case, that is also true. So it's replacing the width to 24%. So that's why we're still seeing the grid there. So if we wanted to make that work, we need to put, for a desktop first approach, we need the largest media queries first going to the smallest. And now we have our intended behavior of 100% width on mobile, and then we should get, let's go ahead and replace this last one here to be 49%. And now we should have a correct design. So 100% on mobile, we'll have 2 images on a tablet, and then we'll have 4 images on the desktop. So as you can see, mobile first versus desktop first is all about how we're writing our media queries and whether we're using mid widths or max widths. In general, you're going to find that the consensus among the development community is to use a mobile first approach, and the reason behind it is as you're getting into more complex designs, it is just easier to use the natural flow of HTML on a mobile device, so no media queries required, and then tweak it as you get larger. Because in many cases, a desktop first design is probably not going to look very good on a mobile device. But the inverse of that, so a mobile first design, it will probably look okay on a desktop device without any modifications. So in summary, you're basically going to have to write less code in most cases. All right, so we've covered the basics. Now the next question is, what do I actually put within these media queries? And the answer to that is I can't possibly teach it within one lesson. You're going to learn, how to resize things based on different devices through experience and time. I'm about to show you a basic example of just that, but first I want to leave you with a responsive design checklist. So let's jump over here and go to the checklist. So you can just, take a screenshot of this, write it down, whatever you want to do, but this is what I go through when I'm looking at my design and my web page and testing it on different devices. I want to make sure that I check all of these boxes. And if you can check all these boxes, you've covered 95% of what you need to, and the rest is going to be, just subtle little changes and highly dependent on how many requirements you have for your project. So first up, we want fluid layouts. This is basically saying, what we just looked at, where we have single images on a mobile device, we have a row of 2 images on a tablet and a row of 4 images on a desktop. So that's what we mean when we say fluid layouts. We want to make the content, just look good in general. Now images, we want to make sure that we have the right aspect ratios and we're not stretching images to be, too wide, too tall, too big on certain devices. We also want to do the same thing with text. We don't want to have huge text on a mobile device where you only have, 4 or 5 words per line. That's a really poor user experience. The next thing up is overflow. So that's basically, you don't want to have any text or images or whatever cut off on the side of the screen. So you've probably seen a mobile design before where, half the image is off the screen. You want to avoid that. And then similar to that, we want full width mobile content. So in general, this doesn't apply to everything, but in general, everything that you look at is going to be stacked on top of each other rather than having columns. You never really want columns on a mobile device. And then finally, just general usability. So this is not too hard. Just get a friend, someone who will give you honest feedback, have them play around with your web page on multiple devices, and anyone is going to be able to tell, okay, this doesn't feel right, this one's kind of clunky, it's hard to use this on a mobile device, I'm squinting on the desktop to see this. You should get pretty good feedback, and just using a common sense approach is usually pretty good for this. All right, at this point, we're going to apply these skills we just learned, and we're going to take this pricing card challenge where you can see that everything's getting cut off and it's not responsive, and we're going to make it responsive. So the answer to this is actually relatively simple, and we can do it in one of 2 approaches. So the first way we could do it is a desktop first approach, which, like I said, I don't recommend that as your default way of approaching CSS. But in this case, we did design this with a desktop first mindset. We didn't really think about mobile design when we were doing this, and therefore in the CSS and the HTML, that has been reflected. So in this case, you can see that the width of this card that we've created, we decided that as we were creating the card, and you can see it right here. So we've assigned a width of 600 pixels to this, and for that reason, I think we can assign a media query or a breakpoint around that 600 pixel mark. Now, if we did it exactly at 600 pixels, then you're going to see a design where, we're at 635 pixels here, and looks like about 600 right here, and obviously there's something cut off. So you want to put a little bit of wiggle room there. So we might want to write our media query to be somewhere around 650 pixels. So what we'll do is we'll come down to the very bottom of the CSS, as we're supposed to with media queries. We'll write @media, and then we'll say max width, because we're solving this in the desktop first approach, because this will be the simplest solution, and we'll say 650 pixels. So dropping down into this CSS rule, all we really have to do is make these the bottom left and the bottom right containers that we created, we want to make them 100% width so that they naturally stack on top of each other. So I believe all we have to do, if I'm thinking about this correctly, is target those two and give them a 100% width when the screen is less than 650 pixels. So the IDs for this would be bottom left section. So let's grab that, throw it in our media query, and paste that in. And then we want to put a comma because we want to also do the same thing for the bottom right section. So let's grab that and put a hashtag to target it. And then we'll make a CSS rule. So right now in this media query, we're saying any screen that's less than 650 pixels, I want to target the bottom left section and the bottom right section by their IDs, and then I want to give them a width of 100%. All right, so at this point our screen is greater than 650, but as we resize, you'll see that it's done something for us, but now we have to figure out what's going on here because we've completely lost the bottom right section. It's pretty much disappeared. And the reason that that is happening is because we've set explicit heights on this card. If you scroll up to the top of the CSS, you'll see that we gave the card a width of 600 pixels and a height of 400 pixels. And then we also set the overflow to be hidden, which was what allowed us to make those rounded corners at the bottom. So what's happening here when I resize this, and we're basically losing this right side entirely, is because now when we stack them on top of each other, it's greater than that height of 400 pixels, and we're hiding that overflow content, so it's not being shown here. So if we were to come down to our media query and set the height to be auto, it's going to change something for us, I believe. No, that's not going to change because we don't want to assign that to the sections. We want that to be to the main card. So we need to target the card itself. So down in our media query, we're going to target the card, and now we're going to set the height to be auto, which is going to take away that explicit height and give it its automatic height. And you can see that now we are resizing correctly. But the last problem is you're going to see it's still cut off because for this card component, we still do not have an automatic width. So we've only assigned 100% width to the bottom left and bottom right section. So if we were to assign the width here to auto or even 100%, we should see that it resizes now appropriately. So I think what we can do is we can actually take, since we've duplicated this width, we can take this height auto and we can put this up into this rule, and then we can just include the main card within that and delete these, and I think it should work just fine. So let's resize it, and you can see that it works just fine. And you can see that all we had to do was add this little block of code to make it mobily responsive. But I don't want to leave you hanging on this one. I said throughout the whole video, we want to go mobile first, mobile first. So I want to stay true to that and show you how to make this mobily responsive from a mobile first perspective or strategy. This desktop first approach worked pretty well because we originally created this from that approach, but ideally we would have created the original card from a mobile first perspective. So I'm going to show you how to convert that. So let's delete our media query that we just created. You'll see that it goes back to being cut off and not being mobily responsive. And now what I want to do is create that mobile first design. So instead of a max width, we're going to write a media query where we have a mid width, which is going to be 576 pixels. We'll just go with that. So anything greater than a mobile device is going to have whatever styles we put in here. Now the cool thing about media queries and breakpoints is that you don't have to duplicate all of your CSS. A lot of styles are going to be applied similarly across devices. So for example, the color of this button and this text and these backgrounds, that's not going to change based on whether we're on a mobile or desktop device. So we don't need to rewrite those. Likewise, our text is going to stay the same. We're going to have the same font style no matter what. So really the only things that you have to alter between breakpoints is going to be layout related properties. So what I want to start with is the overall card. So if you remember, in the top part of the CSS, we have a rule for card. And right now we're giving it an explicit width and an explicit height. Now, if you remember from a mobile first perspective, everything that's not within the media query itself is going to apply to a mobile device. So naturally, when we're on a mobile device, we do not want these explicit widths and heights. So let me go ahead and comment those out for a second. And what you're going to see is that we've already done a lot better. So the overall card is the right width and height now, but we've got some problems going on within the bottom left and bottom right sections. Now we don't want to get rid of these widths and heights altogether. So let's go ahead and take those out of the main card and then scroll down to our media query, and we'll target the card element and paste in those rules again. So now we want to give it a width of 600 and a height of 400 on any device greater than a mobile device, or 576 pixels. So let's go ahead and resize this, and it should break somewhere around here. So right there, you saw it. So that was where our breakpoint was. And you'll see that based on the explicit width and height we've given it, it's not really fitting correctly. So we can actually change this. It should work just fine. So maybe we'll say something like, I don't know, 550 pixels. So that gets it fitting on the screen, and then the height can go ahead and stay at 400 pixels. So now, as we have our mobile device, it's somewhat responsive, and then as we go to anything greater than a mobile device, it stays as this card. The next thing that we want to look at is the bottom left and the bottom right sections. So here are the styles that we have for those, and you'll see that we've given them widths of 50% each. So in this case, when we're on a mobile device, we do not want these widths to be 50%. We want them to be 100%. So let's go ahead and comment this out, and when we do that, it's going to have the default width of auto, which is going to be 100%. So by default, it's going to be 100%, and if we comment out both of these, I think we should start to see something that makes a little bit more sense. So you'll see that we have some auto. Actually, no, I said that wrong. We cannot just use it as auto. We need the text to span 100% width of its container. So in these styles, we need to, I guess, go ahead and set a width of 100%. So that fixes this section. And then we'll come down here and set a width of 100%, and that should pull this one to the right. All right, so we're looking good there. And I think, for the most part, we have our mobile design complete. So I think this is exactly what we want. So our mobile design is complete. We just need to make this desktop design look a little bit better, because as of right now, it obviously is missing an entire section. So really, we can just, let's go ahead and delete the width of 50%, even the commented out section here. And then we'll go down to our query at the bottom that says anything greater than a mobile device, and we're going to target the bottom left section and the bottom right section. And here we're going to give it a width of 50%, just like we had before. And now you'll see that it fits just perfectly, and as we resize it, it resizes perfectly on a mobile device. So that is the difference. It's very subtle, especially because our project is very simple. There's not, hundreds of styles. But the difference between a mobile first and a desktop first design is really important, and you really have to internalize that as a full stack web developer. All right, that wraps it up for this video. Hopefully you enjoyed it, learned a little bit about responsive design, and in the next couple videos we're going to be covering CSS Grid and Flexbox, and we'll do a couple really cool projects with those, so I'm really looking forward to that. If you don't mind, hit the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel so that you can see those tutorials in the future. And until next time, I'll see you later. So let's get started. This is a Flexbox crash course, and the prerequisites for it is going to be a basic understanding of HTML and CSS. I've covered all of this in prior lessons of this series, so go check those out if you're unfamiliar. Here's what we're going to be covering in this video. We're going to learn what Flexbox is, how it can help you out and make your life easier. We're going to go through all the basic properties of Flexbox, and we're going to get pretty detailed in those so that you really understand what's going on there. And then finally, we're going to look at a front-end mentor project, this testimonial grid over here, which we're going to be creating with Flexbox in the next video. A few of the things that we're not going to be covering. Shorthand Flexbox properties. So there's a couple properties within this CSS, I guess, module or framework or whatever you want to call it, that allow you to write less CSS to achieve the same thing. And that's not our goal here. We're trying to learn Flexbox. You can apply those much later down the road when you're more comfortable with Flexbox. And we're also not going to be getting very advanced with this. I have written advanced Flexbox properties, but we're pretty much covering all of the properties. I guess probably the better way to say that is we're not going to be going into advanced Flexbox methods and different layouts and all of that kind of stuff. My main goal is to get you understanding how the system works and get you very comfortable with using it. The obvious starting question is, what is Flexbox? Well, if you have been following along, you might have realized that as we're writing our CSS, there's really two main components. You have layout-related properties, and then you have style-related properties. So a style property would be like a color or a font or something like that. It doesn't really affect how things are laid out on the page, but layout properties do. That's how you create, grids and, nav bars and footers and sidebars, all of that kind of stuff. So far, we have not been using Flexbox, and our job has been a little bit difficult because we've had to use, hacky ways of getting layouts to work. Flexbox is going to come in and really help you out with that layout side of things. And per the MDN web docs, Flexbox is called the CSS Flexible Box Layout Module. And it's a model for displaying items in a single dimension, so either a row or a column. In future videos, we're going to get into CSS Grid, which is a two-dimensional layout module within CSS. And some, might say that CSS Grid is better than Flexbox or vice versa, but they really work together, and we're going to cover how those work together within our CSS. Whatever the case, Flexbox and then subsequently CSS Grid, which again is a future video, these are kind of the future of CSS layouts. So in the past, like I talked about, you had to use like floats and clear fixes and inline blocks and specific widths. And if you watched one of the previous videos, we had to almost, hack our way to getting items to fit within a container by removing white space from our HTML. These are not good solutions. They're not sustainable. And so Flexbox, along with CSS Grid, come in to provide a better model for doing layouts. But enough talk, let me show you exactly what we're dealing with here. So what I've got here is some basic HTML, and I really want you to start understanding this container-child relationship within HTML. So if we look at this, we can see that we have a div element with a class of container, and then we have three div elements all having the same class of item. This relationship is very important. The container is the parent to all three of these, children elements. To show you how this relationship is important, let's put some width and height dimensions. We'll go with 100 pixels for the width and height of the items within this container. And we'll give them a background color of, say, orange. And then maybe we'll give some margin of 5 pixels so they're kind of separate a little bit. So here you can see the three div elements. These are the children elements to that container. And the reason this parent-child relationship is so important is because the second you enable Flexbox on a container, all of the child elements become what we call flex items. So this is really important. And first off, let me show you what happens when we have the normal display property. So right now, by default, each item here and the container are all going to be a display type of block. So they're block elements, and you'll see as I type these in, it's not going to do anything because we're basically just explicitly writing in what was already the default. Now with block elements, as we talked about in prior CSS videos of the series, these are going to have certain characteristics, and flex items and flex containers are also going to have certain display characteristics. So if we remove this display block, which again, these are just defaults for div elements, and we come up to the container and we type display flex, you're going to notice that these items change. And the reason they change is because by adding this single property on the container element, or the parent, we are basically making a flex container which holds a bunch of flex items. The container and the items have specific characteristics that normal block or inline elements do not have. In just a minute, I'm going to explain exactly why these flex items are going in a horizontal direction rather than vertical. But for now, I really want to drill home this point about flex containers and flex items. Now you might ask, well, if I set display flex on this container and all of these are going to be flex items, then can I also, make the flex item a flex container? And the answer is yes. You can actually have an element be both a flex item and a flex container at the same time, and that's why it's important to always keep these relationships clear in your head. Let me show you what I mean. So if we come down to the final div element, which currently is just a flex item, and then we put in a few more divs. So let's put in a class of sub item, and then we're going to copy this down 3 times. And right now this doesn't have any dimensions, but if we copy this CSS selector of item down and then we put in sub item and give it some different dimensions, so we'll give it something very small, like maybe 15 pixels wide and tall, and then we'll make the background color blue and a margin of 1 pixel, something like that. And what you'll see is that these line up within that third container because they're children of this third flex item. But at the moment, these are not flex items themselves. They are block elements by default. This brings up a very important point. So if you look at our CSS, we have put the display flex property on this main container. And when we do that, it only turns that container into a flex item, and then the direct children, not all descendants, but only the direct children, will become the flex items. So in this case, all of these divs are going to be flex items, but the sub items are not going to be flex items. These will be the default block elements. Now, what I can do is I can come in and turn this final div into a flex container, which will then subsequently turn these sub items into flex items as well. Just so that I have a unique selector on here, let me turn this into item 3. We'll put another class on there. And then all we have to do is come down here on item 3 and write display flex. And what you'll see is these 3 blue boxes right here are going to go in a row just like the orange boxes are. As we go throughout this tutorial, I want you to keep this clear in your head, this exact model that we just laid out here. So let me just walk you through it one more time. At the top level, we have a div called with a class of container. This is a flex container, and the reason it's a flex container is because we put the display flex property on it. Now all of the items, these 3 items right here, these are flex items. And the reason they're flex items is because their direct parent is a flex container. Now, these sub items right here, these are also flex items, but it's not because we have display flex on the main container, it's because we've put display flex on this third item right here. I know this is confusing right now. It's going to get a lot more clear as we go through the tutorial, but what's happening here is this third div within the container is both a flex container and it's a flex item. So it can actually serve as both types at the same time. In relation to the main container, it is a flex item. In relation to these sub items, it is a flex container. With that level of understanding between the container and the flex item and how we can combine those, here are the flex container and flex item properties that you can use. We're going to go through each of these, but you have to keep them very clear in your head when you're going through, because you have to first identify, am I dealing with a container or an item? And as you saw, in some cases you can be dealing with both, so you can actually put a combination of these properties on a single HTML element. Sometimes this gets a little bit confusing, and something that I had done when I was first learning Flexbox is I had this cheat sheet that I found here. It's a really great resource. I'll be sure to link to it in the description. But I just keep this open whenever I'm working with Flexbox, because it's very interactive. You can, click on different things and see how different Flex properties work, and it covers pretty much everything. Now, as I just mentioned, some properties apply to the container and some to the items. This resource does not really separate that out on the left side right here, but for each property, you'll come down and you can see what it applies to. So this one applies to Flex containers. So I'd use this resource, keep it open as you're learning Flexbox. It's a really good, little cheat sheet to have. In addition, as we've been going through in this course, you can always look it up on MDN Web Docs. So as you can see, we're on Flexbox, and here's the property reference for all of the valid properties that we can use. And you can click on each of them and kind of get an overview of what's available. And what I'll point out is this formal definition down here for each property is going to tell you what the initial value is. And sometimes that's important to understand what the default values you're dealing with are. The reason understanding these default values is so important is because when we have Flex items and Flex containers like this, putting this single rule on a container is going to set a bunch of properties by default that you're not seeing in front of you. In reality, when we put display flex on this container, it's setting all of the properties that I just pasted in here. So it's setting a flex direction, justify content, align content, items, and flex wrap. And these are all of the default values, so you can see that nothing changed over here on the left because they were already applied by default. Likewise, flex items have default properties. So I can come down to the item itself, which is going to be a flex item, and paste in all of these properties right here. And the reason nothing changed on the left, again, is because these are the defaults that that Flexbox comes packed with. What we're going to do in this tutorial is learn how we can modify the default values on all of these properties right here to get the intended result that we want. The last thing I want to point out before we jump into our first property is just a quick note on shorthand Flex properties. So if we came down to the Flex item, so this is targeting one of our Flex items here, and we put in something called Flex, and we gave it a value of, 0, 1, and auto. This right here is what we call a shorthand Flex property, and it is the exact equivalent of writing Flex grow 0, Flex shrink 1, and Flex basis of auto. So these three properties written out longhand is the same thing as this single property written out shorthand. And for this tutorial, like I said, we're not going to be looking at these shorthand properties because we have enough to deal with the longhand properties, just understanding how they work. So just wanted to clarify that because you might see that in the Flex cheat sheet. So if you came down here, Flex flow is a shorthand property. I'm sure Flex is somewhere on here. But whatever the case, just know that those exist, but we're not going to be covering them. I think at this point I've covered all of these, prerequisite pieces of knowledge to really jump into Flexbox. Let's go ahead and get started. We're not going to use this because it's pretty ugly, and I actually put together a little demo here. So you can check out the JavaScript for this. It's basically just toggling some of the values here. And what this demo is meant to explain is the main tenet of Flexbox, and that is the fact that we have one-dimensional model where we can align items on either the horizontal or vertical axis. As you'll see in the HTML, we've got some HTML up here. None of this is really important. What we're really focused on here is going to be this piece right here. So we've got our main container, which is going to be our Flex container, and then each of these divs are going to be the actual Flex items. And I've actually styled these a little bit just for visual purposes, but it's not important to this tutorial. So if we're looking at this HTML, the way that we create a Flex container of this div is by selecting it with CSS and writing display flex on it. So by default, that's going to create a Flex container, and then all of the direct children are going to be the Flex items. So all three of these divs right here. Now, the next property that we have to understand, and this is a really important part of Flexbox, is the flex direction property. And this is by default going to be set to row. What this property is defining is what we're going to be using as the main axis and what we're going to be using as the cross axis. I've written this out with HTML and CSS, so you can see that this is the main axis horizontally, and this is the cross axis vertically. But what happens is if you change this flex direction property, you're going to change the flow of the items within the flex container. And when you do that, that's also going to change the main and the cross axis. So by default, this is set to row, which means everything is going to go horizontal and the main axis is going to be horizontal. But if we were to toggle this flex direction, which is going to, via JavaScript, change the flex direction to column, then what's happening is the main axis is going to be vertical and the cross axis is going to be horizontal now. So now we're looking vertically, while previously when it was set to row, we're looking horizontally. So as we learn new properties, keep two things in mind. First off, as we talked about, you got to know which HTML element is the flex container and which are the flex items. Number two, you have to know which direction the flex items are going to flow in. So if you've got this property flex direction set to row, they're going to go horizontal and the main axis is going to be horizontal. And if you set it to column, it's going to flow vertically and the main axis is going to be vertical. As you can see in this example, our flex container has a certain height and width, and the reason is because we set it down here. So if we find the container that we set it on, we set the width and height to 300 and 200 pixels. Now, if we comment these out, we get rid of the dimensions on the container, it's going to act similar to a block element where it kind of spans the width of its parent container, and then the height is going to be based on the content of the items within it. To keep things simple, we're going to keep this width and height set on our container, just so that we can have a nice visual to look at as we explore some of the different flex properties. For the remainder of the tutorial, we're going to be working here in this workspace, and I want to just kind of derive how I got here just so that you're not confused with pre-existing styles that I put on here. So what I have is basically 4 div elements within a main container. And as of right now, what I'm showing you, there's no Flexbox enabled here, except on these items right here, but that's not what we're trying to cover. So these are basic divs, and as of right now, they're displaying as block elements, and there's no dimensions on the container. So let me kind of derive how we get to our workspace. First off, I'm going to set a width and a height on our main flex container, and I'm going to put a border on it. So just uncommented those properties out. And what you'll see here is a black border that is 4 pixels in dimension, and then the width itself is going to be 408 pixels on the whole container. The reason that it's 408 is because if you add the left border of 4 pixels and the right border of 4 pixels, that gets you 8 pixels, and therefore what I wanted to do was basically make the total area within the container 400 pixels exactly, so that we have a better time doing basic calculations. So that's why I made it 408 pixels. Now we have to uncomment the display flex to make these flex items. So now you're seeing that they're sitting on the horizontal axis, and that's actually because of the flex direction row default setting here. And this is how we get to our basic workspace. And then finally, I will uncomment these 2 lines of HTML, which are going to be styled somewhere down here so that we can see the cross and the main axis at all times. And as we go through the rest of the tutorial, we're always going to be working with a flex direction of row. So therefore, the main axis is always going to be horizontal and the cross axis is always going to be vertical. If you want, you can switch this and call it flex direction column, and you can see how all of these rules that we're about to go through work out from a vertical axis perspective. The next few properties we're talking about are alignment properties, which allow you to align and space out these flex items within the container. The first one is going to be justify content. So if we come to MDN, here's the formal definition, and we'll come down to the formal definition here and see that the initial value is normal. If we read about what normal is, it says the items are packed in their default position as if no justified content value was set. So that's kind of what you're seeing here. It's all just kind of by default at the start of that axis. Now, similarly, if we set the justify content property to start, this is going to achieve the same thing. So we're just putting it at the start. So for all intents and purposes, you can think of the default property for justify content to be start. If we wanted all of the flex items to go to the end of the main axis rather than the start, we can just type that into this property. So if we replace this with end, you'll see that all of these jump to the right side. And you'll see that as we're looking on the main axis, that's how we're deciding where these items are going to go. We're flowing horizontally, so the start is the left side and the end is the right side. We can also change this to center, which is going to put them right in the middle. And then we have some additional property values that will actually space the items out a little bit. The first one is going to be space between. So if we type space between, these are going to be spaced out with equal amount of white space between them within the container. We also have a property called space around. So if we change this to that, you'll see that there is now some space surrounding each of these items on the main axis. Now what I'll have you notice here is that the amount of space between the items, so this little area here and here, those are all going to be equal in dimension. But the edges, so to the right of this fourth element and to the left of the first, that's a little bit smaller than the space between the elements. So that's kind of the how we distinguish the space around property value with the space evenly property value. So when I type space evenly, you'll see that these change just a little bit, and now what's happening is every piece of white space between the elements are going to be exactly equal. So the justify content property tells us how the items are spaced out and aligned on the main axis. Let's go ahead and set this back to start because I want to have the default values so that now we can talk about the next property, which is the align items property. Let's go ahead and look this up in MDN. We'll type in align items, and you'll see that this is the property that we use when we want to align flex items on the cross axis. So remember, we set this example to a flex direction of row by default, and that means that the main axis is horizontal and cross is vertical. So the align items always applies to the cross axis and is going to decide how these items are aligned vertically. Looking at the MDN docs, you'll see that the initial value is again normal, and if we go to normal, wherever that is, I guess it's at the top here, it says the effect of this keyword is dependent on the layout mode we are in. As you can see in the third bullet point, it says for flex items, the keyword behaves as stretch. And if we come down to stretch, it says the flex items are stretched such that the cross size of the item's margin box is the same as the line while respecting width and height constraints. That's an overly confusing way to say that by default, the align items, if we set it to normal, is going to stretch the height of these items to the total height of the flex container, unless you have a specific height set on those items already. So this brings us to a brief discussion on the width and height properties of flex items. Right now, we don't have any width or height set on either or any of these flex items right here. So they're getting, I guess, what you call the defaults. And with Flexbox, a flex item is by default going to get the width of its inner content, and the height is going to stretch to be equal to the total height of the flex container. As you can see, the inner content is going to be the numbers that we've put in here, And I know there's a little space there, but it's still considered just the inner content. And then the height is, of course, the height of the full flex container. Now, if we come down to flex item number 1, and we give it a width of, say, 100 pixels, it's no longer going to have that default width of the content. It's going to respect that width that we've set on it. Likewise, if we give it a height of, say, 50 pixels, it's going to respect that height as well. So if you put explicit width and height properties on your flex items, by default, they're going to get those so long as there's not, overflow within the flex container, or you've set different properties that we're going to talk about in just a bit. Just as a quick review, the items here, the flex items, do not have explicit width or height properties, and therefore the default height that a flex item is going to get is going to be the total size of the cross axis. So in this case, the main axis is row, cross is column, so total height of that column is going to be the natural height. This is no longer the case when we start putting in different values for the align items. So once we put in something like flex start, you're going to see that all of these items pull up to the top of the cross axis, and they no longer have that total height of the cross axis. And what's happening here is they just have the width and height of the inner content. So if we change that inner content, then it's going to adjust the size. So one way we could do that, let's say that we have this first flex item, we'll come all the way to the bottom, and I'm going to uncomment this little rule that I wrote that made the font size for this first item much larger. And you can see that as we make the content bigger or smaller, the flex item itself gets bigger or smaller because we don't have those explicit width or height properties. Now I'm going to leave that there because it's going to bring up a very good point here in a second. So right now we have flex start. We can also bring these down on the cross axis to flex end. So these are the end now, and then we can center them with center. And this is actually something that's really hard to do without Flexbox. So really cool part of this Flexbox model. What you'll see with the center is that there's like an imaginary horizontal line going through the middle of the content in these flex items. But we also have this property value called baseline. And what's going to happen here is we actually draw that horizontal line kind of at the bottom of each piece of content within the flex item. So because this first one has much bigger inner content, our flex baseline is going to be in a different spot. So they're not going to be perfectly aligned flush with the top of that cross axis. So far we've learned a couple of properties: justify content and align items. So we can play around with these. Let's just do a few examples so that we can kind of review and recap. So let's go ahead and say justify content will be center and align items will also be center. This is how you can take content, flex items, and put them in the middle of a container. And this was very difficult to do before Flexbox, so this is a really cool advantage of having Flexbox. And then we can, of course, change all of these. So we can put the justify content to end and put that there. We can also put align items to flex end. I don't know why you'd want to do this, but you can put it at the bottom right corner of the container. So very flexible, no pun intended, of what we can do here with these alignment properties. Let me reset everything. Let's just put these back to the defaults. So all you have to do is delete them and they're back to their defaults. And then we will come down here and comment out this last rule that changes the font size of that first item. So now everything is equal. And what I want to do is actually make each of these items a specific width and height. We'll go with 50 pixels by 50 pixels. One way that we can do that, since we have two classes set here and each flex item has this FI class, we can just target that one class, give it a width of 50 pixels and a height of 50 pixels. And now we have these perfect little squares sitting as our flex items. By default, if you don't change any properties, Flexbox will respect the flex item width and height properties. So we set those to 50 pixels by 50 pixels, and that's what we're getting right here. And if we came down to the flex container again, and we set that align items property to say stretch or something like that, you'll see that they're not actually going to stretch down to the total height because we have those explicit properties set already. But the next thing I want to explore is what happens if you have too many or too little flex items within your flex container. In this example, if you remember from a few minutes ago when we talked about actually it's at the top here, we set the width of the flex container to 408 and the height to 200 pixels. Because the main axis is horizontal as a result of the flex direction equal to row property, the width is really all that we care about right here because everything is going in the width kind of direction. So we set this to 408 exactly for the example I'm about to show you. If you've got a container 408 pixels wide and that container has a 4 pixel border on the left and the right, then the total white space that is available for these flex items is exactly 400 pixels. If each of our boxes are 50 pixels in width, that means that we can fit a total of 8 flex items perfectly within this container. Let's go ahead and do that just to see what I'm talking about. So all we have to do is copy this down 4 more times, and you should see a bunch of items pop up here. Let me just go ahead and change the labels so that we can see all our flex items a little bit better. And now you can see that we have 8 items perfectly fitting within our flex container. But what happens if we take all of these flex items and we double it? So let's say instead of 8 flex items of 50 pixels each, we have 16. So we double it. What happens then? Well, let me go ahead and do that real quick. I'll just copy all of these items and paste them below. And what you're going to see as we extend this is that these items are overflowing outside of the flex container. There's a couple weird things going on as well. If you'll notice, it doesn't look like these items are 50 pixels wide anymore. Now, of course, if you were wondering how wide these elements are, you don't have to guess. You can right-click, inspect element, and you're dropped into the Firefox DevTools. And the reason I'm in Firefox, I know I've been switching back and forth between Chrome and Firefox throughout this series, but I'm in Firefox because the DevTools have an awesome Flexbox little module here that you can inspect elements with and really see what's going on. So all we have to do is come up to this inspector here. We click that so that we can select items on the page. And let's first start with our overall Flex container. When we click that Flex container, the Layout tab is going to drop us down into this section called Flex container. If you collapse that, you'll see that there's also grid in the box model. So these are different, models that we can look at. But if we look at Flex container and then we toggle this little button, you can see all of the different flex items outlined for you, as well as some overflow space and other elements of the Flexbox. We'll turn this off for now, but we can also go down to the flex items, and you can see they're being highlighted here on the left as I hover over them. So you can click them with this little inspector here. So maybe we click on number 8, and we can look here within the inspector of everything that's going on with this individual flex item. We're going to talk more about all of this stuff in just a bit. We're not quite ready yet. The thing that I want to draw your attention to is the fact that if we go down to the box model, which we learned about in previous lessons, we know all about how this works. And you look at the total size of a single element. So we'll click on number 4. You'll see that the dimensions are 33.5 by 50, which is not what we set them to. We set them to 50 pixels wide and 50 pixels tall. So the question is, why is it shrinking the width? Like, we didn't tell it to do that. Why is that happening? Furthermore, if these are overflowing outside the container, what do we do about that? We obviously don't want to show this to our users. We don't want our flex items just going indefinitely off the page. And especially if you're making, say, a grid of images where there's hundreds of images and you're using Flexbox to display them, you don't want them going on a single axis, indefinitely to the right or indefinitely down. In this situation, you have 2 options. The first option is kind of the standard default way of handling overflow in CSS. And this is not specific to Flexbox itself. You can use this with any type of CSS display type. So if I came to the Flex container and I set the overflow property, I can set this to a couple of values, but usually you might want to set it to auto. And if you set it to auto, what's going to happen is these elements are no longer going to break outside of that container. They're just going to scroll. So you see the scroll bar at the bottom of our Flex container now, and we can see all of our items. They're still shrunk a little bit, but we can see them all without, breaking out of the container. But like I said, with that grid of images example, if we could imagine that these are images, we don't want our users to have to scroll left and right to see all the images. We want them to just wrap down to the next line and just have like a nice little grid of images. So the second option that you have here, instead of setting the overflow property, which is just a generic solution, we can set this flex wrap property. And if we set it to wrap, you'll see what happens is these elements go back to their original size of 50 by 50 as we intended, and they're going to perfectly wrap onto the next line. Now you see some white space in here in the middle, and you might say, okay, I don't really want that. I want those to be flush to each other. So naturally what you're going to do is come down to the Flex container. You're going to type in align items like we had said earlier, and you'll type in flex start, something like that. And you won't see anything happen, and the reason is because the rules of the game just changed when we put in this flex wrap property. I know you're probably getting tired of hearing me say that, but as we go through CSS, certain properties set to certain values change the whole game. Just like when we set Flexbox to the container, it changes the behavior of all the children elements within it. This flex wrap property changes how we align items on the cross axis. So instead of align items, we now have to use this property called align content. So if flex wrap is set to anything other than the default, which is going to be no wrap, you'll see it overflows again. If it's set to anything except for this no wrap, then we're going to use, instead of align items, we're going to use align content, which is going to have the same possible values for the most part as align items, but it's going to tell Flexbox how to arrange this new group of wrapped items within the Flex container. So now we can set flex start, or we could wrap them at flex end, or even put them right in the center of everything. So that's how we wrap items to the next line if they're overflowing. At this point, we've actually covered all of the Flex container properties that we can use. Just to do a very quick review, I'll get rid of all this extra stuff here. So get rid of these last 8 Flex items, and then I'll get rid of these last 2 properties here. So just to review, we have, of course, the display flex, which is going to activate Flexbox. We have the flex direction, which we can set to either row or column. So if we set it to column, it's going to go vertical. If we set it to row, it's going to go horizontal. We have justify content, which aligns flex items on the main axis, in this case, the horizontal axis. We can set that to center, which is not going to change anything because it's as wide as the container itself. But if we just commented out this last flex item, you'll see how this works. It kind of centers all of the content in the middle. And then we have align items. We can also put center on that to put those in the middle. Next up, we're going to talk about how do we influence the size and alignment of individual flex items. So if you take a look at what I'm about to do, I can say something like align self, and I can say flex start, and you're going to see this first item drops out of the flow of the rest of the flex items, and we can do this with each individual flex item for a lot of different combinations here. Speaking of this alignment, let's go ahead and start with that because I think it's the easier part of this discussion. So let me just go ahead and comment out the last 4 items here in our container, just so that we have 4, and then within our rules here, I'm going to remove these justify content and align items so that everything is top left default settings. Now if we came down to individual items, which I have CSS selectors here for on the right, what we can use is this align self property, which is essentially the same exact thing as align items, except it only applies to a single flex item. So in this case, we've set this to flex start, which is the default, so it all looks normal. But if I take this first flex item, so the first box here, and I set this to flex end, you'll see that this drops to the bottom while the rest stay at the top. And I can do this to flex item number 4. So align self, flex end, and you'll see this one drop to the bottom. And then maybe I wanted number 3 in the middle. So align self, center. So this one goes in the middle. You can see how we can individually pick and choose where our flex items are going to go. And of course our container level properties still apply. So if I came back up to the container and set justify content to center, this whole group will go to the middle. So these work together. It's not one or the other. You use them in tandem. Like I said, the align self property is pretty straightforward once you know align items on the main container. Now the last part we're going to talk about is the sizing of flex items. And this is probably the hardest part of Flexbox, in my opinion, to understand how all of these work. And what we're dealing with here is the flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis properties. We're going to start with flex grow, and this is going to apply to flex items when they don't naturally fill the entire main axis. So in this case, the main axis is horizontal because of the flex direction row property. And in this case, we have 50 pixel wide flex items and we have 4 of them. So this should only fill about half of the total width of the container. Earlier, we talked about how the total white space, the total width for these flex items in this container is exactly 400 pixels. If each item is 50 pixels wide, then 50 plus 50 plus 50 plus 50 is going to be 200 pixels, and therefore the occupied space is going to be 200 pixels, and the unoccupied space is going to be 200 pixels. When there is unoccupied space or empty space along the main axis of a flex container, the flex grow property is going to come into play. By default, this property on each and every single item is going to be set to 0. And what that means is that each item by default is going to take up 0% of the empty space within the container. That is why what we're looking at here is not stretching out to fill the container right now, is because all of these items by default are set to not take up that extra space. But if I come down to the first flex item and I change that default property to a 1, you're going to see that the first item fills up all of that remaining space. So it's going to take up the original width it had of 50 pixels, and then we also know we had empty space of 200 pixels, so the total width of this first item or first flex item now is going to be 50 plus 200 or 250 pixels. Now of course with my tutorials I don't want you to just take my word for it, so let's go ahead and verify what I just said. 50 pixels plus 200 is 250. So if we click the selector up here, select that element, and go down to the box model, you'll see it's 250.5 pixels. And the reason it's a half of a pixel more than what we calculated, I'm not sure that I can fully explain it with the utmost confidence, but I will attempt to. So if we set this back to flex grow of 0 and refresh the page because it's being stubborn, and then if we inspect the element, we'll go to this first element, and what you'll see in the box model is that the inner content of this, so the number itself, is 28.5 pixels. So if we hover over this, you'll see that the box gets drawn around that number. Now, if we pulled in the same exact HTML and CSS, but in Google Chrome, so I'm going to pull in Google Chrome right here, and we're going to select this first box, and scroll down to the box model, you'll see that the inner content is 28, not 28.5. So Browser differences are of course a big part of web development, but I wouldn't worry about that extra half that we saw when we're trying to make the calculations. Just make sure that you have the understanding of how these are calculated. In programming, being off by 1 is sometimes a catastrophic error, but when we're dealing with CSS, it's not quite as big of a deal. So we will stick with this, and as we go throughout, you're probably going to notice that my calculations are going to be off by just a couple decimals, but just bear with me. So let's set this back to a flex grow of 1. So we have 200 pixels of empty space. Now we don't, because 200 pixels got allocated to flex item number 1. Now if we came down to flex item number 2, which by default has a flex grow value of 0, and if we set that to 1, here's what's going to happen. If we came down here to flex item number 2, the default value for flex grow is going to be 0, no changes as you see. But if we were to set this to 1, you'll see that number 2 element gets part of that empty space as well. So now 1 and 2 are going to be completely equal. Now how did we get to this? What kind of calculation is happening here? I'm going to try to draw it out for you. So if we come to right over flex item number 1, just make a comment. What we're going to do is take all of the flex items within the container, and we're going to add up their flex grow values. So by default, remember, they are all set to 0. So flex item number 1 has a value of 1 as we set it right here. Let me close this comment so we can see it correctly. So we have a value of 1 on flex item 1, a value of 1 on flex item 2, and then by default the last two are set to 0 and 0. So the total of all that is going to equal 2. And what you can think of this as is 2 units of empty space. So we'll say 2 units, and you might ask, okay, what unit are we measuring this against? Well, if you remember, there is 200 pixels of empty space, and if we divide that by 2 allocated units, we get 100 pixels per unit. So each unit that we allocate is going to be 100 pixels. But if we were to come down to flex item number 3 and set a flex grow value of 1, that changes it, because now our total sum, we're going to add a 1 in there, and now we have a total of 3 units. We still have 200 pixels of empty space, but now we have to divide that by 3 units, and that should get us to, not sure if I can do that math, I think that's a decimal actually, so 200 divided by 3 is going to be 66.666 pixels. But if we come down to flex item number 3, we set a flex grow factor of 1, and then flex item number 4 and set a flex grow factor of 1. Now everything changes, so we have to update these values in our sum. So now it's 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, so we have 4 units, and we still have 200 pixels of empty space to allocate, because if you have 4 items, each 50 pixels wide, that's 200 pixels. Empty space is 200 pixels in a 400 pixel container. So still have 200 pixels of empty space to allocate over 4 total units. So we'll divide that by 4, and that's going to get us to 50 pixels each per unit. So what's happening here is for each item in this container, we have an original size of 50 pixels, and then we allocate 50 pixels to that of empty space. So they're each going to be 100 pixels equal across the board, and you can see that if you click on here, it's 100.133 pixels. Forget about the decimals here, but they're all equal. So that's how that works. Now, it doesn't have to be a flex grow value of 1. You can also give it 2 or 3 or 4. It's all just dependent on how many units you want to allocate to each flex item. Let's say that we gave flex item number 2 a value of, we'll say 4. Or maybe not 4. Let's go with 3 so that we have an even number. So now our calculation is 1 plus 3 plus 1 plus 1 is going to be 6 units. 200 pixels of empty space divided by 6 units. I'm going to need a calculator for that one. So 200 divided by 6 is 33.33 pixels per unit. So if we are giving the second flex item 3 units of empty space, and each unit of empty space is 33.33, that means that we're giving it an extra 99.9999 or 100 pixels. So we take the original width of 50, we add about 100, so we get 150 pixels wide for the second item. Let's check that, see if we're in the ballpark, and you see that it's 150.25, so that calculation worked perfectly. Hopefully that explanation made a little bit of sense. You just have to think about it in allocated space, empty space, and you can calculate the two pieces by getting the total width of your flex container and then the total width of the items within the flex container, and then breaking it out into units based on the amount of empty space that we need to allocate back out to the items. Now the opposite applies when we have too many items in our flex container. Let me get rid of all these flex grow values so that we can get it back to normal. And then let me also uncomment these divs right here so that we have 8 total items. We know that that fits perfectly, but what if we put in 9? So instead of 8, we have 9, which means we've added an extra one in there, which means that we have 50 pixels of overflow. So remember, each one's 50 pixels wide. 50 pixels times 8 is going to be 400 pixels, which is equal to the total available space within our flex container. So by adding a 9th, we are making the total amount of flex items 450 pixels wide versus the 400 available space, so we have 50 extra pixels of overflow. Similar to how we allocate out empty space to flex items, we can also reduce the size of flex items by the amount of overflow that we have. So if you look at this container, you're going to see that by default, they all fit within the container when we add that 9th item. And the reason is because all of them actually shrunk a little bit when we put that 9th item in there. The reason that they shrunk is because by default, every flex item is going to have a flex shrink value of 1. So if I put that in for flex item number 1, you will not see any change because that's already the default. It's already shrinking by 1 unit. So we know how to calculate those units. You basically take the overflow, just like we took the empty space with the flex grow. So if we have 50 pixels of overflow, let's change this right here to 50 pixels of overflow. And then we have to ask ourselves how many units we're allocating that across. By default, each flex item is going to have a flex shrink value of 1, so that means that each flex item should be allocated equal overflow. In other words, we have to do 1 plus 1 plus 1 all the way to 9. So we have 9 total units. I'm just going to get rid of this because you get the point here. So we have 9 total units with 50 pixels of overflow. So we divide 50 pixels by 9, and that's going to give us, I believe, 5.33 pixels per unit. Let me check that real quick. So 50 divided by 9 equals, no, it's not 5.33, it's 5.55 pixels per unit. In other words, we're going to take the original width of these items, which was 50 pixels, and we're going to subtract off 5.55 pixels from that 50. So in theory, each item should be 44.45 pixels wide. So let's inspect the element. We'll go to any of these here, and you're going to see 44.5 pixels wide, pretty much exactly what we just calculated. Now this is where the Firefox DevTools comes in handy. So if you click on one of these items, it's going to pop up in the layout section exactly how this shrink operation worked. So you can see the flexibility has a flex shrink of 1, and that's going to say minus 5.5 pixels, which is what we just calculated. So it's going to take the 28.5 pixels, which is the inner content width subtract off 5.5 pixels to get down to 23 pixels, and then you add back in the natural padding and border that is set on these items to get your total width of what we calculated as 44.5 pixels. Now this brings up a good point, because if you look at this model right here, you're going to see that each item has a minimum content width. So if you try to shrink something too much, then it's going to make it so that it will kind of get capped out. It won't shrink past the minimum value of its content. I'll show you exactly how this works. All we have to do is add in a few more flex items. So let's add one more for good measure. And what we see here is that they're clearly breaking out of that container now, just like we saw earlier when we looked at this and we tried to wrap them onto the next line. Now, from the flex shrink perspective, these are breaking out of the container because while they have, calculated the total overflow space and then allocated that out to each of the flex items, the total amount of overflow is going to be greater than the, basically it's going to make them shrink smaller than their minimum values, which is not possible. Let's see if we can calculate this just for fun. So we have 1 through 9, 10, 11, 12. So we have 13 total flex items, which are all supposedly 50 pixels wide. So if you do 13 times 50, let's see what that is. So that's 650 pixels. And if you subtract the 400 pixels that the container width is, you get 250 pixels. So our overflow that we're dealing with now is going to be 250 pixels, and we have 13 units to allocate it over. So we need to divide that by 13, and what that's going to give us is, let's see, 19.23 pixels per unit. So we're going to have to subtract, we're going to have to basically say, let me break down onto the next line just so we're clear. We're going to take the original width minus 19.23 pixels, and what that's going to equal is, let me see, 30.77 pixels. So theoretically, we would just take all that overflow and subtract it from the original sizes to get us to a total width of 30.77 pixels. But if we inspect element and we click on any of these here, you're going to see that this little min property popped up. So it says the minimum size of this element is going to be 12 pixels. So the minimum inner content is 12 pixels. And when you add on the padding and the border of each of these elements, that's going to break you over that value that we had calculated here. So it's basically going to be, the content itself is going to be too big to shrink that much. Hopefully I haven't lost you here. Try to lay out this in a logical manner. And I know this is a lot of detail. It's definitely not totally necessary, but I really think knowing this kind of stuff and how this is calculated is that extra step that you have to take as a developer to really understand what you're doing and be able to debug things and understand, okay, why is this breaking out of the flex container? Why won't this shrink enough? Those kind of questions. Let's do one more practice problem here, I guess you could call it. So let's go back to 9 elements, which are going to naturally fit within this. But at the moment, they're each being allocated, 5.55 pixels, so 50 minus 5.55 to get it shrunk down to fit. Now, if we wanted to allocate it only to certain items, we can change the defaults. So let's go ahead and say that we want the first 3 items of this flex container to keep their 50 pixel width. Now, the way that we would do that is we'd go to item 1 and we'd set a flex shrink value of 0, which is not the default, and we'll copy that down to 2 and 3, and now you'll see that each of these get wider, and if we inspect them, they're each going to be 50 pixels wide, while the remainder are going to absorb that overflow space by shrinking. So just a quick review. If the total width of the items, the flex items in the flex container, do not equal the total flex container, so if there's not enough items, flex grow is going to be what applies, and that empty space is going to be allocated based on the flex grow values. If the overflow happens, so if there's more items that can fit in the flex container, then the flex shrink will apply, and based on the flex shrink values of each item determines how that overflow space is going to be allocated out. The last property with all of this sizing that we have to talk about is flex basis. Let me get our container back to a spot where we only have 4. So I'll just comment out those just in case we need them later. So now we have 4 items which are explicitly set to 50 pixels wide each. So we set each of them to 50 pixels wide, 50 pixels tall. Now, if we wanted to change those dimensions, we can actually do that using a flex item property. Let's go to the first flex item and set the flex basis to equal 40%. What you'll see is that this first item gets a lot wider, and it's not because it's trying to fill the empty space, it's because it's respecting this flex basis property over the width property that we set earlier. So by default, this flex basis is actually set to auto, and when it's set to auto, what that is basically saying is to Flexbox is go ahead and look for the width and height properties, and if you find them, respect those properties as the width and height of the flex items. If you don't find them, go ahead and size the flex items based on the inner content. And that's the default for flex basis. But you can also assign pixel units and percentage units to the flex basis to override the width and height of your flex items. This unlocks a lot of possibilities, and depending on how you use them with flex grow and flex shrink, you can get a bunch of different combinations. So if I was looking at this flex box right here, I have the 4 items, each 50 pixels wide, and let's say that I wanted to make them even widths and span them across the whole container. One way that I could do that is by coming to each of the flex items and setting the flex grow to be equal to 1. And what that's going to do is equally allocate the empty space as we just talked about. So that's one way to do it. Now we could also backtrack a little bit, and instead of doing that, we can set the flex basis to 25% on each of the items, and that's going to equally give width to each of the items and give you the same exact result. Now if we come in and try to set the flex grow property on one of the items, it's not going to change because the flex basis is going to take precedence over that. But in some cases, maybe you don't set the flex basis property on all of the items to equal 100%. So in this case, we've given each of them 25%, which adds up to 100, so it's going to fill the whole container. But let's say that for the first item, we give it 10%. So we're going to be missing 15% of the container, and let me delete that for a second. So now we just have flex basis properties, and they sum up to what, 85%, if I'm calculating that correctly. So there's some empty space here on the right. It doesn't fully fill the container. But now if I put on the flex grow property and set it to 1, that first element is going to take the remaining space, and we're back where we started. So essentially, setting a flex basis of 25 on the last 3 and 10% plus a flex grow of 1 is the same as just doing flex basis of 25% on all of them. So many ways to get to the same answer. The last thing we'll talk about is the order of the items along the main axis in our flex container. So if you wanted to change, swap these out, so maybe you wanted to put number 2 in number 1's place, you could do that. All you have to do is come up to the HTML and put number 2 before number 1. And that should just flip them. But in Flexbox, you don't even have to do that. You can actually flip those with CSS. So if I came down to the CSS and I looked at flex item number 1 and I gave it an order of 2, and then I gave flex item 2 an order of 1, now you're going to see that these are flipped. And hold on. I think the reason that this is not working is because you have to set them on all. So we'll set the order on 3 as 3 and the order on 4 as 4. So the 3 and 4 have their natural order, but then 2 and 1 are going to be flipped. So if you set order on all of the flex items, you can determine, the order that they come in. Now you might ask, why is this useful? Well, in many cases it's really not useful. You might as well just change the order of your HTML and be done with it. But if you are designing responsively, which we talked about in a prior video, I think it was just the previous video, as you're resizing your browser, you may want different elements on the page to go in different orders. So say you have a nav bar at the top, you've got main content, a sidebar, and a footer. Maybe you want to order those differently, whether you're on a desktop or a mobile device. And this would be how you would do that, is you'd set a media query. So you might come down and say @media, and we'd say like min width of 600 px or something like that. And then in here, you could probably set the flex item number 4 to have an order of 1. And then we'll say a flex item 1 will be in order of 4, something like that. So as we are getting bigger than 600 px, that's how that's going to show, but as we shrink it, you'll see that those flip. So we can resize and order them differently based on different screens. At this point, you've learned pretty much all of the main properties of Flexbox. Now, of course, there's some shorthand properties that can make your life easier. So instead of, setting the flex basis and the grow and the shrink values, what you can do is come in and just say flex, and then the first value is going to be the flex grow. So maybe you want to set that to 1, and then the second one's flex shrink, you might set that to 1, and then the third one is going to be flex basis, which is set to auto. So this is a shorthand way of writing flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis all in one line. So that's just a shorthand property, but not necessary. I wouldn't even recommend using those until you're very comfortable with Flexbox. Well, this is actually a brand new day, same hat, same hoodie, whatever, but I forgot to add the last part to this video, which is actually taking this previous challenge that we had solved. So as you're following along with the full stack roadmap, we solved this pricing card challenge as a part of the original HTML and CSS tutorials, and then also made it responsive in the prior video on responsive web design. What I want to do to wrap up this video is take this design and make it with Flexbox instead of how we did it before. So if I'll remind you just for a moment, what we had to do to get these bottom left and bottom right sections sitting next to each other with a 50% width was something a little bit hacky. If we come up to the HTML, you'll see right here. So this line doesn't look, all that spectacular, but what you'll see is we've got a closing div right here that corresponds to the bottom left section div, and then the starting div for the bottom right section is sitting right next to it, which when you're looking at HTML, that's generally not very good syntax, and that was kind of a hack that we used to remove the white space and allow for the fact that we had 50% widths on both of them. So if I were to enter this down one line just for formatting's sake, you'll see that the bottom right piece of the card actually disappears, and that's because it's going underneath that bottom left card, and then we're hiding the overflow, as you'll see in the CSS for the main card. So we've got overflow hidden. So if we take that off, you'll see it pop up below here. So that's what's going on, and we can solve this very easily using Flexbox and get rid of all of our hacky solutions that we had before. Now, to make this a little bit simpler for us to see exactly how this is working, let's go back to our layout example. This is what we had used to originally build the card so that we could see what we were dealing with, and we didn't have to confuse ourselves with all of the different styling while we're just trying to focus on layout. It isn't pretty, but it will work for our layout purposes at least. And what you'll see is I've come down and added a media query. This is from the prior video. If you haven't watched that, we talk about responsive design and media queries. So basically what we're saying is in this block, we want to apply certain styles to any device that is greater than 500 or greater than or equal to 576 pixels. As you'll see when we shrink this, it changes the layout, and then when we go above 576, then these two style selectors will apply, and you'll see that the width and the height of the card gets applied, and then the bottom left and bottom right section are going to get a 50% width each. Now with Flexbox, this is relatively simple. All we have to do is, if we're looking at this entire card here, it's composed of a top section and a bottom section with two left and right sub-bottom sections. And what we want to do is on the desktop device, so this, what we're looking at right here, we want to have those bottom sections in one row. And then when we shrink it to mobile, we want it to come into a column. So if you remember from just a few minutes ago, we talked about the flex direction, where we can take the main axis and change it based on that flex direction. So what I'm thinking is that for a desktop device, we want flex direction equal to row, so that these two go right next to each other. And then on a mobile device, we want it to be in a column. So the way that we do that, since we're designing mobile first here, is we come up to all the main styles here, and we go to the bottom section, because that's what we want to turn into a flex container. We don't necessarily want to turn the whole card into a flex container, because the top section is actually fine, and it would be overkill to put a Flexbox container on it. But the bottom section is not. So let's go into the bottom section and type display flex. And what you'll see is, I believe nothing will happen at the moment because we're in the desktop view, but let's go ahead and go to the mobile view, and now we've got some things messed up because we're designing mobile first, so right now we're working on the mobile device. So these are still sitting next to each other, and all we have to do to change that is set the flex direction to column. And you'll see that they jump right above each other. That's pretty much it when it comes to the mobile design of this. Let's see if we can find anything that we can remove now. I believe we can remove this vertical line. Okay, we're going to get to this. We'll actually get to this. Let's get the design right first, and then we will worry about that. So at the moment, we set the flex direction to column, and because of that, because we're designing mobile first, that is also going to apply to the desktop design unless we change it in our media query. So let's do that. We'll say bottom section, and we'll give it a flex direction of row again, so the default. So now as we resize, we get a very similar result, and we're actually pretty much done. But we have some redundant styles that we can actually remove now that we're using Flexbox, and this is where the nice parts of Flexbox come in. You don't have to write as much CSS. So we can remove the bottom left and bottom right section widths, and I believe that may screw us up a bit after we change a few things. Hold on. I think we need to change, let's remove the display inline block on the bottom left section and the bottom right. We will remove the 100% width, and we'll remove the vertical align top. So we don't need those anymore. But what you'll notice is now we've got this screwed up, and that is by design. That's not surprising. Let's make sure our mobile is still working. So we're good here. Mobile's still working, but desktop has a little bit of work. And if you remember, the bottom section is our flex container, which means, based on the HTML here, if we're looking at it, the bottom section has two direct children. It has the bottom left section and the bottom right section. And we can actually enter this down on to its new line. Now that we're using Flexbox, we don't have to have that hack. But anyways, the bottom left and right section are the children. So therefore, these two style selectors are going to be the flex items. In this desktop view, we have the flex direction set to row, which means that that bottom section has a main axis that is going horizontal. And if you remember from a few minutes ago, the way that we resize the flex items along the main axis is going to be one of two ways. We can use the flex grow property, or we can use the flex basis. So let's come in here and just try both of them just so I can show you. We'll start with the flex basis. It may be a little more straightforward. So if you put in 50% on the bottom left section, and then you say flex basis 50% on the bottom right section, we have completed the card. It looks great, and as we resize it, it's still going to work. So that's one solution. Another solution is we could come in and we could say flex grow, set that equal to 1, and flex grow equal to 1 on the bottom right section. And this should work just fine too. Now, going directly from flex basis to flex grow will not really illustrate that point. Let's get rid of the flex grows for just a second so that we can conceptualize. By default, these two sub-containers down here have a natural width because we haven't given them an explicit width, so they're going to take the content width. The content sitting within them, as you can see, is filling the entire width of their container. Now, these do not fill up the entire section. We've got this empty space here on the right. And the flex grow property is what applies when we have that empty space. And so basically what we're going to do when we enable the flex grow 1 properties, like we talked about, is we're going to split up that space, just give it 1 unit to the bottom left section and 1 unit to the bottom right, and therefore it's going to be, I believe, perfectly equal. Or it actually may not be perfectly equal. It may just be a coincidence that the content is a similar width. Let me make sure that that's correct. So let's just enable these and we can check in the dev tools. So let's inspect and let's see what we're dealing with. So this one is 263 pixels wide. This is 276 pixels wide. So glad we looked at this. I actually was not thinking about this correctly. The correct solution here is probably going to be the flex basis of 50%. It just looks like they're equal when we use the flex grow because they're similar widths by default. Like naturally the content has a similar width in both sections. But if I close out the dev tools, and let's say I came up here and just added a bunch of content to one of the list items in the bottom right, you'll see that now that flex grow is not working quite as well because we're not giving them equal widths, we're growing them based on their natural size. So I stand corrected, that is not the correct way to do it. Flex grow, at least. I think flex basis is by far the most reliable way to split these into equal containers. So we'll go with that and call it a day. I think we have solved this to my liking. So this is the basic layout, and then as we shrink it, it goes down to mobile. So as we come over to here, back to our card, and let me bring this guy back up so that we can see everything working okay. So there's our card. Now we got to turn this into a Flexbox, and we'll do exactly what we just did in the layout example. So if you remember, we came down, we didn't need any of that. We did need a bottom section. We wanted the flex direction to be row on a desktop device. And then in the bottom section, we need to display flex, set the flex direction to column, and let's see what we got here. Looks good. Now we just wanted to remove on the bottom left and bottom right sections. I know there's a lot more styles here. We don't need this guy. We don't need the vertical lines. We don't need the width. All we have to do is add a flex basis of 50% on each of these. So we're looking good there, and I believe we have solved it. I don't think there's anything that we did otherwise. Now there's just one more thing that I want to show you with this that we could use Flexbox for. As you see, this $29 per month, these are sitting next to each other, and whenever you have horizontal content, it's usually a decent use case for Flexbox. Let's look at the HTML that we set this up with. So you'll see that we have a price container. That would be the overall parent, and then that parent has two children items. So if we turned price container into a flex container, then the price and the price frequency would therefore become the flex items. Let's find that in our CSS. So here's the price container. We've just set a margin on it, so that's probably going to stay the same even with the flex container. But then we also have price and price frequency, which looks like we have styled right above it. So let me just change the order of this because it makes a little more sense to have the container on top. And what we're going to do is set display flex. By default, it's going to be set to row, so it will put them next to each other. Let's get rid of all the styles that we have within these. I don't think that we need any of them except for maybe the font size and the opacity, because those are not layout related properties. So here's our starting point, and you can see that by default, even after we removed all those styles, that display flex, making that whole container a flex container, is going to still put them next to each other. Now let's just back up and remember exactly what's going on here. We have some HTML where we have a price container, and then we have two items within it. So we have a flex container and two flex items. By default, we've set this to display flex, which makes the main axis on the horizontal, so in a row. And therefore, if we want to align things along the main axis, we use justify content. If we want to align them on the cross axis, we use align items. As you can see, the per month is a little bit misaligned with that $29. An easy way to fix that is to come onto the price container, set the align items, and set those to center. You'll see that that perfectly centers those two right next to each other, and that's a much better solution than what we did before, where we set the position to relative and then we set it -3 pixels to just pull it up a little bit. The last thing we have to do, as you'll notice, there's no spacing between these, and there's no real solution here with the Flexbox. I mean, we could come in here and justify content and say something like space between, but you'll see that that's going to space it out way too much. So that's not really going to help us. So really the best way to do this is just come on to the either the price frequency or the price item and set a margin. So we don't even need this style anymore. Since this is already written, the price frequency, we can just use this, and all we have to say, because this is the per month piece, all we have to say is margin left and give it something like 5 pixels. And that spaces it out nicely, very easy and straightforward. So there you have it. That is how we solve this with a mobile first, fully responsive solution with Flexbox. And it shrinks and gets bigger, and it looks great on all devices. In this video, we're going to be building a testimonials grid, and we're going to be doing it with a mobile first responsive design solution, and we're also going to be using Flexbox. My goal in this video is to not only solve this challenge on Frontend Mentor, but also to apply those skills that we've learned in previous lessons so that you can really start to use them in the real world. Lastly, I'm going to be adding in a few extra pieces to the puzzle. So throughout this series, we have been using CodePen, which is just a nice environment where we have HTML, CSS, and JavaScript all in one place, all hooked up and ready to go. Since this challenge is relatively straightforward, and you'll see as we walk through it, I want to also add in the concept of a code editor. So we're going to be downloading and using Visual Studio Code. And then we're also going to be doing a little bit of version control. And I'm not going to get super detailed into it quite yet, but I'm going to show you the commands that you have to run to get your design pushed up to GitHub and deployed to the GitHub pages so that you can, share a URL with others of what you built. But don't worry, the only prerequisites that you really need are going to be HTML, CSS, and make sure you've watched my Flexbox and responsive design videos. Let's get started. If we come up to Frontend Mentor, this is the challenge that we are going to be creating. And I've already started it, so I don't need to click here. So let me go to my challenges, or I guess profile, my challenges, and then testimonials grid section. So from here, you can download the starter files. So we'll do that. It's going to pop up on another screen for me. So once you've downloaded your files, make sure that you have Visual Studio Code downloaded. It's just a code editor. And I actually made a whole video on code editors. You can check it out up here of which ones I recommend and why. So obviously Visual Studio Code would be one of those. So go ahead and download that. And once you've downloaded it, open up a brand new window. From here, you're going to want to click File, open a folder, and then go find the testimonial challenge starter pack that you just downloaded. So I've got it selected. And this is going to open me up into the workspace. As we start looking at the starter files, if you open up index.html, which is what we're going to actually be working on, you can see that there's all sorts of text already in here. And luckily, we have a lot of the testimonials that we will need. They're not really implemented in HTML elements, but it's good to just have this text ready to go. Now, just to relate this back to what we've been using with CodePen, this index.html is basically the same as this HTML box here in CodePen. It's just on our local computer. It's in our local file system rather than up in the cloud. Now, your first question is probably, well, how do we actually view this HTML document in the browser? Now, remember, HTML and CSS, they are only displayed in the browser. Therefore, we need a web browser to look at this. The way that we do that is you actually have a couple options. I'll show you the most bare bones option first, and then we'll go into what we're actually going to be using to solve this challenge. To view an HTML document in the browser, all you have to do is go to your File Explorer. I'm on Windows, but this works the same on Mac or Linux. And just go to the folder that you have it saved in, and then find the index.html file. You'll notice that it does not say index.html as you see over here. And that is because the file type over here is Chrome HTML document, so it doesn't display it here in the name. If you right-click and go down to Open With, you can choose a browser to open it in. So I might just say Google Chrome, and when we click that, it should have opened it up. If I go back to my browser, it should open it up in Google Chrome. And there's a lot of text here, and that's because we have to actually implement this design, but this is the HTML document that we're looking at. And you can see up in the URL bar, we're actually looking at our local C drive. Now on Mac and Linux, this is going to look a little bit different, but it's the same concept. It's just the local path to that file displayed in the browser. Now I'm going to point out a few things here that might be interesting to you. The first thing, you see this little icon up here in the top left portion of the tab. This is a little Frontend Mentor logo or favicon. And you might be wondering, well, how did that get there? Well, the way that we put that there is if we come back to our files and we look at this link tag right here. This is actually putting in that favicon up into the title. Here's some metadata about it, some sizing, but here's the really important attribute, which is the href. And what we've passed in is a relative path. We'll learn a lot more about absolute and relative paths coming up when we start working in the terminal a little bit more. But all this is saying is I want to look relative to the current directory into the images folder over here, and then drop that down and grab me the favicon 32 by 32 PNG, and we can open that up and see the little icon that we have, and that matches the icon that we see up in the tab. Furthermore, in the index.html, we've got the doc type. That's important for just HTML boilerplate. And then I'm actually going to indent this for us so that we can see it a little bit better. We have the head tag, which is pretty standard for an HTML document. Here are some meta tags that help with displaying the site in the browser properly. These are just pretty standard defaults that you might put in. And then, of course, the link we just talked about. Now, the title tag, this is where we actually name the tab that it's going to open in. So we can change this and just say, instead of front-end mentor, we can just say testimonial challenge. And when we click save, open the browser up and click refresh, you'll see that it changed to testimonial challenge. Right here we have some styles. We haven't really been looking at this, but if you come back to our browser and go to CodePen, the CSS right here, there's a couple ways that you can link that up. You can actually use a link tag to link up styles, or you can just put them all in a style HTML tag right here. Now, we're not going to do that because that's not very good practice for a good amount of CSS. You want to break it out into a separate file, which is what we're going to do. So we'll delete all of that. We don't need it. And then finally, we have all of this text, which is basically, if we look at the challenge itself, I wish there was a better way to see this. Oh yeah, we actually have the design here. So if we go to the desktop design, you'll see that we have all of the text, and all this text is right here. I'm going to cut this out, and then I just want to make a new file, so I just right-clicked over here in the file pane, click new file, and we'll just say placeholder text.txt. So if we give it the .txt file extension, it's just a plain text document. We can paste that in and save it just so that we have it, but it doesn't clutter up our HTML. This last part, the attribution, this is just, as we look at it in the browser, it's just this little piece down here. So you can, if you want to, you can go ahead and fill this out and link to whatever you want to, your Twitter account, your LinkedIn account, your GitHub account, whatever you want to do. I'm going to delete it here. I don't really want to clutter up anything. I want to just focus on the challenge itself. So at this point, we have a basic HTML boilerplate. And I'll actually show you a shortcut to get to pretty much exactly this with just a few keystrokes. Let's save this. I'll right-click, create a new file, and we're going to call this test.html because we're just going to be testing a few things. Within this document, I'm going to show you how to use Emmet. And what Emmet is, if we open it up, this is built into Visual Studio Code. And what you basically can do with it is type shorthand, characters and click tab, and it will extend it out into a code snippet of what you want already. So let me just give you a brief example. If we wanted in this HTML document, you can see Visual Studio Code has identified in the bottom right that this is an HTML document. So if I type H2, it's going to pull up this box that says Emmet abbreviation, and you can click it to see what it's going to abbreviate to, but really all you have to do is click tab, and it's going to extend it out into the element that you want, and you can just start typing. Similarly, we can actually get this entire HTML boilerplate in just a few keystrokes. So if you type HTML, and we have a couple options here, and you can go through and see exactly what it's going to create. So basic HTML will just give you the main tag. We want something a little better than that. Oops, I already did it on accident. The HTML5, let's go ahead and see what HTML5 gives us. It's going to give us pretty much everything we want here, just like we saw earlier. And then finally, HTML, XML. This is not something that you're probably going to use very often. So if we just click HTML5 or scroll to it with our arrow keys and press tab, it's going to break us out into this boilerplate, which is very similar to what we were set up with when we downloaded the starter files for our front-end mentor challenge. So that's just a handy way to create this, and then of course you can change the title. I don't think there's a link tag for the favicon set up by default, but you've got all the meta tags that are necessary, and you're all set. As we go through this challenge, I'm going to be using those Emmet snippets, and I'll try to mention it as we go along, but just know that that's going on. For now, I'll delete the test file. We don't need that any longer. And now let me show you our workflow. So what we could do is just write some HTML, so h2 tab, and then some title. That's just basic HTML, and click save. And then we can alt tab or switch back to the browser, open up the tab that we have it on and click refresh, and you'll see the new HTML document. This would be very cumbersome, and it's not a great way to make everything fast. So what we're going to do is we're going to split the screens here, and I'm going to put the Visual Studio Code on the left and the testimonial challenge on the right. Now obviously we don't have a lot of room here, so you can always click this right here to collapse that. Might make this a little bit smaller for us. And then when we're working with our dev tools, we'll click inspect. We're in Chrome right now. You can use Firefox as well if you want. Since we've got these side by side, I'm going to actually redock all of this stuff to be at the bottom. So I can do that. Let me remember where I can do that. Let's click. There we go. You click these three little dots and click this dock to bottom. So now we have a much wider screen to work with. And as you resize this, in the top right corner, you can see what screen size you have. Or you can click the toggle device toolbar, and now we can see it more explicitly, where we can resize the screen up here. So this is probably going to be the better option for us. And we can change the zoom to, let's say, be 75% so that we can see it a little bit better. And let me zoom out just a tiny bit. We don't need the JavaScript console because we're not working with JavaScript, so we can close that drawer. And now all we have is the elements here on the left, so the HTML, and then the styles on the right, or the CSS. And if we click this select an element button and we select that H2, we can locate it within the HTML document and then see the relevant styles down here. So that's going to be our workflow, and as we go through this, we can, just add new elements, some text, click save, come over here and click refresh. And now you see it's been added to the document. Now there's just one more thing that I want to do, and it's just going to make this whole workflow just a little bit nicer. We're going to come into the extensions piece. Let me just expand this out for us. We'll go to the extensions tab within Visual Studio Code, and let's type in live server. Now live server is a way that we can get automatic updates every time we click save on our HTML and CSS documents. So let's install this. It's very easy to install extensions in Visual Studio Code. So you can see it's installed. I think that's all we need to do. So this is just another tab that's been opened up. Let's close it. We don't need it. We'll close this out as well. And then all we have to do to get this live server working is come down to the bottom right of our screen and click the Go Live. And it's going to pop up a security box. You need to allow access. And now what you'll see is that we've got a different address. This is actually, we'll get into this a lot more later in the series, but 127.0.0.1, that's our local host. And then 5501 is the port that we're serving it on. And we're serving the index.html document. Now, if we put these next to each other, close this out, and add another, piece of text. So more text. And once we click save, you'll see that it immediately gets updated here in the browser. That's going to be incredibly handy for us. We don't have to go back and forth clicking refresh every time. And it's also really nice because instead of, going to your file folder and right clicking and opening with a browser, you can just do it directly from Visual Studio Code. I know that was a very long kind of introduction to get us started working on this project, but as I've been trying to do within this full stack series is just take you through every single step. So we're not leaving anything out. We're going through absolutely everything, and that's why I wanted to show you the extensions, the emmet abbreviations, the favicons, the meta tags, all of these little details, because as I was learning, I always wondered about them, and oftentimes tutorials would just skip right over them. But we are finally ready to start the actual challenge and start building that testimonials grid. The very first thing I'm going to do, and this is what you should always do, is link up your CSS document. If I open the File Explorer, you'll see that there is no CSS available to us yet because we haven't created it. So go ahead and right click, create a new file, call it styles.css or whatever you want it, doesn't really matter. This is just a convention. Once you have styles.css, let's just go ahead and put in a basic style. So we'll use the wildcard that selects all elements, and we'll give it a color of red. And the reason we do this is just to, verify that everything is working correctly. When we click save, you'll notice nothing happens here. And the reason nothing happens is not because our live server's not working, it's because we haven't told the index.html document that we need to grab that style sheet. So let's use an emmet abbreviation. We'll type link, and you can see all sorts of different links that you can use. And if we go down to CSS, click tab, you'll see that we have a CSS link set up for us. And since we are in the same directory, so index.html and styles.css are in the same directory, we can just use this exactly. So it's saying style.css, and just to stay with convention, I actually think it should be style, not styles. Let's just rename it to style.css over here, and then save the HTML document. You'll see that immediately the text color updated to be red. So we know that our link to our style.css is working. If you put in, something like styles.css and click save, not going to work anymore. So that's what's going on there with that link tag. And for those of you who have been following along with the series, if we come to CodePen, what we just did there was we hooked up the CSS and the HTML. By default, when you're in CodePen, you can just type HTML and type CSS and they work together. But when you're not working in CodePen, which honestly most of the time as a developer you won't be, you have to actually come in and link them up with the link tag. Alright, so let's get started here on the layout. We'll close the file pane for just a second, and if you look at the desktop design, you'll see that we'll have to kind of flip back and forth. Or what we can do is we can split these editors. So I believe we can split down, and now we can close this top one, and we have the index.html at the top and our desktop design at the bottom. It's kind of small, but it will at least give us a general feeling for what kind of layout we need. If you're like me and get kind of annoyed with all this text flowing off the screen, just click View, toggle Word Wrap, and then everything wraps to our view. I kind of like that, so we'll go with that. And to start us off, let's see what we're dealing with here with the grid. So the first step to solving any HTML and CSS challenge, or just building a web app in general, is to get the layout correct. And we saw that in previous lessons and challenges that we did, where we just put a border on each of our div containers, and then we did the layout, and then we filled in all of the content and styles. So we're going to do the exact same thing here, and you'll see it's not going to be all that complicated. Now, the most obvious place to start, if we make this a little bigger, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 containers, and they all have slightly different styles. It looks like the 2 white containers here may have the exact same style, but for now, let's just give them all a unique ID so that we can select them with CSS a little bit easier. So to do that, with emmet abbreviations, you can actually just type the hashtag and then whatever ID you want to give it. I'm just going to number these, so we'll say testimonial-1 and then click tab, And you see what it does is it gives an ID attribute on a div. So that's what, by default, if you use the Emmet abbreviations to put a hashtag and then type something, or if you put a dot and then type something and press tab, it will give you a class. So that's just a quick shortcut. So we'll go through and we'll do the same thing here. So we'll say testimonial-2. And then another useful thing in Visual Studio Code, if you go to the end of a line, click Control-C to copy, and then Control-V, it will just paste them down. So there's our 5, and then we can come in here and give this a 3, a 4, and a 5. So we now have all of the containers that we need. When we click Save, everything's going to disappear up here because we just have empty div containers. That's okay for now. The next thing that I'm looking at here, normally I just put a border on everything and make a layout, but this is already kind of a grid, and we might as well start filling in the colors as backgrounds so that we can see what we're dealing with. And then additionally, we probably need to start looking at the mobile design because we're doing this mobile first. So I know this is going to clutter the screen up a little, but let's go ahead and open up the mobile design in the bottom part here. Close this back out. And here you'll just see that every card is going to be stacked directly on top of each other, but they're going to look relatively similar. So here's the desktop, here's the mobile. It looks like on the mobile design, the cards themselves for the grid items or testimonials are going to be the height of the content. So the items with more content are going to be taller than the ones with less. So probably the best way to lay this out at the beginning is to just grab some of this content and put a background on there and just start getting the structure of everything. So let me pull this down. I know that's really small, but we'll work with it. And here in testimonial number 1, I'm just going to put a small amount of content because I don't want our HTML document getting super busy with a bunch of text yet, because that'll take away from the concepts we're trying to learn here. So let's go to the placeholder text, and maybe we'll just grab this really short line of text and we'll put that in a paragraph tag. So we'll just copy it there and click Save. We still have red text. I don't really want that. So let's replace this all selector. Instead of color red, we'll do box sizing border box, because that's our basic CSS reset that we want to do. We want to set all box sizing to border box. So now we got the right text and all of our box sizing is good. Let's resize the screen so that we actually have the browser on the right mimicking a mobile device. So this isn't perfect. I don't know, this is probably not exactly a mobile device. Let's make it even a little bit smaller. Gives us more room to type anyways. But this is close enough, and this is what we're gonna build our mobile design off of. As we talked about in the responsive design video, 576 pixels is kind of our standard mobile device. So anything 576 or below is going to be considered mobile. So that's roughly what we're looking at here. And if you right click and inspect, and then you click this little icon right here to get the full screen, you should be able to see exactly how wide it is. So if we just typed window.inner width, we're at 584. So if we wanted to hit that 576 number or a little bit lower, it'd be right about here. So we'll keep the screen size right here for now, and then as we go up to the desktop design, we'll make it a little bit wider. I'm going to copy this same text just so that we have something into each of these additional testimonial divs. And now we're going to have some text to work with. And then let's look at these colors here. So how do we know what colors to use? Well, we have some starter files, and if we go to the styleguide.md, it's going to give you layouts and then colors right here. So this is where we're going to find the colors that we need. So if we come down to the colors, we see all of them listed in HSL format. And you can use that in CSS, but it's not my preferred way of doing it. And honestly, I haven't seen a whole lot of developers that use HSL. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to convert these to hex codes, and that way we can work with what I'm comfortable with and probably what you'll see more often. Just as a reminder, this is how I'm doing it. I just typed in RGB to hex, and then you get this tool that Google has, and you can just basically come in here, grab an HSL value, paste it into this box here, and then copy the hex code and replace it here. So that's all I'm doing. All right, I've got these all replaced here. So we've got hex values, a little bit more comfortable for most people to be using. And we've got a couple notes on the text colors, but I think these are mostly related to the text itself, so we'll get there a little bit later. I'm going to drag the style guide down to this bottom portion of our Visual Studio Code screen, just so we can have it as a reference. Now it looks like the background of the entire screen is going to be a light gray. So we'll start with that. If we go to our style.css, in addition to the box sizing, we also want to set margin 0 and padding 0 on everything, just so that we don't have any unintended side effects. So when we click save, you'll see that everything gets smushed together because we just excluded the margin and padding that's by default set on a paragraph element in the browser. And now we'll come down here and we'll say on the body, we want the background color to be, I believe, the light gray or the light grayish blue. We'll see which one looks more similar. So there's the light gray. That is definitely too dark. And there is the light grayish blue, which I think that does match, if my eyes are not playing tricks on me. I think the background here matches pretty well. So I think we got that right. So we got the background covered, and now we can start filling out our containers themselves. So each of them, again, has an individual ID. Let's template those out. So testimonial 1. And then we can copy this 5 times. We may not need all of these, but we'll just have them out here for the start. Or actually, of course, we'll need all of these. They're all different colors. So the first one is this purple, the purple card here. So we need to grab that color from the style guide. I believe the moderate violet is what we're looking for. So we'll come up to testimonial 1 and give it a background color of that. And now when we click save, you should see that background color. Now the next one that we're looking for is, it looks like kind of a darkish gray. So very dark grayish blue. I think that's the one that we want. So we'll come to testimonial 2 and do the same thing. And then for the rest of these, I don't want to waste your time. I'm just going to go and kind of guess and check until I get the background colors correct on each one of these pieces to this grid. But the one thing I will say before I speed through this is the numbering of these. So we've got them numbered 1 through 5, but you may be wondering which is 1 and which is 5. For reasons that you will find out later as we design this with Flexbox. This top one will be 1, then 2, 3, 4, and then the one on the right is going to be the 5th one. So just know that as I'm going through and styling the backgrounds on each of them. All right, I've got all the background colors filled in here. And as you'll see in this mobile design that we're trying to make, there's some room between the edge of the screen and these items within the grid. And what we're going to do to create that is we're going to actually wrap all of these items in one big container. And then we're going to set some padding on that container to bring all of them inwards a little bit. So we'll go to the index.html to do that. And right now, all of these divs are just sitting within the body. But we're going to say we want to create a ID of testimonial grid container. We'll just be very specific with it. Grab the closing div down here and paste it in. So now we want to select this testimonial grid container and put this in our styles. So hashtag, grab the ID, and now we want to set some padding. You can either set it in percentage or pixels. For this, since we're going to be making it responsive, I'm going to start with a percentage. So usually about 2% works pretty well. You can see that you get a little bit of padding there. But of course, when we look at the mobile design and make this bigger, there's a little more padding on the top than there is on the sides. So we can actually use the shorthand padding property to say we want 2% and then maybe 5%, and we'll save that, and I actually got that wrong. So the top and bottom is going to be the first argument, and then the left and right will be the second. Let's bump that up to 3, see what we got. This looks pretty good, so I'll stay with this. I'm fairly satisfied with the spacing that we have here. Something that is really bothering me right now is the text color on these darker backgrounds. So before I get too mad, let's just go ahead and fill that out. So for the first one, we'll need a white text color. So we'll throw that in there. And then we also will just copy this down for testimonial 2. We're good on 3, good on 5, but we'll also need it on 4. And now you'll see that the text is popping out a little bit better. But it's all crammed together, so we need to space things out just a little bit. As you see in the mobile design, there's not only a little bit of space around the inner content of each grid component, but there's also some space between each grid component. On a mobile device like this, a simple way to add the spacing between them is to just set a margin bottom on each of these. And this looks roughly around 20 pixels, give or take. So instead of trying to set that on each of these, let's create a class selector that grabs all of them. And what we could do is we could come down here and grab each of them one at a time, separated by commas, but that's going to get very tedious. The better way to do it is to come to the HTML, and instead of trying to grab them all by IDs, let's assign a class to each of the grid items. So we'll just say grid item is going to be the class name, and then we can copy that down into each of these divs. And here's a little shortcut within Visual Studio Code. If you find the spot that you want to go in and you hold down the Alt key, it's different on Mac, but on Windows it'd be the Alt key, and then you click in a different place, you'll see there's 2 cursors. So we'll click again, and now there's 3 cursors, and then finally 4. And what you can do is now we can type all at once and paste in those classes that we just created. So there we go. We've got class of grid item in each of these grid items, and now we can come down and just select that and set a margin bottom of 20 pixels. So when we click save, we've got a nice amount of spacing between the items. Furthermore, another similar thing between all of the grid items, if we look at our styles here, is that the padding around the content is the same on each of them. And it looks like, I'm not exactly sure, but it might be somewhere around 20 pixels as well. So we'll start with that and we can tweak it as we go. So we'll set padding of 20 pixels, click save, and now our boxes are looking a whole lot better than they did a few minutes ago. So we are far from done here with the mobile design, but right around this point, once I'm like happy with the general layout, obviously the text isn't right in here, we're missing pieces, but once I'm satisfied and it doesn't look like completely terrible, then that's when I go to the desktop design and start making it responsive, because I want to get the layout correct before I start, adding a bunch of other things in. So what we will do here is we're going to shrink this Visual Studio Code window a little bit, close the editor so we have some more space, and then make this browser window larger so that we can use the Chrome DevTools. And when we bring this down here, I'm going to click this button right here so we can toggle the device toolbar. And now we have the ability to see this at different sizes really quickly without resizing the entire screen. So that'll be helpful as we can actually see the width up here updating live. So that'll be really helpful as we resize on different devices and design for that. So here's about our mobile design. If you just click this bar, you can get a small mobile device. You can click here for a medium and here for a large mobile device. So here's the large mobile device, and the reason it shrunk is because we're at 40%. So let's go to maybe 75%. You can see it a little bit better. And then as we resize this, we're getting into the larger desktop devices. I know I had mentioned about 576 pixels for the breakpoint we're going to use. And again, that is because earlier in this course when we talked about responsive design, I just said let's go ahead and use the Bootstrap CSS framework breakpoints. They're right here, so they go from 576, 768, 992. In our case, we've got two designs only, so we're only going to need a single breakpoint for this. Now we just have to decide at what point do we break. So if you just play around with this design and you just look at the text, right around, so we're at 708 pixels wide right now, and this is getting a little bit wide for my liking with this mobile design over here. So I think 576 right about here is going to be just about the widest we'll go for that mobile design, and that's going to be our breakpoint then. To set that breakpoint, we come over to our CSS, we write @media for a media query, and since we're doing mobile first design, we'll set a min width of 576 pixels. So now we open the brackets up, and any styles we put here are going to apply to anything bigger than 576, so all of this right here. And before we get too far, let's go ahead and test it. This is really important as you're coding, whether it's HTML, CSS, JavaScript, or anything else. Do it incrementally. Don't just write a bunch of code and then test it out all at the end. So let's test it out by targeting a p tag and giving it a color of red, something obnoxious, and we'll click Save. Right now we're at 444 pixels, so we would not expect this style to apply, but as we go above 576, we would expect all the text to turn red. So let's see if it does, and it does. So that means that our media query is working great. Remember, always put these media queries at the bottom of your CSS, otherwise they may get overwritten by other styles. So our goal here, before we get any further, is once we hit above 576, so when this is turning red, and the reason it's doing that is because I haven't saved yet. But once we get above here, we would expect this layout to look like this desktop design over here. So the question is, how do we do that? And the way that we're going to solve this is with Flexbox. I'm just going to expand this VS Code so that we can really look at the design here. So as I look at this, just by experience alone, I'm thinking to myself that using Flexbox, we're probably going to need to split these into sub-containers. Now there's a lot of different ways that you can do it. As always, there's more than one way to solve the problem, but I'm going to choose the most straightforward and beginner-friendly way of doing this. I'm thinking that there is probably a way that we could take all four of these items on the left side, wrap those in a container, and then control the overflow of the container with flex wrap and then size them accordingly. But I'm thinking that might get a little bit complex to try to implement, and by adding just one extra container, we can avoid all of that. So what I'm thinking is that we split the overall layout into two containers. So the first container is going to be all four of these items right here, and the second container will be this item on the right. By doing this, we can take container 1 on the left and container 2 on the right, and we can display flex and they will go side by side next to each other. But that doesn't solve how we lay out these items on the left. So what I would want to do within those containers, so remember we have one container on the left, one on the right, and then the left container we can further divide into 2 other containers. So we'll have a top and a bottom container, and in each of those we will display flex so that they sit next to each other, and then we can use flex basis to make the dimensions of each of these a little bit different. I know this is a little abstract, so let me just show you exactly what I mean. So we'll keep that down here, and this all happens within the HTML itself. So to take these 4 items on the left and wrap them in a container, we just need to find them. So here are the first 4, and all we have to do is go at the top of here and set a container. Now we have to decide what to name it so that we can target it with CSS. Naming things is always difficult. I'm not going to overcomplicate it here. We're just going to call it main left and make that div. And then within main left, like I said, we're going to have a top part and a bottom part. There's a couple ways I could do this, but once again, I'll go very simple. And I'll just say top, and then we'll name the other one bottom. So at this point, I've got everything laid out correctly. So we want to grab items 1 and 2, so this one, and put it in that top container right here. So we'll do that. We will just cut these away here and put them there. And then in the bottom, we will take items 3 and 4 and put them there. Now finally, we have testimonial 5, and I said we're going to make a separate container for that. But lucky enough, we've already wrapped our entire grid within the testimonial grid container. And if you think about this from a Flexbox perspective, we always have to think container and direct children. Doesn't matter the grandchildren or great-grandchildren, those don't apply in Flexbox. So all we have to know is what is the parent and what direct children does that parent have. This testimonial grid container has exactly 2 direct children. It has the main left, and then it has the testimonial 5, which is that, this tall card here on the right. So now that we've got this laid out, let's save it. And I will now bring this back to the left side of the screen so that we can look at it again. And you'll see that on the mobile device, nothing has changed here. We put all these containers, but since we haven't selected them with CSS, there's really no change to the overall layout quite yet. But now this is where the real magic is going to happen. And what we could do is, since we're now designing for the desktop, we did mobile first with all of these styles. Now we're doing desktop within the media query. But again, remember, you don't have to put everything within that media query. There can be some shared CSS properties between mobile and desktop designs. So the first style I'll add is going to be the testimonial grid container. We want to do work from the outside in. So we'll go to style.css and we'll put that into our media query. And the only thing we need to do here for the moment is write display flex. And when we click save, you'll see nothing happens here because we're still looking at the mobile device. But as we make this larger, now you see that this the main left container with all 4 of those items go left, and then the last item, testimonial 5, will be pushed off to the right because we've displayed them on the main axis, which is horizontal. Now if you look at this design, obviously this testimonial 5 has much less width than the rest. So we can set that with flex, and I suppose it's probably about 25%. It looks like 20 to 25% of the total width. So let's come to our style.css, and on each item we can set the flex basis. So in this case, we're going to want to grab testimonial 5 and target that with our ID selector. And then we'll say the flex basis for that, we'll start with 20% and see what that looks like. Okay, that's a little bit small. I'm thinking that we'll need maybe 25%. I like that a little bit better, and we can always tweak it as we go. The next thing we have to do is look at these 4 items on the left, and they obviously, the top 2 go next to each other and the bottom 2 go next to each other as well. Therefore, we need to make the top a flex container and the bottom a flex container. So you'll see the ID is top and bottom. So all we need to do is come over here and say top display flex, and then bottom display flex. But we have a little bit of a problem here because they're not taking up the whole height of that main container. So if we go to the index.html, we have the main left container, and we want this right testimonial 5 to be equal in height to these other testimonials. To do this, we need to also turn the main left container into a flex container. So we'll go right here and display flex, and this is not going to look right for a second because when we do that, it puts everything in a row. But if we change the flex direction of the main left to be column, now it's going to go back and look the same, but now we have control using Flexbox of how those are distributed. So if we look at this main left container, which its direct children are going to be the top and the bottom, which are also flex containers, we can distribute those using the justify content. Since we set the flex direction to column, the main axis is going to be going vertical, and therefore justify content allows us to align on the main axis. We also have the ability to say how large we want these using flex basis. So while top and bottom are flex containers in relation to their children HTML elements, they are flex items in relation to the main left container. So if we come down and set the flex basis to, we'll start with 50% on each of them, and then I'll show you why that's not going to work perfectly. So we'll save that, and now you see that we have these filling up the total height of that main left container. And I was actually wrong. The flex basis of 50% works just fine because in the mobile version we set the padding, or we set the margin bottom of 20 pixels, so there's already some space between. We'll obviously have to space out horizontally, but we'll do that in just a bit. Now the next question we have to ask is, how do we get these proportions correct with these 4 containers? To do that, we can work directly with the top and bottom, and we can use the flex basis of their children items to do that. So all we have to do is grab, let's see exactly how we need to do this. It looks like these are a complete mirror of each other, so this first one and the fourth one are about equal proportion, and the second and third one are equal proportion. So we know that our percentages are going to work pretty much the same. So to do this, we're going to need to grab testimonial 1 through 4 and put them down in our media query, which is our desktop design. So if we put these at the bottom, remember in our desktop design, these are considered flex items. We can go ahead and get rid of these 2 properties because they're already defined in our mobile version, which also applies to the desktop as long as we don't override them. So we can get rid of all those. But now we can set a flex basis. So the first one, this purple one, looks like it's got about 75% of the width. So we'll go with 75%. And then that means testimonial 2 is going to have a flex basis of 25% because we want to fill up the whole width of that container. And testimonial 3 is going to have a flex basis of also 25%, and then a flex basis of 75% for that last one. So when we click save, you should see the proportions update pretty nicely here. As we compare this design right here to our desktop design picture, you'll probably notice that it looks a little bit wider overall, and you'll see that there's more room around the entire container. So let's just fix that so that we are not thrown off by these proportions. And the way that we'll do that, I believe we can just add we can add a max width to the entire container. So let's look at our index.html. And our testimonial grid container is probably what we're going to want to select. And we've already got that selected in the media query. So on a larger device, maybe we set the max width of, let's say, looks like this might be like 600 pixels. That's just a rough guess. So that's a little bit narrow. So maybe we'll set the max width to, say, 700 maybe. That looks a little bit better. Let's go up to 750. I think that's kind of in the ballpark. And then to center this, we could use like Flexbox, but honestly, the easier way is this little trick where you set a margin of 0 pixels top and bottom, and then left and right, you give it auto. So it's gonna automatically give the margin to center it. So when we click save, you'll see it all goes to the middle. And now we're starting to see a little bit more proportioned grid here. Now, at this point, I think this is a little bit small, the proportion we've given to that right one. So let's change the flex basis of testimonial 5 to be maybe something like 35%. And then, of course, we need to set the left one to be the same. So we need to set the flex basis on the main left, which is all 4 of these items together. We'll set this to about 70%, I think, and then update this testimonial 5 to be 30%. And I think that looks just a little bit better for us. Once we add some spacing here, it should look a lot better. So to finish this off here, the layout, it looks like there's some spacing between each of these items, horizontally. And there's a few ways that we could do this. Actually, I'm now thinking we might even go like 35, 65 here. And now we have these ones which are squished a little bit. So maybe we need to update this container, give it a bigger max width. Then we'll change the 75, 25. At this point, I'm just like adjusting things until we get generally the right fit. So let's try maybe like a 70, 30. That looks slightly better, but I still think we can go a little bit more. So 65, 35. There we go. I think this looks relatively good. And then now that we've adjusted this, this looks a little bit too big. So we'll claw this one back to 70 and 30. And I think we're looking good here. I think the proportions between this and our design is relatively good. And then of course this bottom one, we need to match the top. So we'll just come down and do that real quick. So 65, 35. So this one needs to be updated to 35 and 65. And now our grid is looking really good. Now to get the spacing horizontally, you'll see that there's these little gutters here. So right now we don't have any spacing horizontally. We could do this with margin, as we kind of did vertically with that margin, but I'm going to try to apply our Flexbox skills to make this happen, which is a totally valid way to do it as well. So the first one we have to take care of is the main left container, which surrounds all 4 of these, and then testimonial 5 here on the right. Right now we have a flex basis of 30% on this far right and 70% on the main left container, so it's split in 2. But if we reduced those by a couple percentages and then we aligned them with space between them, we could add that little vertical gutter in there. So what I'll do is I'll take the main left container and just bring it down to say 68%. So now we have about 2% empty space within the container. So let's save that, and you'll see there's no space because it's kind of added at the end. It's kind of invisible here on the right. But if we come up to the testimonial grid container And what we do is we justify content, because remember, the main left with all 4 of those items and the testimonial 5 on the right are aligned on a main axis which goes horizontal because the flex direction is set to row by default. So justify content allows us to align those within there. And all we have to say is space between. And when we do that, you'll see that there's a little space added there because we added some extra empty space and then we spaced them out between. We can do the same exact thing with these flex items here too. So the top flex container, the flex basis is 50%, or actually I'm not doing this right. So the top and bottom are going to be the flex containers. So let's just set the justify content on here to be space between to start off. All right, and we'll save that, and we won't see any changes because currently the flex basis equals 100%, so there's no space to add between. But if we reduce, we'll just reduce testimonial 1 to 63%, so we have 2% left over once again, and we'll save it, and now we have that little space of 2% added in there as well. Now, of course, 2% on a large container versus 2% on a much smaller container is going to equal a different pixel width. So as you see in the design, the little gutter here between this testimonial 5 on the right and all 4 of these on the left, that vertical gutter is a little bit wider than the vertical gutters that we just added to these containers right here. So you see how to do it with Flexbox. If you're okay with that fact, then you can just leave it as we have it. But what I'm going to do, just for demonstration purposes, is I'm going to undo everything that we just did. So we'll set everything back to their original percentages. We'll remove the justify contents and save it. And now we're back to this place where we have no space between. And a really simple way that we could do this is we could just look at all of the flex items or all of the grid items here on the left. We can just add a margin to the right of, say, 20 pixels, and it will be equal across the board. So if we look at our index.html, we have all of these individual items with a class of grid item, but we don't want to add the margin right to this last testimonial. So one way that we could do that is we could look at the main left container, which has these 4 items, and then we can select all descendants with a class of grid item, so it only selects those 4. So I'll show you what I mean here. I guess we'll put this up here right under main left, and we'll say main left is the parent that we want to look at, and then we want to grab all grid item descendants of that. And now what we can do, let me just show you what we're selecting first. So we'll set a color of red so that the text turns red, and we'll click save. And now you can see all of these left 4 grid items have red text, but we've excluded the right one with this CSS selector. That's exactly what we want. So we'll add a margin to the right of 20 pixels, and you're going to see that this just gets spaced out really nicely automatically. And that is, it's a little much. Maybe let's go with 15 pixels. And that is exactly how we would add that spacing on the right naturally. And now it's equal between all of them. At this point, the overall structure of our grid looks very good. And now that I'm looking at it one more time, it seems that this right one is still a little bit too wide. And I apologize for going back and forth here, trying to teach and see how to do this at the same time, so it's a little bit tough. So let's bring this back to 25% on testimonial 5 and 75 on the main left container. I think this looks good, and I really hope I don't change my mind on that again. I might, but as of right now, this looks very similar. And the cool thing is, if we resize this down to mobile, so once we hit 576 pixels, it should break and boom, we have our mobile design. So we don't have to update anything on the mobile side of things. We just made this desktop design and it's pretty much responsive. Now the one thing you'll notice is as we shrink it, these get shrunk a little bit, so it may not look perfect, say on like a tablet, but it should work okay. You could always add an additional breakpoint if you wanted to adjust those flex basis numbers so that it looks better on tablet, but I'm not going to worry about that here because I think it would just be distracting from the main lessons. All right, so we have got our layout done. It is responsive, and now we should be able to just go in and look at this entire design here and start adding in all of these components and styling them out. Before we do that though, I'd like to clean up our CSS a little bit because at the moment we are duplicating a lot of our CSS rules. So this is what we would call kind of refactoring. So you write the code out, you don't really worry about doing it perfectly the first time, but then you kind of edit and you iterate on it and make it a little bit cleaner. So what you'll see is we've written this rule of display flex several different times. So what we can do is we can take all of these IDs where we're writing that display flex and put it into one single CSS rule. Some might say this is not worth doing, but I think it is. It's nice to break out our code a little bit. So we want to select our testimonial grid container and display flex. Let me just write the rule first. And then of course we want to select more than just the testimonial grid. So what else uses flex? We have the main left, so we'll copy that in there. So main left, top and bottom. So those are all going to display flex, and now we can get rid of all of those individual rules on each of them. Click Save, it should look the same. Down here we have these four flex items, all set with flex basis percentages that are very similar. So let's group this together. Let's take testimonial 3, combine it with that rule, and delete all of this. And we'll take testimonial 4, combine it with that rule, and delete this last one. Save it, should get the same thing. Top and bottom now both have a flex basis of 50%, and that's the only rule. So we don't need them broken out separately. We can just bring those together and delete that rule. Click Save, should be the same. And then I'm going to take all of our flex rules and just kind of group them together here. So let me just put those here. Okay, so now we have all of our CSS grouped up a little bit better, and we can start working on adding the content. I'm going to shrink this screen, and we'll go ahead and close the dev tools. And we'll just work on this first on the mobile design so that we have some more screen real estate, and then we'll check it on desktop to make sure everything is working. So we'll open up our File Explorer and index.html along with our placeholder text, because this is what we're going to actually be putting in to all of these containers. And I'm just going to look at the desktop design. I know we're doing mobile over here, but it's just bigger so we can see it better. I'll go through the first one with you, and then the rest of them are going to be pretty much exactly the same, so I'll let you do those on your own and I'll just speed through it. So with this first card right here, now we have this big quotation. We're going to worry about that totally last. We're not going to worry about that yet. The content itself, it looks like we have a picture, we have a name, we have, this says verified graduate, so they're the status of that person, and then we have the main testimonial and the secondary testimonial. So just looking at this immediately, we need an image tag. We need a paragraph tag, another paragraph tag, looks like maybe an H4 tag, and then another paragraph tag. So let's get the picture first. This first one is Daniel Clifford. So we're going to need that image, and that's been provided to us. If we go to Images folder, you should see image.daniel.jpg. So we can finally start to replace this. So we're on testimonial 1 right here, And we're first going to put in an image, so we'll use the Emmet abbreviation, click Tab, and the source that we want is going to be the relative path, and then we'll say images, and then we want image-Daniel. And then the alt attribute, this is for accessibility. You should always put this in here, so Daniel profile picture, just a description of what that is. Click Save. You'll see this image come in to our first grid item. We now need to write in his name and verified graduate. So let's do that. We'll just use a p tag. So Daniel Clifford, verified graduate. There we go. We've got those added in there. Now we have to go find the text. So it says, I received a job offer mid-course. Okay, so there's our Daniel. So here's our first piece of text. We'll put that in the p tag right here. So there's that text, and then finally we'll just want one more p tag. And actually, no, this will not be a p tag. Let's just set that as an h4. I think that's roughly what we would want here. That looks okay. We can always switch it later. And then finally, we have this last piece of text. So this is the longer testimonial that we'll put in the p tag right here. All sorts of formatting issues, so I'm just gonna get this all on one line here. It doesn't really matter, but I'm gonna just do this anyway. Okay, so we've got our first card done, and like I said, you can go through and figure out how to do the rest of them. It's the same exact pattern for each of the different testimonial cards. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just take this entire structure and I'm gonna come down and replace each item with it. When we click Save, you'll see that it's all looking the same, and then now we can just switch the individual parts. So the second testimonial, if we open up the desktop design, it's going to be Jonathan. So based on the image names here, we have image Jonathan. So we really can just come into find the second one here, so testimonial 2, replace the link here, click Save. Now we have Jonathan in here, and then you just update the rest of the text. So I'm going to speed through this and I'll see you when I'm done. All right, we are done, and you can see that I've got all of the text and images in here. Now it's just a matter of styling these. If you look at the main design, they're all about the same. So we have the image in a circle on the left with the name and the verified graduate right under it, and then the actual testimonial below. So it makes no sense to try to target each of these individually. We'll just set a common class among all of them and then style it one time. Let's start with the image and the name to the right of the image. The first thing that we need to do, because how I see this is we've got the image on the left and then the name and verified graduate stacked on top of each other. So to get those next to each other, a great way to do it is Flexbox. So the image will be flex item number 1, and then we'll make a container around the name and the verified graduate, which will be flex item number 2. To do that, we just come to the HTML. We'll go to the first one here, and we'll come right above the image, and what should we name this? We'll just call it a class of header. And then within header, we're going to have the image and then another container with the other text. So I'm going to call that container header text. Okay, so now all we have to do is drop in the image up top and then these two p tags in this container down here. I'm going to split our style.css to the right here in Visual Studio Code so we can see both. And as we look at the header and the header text, we can come down, since this applies to both mobile and desktop, we'll just write it up in the mobile first section where it applies to pretty much everything. And we'll just put it at the bottom. We want to target header, which is going to be display flex. Automatically, when we click save, you're going to see it jumps on to the correct line. And then these are lined up. So if you look at this, the picture and the text, they're like on the same horizontal axis. So the way that we get that to happen is align items. So we're aligning items on the cross axis to be center. So now that's going to work. And then of course we need to grab the image. So from the header container, we want to grab all images, and we want the border radius to be, it's just a trick to make circular pictures. We want that to be 50%. So you see now we have a circle picture, and then we want the margin right to be, let's call it 5 pixels. Actually that's not enough, so let's do 10 pixels. Now you can see there's a little space between those. Lastly, we need some space under this header container. So we'll come back up to header, set a margin bottom of maybe 20 pixels, and that will space us out from this top header container to the text under it. Now, of course, this has not applied to the rest of the testimonials, but we will follow the same exact process. As long as we keep the same class on them, these CSS styles should apply just fine. So I'm going to speed through this so you don't have to watch me do it completely. I'm just going to go and create this exact structure below for each of them. And probably should have done this the first time around, but whatever, we'll get through it. Okay, so I got that done, and that's kind of a good lesson there. You usually want to finish like one iteration, so one card, get it all correct, and then apply the styles to the rest. I didn't do that, so had to pay for it with some extra time. The next thing I'm going to do is space out these two pieces of text. So the first one's an H4, the second one is a paragraph tag. So we can select that with our styles pretty easily. All we have to do is look at any grid item class and select the H4s and add a margin bottom. So we'll say grid item H4, and we'll set a margin bottom of 20 pixels maybe. I think that looks okay. So 20 pixels, yeah, that looks pretty good. We're getting close to the finish line here. The next thing you'll notice is there's rounded corners on each of these cards. That'll be pretty easy to apply. So let's go find our grid item style, which selects all the grid items, and we'll set a border radius of around 5 pixels maybe. That'll make those rounded corners, so that looks good. There's also a little bit of a drop shadow on each of these, or at least the white ones, but we'll just go ahead and put it on each of them just for simplicity. So any grid item is going to get a box shadow. You can go to a box shadow tool online. This is just the standard that I always put in there. Is a black color with 20% opacity, and then I kind of tweak these values right here until I get roughly what I want. So you can see there's a little box shadow there. I might spread this out a little bit more. It's not exactly what we're looking for, but it's pretty close, and I'm not too concerned about getting this verbatim to the design. The next big piece to this is the font. So in the style guide, if we go here to the style guide, it's going to tell you what font you need to use. So for typography, the body copy is 13 pixels. We haven't set that yet. Actually, let's do that really quick. So for grid items, you could set this at multiple levels, but for grid items, we'll set the font size to be 13 pixels. Makes it a lot smaller here for us. And then for grid item H4s, we'll set the font size back up. So we'll say maybe 1.2 rem. So that's the root element is going to be the HTML, which I believe is set default to 16 pixels. So that will make it a much bigger text. And I think that looks relatively good. Decent proportions there, so I'm okay with that. And now we have to actually change the font itself. So in the style guide, it says that we need the Barlow semi-condensed font from Google Fonts. I happen to have this open already. Let me expand the screen. And all you have to do is select the styles that you want. So we will do that, and it looks like we need 500 and 600 font weights. So we will go grab medium, which is 500, and 600, which is semi-bold. Now it's saying that we just need to put this link in our HTML document, so we'll copy that. Should be good on this, so let me resize the screen real quick. And now all we need to do with this is put it into our HTML. So we put this in the head, and we can put it right by our style sheet link. So I think usually you're supposed to put this after your style sheet so that this applies. I'm not entirely certain if that matters a ton. Let's save it. By default, it's not going to be using it because we haven't enabled it. So we'll have to come back to our styles.css, and in the body, this might be where we put the font family, and this is where we'll go to the rules here, and we can just paste in this CSS rule actually. So we'll be using Barlow semi-condensed with a fallback of sans serif. Save that, and you can see all of the font is looking a lot closer to our demo here. You'll notice that these white cards have a gray text rather than the black text we're giving it, so let's update that. I believe we have a rule for this already. So we can actually condense testimonial 5 and 3 into one because they have the same styles. And then the font color that we need, if we go to the style guide, is probably this light gray, I'm thinking. Nope, that's a little too light. So we'll try the dark grayish blue. And I think that's a little bit closer. May not be exact, but I'm thinking it's close enough. It's better than the black that we had before. Now the smaller text has a little bit less opacity than the main text, and then we also need to set the font weight. So let's look at the style guide. It says for the typography, or note for the text colors, the verified graduate, okay, we're not ready for that yet. Review paragraphs inside quotes have the same color but are 70% opacity. So in our design here, we have a couple different P tags. So we have the name, verified graduate, and then the testimonial down here. So if we just set the font weight of a P tag and the opacity of a P tag for all of them, that will apply to mostly what we want, because we want this testimonial to have 70% opacity and probably verified graduate as well. And then we can specifically override that opacity style to be 100% for the name later. So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll see if we have something for this already. So we have grid item. So we'll just set the grid item P tags. So any P tag within the grid item, we want to set the opacity to 70%. And then for the name, let's just add a class so we can use the Alt key to come into all of the P tags with the name. Just holding down Alt. And we can give it a class name. And then we can come down into the name selector and give it an opacity of 100%. Maybe not the most effective solution, but it works. And we probably need to select it with header to be more specific than our grid item P, because header and name, that's two class selectors, is more specific than grid item P, which is a class and a tag selector. So this one takes precedence and we'll override it. Now I think we just need to tweak a few things with the text here, not a whole lot. We might want to make the name just slightly larger than that default 13 pixels. So we can come to that rule that we just created, so the name, and we'll say the font size is going to be 1.1 rem. Actually, that's going to be way too large. How about 1 rem, so 16 pixels. That looks better. If you open this up, you might see a little border around these pictures too. So while we're here, we can look at the header image, and we can give it a border of 1 pixel, solid, maybe purple. I think some of them are different, but let's just go with purple on all of them. You can see that little border that we have around there. You can tweak that how you like it. Lastly, I think the font weights look okay, but they did tell us to import weights of 500 and 600, so we should probably explicitly set those. So on the grid item H4s, we'll give a font weight of 600. Looks about the same, so not a huge change. For the most part, I think I'm happy with the design we have. It's not absolutely perfect, but it's pretty close. And more importantly, we've gone through a lot of the concepts that we've covered in the previous videos, which is always fun to apply those. Leave a comment if I missed anything. I think the only thing remaining is this big quote up here. And there's a couple ways you could approach this. I do not believe there's any assets for this. Like, this is not an image. Actually, it is. So this is an SVG. And we could use this SVG. I don't want to get too far into CSS and SVGs. It's like a whole other topic, but I'll go ahead and just quickly put it in and show you how to do it. So what we can do is this background pattern quotation SVG. If we click on it, it's just a bunch of numbers, but we can actually put this into an image, I believe. So if we come to our index.html, let me get this CSS collapsed a little bit. And it's obviously on the main card, the purple card here, so number 1. We can pretty much put it wherever we would like here within this main card. So let's make an image, and then the source is going to be images and then background pattern quotation. So now you see that quote is already in there. That's nice. Now we just need to absolutely position this because it's in that weird spot. So it's like kind of randomly up there in the top right corner. Let's give it an ID. So we'll give it the quote ID, and then we come over to our CSS and we will select quote, and we'll say position absolute. And what that is going to do is position it relative to, I believe, the viewport by default. Let's see how that works. So from the right, we want it to be 20 pixels roughly. Okay, yeah, so it's relative to the viewport. We want it relative to this container itself. So to do that, we need to set the testimonial1 container to be position relative. And once we do that, that quote will come in correctly. Come down to quote, it should be probably more like 30 pixels from the right, and then from the top, it is pretty much flush with the top, so we'll do 0. And you can see that gets us a little bit closer. And as we resize this, it's obviously going to change that a little bit. So maybe from the right, we go like 3%. I'm just going to experiment around with this until we get it right. Maybe like 7%. That's closer. Let's just ramp it up to 15. Okay, I like that. I think 15 is pretty good. And like I said, it's flush with the top, so that's good. And then finally, as we resize this, I know this doesn't look amazing. We're just kind of in that middle state where it's like, this is like bigger than a mobile device but smaller than a tablet, so you're really not going to see this on any device for the most part. So like here is about where you're gonna start seeing it. And it looks like the quote is like a little bit above that text, and in our actual design here, it's showing it as behind the text, like overlapping. That's partially because of the spacing that we've given it, so I'm not overly concerned about it. But as we resize it and it does kind of overlap text, we want that to go behind everything. So to do that, we need to go to the styles. We need to set the z index equal to like -1. Or actually, let's set this z index to 1, and then on the testimonial 1, we will set the z index to be 0. So it's above the testimonial card, but then we want it to be below the testimonial text. So we'll set the z index of the header to 3. I think that might get us there, maybe not. There we go. We just need to set it to position relative so that the z index applies. And now it should be going behind any text and stuff like that. So should be good there. And I think our design is pretty much complete. So as you can see, like we could spend the next hour or 2 hours trying to get this to look exactly like the example here. Just if you're curious, I took a second to try to figure this out fully, exactly how we can get it to look like this, and didn't come all the way there, but I did get it somewhat close. So I put a max width of 1440 according to the style guide here where it says the desktop is 1440. And then I set the testimonial 5 and main left containers to 80 and 20% respectively. So this looks okay. I think it's not exact, like I said, but it's a little bit closer. Let me know in the comments if I missed anything, but as we resize this, it should be responsive. We have this like middle state where it's a little bit weird, but honestly, trying to perfect that is just going to be a lot of tedious tweaks that you can kind of do on your own if you want. But the main goal here has been accomplished. On desktop, it looks like this, and on mobile, it looks like this, where we have everything stacked on top of each other. So now at this point, we're going to take this local host that nobody can see, and we're going to deploy this to GitHub pages so that you can pass it off as a link and show off your project. So the way that we'll do that, let's close out everything here so we have a clean workspace. So what we can do is we can open up source control. This is embedded within Visual Studio Code. And what we can do is initialize a repository, and this can be done on the command line too, but I think we should, since we haven't learned Git yet, and I don't expect you to understand any of this quite yet, might as well use the visual interface. So from here, we initialize the repository, and it says control enter to commit on master. So we can write a message, just say first commit and then control enter. We're going to stage all our changes and commit them directly. Yes. And I'm actually set up with GitHub already, so it may ask you to go through some authorization where you have to sign in to GitHub, so go ahead and do that if you have to. Now what we have to do is create a new repository on our GitHub. So if you don't have an account, sign up for GitHub. You'll need it for the rest of your developer life. Click new repository, and we'll just say testimonial grid front-end mentor challenge solution. Very long repository name. You don't need to make it that long. And we'll just create the repository, make it public. Not too worried about initializing all of this stuff. Now from here, you're just going to copy the HTTPS link, come back to Visual Studio Code, click these 3 dots, click remote, add remote, and then we're going to put in that URL. From there, we should be good. I think we want to push it to the main branch, so let me see what we're working with here. Yep, so we need to push to main. But this is just the name we're giving it, so origin. We're just linking up our code here to the GitHub repository. And again, you don't need to understand this. We're just trying to get it deployed here. So now we're going to click push. Okay. Then let's check it out here. We'll refresh. And you'll see that we have all of these files that we just created from Visual Studio Code here on our repository. Right now, we don't have it deployed to GitHub Pages. The way that we can do that, we can do it here, or we can do it within Visual Studio Code, but quite honestly, doing it within the repository is relatively straightforward since we already have index.html in the main root of the directory. So we'll go to master, find or create a branch, and type GitHub Pages. And it says create branch GitHub Pages from master, which is exactly what we want to do. This is master, what we're looking at right now. So we'll create that branch. And now let's go back to our main repository. And I believe it should publish this to GitHub Pages in the next minute or two. It doesn't happen like instantaneously because what it's actually doing is taking our code files and putting them on GitHub Pages, which is just another server, and then serving them over our GitHub URL. Let's refresh the page. Looks like our environments has been set up now, so we can click on the main repository, we can click GitHub Pages, and then view the deployment. And you can see that what we just created is now live, and this link up here you can copy and share with someone else. And as we resize it, it of course is going to resize to that mobily responsive width, and then desktop responsive. In this mini course, we will be trying to cover pretty much everything you need to know about CSS Grid. And by the end of it, I want you to be able to explain what Grid is, understand all the basic syntax, so I'll show you that in a second, and most importantly, understand how we can take CSS Grid and Flexbox and use them together. Many web devs, including my former self, think that CSS Grid and Flexbox are incompatible. They compete with each other. And that's not true. There is a great use case for both of them in the same project, and hopefully by the end of this mini course, you're going to see exactly how that happens. We're going to cover all of these properties. There's a lot here, and I know it's overwhelming, but I promise you, if you have a little bit of a background in Flexbox from that previous tutorial, once again, please watch that before diving into this course. But if you have that prerequisite knowledge, this is not going to be impossible. I'm going to walk you through every single property here, and we're going to lay it out in a very logical structure so you can kind of group these into your head. As you can see, just like Flexbox, we have the concept of a container and that container's children elements. So with Flexbox, it was the Flex container and Flex items. Here we're talking about the Grid container and Grid items. Each of these properties here are going to either apply to the container level or the item level, and they're also going to either pertain to sizing or alignment. So I promise you it's not quite as hard as it looks here. To add to the confusion though, this is where CSS gets a little bit difficult. With most CSS properties, there are shorthand properties that we can use to express the same thing in less lines of code. In my personal opinion, shorthand properties, unless they're like very basic shorthand properties like the padding property, are not meant for beginners to start working with. We've got to understand the framework first, and then we can start layering in that efficiency that comes from using these shorthand CSS properties. Let me give you a very quick example. If we go back to the first page, these are the ones that we are going to cover, and we look up into the top right with the grid container sizing properties. You'll see that we have grid template rows and grid template columns. Now if we go to the next slide, these are the shorthand properties. You will see those, so grid template columns and grid template rows. Those can be kind of summarized and wrapped up in several shorthand properties. So we can either use the grid property, which pretty much defines the whole grid all in one property. It's pretty confusing if you're a beginner. Or we can use something like Grid Template, which does something similar but doesn't quite do everything at once. So throughout the CSS Grid course, you obviously have all of these properties available to you, and you might be watching and say, why are you writing 4 lines when you could write 1? There's a very good reason for that. It's really hard to learn a framework and learn the shortcuts at the same time, so we're going to instead just do everything longhand and do our best to learn the framework, and then you can start to tack on all that efficiency later. I promise we're about to get into the lesson, but I really want to talk about why we're using this in the first place. Why would I spend an entire course to talk about CSS Grid? To someone who's been developing web applications since the early 2000s or even earlier, it's very apparent why CSS Grid makes sense. Now, I myself have not been coding for that long. It's been about 5 years at this point. But even for me, I've gone through some of the pains of the pre-grid era of CSS, and it's a little bit painful to create web applications without it. So let's briefly go way back. So prior to 2009, this is when Flexbox came out. I think my facts are right on that. But we pretty much had hacky solutions galore when it came to CSS layouts. So if you wanted to make a fixed nav bar and a fixed side nav bar and a side element and then main content and a footer, just like that Holy Grail layout, it was extremely difficult to do, and you had to use, floats and clear fixes and all sorts of solutions that were never meant to happen when CSS was created. From 2009 to 2017, so this is before Grid was released, but Flexbox was in the picture, everything got a lot easier. You could make a lot more predictable layouts. But since Flexbox is one-dimensional, there was still a little bit of a pain point for front-end developers, especially when you wanted to create literally a grid and you wanted all the items to have determinate, widths and heights. So in 2017, all of the web browsers kind of in unison just had support enabled for CSS Grid. So Grid was released, and from that point forward, designing layouts for the web, of course after learning CSS Grid in the system and how it works and stuff, became a lot easier. If you learn this framework, you can create CSS layouts that actually make intuitive sense. So previously you've got all these hacks going on and you're like, why does this element do this that way? But now it's very determinate. You can explicitly state how everything should be laid out on the page, and you're not going to get a whole lot of unexpected behaviors. For some, it's good enough to take my word for it and just go ahead and learn CSS Grid. For others, you may have to go through that pain. You may be a little bit stubborn. I'm kind of like that myself, where you have to go through and understand the background and try to make layouts without CSS Grid before you're going to really recognize the value in what we're learning here. So if you're still here watching this video, which according to my YouTube stats, most of you will not be here still, thank you for sticking around, and it also means that you're probably sold on the idea of learning CSS Grid. Now there's just one thing I want to talk about before we really dive in, and that is browser support. Probably most of you won't care about this, but if you happen to have stumbled on this video and you also happen to support Internet Explorer and a couple other old versions of certain browsers in your day job, you have to know that CSS Grid is not supported fully in all browsers. Once again, very few people will have to deal with this, but if you do deal with this, you'll come into your CSS, you'll put an @supports rule, and you'll type display grid, and then you put all of your styles here related to Grid. So this rule will basically check for you and say, hey, does this browser support CSS Grid? If so, apply all of these grid rules. If this rule does apply to you and you actually have to support older browsers, I want to thank you for your service. It's honest work to support Internet Explorer these days. For this tutorial, we're going to get rid of this though. I don't want to deal with this. There's enough to learn with CSS Grid already, so I'm not going to deal with that. To get us started, I've pasted in some HTML and CSS. Very basic, and if you watched the Flexbox course like I told you to before coming to this course, you know exactly what we're looking at here. We're looking at a container and then child list of child elements. With Flexbox, you've got the Flex container and the Flex items. With CSS Grid, you have the Grid container and the Grid items. So every direct child to a grid container is going to be a grid item. And just like Flexbox, to enable the grid system, you come into the container itself, you type in display grid. So now this top level container here is a CSS grid container. As we've talked about many times, a single property like the display property literally changes all the rules of the game for all of the other elements once you do it. It's no different here. We now have all of these grid items abiding by the CSS grid system rules. And those rules are what we're going to cover here. Before we get any further with these properties, I want to give you that 10,000 foot view of CSS Grid. So really the difference between Flexbox and CSS Grid is 1D versus 2D. So Flexbox goes in one dimension, and we talked about how the flex direction is either row or column, which defines the main and the cross axis within your Flexbox container. With CSS Grid, it's a little bit different because we have two dimensions. We have the horizontal and the vertical direction, and we actually have properties to control the sizing and the alignment of the elements on both of these dimensions, which we kind of call tracks. As you can see in the visual here, I've just labeled a couple of these. So we've got a vertical track number 1, so this would be the first column, and then a horizontal track number 1, which would be the first row. And as you can see, this grid comes with grid lines, and then between the grid lines are going to be what we call the grid area. What we can do with CSS Grid is we can take the grid items themselves and we can define, looking at these lines that we've laid out in the template that we've created, we can define where those items are going to be placed and how big they are. So for example, this first item, number 1, we have put it between row number 1 and row number 2, and between column number 1 and column number 3. This is obviously a 3x3 grid, so you have 9 total little grid cells. So this number 1 item is going to be 2 little cells wide and 1 cell tall. Now if you look at number 3 over here, we are placing this between column 3 and column 4 and making it 3 cells high. So you can see that we will actually be able to do this really easily with just a few CSS rules. Prior to CSS Grid, this would be a nightmare to try to create using the built-in CSS properties. So as we go through the properties, I want to show you 2 great cheat sheets that you can have open. I would definitely recommend picking one, using both, having them available to you as you're learning or using CSS Grid for the first couple of weeks. So the first one here, and both of these are going to be in the description below, so don't worry about the links here. You can find those easily. Here's the first one. This is just a very high-level view of all of the properties for Grid. So you've got the container properties and the children properties down here, and it gives you just a very small little visual of what they do. Now, looking at this firsthand, it's not going to make any sense. So we'll walk through how this all works, and then this cheat sheet will become very helpful to you. There's also this one here, which is a little less structured in terms of summary, but it gives you a lot of interactive ways to work with Grid. So we can come here and just click on different configurations and see what those do just to experiment out with them. So 2 really great cheat sheets, links in the description, have them open after this course when you're building with Grid. So the first thing that we need to do here is give ourselves a little playground that we can use to explore the different properties of CSS Grid. Now in previous tutorials I've just kind of set up that playground, but at this point in the Full Stack Roadmap series you should be getting very comfortable with HTML and CSS. For that reason, we're going to actually construct our little playground together. The first thing that we're always going to do when we start a CSS style sheet is a little reset. So we're going to target every single element on our page. We're going to remove all the margin from it. We're going to remove all the padding from it. And most importantly, we're going to change the box sizing to be border box so that the width and the height that we set to our elements is actually going to be the width and the height of those elements. If this makes no sense to you, you might want to review the CSS Basics video that I created. I'm also going to add a little bit of padding on the body element. So we're just going to give it 2% padding, and that's going to just bring in our elements here so that they're not just pushed up against the edge. We've already got a rule for our grid container, and these are actually already grid items, but I want to put this as an explicit width and height. So we'll give it a width of 310 pixels, and we're going to give it a height of the same, so a perfect square. And you might wonder why we're doing 310 pixels. It's going to become very apparent here in a second. I want to also give it a border. It's going to be 5 pixels, solid, and we're going to give it a nice little color theme. So let me get my color here, like a dark green. So there's our grid container, very explicit how we're defining this, and it will give us a very nice template to work with. Now just a quick review, the reason why I put a width of 310 and a height of 310 is because we have this 5 pixel border. So when we have box sizing of border box, the width and the height of the elements are going to be the inner content plus the padding plus the border. Not the margin. Margin doesn't count here, but those three things are going to create that width and the height. And therefore, if we define our grid container at 310 pixels with a 5 pixel border, that means that on both the horizontal and vertical sides, we have a total of 5 plus 5 or 10 pixels of border. And that leaves us with 300 by 300 of empty space to work with within our container. If you don't believe me, I'll prove it. Let's open up the DevTools. We'll select one of the elements, and you can see this grid item has a width of 300 pixels. So that's how we got to that. I just wanted an even number to work with so that we're not doing complex calculations. The next thing I want to do is style our grid items. Right now they just have numbers in there, but we can do a little bit better. So let's add another class here. So we'll say GI1, and then we'll paste that down to the other ones and replace that with 1, 2, and 3. So we have 3 selectors for our class, and then we'll go down and make a couple of rules for that. I'm going to do the first one as our template, and then we'll just replace as we go. So the first one will be 1E4040 as a color, and the background color is going to be 71D99E. All right. So there's our first one. Then we can just copy this rule 1, 2 times, replace these classes to target these next 2 elements, and then we will change the color, which I'll spare you watching me do that. All right, we're done with the colors. Now we just need to center these numbers and make them a little bit bigger so that we can see it. A great way to do this is using Flexbox. So we're not getting into grid quite yet, but we can already start to see how using grid and Flexbox together is very possible, and it's really helpful. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take each of these grid items, and these are going to become Flex containers. So yes, they are grid items and Flex containers at the same exact time. To target them all at once, we'll use their shared class of grid item. Come to the bottom here, type out grid item, and we'll say display flex. Once we do that, we can use these align items center and justify content center to put those numbers right in the middle. We just need to make it a little bigger now, so we'll give it a font weight of, say, 800. It'll make those numbers a little bit thicker, and then we'll say the font size is going to be 2 rem units. And by default, if we come up here to the HTML, and set the font size to 16 pixels, which is pretty much the browser default anyway. That means when we set the 2 rem that it's going to be 200% of the root element font size, which is 16 pixels. So do 16 times 200%, and that's how big these fonts are. Now as we go along, I'm going to be popping up some pictures that allow us to see better what's going on within our HTML and CSS. Another way that we can look at this, we can always open the developer tools, and if you hover over this grid, you're going to actually see some grid lines. So you see those dotted lines around the container, that is the grid that we're dealing with right now. Now I'm using Google Chrome because I wanted to have my Google Slides up for the earlier part of the presentation, but I just opened the same thing up in Firefox, and you'll see when you inspect the element within Firefox, there's an even better representation of grid, at least in my opinion. So if you click here and then you drop down the grid section, and then kind of hover over this grid container, you can really start to see everything come to life. So quite honestly, if you're doing this, kind of coding along with me, go ahead and use Firefox. It's a much better developer tool environment for CSS Grid. Throughout the tutorial, we'll dig into these little developer tools, and I guess quite honestly, I could probably just use Firefox for the rest of this tutorial. I think that's what I'm going to do so that we have these excellent developer tools at our disposal. So our basic grid template, what you're looking at right here, can be represented by this little visual here. So by default, we haven't really done anything other than just enable the grid with the display grid property. But what that will do is automatically create what you're seeing here. So you have one vertical track, so just one column, and then you have 3 horizontal tracks. And what these are actually called, this is actually called an implicit grid, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But basically you have, once again, you have the lines that the grid items kind of are spaced between. And if you come back to our Firefox developer tools, so let's inspect this element. Here's our grid on the left. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. And then if we click, so let's collapse the box model, we don't need Flexbox. So you can see on the left, as we hover over grid here and click this button, you can see that the container is highlighted, and we have each of these rows kind of highlighted within the developer tools. Then we can also click display line numbers, and you can see that we have line number 1 and line number 2. Now, if you're like me, when I'm learning and I see something that doesn't make sense, it irritates me. One of those things here is that there's negative numbers on the grid as lines. We will come back to these negative numbers, but for now, just look over them, don't worry about them. They basically just represent the end of the grid from a row and column perspective, and it allows you to size your items starting from the end of the grid rather than the beginning. Rest assured though, we will come back to this. For now, just only think in positive numbers. We can also add area names. That's not going to show us anything right now, but we will talk about that a little bit later. And then finally, extend lines indefinitely or infinitely. I like this. It just kind of gives you a nice framework to look at this grid. So in my opinion, checking all of the boxes is going to give you the best view for your grid, and that's what we're going to do throughout the tutorial. Like I said, at the moment, we only have the grid enabled. We don't have any grid properties set. So right here, grid container, we said display grid. Since all of this stuff is just general styling, what I'm going to do is break out our grid styles and properties up above and then put these below so we don't have to worry about them. So in CSS, as we know, since it's cascading and it reads it top to bottom, we can define a single CSS rule 2 times. So we can bring this display grid up here, and even though these are the same rules, it's going to first apply this and then apply these remaining styles. So pretty much everything below here is general styling, also Flexbox styling. So we will just enter that all down so we can really focus on what's going on. And then I guess all of this stuff applies to that as well. So let's put that down in the general styling also. Let's open up Firefox DevTools once again. We've got a clean slate to work with, and what I've done here is just opened up our view here so that we have the Firefox DevTools over here on the right, opened up to the grid view, and then we've selected the grid container. This other one's actually just built into the CodePen environment. They have a grid going on behind the scenes. We just want to click grid container, and you can see that it highlights the grid that we have created. The The first two properties we're going to talk about is the explicit structure of the grid. So how many rows and columns do you want? These two properties are grid template rows and grid template columns. We'll start off by being extremely explicit and telling it exactly how much width and height to occupy. So we'll say grid template rows, and for the rows, that's going to be, top to bottom, so kind of the vertical definition here. And what I want to say is 20 pixels, 20 pixels, and 20 pixels. What you'll see is, or actually let's make this a little bigger so the numbers fit. So we'll go 50, not 500. We'll go 50, 50, and 50. And you could, of course, change this to anything you want. So you could put 80 for the last one, and it defines the row differently. Since we've set these rows explicitly, you can see our grid over here on the right has changed a little bit, and accordingly on the left. Now we can add our grid template columns, and we can be just as explicit. So maybe we say we want the first column to be 30 pixels, then 50 pixels, and another 50 pixels or something like that. So after doing that, in the top left corner there's kind of some madness going on there. I'll explain that in a second. But if we look at our grid definition down here in the bottom right, you can see that our definition right here for the rows and columns is exactly as we defined. So you just space out the arguments, and each additional argument represents an additional row or column. The reason this is all looking weird is because we just haven't given it enough space. So if we open up the CodePen editor here and we come down to the body and give it, I don't know, something like 7% padding and just allow it to space out, you'll see that the grid line definitions are showing a little bit more clearly. We'll keep this setting so that we can see it as we go. More commonly than defining explicit pixel values for our rows and columns, you're going to see something called a fractional unit. So let's get back to our original grid that we were looking at, kind of the default grid, which would have been 3 rows and 1 column. So if we wanted 1 column, all we have to do is delete all these arguments and put in just one value. So we'll say 100 pixels. And you can see that we just have that 1 column here, and if we click on the grid on the right, here's the grid that we're working with. To get back to our original example, we don't want 100 pixels, we want 1 fractional unit. And what this FR unit kind of represents is very similar to what we talked about with the Flex Grow and Flex Shrink properties back in the Flexbox course. So if you remember in the Flexbox course, if we had flex items that didn't take the entire space of their flex container, there was what we call empty space. And we had to allocate out units to those flex items to determine how much empty space they would occupy. The fractional unit here is doing pretty much the same thing. So right now, for our column width, we're saying we want to give 1 column, and it's going to equal 1 fractional unit. So basically, there's only 1 fractional unit to allocate, so that's 100% of the width of the grid container. If we came in here and put another column, you're going to see that it's perfectly equal, because now we have a total grid container, which we know is 300 pixels wide because we created it, and we're giving the first column 1 FR and the second 1 FR. So there's 2 total fractional units, and if you take 300 divided by 2, you get 150. So each of these are going to be 150 pixels wide. You can see that as I hover over them. So that's what a fractional unit is, and we're going to set this back to 1 fractional unit, so we have 1 column. And now instead of these explicit pixel values, I'm going to say 1 FR, 1 FR, and 1 FR. And that gets us back to our original view that we had, and it's going to say I want to have 3 total rows and give it 3 fractional units. So if the height is 300 pixels, that's 300 divided by 3, and whatever that value is going to equal the height of each of these items. So what we've said here is we want 3 columns, and each of those columns is going to be 1 fractional unit. there's 3 total fractional units allocated within the row dimension. So 300 pixels tall divided by 3 fractional units is 100 pixels each. To give us a little bit of space to work with and some interesting calculations, let's make our grid a little bit more complex. Not actually more complex, just more grid cells to work with. So I'm going to create an 8x8 grid. So I need 8 of these 1FR units to equally space those out. So what I can do is just type them all out. Let's copy and paste 4 more in there. And now you can see that we have lines 1 through 9, and this is kind of the fence post problem where you're counting how many fence posts you have versus how many sections of the fence you have. So we have 8 sections of that fence, or 8 rows, but we have 9, fence posts, or 9 lines to go by. To get an equal amount of columns, you would do the same thing down here in the grid template columns. So now we're going to have a grid that is 8x8, or 64 individual little grid cells. I know I said that I would not teach a whole lot of shorthand CSS or shortcuts or stuff like anything like that, but in this case I'm going to, because nobody wants to type out all of this stuff at once. There is a better way to do this, and all we have to do is use the repeat function within CSS. We haven't really talked a whole lot about CSS functions, but this is one that you can just kind of memorize just to have in your toolkit. So what we're going to do is we're going to repeat whatever unit 8 times, and then we'll put in a comma, and we're going to give it 1 FR, which means we're going to repeat 1 FR 8 times just like we have down here. So this right here is perfectly equivalent to this right here. And we can go ahead and copy this one down to the columns as well, since we have a perfectly square 8x8 grid, and we get the same result. Just as a spot check, you can now see your grid down here. So we have 8x8, or 64 total little grid cells, and you can highlight each of them and kind of play around with them. We have learned the basic tenets of CSS Grid, why we need it, and how to explicitly define the grid that we want to work with. So we have this 8x8 grid down here in the bottom right corner of our Firefox DevTools. And our next challenge is to figure out how do we take each of these grid items and place them on different parts of this grid. We can do this with the grid row start, grid row end, grid column start, and grid column end CSS properties. We'll start with the rows. So let's say that we wanted to put this first item down 1, the second one we'll put it second to bottom, and the third one we'll put it at the very bottom. In order to do that, we just come to the individual grid items. So now we're kind of flipping from a grid container level property to an item level property. So we're going to select grid item 1 and then 2 and 3. So we'll replace that with a 3 and then a 2. And we'll start with the rows. So we'll say grid row start. And in this case, we have our lines already defined for us using the Firefox DevTools. So really helpful tool to have open. And we want to put this first one in this little sector for the row. So we want to start it at line number 2 and end it at line number 3. So we'll put in 2 there for the start, copy that down, and put end and replace that with 3. And now we have number 1 sitting down there in that spot. We said we wanted number 2 to be second from the end and 3 to be at the very end. So all we have to do is look at these row lines and place them there. So 2 will start at 7, end at 8, and 3 will start at 8 and end at 9. So we can just copy these grid row start and end properties down to these items. As you can see, they have already moved a little bit, but let's replace these and put it between 7 and 8, 8 and 9. So we've got our grid items on the rows that we want. Now we have to define which columns we want them in. So we'll keep the first one here. We'll just leave it. And we can actually define that explicitly, even though it's already there. So we'll say grid column start is going to be 1 because we're starting at the first column here. And then grid column end is going to be 2 because it ends at column 2. Now for this one, let's say that we want second to last column, and then likewise with the bottom one, we'll go with the last column. So we can just copy these properties in again. So for number 2, it starts at column 7, ends at 8. So we'll replace those numbers. You can see that jumped over there. And then finally, the third item will be between 8 and 9. So now we have placed our grid items explicitly on our 8x8 grid. So you know how to place the items, but how do we size them? What if we wanted these to be larger or smaller? Well, there's really 2 ways that I can think of off the top of my head. The first one is just explicitly defining the width and height of those items. So this is nothing to do with grid. This is just basic CSS. Let's say we came down to grid item number 1 and we gave it a width of 200 pixels. You'll see that that extends out and our grid gets collapsed in a very weird way. And I don't want to get into this quite yet because we're just not there yet. So we're not going to use this width and height properties on our grid items. We're going to keep our grid intact, and we're going to use these row start, row end, column start, and column end properties to size our items. So what if we wanted to take this first item and make it the full width of this container, the grid container? All we have to do here is go to the columns, because we're talking about what column does it start and end at. And I'm going to start it at column 1, end it at the last column, which is column 9. So all I have to do is change the 2 to a 9, and this item is now the full width of our grid container. This starts to get fun once you realize how easy it is. So let's say we wanted number 2 to extend right up to that number 1. So we'll start it at row 3, and we'll end it at the same one, so 8. So we'll come down to grid item 2. It starts at 3 and ends at 8. And now that's going to extend up and push up against that final one. And then maybe we'll make number 3 3 little grid cells wide. So we will start it at column, looks like column 6, and end it at 9. So start it at 6, end it at 9, and now we have that extending out. Now here's where those negative numbers come in. I know they've been probably bothering a few of you. I know that I would have been bothered looking at these. But let's say that we have a grid and we don't really want to calculate, how many items are in the grid. And, for this grid item number 3, it starts at 6 and ends at 9. And that's just kind of hard to deal with in our heads because it's just like these numbers are just kind of arbitrary, it seems like. So what we could do is, instead of saying it starts at 6, ends at 9, we could say we just want to start it at the very end of the grid, and we want to end it 3 units to the left of the end of the grid. So what we can do here is we can come to the grid column start, and instead of using 6 right here, we're kind of reversing everything. So now we're going from right to left. We're going to start it at -1, which means we're going to start it at the very end of that grid. And then we're going to end it at -4, and that's going to extend it into the same little section that we had before. So if we know our grid is 8x8, we always know that -1 is going to represent the end of a row or column, and then we can just backtrack and say how many little grid cells that we want it to be. The next thing we're going to cover, and this is really important, is something called a grid area, and the concept of giving a width and height to a grid item. Let's get rid of a few things here. I'm going to remove all the styles from all of these grid items. And then I'm also going to comment out those last two grid items. So now we just have one sitting in our grid. When it refreshes, and let's get that grid outline back. Now, if you remember what I said, when we give a width to grid item number 1 of 100 pixels, the whole grid is going to move. And that is because an individual grid cell is 37.5 pixels wide, and we're giving it 100 pixels wide, so it's kind of stretching outside of its predefined grid area. How do I know this dimension? Well, if you go to the console and you just type in 300 divided by 8, because there's 8 total grid items wide and tall, you get 37.5. And you can even check that if you come back. Let me get rid of this for a second. I'll remove that explicit width off of this. So now we have this little normal sized item, and it's 37.5 by 37.5, as you can see highlighted there. Let's experiment around with this a little bit though. I think you'll start to understand it better once we get a bigger grid area to work with. So I want to fill up this entire space here. So I'll go to this grid down here. So starting in this little grid cell going all the way down to here, so it'll be a 3 by 3 kind of grid area within our bigger grid. So to do that, we'll go to our lone grid item and we'll say grid row start is going to be number 2. So we'll put in 2. Grid row end is going to be 5, I believe, so that we can get 3 units. And then the column is going to be just indented 1. So we'll start it at 2 and also end it at 5. So now we have a little square in here within our grid, and what we call this is the grid area. So this grid area is going to be 37.5 times 3, which I may want to change this actually. So 37.5 times 3 is 112.5. I don't really like that. Let's go with 4 so that we can get an even number of 150. So all we have to do is increase this 5 to a 6, and now it's going to get a little bit larger for us. So looking at this grid area, we can now resize our grid item and it can fit within that space a little bit better. So we know that this grid area is 150 by 150. And if we took our grid item and gave it a width of 100 pixels now, it's not going to change the grid itself because our new dimension is smaller than the grid area that we've defined for the item. Maybe we can also give it a height so that we're working with perfect squares in general here. And as you can see, within this grid, the grid area is defined by this perfect square, but then we've reduced the size of the grid item within it. Now, the next question that we have, the reason that I did this and showed this is because we have to talk about grid item alignment. This might be a little confusing because didn't we already talk about alignment? Like we were moving these grid items around, placing them all over the grid. Is that not alignment? Well, there's actually 2 additional types of alignment we can do with the grid. So the first one that we're about to cover is how are those grid items sitting within their grid areas? Once again, the grid area is going to be defined by these properties right here. And the grid area here is from row 2 to 6 and column 2 to 6 over here. So what we have is some empty space. So this entire, I'll try to highlight it on the screen, but we've got a bunch of empty space here around this grid item to fill up the total grid area. And we have a couple properties that will allow us to take that single grid item and move it around within its predefined grid area. What we're going to use to align this is a container level property, or properties. So what we're going to be using is justify items, and we'll set that to its default of stretch. And that's going to actually, I believe, no, that does not change it quite yet. And then align items stretch. But if I change these from their defaults and I put in something like, we'll say center. Now this is pretty easy to understand. Center is, we use this with Flexbox a lot. And what you'll see is that it shrinks to fit the content of the grid item. Now before I get any further, you might be wondering, how did I know to put center in here? Well, there's the MDN documentation, and you can always come in and type your properties. So we'll say align items. We'll go to that page, and then it gives you all of the values that you can use. And of course, this particular property can be used on Flexbox and CSS Grid. So if you read further here, it kind of tells you what all of these possible values will do based on what display type you have. So the documentation will explain all of them. I'll try to walk you through some common ones, but just so you can kind of fend for yourself, that's where you would go. So anyways, when we do not have an explicit width or height set, and we put the justify items and align items in there and give it anything but its default. So if we comment these out, it's going to stretch to fit. If we comment them back in and put these to stretch, both of them, it's also going to fit because that's kind of the default value. But if we bring it to center, then it's going to shrink to the size of the content. Now what happens when we bring the width and the height back in? Once we do that, it will respect its width and height, and you can see that we have a 100 by 100 grid item that is centered within its grid area. Now we could also say we want to justify items, so this is going to be the horizontal alignment. We want that to be centered, but maybe we want the vertical alignment, the align items, to be at the end. So we just type end, and that's going to drop down to the base or the bottom of this grid area right here, and it's going to be centered horizontally. Let's make things a little bit interesting here. Right now we have one grid item. If we turn on the grid itself, it's defined by this grid area from 2 to 6, 2 to 6. Let's add another one in. So I'll come here and uncomment our second grid item. It's going to go up to the top left by default. It's going to turn our grid lines off. That's fine for a second. And I'm going to paste down the styles from grid item 1 into grid item 2. For now, I want to uncomment the width and height because I don't know exactly what I want yet. And if I enable the grid again and look here, maybe we want to put this in the bottom right and give it 2 by 2. So that would mean we'll just get creative here and we'll use those negative values. So maybe we want to start at the end and go back 2 spaces. So all we would need to do is say I want to start at the last row, and then I want to start at the last column, and then I want to come back 2 spaces, so that'll be -3, and there's our perfect little square in the bottom right corner. So now we have 2 grid items and 2 grid areas. The first grid item is 100 pixels wide and tall, and it's in the 2 to 6 grid area. The second one, let's go ahead and make the width and height properties, and we'll call them, I don't know, something like 50 pixels. And we know that setting 50 pixels is going to be just fine because we have each item is 37.5, and 37.5 times 2 is going to be 75? Yeah, 75. So in all, we have a 75 by 75 grid area down here. Now, we can go back up to our justify items and align items, and I'm going to, before I uncomment this, I will put this to center. So we should have these grid items centered within their grid areas, and what you should see is that both of them will do the same thing. So I'll uncomment this, and you'll see that they both center within their grid areas. And if I were to put this to end, you'll see that both of them are going to jump down. So what if you wanted to take one of them and center it, and then the other one you want to align in a different way? Well, that is where the justify self and align self properties come in. Rather than setting this on the container level, honestly, most of the times you probably would just do that. But we'll uncomment the justify items and align items, and we'll come down to each property itself, and we'll say justify self, which is going to go right to left alignment, and we'll set that to center. So you'll see this one jumps to the middle, and then align self will also send to center. So now that's going to be centered perfectly. But down here, this one has not moved because we only set that on the first item. So we can come down and copy these styles. Maybe we'll put them both at the end so that it's sitting perfectly in the bottom right corner of our container. So I'll just replace center with end. Do that the same down here, and now we have one that's at the bottom right corner of our grid container. Before I end this video, I'm just going to do a very rapid fire review of pretty much everything that we've covered. I'll try to knock this out in a minute or two. So let's start over. We've got two grid items, and the way that we are defining their grid areas is going to be with the grid row start, end, column start, and column end. Let's say that we wanted the grid area for this first one to go from the very top left corner all the way down to row 7 and column 7. Very easy. Just put a 1 as the start value and put a 7 as the end value, and now you've got that huge grid area. Now let's remove the width and the height, and you'll see that the content fits because we have justified self as center, but if we remove those, it's going to stretch to fill that whole grid area. Each little grid cell is going to be 37.5 pixels, so if we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cells, you would take that and say 6 times 37.5. This is 225 by 225. Let's set the grid item to 200 pixels to make it smaller than its grid. So we'll say width is 200 pixels, height is also 200 pixels. That's going to jump within the grid, but if we wanted to center that and do it at a global level, so let's remove these properties down here. Actually, we'll keep those. We'll set this at a global level with the justify items and align items, and maybe we want to center our grid items within their grid areas. This one is still sticking down here because the justify self and align self for the grid item level assignments are going to override that global level assignment at the container level. So that's what we're seeing right here. And backing up even further, how did we get this grid in the first place? Well, we used the grid template rows and grid template columns, and we said that we wanted 8 rows and we wanted 8 columns, each of them to take up 1 fractional unit. If you've got 8 fractional units, you take the total width and height of that container of 300 by 300, divide 300 by 8, that gives you 37.5. 1 fractional unit is 37.5. You want 8 of those, that's your grid. If you somewhat followed along with that quick little summary, then you're in good shape. The next video, we're going to be talking about another form of alignment, which is the grid level alignment. So what happens if our grid itself is smaller than the grid container? How do we align the entire grid? So far, we've looked at scenarios where the grid itself is always the same size as the grid container. But if we were to explicitly set the grid size to be smaller than the grid container, we have 2 more properties that are going to help us align that grid within its container. We should be able to cover this pretty quick, and then we'll get into a challenge. So I'm going to put up this little design on the screen, and your goal is going to be to create this with CSS Grid. But anyways, let's see how we can align grids themselves. So all we have to do to see this in action is come up to our grid definition. So this is our explicit grid definition, and what we've done is we've given an 8x8 grid with equal units within that grid. We still want to have equal units just so we're working with, nice numbers. But what if I changed the 1 fractional unit to something smaller? So we know that the total available space within our container is going to be 300 by 300. I explained that in the first video of this series. Give it a width and height of 310 by 310, border of 5 pixels, 5 times 2, 2 borders on each side is 10. So our total available space, according to border box sizing, which we have set right here, is going to be 300 pixels. If we have 300 pixels of space in 8 units, 37.5 pixels is how wide and tall each unit's going to be. So if we create each unit to be less than that value, so let's say we wanted each to be 25 pixels, then the whole grid is not going to fill the grid container space of 300 pixels. All we have to do here is come into the 1 fractional unit and change it to 25 pixels. And now we only have 25 pixels 8 times over for a total of, 200 pixels. So that's our height now. And then if we take the columns and also put in 25 pixels, we get the same thing. And as of right now, we have things spilling out of their containers because we have explicit widths and heights on our grid items. So let's comment these out for just a moment. And now you can see that our grid is sitting smaller than the total grid container, which is this outline right here. And if you were to come over to the dev tools and hover over this, you can see, and then we're also going to uncheck the line numbers just so you can see it a little more clearly in this case. The line numbers are going to be great for knowing where your items are going on the grid, but when we're talking about the grid alignment, we don't need them. I'm going to get rid of the other alignment so that we can just focus on this. So we'll get rid of this, justify self, we'll get rid of the justify items and align items, and now everything is going to take up their full grid area within the grid. So the question is, I've got this grid here, it's within our bordered grid container, how do I put it smack dab in the middle? The way that I can do that is a container level set of properties, and what they're called is justify content, and we'll put that as center, and then align content, we'll put that as center as well. After we do that, you'll see this kind of cross-hatched area. This is what we consider to be the implicit grid. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. As you can see though, if I uncheck the grid container, you'll see that the actual grid itself is centered within our grid container. Once again, if you'd like to find out what properties or values are possible here, you can always search that on MDN documentation. So we can say justify content, which we know about a little bit from the Flexbox tutorial. We used it there for aligning content on the main axis. But when we're working with grid, it behaves a little differently, and you can read through these different items to see how it behaves. But generally, the same values apply. Let's now bring this full circle and layer on the justify items, and we'll put that to center, and align items, and we'll put that to center. So what that's doing, it shrunk everything to the content size. Let's bring back some widths and heights. Right now 200 pixels is going to be way too big. Since our grid area is from 1 to 7, that means that there's 6 little grid cells. Each grid cell, as we defined above, is explicitly 25 pixels. So if you did 25 times 6, what is that, 150? Yeah, I believe it's 150. And we can go ahead and set the width and height, not to 200, but maybe to 100 to fit it within. So we'll say 100 pixels, and now it's going to be centered within that grid area. And then we come down here, and maybe we'll set this, since we have 2 little cells, 25 each, that's 50. Let's set this to be equal to maybe like 45 or something. And you can see it's kind of centered within that grid area. I'm going to change the 100 to 120 because it was perfectly fitting there. Now you can really see if this is the grid area that we've defined, it's perfectly centered. At this point, we have the conditions set up to where we can just move things around really quickly and easily. We've got justify content center. Maybe we wanted the whole grid to go to the end, to the far right. We can say end, and that's what's going to happen. Align content center. Maybe we wanted that also to be at the end, so the whole grid goes to the end, the bottom right corner. Now maybe we want justify items to hug the left side of their grid areas. So we'll put in a value of start here, and those will both jump over. And then we'll keep the align item center so that they're vertically kind of centered within their grid area. Say we wanted to override one, so grid item number 2. Let's make this even smaller, like 20 pixels, so we can really see it being centered down there. That's a little small. Maybe we'll do 30. There we go. That's a little clearer to look at. And say that we wanted to take that one item and perfectly center it. Type in justify self, center, and align self, center. And now that one's centered, but this one is hugging the left side and centered vertically. Congratulations, you just made it through the basics of CSS Grid. We have plenty more to talk about, and it's going to start getting really fun here once we start talking about intermediate CSS Grid. But before we get there, I want to finish this video off with a very short little grid challenge. On my screen is the final result that I want you to create, and in the description to this video, I have links to these CodePen documents, and what I've done is provided you with a starter. So this is your starting point, and what I want you to do is turn this into this design right here. So go ahead, pause the video, use your Googling skills, use those cheat sheets that I showed you earlier in the course a couple videos ago, and try to finish this challenge on your own. But before you start, if you've liked this video and this entire course, please subscribe. Please like the video. It really helps me out, and it's completely free to you. All right, good luck with your challenge. I'll see you in a few minutes. All right, let's get started with the challenge. Here's what we're trying to create, and what it looks like to me is there is, you could of course inspect this with the dev tools and see exactly how I built it, but we're not going to cheat like that. It looks like it's 3 by 3. Looks like everything is relatively equal, and we have 3 rows and 3 columns. So that's the basic definition of the grid. Let's go to our starter file and see if we can't create that with what we've got here. So here's the grid container. Style's defined on here, but we can actually, like I did earlier, we can just put everything related to CSS Grid at the very top, and it should work fine. So the first thing that we need to do, and this may seem obvious, but you may forget to do it and wonder what's going on. So we'll say display grid. That's going to activate grid in the first place, and it's going to, by default, stretch those items to fill their grid areas and container. I want a 3 by 3 grid with equal quadrants. To do that, I say grid template rows, and I want to repeat 3 times 1 fractional unit, and then I want to copy that down and do the same thing for the columns. Now it's time to open up our dev tools. We'll use this for the rest of the time here. So if we click on grid container and then we show the line numbers, it's a little bit off here. Once again, this is because of that padding, so just bump up your body padding to 7% or something like that. Looks like we might even, okay, there we go. So now these markers are in a better spot. If we go back, we can see how these are all aligned. So the first item looks like it has 2 columns wide, 1 row tall. Let's do that. So all we have to do is select that individual style. We could do it down here. That would be fine, but like I said, we're gonna keep all of the grid related properties up here. So GI-1, grid item 1. So we will put in grid row start of 1 because we want it to start at the top, and then grid row end to be 2 because we just want it 1 tall. It's already that by default, but it's good to kind of explicitly tell it that. Now we'll say grid column start will also be 1 because we want it in the top left corner, and grid column end is going to be 3 because we want it to span to the 3rd line. So number 1 is in a perfect position. Number 2 is in the wrong position. We need to kind of swap these out. So 2 needs to come where 3 is. So we'll come down, grid item number 2. The row start is going to be 2 because we want to start it 1 row down. And then we want it to be 1 row tall, so we'll put the end value to 3. And then I guess it's optional whether you define the columns because it's already taking up that one kind of grid cell. So we'll just leave it off for now. Finally, grid item number 3 is going to take up that entire right column. So we'll say grid row start is going to be 1. Grid row end is going to be 4. And a little trick that you could use that you might often see in other people's code is you can start it at 1 and end it at -1. You'll see that the result is the same because -1 represents the final row line within that container. Since I want this tutorial to be as clear as possible, I'm going to keep it as 4, just so that we really can see what's happening. And then of course we have our grid column start, which is going to be equal to 3, and grid column end is going to be equal to 4. And it was already there, just kind of how things were arranged, the natural flow, but good to explicitly show that. And if we close the dev tools and look at our grid, it looks very similar. It looks like we solved this okay. The last thing that I want to do in this solution is show you a few of those shorthand properties. I've been holding off on showing these. I kind of said we're not going to touch them, but it is cool to see how we can simplify our CSS and do it a little bit more efficiently. To better visualize the shorthand properties of grid, I created this little mind map. You can find it in the post. Should be in the description, some link down there to this little visual. And if you look at the properties that we have used in our challenge, so this is the one we just did. And you can see that we're using a lot of repetitive things here. So grid row start, row end, column start, and column end. And if we come back to our visual here, so let me get these tabs worked out, you can see that grid row start, row end, and column end is all kind of summarized in the grid area property. So if we wanted to, we could just replace these 4 declarations with one single CSS property, which is grid area. So it goes start, end, end, and it goes from row to column. So remember that, and we'll come down here and we'll say grid area. And so we've already got them lined up. So we're basically just going in order, and we're going to put in 1, 4, 3, 4. And I think you have to separate these by slashes like this. And then if we comment these out, so let's comment all of these out, and we'll put in grid area as the shorthand property. And all you have to do is just go down this line. So row start, row end, column start, and column end. And we'll type the values we had before. So 1, 4, 3, 4. And now we should get this updating. And it's not because I'm not thinking. You have to put little slashes between each of these. And it's not working because I think I have these out of order. I don't have these memorized myself. I probably should. But this is what I just pasted in here is the order of the longhand properties that we need to place in here. So first we need row start, which is a 1. Got that one okay. Then we need column start, which is 3. So we need to throw a 3 in there. Then we need row end, which is a 4. So let's put in our 4 there. And then the last value that we would need is column end, which is 4. It's already in there. So we can get rid of all that, and now we have a simplified shorthand property that takes care of all of that for us. So let's copy this same thing in here, just so that we have it as a guide for each of these additional grid items. And then we can start replacing these with grid area. So row start is 1, column start is 1, row end is 2, column end is 3. We can delete that and nothing should change. And then down here, we can set the grid area and say the row start is 2. The row column start is going to be 3. We didn't define that up there. And then if we want to leave something blank, so we didn't have column start up here, you can just put another slash. And then we want row end, which is 3. And then you don't need that final one either. So that should put it in the right spot. Honestly, it would be probably easier just to define these two if you wanted to, but since we're simplifying, that is fine. And now you can see if we just remove out all these comments that are cluttering up the code, you'll see how simple that is to define the grid area for each of these items. We'll see if we can simplify anything else. So I think the one thing, grid template. So we've defined the template column and template rows. Template area, we'll get to that in the intermediate CSS grid, but for now, let's just replace that and see what we can do. So if we just say grid template, and then we place this value here 2 times and delete this, I think we should get the same exact answer, and we do. So you can actually replace those 2 declarations with this one. So this would be the shorthand way to solve this challenge. It's a relatively simple challenge in general, but hopefully you enjoyed it and learned something from it. This is the first video in what I'm calling kind of the intermediate CSS grid. So not going to be too much harder than what we've covered already earlier in this course, but I am going to get into some things that are not considered, I guess, essential. They're just add-ons that make the CSS grid system a little bit easier to use. The first thing I want to talk about is grid gutters. So basically the little padding or space between each of the grid items. Now, of course, you could go to each grid item and put some margin on it, which might help a little bit. So let's say that we put some margin of 10 pixels on grid item number 1. You'll see that it does something to space it out, but we get some unexpected behavior. For example, it shrinks, and if you tried to do that on all of the items, it'd get a little bit tedious. There's a much easier way to do this, and it's using the row gap and the column gap property. So if we type in row gap and set it to 10 pixels, that's just an arbitrary amount that I put in there, you'll see that between each row, if I turn on the grid container, you'll see that there's some space there indicated by those hatched areas. If we put column gap in there of 10 pixels, same thing will happen on the columns. You'll have that little space in there, which is really nice if you're creating, say, an image grid or something like that. The next thing that we have not covered yet that we need to talk about is the automatic flow algorithm of CSS Grid. So there is one property, one CSS property that will control the algorithm that CSS Grid uses to place these items within the grid. As you can see, by default, these grid items are going along the row, and then they're breaking to the next line, going along that row, and then breaking, so on and so forth. But just like we talked about with Flexbox, if you remember, we had the concept of a main axis and a cross axis, where we could determine how those items, the flex items, were flowing on that axis. With grid, of course, we're in a 2-dimensional world, so there really isn't a main and a cross axis. There's just horizontal and vertical, but we can define which way those grid items are going to flow. And the way that we do that is through the grid, what is it called? I need to reference something real quick. Let's just pull it up here. So it will be, I think, grid auto flow is the property that we'll be using. And it shows, controls how the auto placement algorithm works. Now there's several values that you can put in here, but the most common are going to be row and column. So if we come back here and we put grid auto flow and set it to row, nothing's going to change. And that is because by default it is set to row, I believe. So if you go to initial value, it's going to be set to row. So nothing changes here. But once I put it to column, things are going to stack vertically and then spill over onto the next column. So you can see how this would be useful. It's kind of like setting the flex direction. If you go back to that Flexbox course that we had earlier, and it tells the items which way to travel in. So I kind of like to think of this similar to the Flexbox flex direction property. So if you remember from that course, we talked about if you set the flex direction to row, everything moves horizontally. If you set it to column, the main axis is vertical and everything flows vertically. So I kind of think of this similar to that, but there's a lot more power to it. And if you go to the cheat sheet that I mentioned at the beginning of this course a couple videos ago, and you come down to the auto flow, I like this visual here because it kind of shows, like, as you add more grid items, which way is it going to go. The one that's a little bit confusing is the dense property. You might look at this visualization and you can't really tell the difference between row and dense. So the dense property, you can read about it on MDN, but it basically is an algorithm that says, okay, if we're spilling grid items over to the next row or whatever, and there's differently sized grid items, and there's some extra space that opens up in the grid based on how everything is flowing, go ahead and try to wrap those additional grid items into that empty little space. This property, of course, can cause a situation where the grid items are no longer in the order that you originally placed them in because they're wrapping up and trying to densely pack themselves into the space available. The next topic, which I think is going to last us until the end of this video, is the difference between an explicit grid and an implicit grid. This sounds intimidating, but it's not. I'll show you exactly how you can derive the difference. So right here we have what we just talked about, and we have 5 grid items. Now in this scenario, the grid is big enough to fit all the items. So if we turn on the grid, you can see there's empty spaces here that we could continue to put these equally sized grid items in. Now if we were to remove this grid autoflow, so let's put it back to the default, which if we don't specify is going to be row. And then what we can do is reduce the number of rows. So instead of having 4 rows equally sized, we're just going to have, let's just say 1 row. So we'll say 1 FR, which is going to define 1 big row. And what you'll see is we've got all of these first 4 taking up that first row, and then our 5th item, because there's only 4 total columns in 1 total row, it has nowhere to go. So what happens here is it actually gets put on what we call the implicit grid. So our explicit grid is what we define with these 2 properties right here: grid template rows and grid template columns. If you don't define them at all, then your whole entire grid is implicit. If you do define them, but then you put more grid items than are allowed within the bounds of that grid you've defined, then it's going to be half explicit and half implicit, or however many items don't fit. So in this case, 1. So the question is, how do we know how big that 5th item is going to be when it spills into the implicit grid? By default, it's going to take the size of its inner content. And in this case, we have defined the 4 columns, so it's going to be as wide as those columns are. But in terms of the row, since we don't have that extra row, it's going to smush it to be the size of its inner content. So you can see that it's just about the size of that number 5 right there. With the use of 2 additional properties, we have the ability to set a default sizing for anything that falls onto the implicit grid. This can be helpful in some cases because oftentimes you're not going to know how many grid items are going to be within your grid, so you need to define what those defaults are going to be so that all the extra items, if you're loading in dynamic content, you need to be able to respond to that. And you know, if your database loads 1 extra item that was not in the explicit grid, what's going to happen there? You need to have something to respond to with that. So those 2 properties are going to be set on the container level because they apply to all the grid items. And what they're called is grid auto rows, and that's going to be the total, I believe that's the total height that we're defining for each additional row. So if we were to set this to say 75 pixels, I would expect that 5 to get a little bit taller. So it does do that. And then we have grid auto columns, which is not going to apply right now. But let's put it to 30 pixels just because. And the reason it doesn't apply is because we have broken onto the implicit grid from the row perspective, but we're still within our columns here. So if we wanted to see how this works with a grid item breaking outside of both its row and column, we can actually explicitly place a grid item onto the implicit grid. We'll keep grid item number 5 as the one we're working with, and then let me put the line numbers back on our grid. So I did that in the developer tools over here. And we'll come down and define the style for grid item number 5. And we'll say grid row start. We want to start this on row number 2 because there's actually, so we see 1, 2, and 3, but in our formal definition, our explicit grid, we only defined one row. So if you put this item between 2 and 3, which technically doesn't exist, it's still going to work. So all you have to do is say 2, and then grid row end is going to be 3. And then likewise, you can see in the columns, we've got 1 through 5 right now, and that's because we set 4 columns, which is going to result in 5 lines or fence posts, as we call them. But just like we can do with the rows, we can start our item at number 5 and extend it to number 6, which doesn't really exist, but once we define that, it will. So we can say grid column start is going to be 5, and grid column end is going to be 6. So what you're looking at now is an item number 5, which is completely on the implicit grid. So at this point, we can really start to see how these two properties that I showed you work. So if we wanted to change the auto height, so anything on the implicit grid is going to have the height we give this. So let's give it 100. That'll make it taller. And then right now we've got this auto column set to 30, which is why that 5th item is so narrow. What we could do is we could say, I want that to be 150 pixels. And now you see the explicit grid is really morphing to fit what we have put on the implicit grid. Now that's a little bit extreme. Let's put these auto dimensions to 50 by 50, which is going to be, I believe, a little bit, well, let's see. We have our explicit grid is defined as 4 columns, and we've got 300 pixels, so that should be 75. So 50 is going to be a little bit smaller than the default item that's put into our explicit grid. Let's add one more HTML element, and we'll call this grid item number 6. And then we can come down and copy this style right here. So grid item number 5, we'll put that as grid item number 6. So instead of 5 and 6, we'll go for 6 and 7, which is going to create yet another piece to this implicit grid. But as you can see, these two items that we've added outside the explicit one, they have the same dimensions because we set those as the auto rows and auto columns property right here. But let's say that we have more content in one than the other. So let's put in like a bunch of numbers here for this last one. And you'll see that now our numbers are actually, let's turn our grid back on, our numbers for this one are spilling out of its container. And we obviously wouldn't want that, and this is pretty common that grid items are going to have slightly different sizes in certain scenarios. So a popular way to use these auto rows and columns is rather than setting it explicitly, we can give it a minimum and a maximum value. So there's a function called min-max within CSS, just something that you kind of learn as you're working with grid. And the first argument is going to be the minimum value, and the second one will be the maximum value. So at a minimum, I want these rows to have a certain height. So maybe I'll stick 50 pixels in there as the desired height, but then I'll say I want an auto property for the maximum. So if the content is really tall, it's going to fit that height automatically. And if we put this same thing in for our columns, you'll see that this content that is wider than what's available right now is going to hit that upper bound of the min-max property, and it's going to fit within its grid item. Now obviously you're not going to see a scenario exactly like this. I broke this out really just for demonstration purposes because it's really clear to see which one is the explicit and which is the implicit grid. But more realistically, you're going to have something that looks like one big explicit grid. So let's uncomment this real quick, and then we will remove these styles right here, so those are no longer going to be sitting there. Most likely you're going to see something like this, where you've got the explicit grid up top and then you didn't define the rows or anything. And quite honestly, you could just delete the grid template rows completely. And what that's going to do is going to pretty much create implicit rows across the whole entire grid container. This is where we could come in, say we have like an image grid and we want 4 columns to be explicit. So we always want 4 columns, but we want the rows to just be automatic. We don't want to have to size them for each row. So what we could come in here and do is just remove that grid template rows. So what was sitting up here, we already removed that. And then we'll have our auto rows and columns, or we probably don't even need the columns right now because those will be naturally set. And then let's get rid of this and just set everything to be, say, 100 pixels. And now you can see that the entire grid here, we have an explicit grid going on the column direction, but on the row direction, it's inheriting this grid auto rows of 100 pixels to determine the size of each row as we continue to add content. And if we copied a bunch of these down, you'll see the same thing is happening. We're actually going to spill out of the grid because there's too much content right now. Let me go ahead and just copy something that will fit though. And as you can see, we've got a 300 pixel tall space for our grid. We've added 10 pixels of gutters. So if you count those up, there's one gutter of 10 pixels, another gutter of 10 pixels. So that's 20 pixels. And then you have 100 pixels tall auto rows because we set that property. So if you add this up, you've got 100 plus 10, so 110 plus 100, 210 plus 10 is 220. And then 220 plus another 100 is going to be 320, which is going to break out of that 300 pixel space. But if we wanted to fix that, we could of course come down to our grid container and then just remove that height bound. So once we remove the height, it's going to just fit the grid container perfectly. So there's a lot of flexibility here with CSS Grid, and especially with the explicit and implicit grid. It's an intimidating concept, but once you see, it's really not that bad. In the videos prior, we've covered pretty much everything that's on this screen except for the grid template areas. And that's going to open up a whole different discussion that we're going to cover in this video. Hopefully this one's not going to be quite as long as the rest. We'll see how we get through the content. If you watched the prior videos, you should be pretty comfortable with this layout here. This was kind of the basic CSS Grid challenge that I gave you. And we're going to use this to explain this grid template areas property and also how to name our grid lines. I'll preface this discussion by saying that the grid template areas property and method is not required to use CSS Grid effectively, to use the system in general. But it is a preferred way of many front-end developers, and I wanted to show it to you. I kind of like it, so we'll see what you think. So if we come down to each of the grid items here, we have 3 of them, and just to remind you, we have a 3x3 grid. If we turn that on, you can see what that looks like with all the lines. And if we come down to each of the grid items and we give it this property called grid area, this is going to define the alias that we use to basically tell this grid item where to go on the grid. I'm going to give this alias something very specific, so gi1-alias, just something that we can't mistake for anything else. And then I'm also going to give that to the remaining grid items. So we'll say this one is gi2 alias, then finally gi3 alias. This hasn't done anything yet. We have to add one more property, which is the grid template areas property. And this actually goes on the main container. So these are all the grid items. This is the main container. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to take all of these definitions here, so where they start and where they end, and we're going to put it all in one property up on the container. Here's what that looks like. So grid template areas, and then we'll enter to a new line. You can do that in CSS just fine. And we're going to put 3 quotations and then a semicolon. All right, so what I've done here is I've made 3 quotations which are going to represent the rows within our grid. If you notice, we have 3 rows, so we have 3 quotations, and then within this we have space separated values where we place the aliases that we just defined below to define where in the grid we want to place those items corresponding to the aliases. Let's get rid of all of these positionings so that you can see this happen in real time. So the first item needs to go in this grid area between column 1 and 3 and row 1 and 2. So if this is our first row, this first quotation is our first row, then we just need to put gi1-alias in there. And what you'll see, what you should see, oh, that's my bad. It's not going to populate until we have filled it all out. So let me just do that and you'll see what happens. So we want the first one to go in these first two, and then if I remember correctly, we want item number 2 to be in this little box, and then item number 3 to be on the far right side, taking up the entire height of the column. So in order to do that, we'll pass in gi1 alias for the first two. So you can think of this as we've got the first row right here, and the first two columns are going to be represented by gi1, so grid item 1, and then the last column is going to be grid item 3. And then we come down here and we say this will be gi2 alias. And then there's going to be something weird here, so we're going to put something for an empty space, and all we have to do is put a period. And then follow that up with gi3 alias, because once again, the second row in the third column should still have grid item 3. And then finally, we should have a period for empty space, another empty space in gi3 alias. And boom, all at once, you see how that aligns everything on the grid. And as you can see, here's the empty space. And if we were to space these out a little bit so you can see it better, so let me line all these up. You can start to see that this grid template areas actually looks like the grid, and we've replaced, we've kind of done it visually. So we've taken all of these grid areas from down here and we've placed them in their appropriate spots up here. And this is where the Firefox DevTools come in. You can also click this display area names. If you click this before and nothing happened, it's because we had not defined this. Once you click it now, you can see that we have gi1 alias for these first two, gi3 on that right side, so pretty cool way to visualize what we just did. The last thing I want to show you in this video, it's not something that I use personally. I don't really find a need for it since I generally prefer this grid template areas method. But if we delete the grid template areas method and we delete all these aliases down here, you're going to see the items pop up in their default positions. And what we can do with the grid template rows and columns, we can actually name the rows and column indicators. So instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, we could call it, start column and end column or something like that. So let's go ahead and do that. All we have to do is extend this out. So the rows, we'll extend it out to 1FR, 1FR, 1FR. So that's the same thing as repeat 3, 1FR. And all you have to do is put in brackets, and that will be the name. So whatever precedes it will be the name of the line. So I'll put in our bracket placements here, extend this out a little bit. So instead of, we're looking at rows right here, so instead of this 1, 2, 3, and 4, it's going to be, maybe we want to call it column start, or sorry, not column start, row start, and then this will be row end, something like that. And then this will be just R2, something generic to put in there for now. And then if you were to come down to grid item number 1, and let's say that you wanted to extend the height of it from row start to row end, you can just say this. So you can say grid row start is going to be row dash start, and grid row end is going to be row end. And you'll see that that extends to be within that area. So as you can see, there are many, many ways to dictate how these grid items fit on the grid. You can use the grid template areas, that's my preferred way, or you can explicitly name these lines, or you can just go with the old-fashioned, look at the numbers on the Firefox DevTools. It lays it out nicely for you, 1, 2, 3, 4, and you can place your items that way. Now there is one more topic I forgot about, and that is something that's been overarching to this whole course on CSS Grid. And it's the topic of how do we use Grid and Flexbox together. The previous course I did was on Flexbox, so why would I create one on Grid too? Like, aren't these competing frameworks or systems? The answer is no, they work really well together, and you've already seen it happen a couple of times throughout this course. On the screen, I have a few basic rules of thumb on when you should use Grid and when you should use Flexbox. But in general, you'll get an intuitive sense for when to use one or the other, and I'll show you an example here really quick that might help us understand this better. So what I have on the screen here is a basic gallery, photo gallery that I created with CSS Grid and Flexbox. And it kind of demonstrates how we can use them together. You'll really get a sense for it in the next video when we build our holy grail CSS layout. But this is not far from it. We have a header which has some title and then maybe a few nav links or something like that. And then at the bottom we have this small little footer. And then between there we have a scrollable grid of images that I just pulled from pixum.photos, which allows you to get some random pictures on the screen. Now pause the video and see if you can determine on the screen what I'm using Grid for and what I'm using Flexbox for. CSS Grid is great for high-level layouts, and therefore what we're using Grid for is going to be the entire header and then the entire container that we put the pictures in, and then finally the entire footer. So we've got basically what we would call, I guess, 3 rows, and then the columns is going to be 3 columns because we have 3 pictures across. Now the Flexbox piece of this is a little bit more subtle. So these, the text up here and the link up here and then the link down here are using Flexbox to quickly arrange those elements within their containers. So without Flexbox, it would be a little bit difficult. I mean, you could do it with some auto margins, but all we'd have to do here is set the flex direction to row, which is the default, and then put space between for justify content. So I think that's what I had done here. So let's look for the header, or the nav bar is what I'm calling it. And you see that I've said display flex, and then justify content is space between. Now, just to show you what's happening, if we put this to center, those are going to go to the middle here when we reload, and that's not what we would want. So if we undo that and put it to space between, it spaces them out. Likewise, at the bottom with the footer, we're just displaying it as flex and justifying the content and aligning it to center so that it's aligned horizontally and vertically. Over the next hour or two, we'll see how long it takes us, we're going to be attempting to build what you see on my screen here. I don't know the full origin story of how this name came about, but if you go down the rabbit hole of Wikipedia and click the Holy Grail, it says the term is often used to denote an elusive object or goal that is sought after for its great significance. And that describes this layout very well, because before Flexbox and CSS Grid, achieving this layout was very difficult, and there was a lot of CSS hacks that we had to use, including clear fixes and floats and stuff like that, and fixed positioning and absolute positioning. All of that stuff was a thing of the past, but now that we have Flexbox and CSS Grid, this becomes a lot easier. So before we jump in, let's talk about a few of the goals that I have for you in this tutorial. We're going to split this up into a few parts. It'll all be part of the same exact video, but you're not going to have to go through everything if you don't want to. You can kind of skip through things that you're already comfortable with. So the first thing we've got to do is get our coding environment set up. So in this full stack roadmap series, we have briefly used Visual Studio Code, but mostly been working in CodePen, and I want to get you set up with a few extensions and things that will make your life a little bit easier. After that, we're going to set up a basic HTML, CSS, and JavaScript boilerplate, and that just means we're going to make our HTML document and then connect up all the pieces so that they are working together. We'll add in a few external style sheets, including some Google fonts and some icons, so Font Awesome is what we're going to be using. And after we do that, we will be all set, and we'll move on to building a mobile-first layout. So this will be the bulk of the video and what I want to mostly concentrate on, and kind of when you leave this video, I want you to be really comfortable with that step number 3. So if you're going to skip anything, do not skip step number 3 where we actually build the layout with CSS Grid. After we're done with that, we're going to actually go through it pretty quickly. So I'm not going to belabor the point. We've already done some examples in prior videos of this full stack roadmap series where we've tediously gone through all the HTML and CSS and gotten into extreme detail. So after we get this layout done, we're going to kind of fly through it using Flexbox and other CSS properties. And finally, we're going to deploy this to GitHub pages so that you can have a shareable link to post on Twitter, wherever you want to share it with. So that'll be relatively straightforward, and we'll get that done in about 5 minutes. I think that's a long enough intro in my typical fashion. I think we're ready to jump in and start building. To get started, you're going to need 2 things. First, you're going to have to download Visual Studio Code. It's a code editor, and we used it in prior tutorials, so you might already have it. If not, Google it, go to the download page, grab it for the platform that you need or you're working on. The second thing you'll need is a GitHub account. So you're going to be going to this repository. A repository is just a bunch of code files, and this is my account, and I had set up a starter template for us to work with. I'll leave a link in the description for this repository, and don't worry, I'll show you how to get all of this starter code and starter files into Visual Studio Code without having to get on the command line yet to use the Git utility. So let's go ahead and do that. First, we'll open up Visual Studio Code. So I'm on Windows here, and I'll just search for it. I've already got it downloaded. So let's open that guy up. It's going to open on a different screen for me. But there we go. It's just going to open a random file for you, and what you're going to want to do is create a directory or a folder on your computer that you can put all the files in. An easy way to do that is to just clone the repository. So we'll go back to this GitHub repository that I've left again in the description, the link for this. And if you go to the code and you go to HTTPS and click copy on this URL, we can actually drop that into Visual Studio Code. So if you go to the source control utility here within Visual Studio Code, you can click clone repository, and we'll copy in that repository that we just looked at. So we'll press enter. Then it's going to ask us, where do you want to actually save this? For now, I'll go ahead and just save it on my desktop. Fine with me. And what I'll do is create a new folder here, and we'll call it Holy Grail CSS Layout Project, something like that. Then we'll select that and select that as the repository location. And in the bottom right corner, it says, would you like to open the cloned repository? We'll say open. And now you should have the starter files, and we're working with all the repository. We're all connected up, and we can actually come over to the source control and commit files as we update them to that remote repository that's sitting on GitHub servers. If you want to jump ahead, the Full Stack Roadmap series will eventually cover the Git utility, which is basically just source control. If you want to skip ahead, I'll try to link to a video up here that I walked through the Git basics. And what you would do is open up a terminal within Visual Studio Code, and then you can type in commands like git add all files, git push origin master, and that's going to push those files up, and you got to commit files. All of that stuff is covered in that video. I'm not going to cover it here. For now, we're just going to use the built-in Visual Studio Code source control tool. Feel free to browse through the files. I have a little picture here, a README, and a style guide. That's pretty much it. So there's really no code files. These are just instructions and good reference guides to have open so that we can see some of the colors that we'll be using, right here, and then some of the icons down here. So what we're going to want to do is right-click in the file pane and click New File and type index.html, which is just a standard naming convention for our main HTML document. If you went through a previous challenge within this series, you'll know what I'm talking about when I say emit code snippets. And what that is, it's built into Visual Studio Code, and you can actually type out, HTML tags and CSS, things, and click tab, and it's going to expand out that code. So if we were to type HTML and then hit the down arrow to go to HTML5 and press tab, it's going to create an entire boilerplate of HTML for us. So we'll go ahead and change the document to Holy Grail Layout Challenge, and that's going to be the name of the tab that we have. And then anything that we put in the body here. So we can type Hello World and click Save, and now we have a basic HTML document. But the question is, how do we see this in the browser? Well, there's a couple ways to do it, but what we're going to use here is Live Server. This is an extension, so this last little button here in Visual Studio Code. If you go to Live Server, I've already got it downloaded, but it's this top one here, and you follow just the basic instructions for downloading and installing it. Then you should have this little button in the bottom right corner of your screen that says Go Live. And when we click this, it's going to open up our Hello World document right here. And it's serving it on 127.0.0.1, which is equivalent to what we call localhost. We'll get a lot more into this later in the series, the Full Stack Roadmap series. You'll just have to trust me here. So it's localhost. If we pressed refresh, we're going to get the same thing because those are equivalent. And then it's being served on port 5500. It might be different for you, I'm not sure. So we can actually copy this link because we're in Google Chrome right here, and I'd prefer to solve this challenge within Firefox. So all you have to do is copy localhost 5500 and open up Firefox or the browser that we're solving it in, and in a new tab you paste that in, and we have the same thing, same HTML document updating live. So if I pull this down and make it a little bit smaller, and then let's open this up, go back to our index.html, and just put in some random text here and click Save, you'll see that it immediately updates here in the browser because it's a live server. So that's the basic setup for live server. I think from here, you're going to have two views. So I actually kind of already set this up. I need to close these tabs. And what you'll do is you'll right click, inspect element, and then go up to this little responsive design mode, click that, and then once you've got that, you'll have this bar at the top that allows you to kind of resize the browser. So you can now close out of these developer tools, and in the bottom right corner of the screen, you can now drag and resize this HTML document to kind of simulate different screen sizes. We will also want to inspect the HTML and CSS, but rather than always right-clicking and inspecting element, I'm going to actually open up two tabs. So just like you can have two tabs of Google open at the same time, you can open localhost two times at once. So we'll right-click, inspect element. In this view, we'll just have the sidebar here with our HTML and then CSS down here. So we'll be toggling back and forth between these two, depending on what we need to see. So let me clean this up here. We don't really need this anymore because you've already downloaded it. Don't need this. And we'll use this to kind of reference our design to see what we're building. And once again, this link you can find within the repository files. It's within the README, or you can just copy that link up there in the browser. We've got two more extensions that I want to show you. So the first one is going to be the Prettier extension, which is a code formatter. So if you're writing websites in today's age, do not try to format code yourself. This is a much better solution. It's much quicker, and I'll show you exactly what it does here. So right now we have an H2. Let's just make this hello world again. And then if I wanted to tab way over here and make a P tag and put some gibberish in there. But you can see here all the formatting is messed up. So we could come in here and backspace, 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 all of that stuff. But when you're building HTML documents and other documents like JavaScript and CSS, it's kind of tedious to, always be backspacing and stuff like that. So we can install this Prettier code formatter. So I just installed it. And now all we have to do, per the instructions, is edit our Visual Studio Code settings. To do that, all you have to do is on Windows press Control and hit this little caret, or sorry, not the caret, Control P, and I think that on Mac it's going to be Command P, and then from here you type this little forward caret and type Settings. And from here, you can go to Preferences, Open Settings, JSON. So we'll click that. It will open a new file. And the two things that you're going to want to look for are these right here. So it says editor.format on save is going to be true. And then editor default formatter is going to be this little string of characters, which if you looked at the instructions for this extension we just downloaded, that's exactly what it tells you to put in there. So it kind of loads it by default. So let's go back to our index.html, and when we click Control S to save this, you'll see that everything moves around. And this p tag that was, way over here and formatted really weird, rather than backspacing, we just save it and it's going to put it in the correct formatting. This will save you a ton of time. I highly recommend downloading that. And if you need to exclude files, you can also do that. I'm not going to get into that right now, though. I know I said we had 2 more extensions, but I think I misspoke. That was the last one. I think we're ready to get started. So your editor is all set up. Our HTML document is set up. And I'm going to open up this screen to the left so that you can see things live as we're updating them. All right, so what we're looking at on the right is localhost 5500, which, since we started live server down here in the bottom right, is going to represent this index.html document. So when we change stuff here, if we were to delete this line and click save, you'll see that it updates on the right. Let's get our CSS and JavaScript connected up to this HTML document. So the first thing that we need to do is come up into the head of our HTML document and type link. All right, so we'll go down with our arrow keys to the link CSS and click tab. And what it's going to do is expand out a link tag that references style.css. Let's hit save, and you're not going to see any change because that file does not exist yet. Let's create that on the left by right-clicking, new file, style.css. It will open it up in our editor. And now what we can do is we can target everything. That's just a wildcard. And we'll set it to a color of red. So when we click save, you'll see on the right this turns red, which means that we have our HTML and our CSS linked up correctly. The last thing we have to do is link up our JavaScript. So go back to your index.html. JavaScript always goes at the very end of your body. So we'll go under that H2 and type script. And you want to go down to the script :source, click tab, and now we have to link up a JavaScript or script file. So we're going to just call this script.js. We'll click save here on our HTML. Not going to do anything yet. Let's create that file. Right click, new file, script.js. Click enter. And now we just need to write a basic function to test this to make sure it's working. This is what I like to do. Just make a function. And if you're not familiar with how to write JavaScript, you're going to have to go back in the series to the very beginning where I did several videos in a row teaching you JavaScript and the HTML DOM, document object model, and how to use all of this stuff together. So I'm going to make a test function. And in the test function, I'm going to use this alert function, which is actually window is a global object in the browser, window.alert, and we'll say JS is working. We'll click save. Right now, no way to know how to run this function. But if we come back to index.html and come down under the H2, expand out a basic button, we'll say click me. And then within the button, we're going to add an event listener called onClick. And then what we're going to do is assign the test function and invoke that. So this right here is calling this function if our index.html and JavaScript files are connected up correctly. So we'll click save on that. This button will pop up, and when we click it, you'll see a dialog pop up that says the JS is working, just as we wrote within this function. So that tells us that since we have red text and the button works, that means our CSS, JavaScript, and HTML are all working together and we're ready to start the project. Just kidding, forgot to do one last thing in our setup, and that is add our fonts, our Google fonts, and our icons. This will be relatively simple, and let's open up Firefox to see what we're dealing with. So we're going to be using Font Awesome, which is this icon library, and you can browse all the icons here. There's tons of them. This is a very popular library. And then we will be using Google Fonts, which is going to be kind of the easiest thing to incorporate into our project. So how do we know which ones to grab? Well, if we go to our style guide, open that up, and go down to the fonts and icons section, you'll see that the font that we want is called Dosis, or Dosis, and we want all of the following icons. We'll grab these a little bit later. We just need to get it set up in the first place. So if we open up our browser, search for Dosis or Dosis, however you say that, we'll click on that font, and then you get all these different weights. We're going to always grab regular, that's pretty standard, and then we'll also grab bold for 700. All you need to do is grab this link over here, or these multiple links, Control C on that, go back to our files here, and in our index.html document, this will also go at the top. So we'll put it right above our style.css, and we'll say link, go down to C, or actually we don't need to do this, we have it copied. So paste that in, click save, and you'll see that these two links have been added right above our style.css. Adding the icons is going to be a very similar process. You'll just go back to Font Awesome, and you can click start, and they'll ask you for your email. I find that a little tedious, so I just go over here and type in Font Awesome CDN, or Content Delivery Network, and you go to cdnjs.com. This first one right here, which is hosted on Cloudflare, you can just copy the link tag. So we just copied that, and we go back, and right under our Google Fonts, we can click down and paste that link in. Click save, and Prettier is going to kind of format that for us, and we just added this link right here. To make sure that these are working correctly, we can test that out real quick. So let's put our live version of the document. I'll close, actually I'll keep the fonts open for a second. All right, here's what we're looking for. Right now we have some red text and a button, and what you'll see is when we enable the fonts, this hello world text is going to look a little bit different. To do that, let's go to the Google Fonts, and right below it says the CSS rules to specify the families. Let's just copy that, go to styles or style.css, and then we're going to set this on the HTML tag, copy that in, click save, and now when you come back, our fonts are going to look a little different. So again, I'll comment that out, click save. This is the default. Comment it back in, click save, and now it has changed. So our fonts are all hooked up. Last thing is to check the icons. So if we come right below the button, this is where we're going to add an icon. And in order to do that, let's go to Font Awesome, and we'll go to icons, and we'll just pick a random one. Maybe this acorn right here, which happens to be a pro version icon, which we can't use. So let me go to something simpler. We're going to be using the home icon in our project, so we might as well look at that. And you can see at the top, it gives you the HTML that we need. So we can copy this HTML, or I can just show you how to construct it on your own. So we'll use the I tag, click tab, and then to enable the Font Awesome, we just need to give it a couple classes. So the FAS and FA-home are the two classes that we need. And just like this style sheet over here that we are creating ourselves, the Font Awesome library that we just imported up here in this link is a very similar concept. So if we write a class in our style.css, we can obviously use that in our index.html. And in this case, we just imported Font Awesome and it comes with predefined classes. So we can type in FAS, give it a space because we're going to add another class, FA-home, and let's go back to our document and we'll click Save. And now you can see this little home icon, which is going to be red, is going in there nicely. So we know that everything is connected up. We've got our CSS, our JavaScript, and both of our external libraries, the fonts and the icons. At this point, we can get rid of this ugly red color in our style.css. So that's going to look a little nicer. And then, of course, we can get rid of all of this stuff in here, except for that script at the bottom. Before we start creating the layout, I want to review this 4-step system for writing HTML and CSS. I covered this in a prior challenge video, kind of in our introduction to CSS and HTML, but I want to reiterate this 4-step process because I think it's very helpful as you go to do these things on your own. So step 1, wireframe and mockups. How should this design look and behave on different screen sizes? Luckily for us, or for you, I've already created this and we've got it open here and we can kind of play around and see exactly how it should look. So this is kind of step 1 there. Step 2 is what HTML structure do I need to achieve the design? So this is actually a tricky one and it kind of comes with experience and practice, but it's basically pointing at how do we make the containers and the children items within our HTML to achieve that layout that we're looking at visually. Then step 3 is how do we use CSS to achieve that? And this is where we're going to spend a lot of time in this video and is kind of the point of this entire project because we're going to use CSS Grid primarily to achieve the layout that you see on this screen right now. And we're going to use it to kind of make it responsive so that it looks good on all devices. And then the final step is adding these styles. So step 4 is kind of the fun part where we start adding colors and fonts and making everything come together how we want it to. So step number 1 is to create the main containers that we need for this. And what I've done in the style guide is link to a picture here. So if you open the preview, you should see the picture show up. It's also here called Layout Starter. It's not very easy to see within Visual Studio Code. So let me open up Figma where I created it. And what we're working with is an outer grid and an inner grid. So if you look at these two designs here, the one on the left is kind of that outer skeleton that you might see if you were looking at this project live. So let's make it that desktop view and scroll to the top and you'll see that we have that header at the top, the nav bar on the left, and then everything else here in this main section. And that looks very similar to what we're seeing in the outer grid. So what we're going to do is create HTML and CSS to basically replicate this right here, what we're looking at. Once we've done that, then we will kind of say, okay, that part is done. Now let's move to the inner grid. So we're actually putting a CSS grid within a CSS grid. So this main section, this little portion here, is going to represent another grid, which is going to be split into 3 pieces on the widest layout. But enough talk, let's go ahead and start building this and you'll see exactly what I mean. We'll close let's keep the style guide open and let me right click and split down. So the style guide will be at the very bottom of our screen and we can kind of resize that so that we have it available. Here's our index.html. We don't need script.js quite yet. And then style.css, let's split that to the right. Close out the original. So now we have index.html on the left, style.css on the right, and our style guide with all the colors down here. We can click this button to close the navigation and give us some more room. In order to create this layout right here, we'll start with this big version. And what we're going to need is 3 div elements. So the top one, or not div elements, but 3 HTML elements that will be kind of the containers or the parent elements. So we need a header, a nav, and then just a regular div. So let's come into our HTML And what I'm going to use here are these foldable code tabs or whatever you call them, so that we can focus in on what we're trying to build rather than looking at all this stuff going on up here. So I'm going to collapse with this foldable thing, the head, so now you don't see all that stuff going on. And now when we come down into the body, we can kind of be distraction free. So the first thing we'll do is create a div called outer grid. And I'm using the Emmet snippets, where if you type a dot and then the class name, and press tab, it's going to make a div with that class that you just specified. Within that div, we're going to put those three elements. So the header, the nav on the left, and then the main content. So we'll say header, hit tab, we'll make a nav, hit tab. So these are semantic HTML elements. I covered this in a prior video. And then finally, we're going to want our inner grid as a div. So those are going to be the three elements that we're working with. And to start us off, I'm going to add some styles to these so that we can start to see them working on the page. So let's hit save. And if we flip back to our live version of this, you will not see anything going on because we haven't put anything into these containers yet. The first thing I want to do is turn this into a grid container. So in our style.css, we're going to say outer grid to select that element, and we'll set that to a display type of grid. We're also going to want to make this as tall as the viewport, so it's basically as tall as the screen, and we'll set the height as 100 VH, or 100% of the viewport height. Let's give it a background color of blue for a second and click save. And we'll come back to our document, and now you can see that our container is filling up the entire page. You'll also notice that there's a little bit of white space around the kind of corners of this, and that is because we haven't done our basic CSS reset yet. We always want to do that when we're starting our project. So at the very top, and I'm going to start making some sections here so that we stay organized with our code. So here's a comment, and we'll say shared CSS. And then below here, we're going to target all elements with that wildcard character. And we will do our CSS reset, which is going to set the box sizing to border box. We will set the margin to 0 and the padding to 0. When we hit save and come back, there's no more white space around this. There's no scroll bar because we have this grid container taking up the entire height of the screen, and it's by default going to span the entire width of the screen as well. I think so that we can see this live, I'm going to bring this code editor to the left. Hopefully we'll still have some room to work with. But I want to see these changes a little bit more real time. So right now we've got this localhost open into responsive mode, but since our screen is so small, I'm going to copy this to another tab just so that we can get full screen. And now what we're looking at is a full screen, just basic blue background with that container. The next thing I want to do is get each of these elements, so the header, the nav, and the inner grid. I want to give those some background color so that we can start to see this. So I will remove the background color on our outer grid because we don't really want to see anything there. But then we will come down to the header, the nav, and the inner grid, and we're going to give those background colors. So background color for the header, we actually have this within our style guide that's in the repository. So we want the outer grid header to be RGBA, so this is a transparent blue background. We'll put that in there, and when we click save, you'll see that popping up. The reason this is taking about 1/3 the height of the screen is because we enabled grid on its parent container. So now this is actually a grid item. By default, that's going to take up 1/3 of the height of its parent. Let's copy background color down to our nav. and our inner grid, and then replace those with our style guide. So the outer grid nav bar is going to have the following color. And then the outer grid main area, it's actually the same color, just change the opacity, so we can just change that there. Click Save, and now you see our three colors popping up on the screen. Using just CSS Grid alone, we're going to take these three elements and turn them into what we see here in our Figma document, where we have the header, the nav on the left, and the main content. To keep us organized, I will make another section here. So we have shared CSS, which is going to be everything up there. Now we're going to say CSS Grid Styles will be our next section. And we can actually be specific. We'll say CSS Outer Grid Styles because we're going to have two grids in total. If we look at our Figma document, kind of that layout that we're trying to achieve here, you can see that in this outer grid, don't worry about anything on the right here yet. On the left here, the outer grid has the header and then, so basically two rows. It has the header, which is one row, and then the second row is going to be the nav bar and the main content. If you look at it from a column perspective, we obviously have two columns. So the header is taking up both of those columns at the top, and then the nav bar is taking up, looks like, or I actually know this off the top of my head, I think we set it to like 90 pixels is how far that's coming out. And then the remainder of the space, the remaining column, is going to be the main container. To achieve that with our CSS, we just have to come to the grid container and we'll say grid template rows is going to be two full rows. The first one is going to be, I believe, 70 pixels is how tall we want the header to be. So we'll say 70 pixels is the first row, and then one fractional unit is going to be the second one because we want to basically take up the remaining space within the grid container for that main content. The grid template columns should be 90 pixels, so that nav bar coming out on the left, and then one fractional unit to represent the rest of it. When we click Save, you will see that we're starting to get that layout. So we've got what it looks like that header is up there in the correct spot and then the nav bar on the left, but we still have a problem because we don't quite have our main content and we also have some overlap here in the top left corner. To fix that, we need to place our grid items. So I'm going to use the grid template areas method that we talked about, I believe, in the last video of the grid course. So we need to name each of these child or grid items. I'm going to call this alias header, just so that we're not getting confused with the HTML tag. So that will be alias header, then we'll have alias nav, and then finally the grid area will be alias inner grid. So we'll click Save, it's going to format it, and everything's going to disappear because we haven't placed those yet. At this point, let's look at our grid. So there's nothing on the page, as you can see, but if we look at our responsive mode, or actually no, we want to look at this mode right here. So once again, all three of these tabs are the same thing. They're all just our document that we're trying to create. They just have different DevTool configurations. So on this configuration, if we open up the body and click on the outer grid, and then we expand this section in the DevTools and click outer grid, you'll see that it gets highlighted on the page here. And then furthermore, you can hover over the grid in the DevTools to see the different sections of that grid. So the first thing we want to do is set the header to equal this top section and this top right section. The way that we do that is type out grid template areas, and since we have two total rows, we're going to need two quotation marks because each one's going to represent a row, and then within that, since we have two columns, we need two arguments. We can use these aliases, the grid areas, to specify those. So in the top row, we want the alias header to show up twice to span the entire width of that row. The bottom section, we want the nav on the left and then the inner grid on the right. So we'll type in alias nav and alias inner grid, put our semicolon at the end, and when we click save and come back, you will now see that everything looks great. So we have the header at the top, the nav on the left, and the inner grid in that main portion of the content. And since we said display area names, it's giving us those grid area aliases that we had set. So if you go back to our main layout here without the dev tools, this looks exactly like the Figma document that we just looked at. Now what you'll notice with this outer grid, we're not quite done yet. In the desktop view, it looks great. Tablet view looks great. Now in this mobile view, I've put two of them here, and that's to represent the two different states that we have with our final product. So if we resize this to be a mobile device, we have this little toggle area where we can open up that nav bar and close it by clicking. So we want to capture both of those states within our main layout. We don't want them to be obviously active at the same time, but we'll use JavaScript to toggle that back and forth. So the question is, how do we take this and with just CSS, take this nav bar and kind of hide it to the left? Since we want the ability to toggle back and forth, we can't just come in here and change it like this. So what we could do is we could just say alias inner grid, and now the nav's not going to show up when we click save. Now it's gone, and it's actually down here in the bottom right corner. If we were to make the nav a little bit larger, so we'll give it 50 pixels of height and width. And when we click save, in the bottom right corner of our page, that's where that's sitting, kind of gets knocked off the grid. So when we're in this state where we have a full page layout without that nav bar, we need to not only set the grid template areas to be this, we also need to hide the nav. So what we can do is say display and set that to none. So just like we can display a grid, we can also change the display mode to none, which means kind of make it disappear from the page. When I click save, you'll notice that this little box is going to disappear. And now this layout right here is exactly what we are looking for in that mobile state by default. Only when we click the icon that does not exist yet do we want that nav bar to come out on the mobile view. At this point, I want to stop for just a moment and kind of backtrack and explain something that you might be wondering. So we've been building this layout, and I've shown you the Figma document that I laid out with the outer and the inner grid, but you might be wondering, how did you know to do that? How did you look at this final design right here and figure out that that's what we need? And likewise, how do you, I'm about to show you something in order to toggle this navigation, you're also going to wonder the same thing. How do you know to do that? The reason that I know how to do this is because, number one, I've already built this. So I've gone through the trial and error process of, okay, this works, that doesn't work, this is a better design, and I've rebuilt it so that it's kind of what makes sense to me in my head. Furthermore, I have a little bit of experience doing it. So I've seen similar layouts, and I kind of remember and recall some of the patterns that we've used or I've used in the past to build those. So I just wanted to kind of break here to give you some confidence that this doesn't come naturally. You have to build stuff and experiment with things, and sometimes you have to build your layout 2 or 3 times before you get it to the point where you want it. All right, with that said, let me show you how we're going to toggle this back and forth. So let's go to our main layout here, and what we will do is actually add a conditional class. So if you think about with JavaScript in the document object model, we can actually toggle a class on and off from an HTML element with JavaScript. So what we can do is set an outer grid expanded class, and the only thing that that's going to do is take this grid template areas and make that nav bar expand out. So we're going to replace alias inner grid with alias nav. And let's see, before I refresh this, I want to think what I'm doing here. Yep, so let's hit save. And since this does not exist on any of our HTML, it's not going to affect it. But if we add that class, so outer grid expanded, to that main outer grid HTML element or container, and once we click save, it's going to show up here on the right side. The reason it's white is because we actually are not displaying the nav, so let's comment out these little rules that we just wrote for demonstration. Click save, and now we've got that back. So basically what's happening here, let's open this up, and we'll go back to this view right here. And if I target the HTML, I think there's a way we can toggle the classes on and off. Yeah, so if you come over this .cls and hover, it says toggle classes. So what we're going to want to do is, we've already got our outer grid selected. We'll click this .cls and you'll see the two classes that we are working with. So if we take the outer grid expanded off, you'll see that that goes away, and when we click it back, it comes back. So that's the exact behavior that we want when we click that icon at the top that we haven't yet created. But that's just to show you kind of how we're approaching this, the strategy that we're using. So we're going to use JavaScript to do what I'm doing here in the dev tools. I'm just toggling the class on and off. Now, of course, if we come back to our CSS and we go back to the nav element, I'm going to keep the display none off for a second and click save. We'll come back to the browser, and you can see we've got 50 pixels for that navigation header. And when I toggle the outer grid expanded off, you'll see that that goes to the bottom right, which is not what we want. We want it to disappear completely. To take care of that, we need another class. So we will come right under our conditional outer grid expanded class, and we'll make a hide nav class. And we're just going to set that to display none. And let's see, how do we want to do this? So if we put this onto the nav, so we'll say hide nav will be the default class, then by default we're going to get that totally expanded view, which is what we want on a mobile device. Since we are doing this in a mobile first approach, so what I said we're doing is a mobile first approach to responsive design, which means that all of these styles that we're creating right now should apply to the mobile device, and then later we're going to write some media queries to override those. So the actual correct thing to do here is apply this class by default to the navigation. And by default, we don't want the outer grid expanded class. But just for one more second here, I'm going to save this, save the HTML, and now we'll come back here. So you'll see that the nav is actually disabled, or it's not displaying on the screen. And the reason you're still seeing that is because I have the outer grid expanded showing. So once we toggle that, it's going to be in our mobile view. So this is exactly what we want for the mobile view. And then once we go to the larger view, we're going to display the nav and toggle on the outer grid expanded class. It's really hard to explain this, so let's just do it. And we're going to make this smaller, and we're going to need to open up our script.js file, and I will split this down, close the editor, and now we have our script.js in the bottom left, style.css on the right, and index.html. So by default, we want this outer grid expanded. We don't want that. Don't want that on the outer grid, so let's save that. So here's our default mobile view. This is exactly what we want. We are hiding the navigation, and we are showing an outer grid that has just the header and then the content. So going back to our final design, just to prove that out to you. Here's the final design. If we refresh, this is the default view. So header, main content. In order to toggle something, we need a button to work with. So we will jump a little bit ahead in the tutorial and add that icon. The way that we do that, if we come to Font Awesome, or actually no, we've got this in the style guide. So where's the style guide? It's at the bottom here. I've got this open, and the header menu is going to be this link. So control click, we'll pop that open into another tab. So this is the icon that we want, and we just need to use this HTML. So we can just click it to copy. Within the header, we will paste that and click save. And now our layout's going to have this little button. It's not going to be aligned correctly or the correct color. That's fine. We just need it there so that we can test our JavaScript. On that icon, we want to add an on-click listener. So this enables us to execute a function every time the user clicks it, which is what we want. In our script.js, let's change the name of this function to toggle nav, and let's invoke that function in the on-click listener. So let's save the HTML, save the script, and when we click this button, you'll see a dialog box that says the JS is working. So what we want to have happen when we click this, this is the default state. When we click that, we want to add to this outer grid, the outer grid expanded class, and then we want to remove the hide nav from the navigation element. So two things that we're toggling. Luckily, there is a method that's built into the DOM that allows us to do this very easily. Let's go to MDN for documentation. I'll expand this out a little bit. And you probably would not know where to go. The most reasonable solution would be how to toggle a class. Just type that into Google, but I'll show you exactly where we need to go. So there's something called a class list, which is attached to an element. So if we click on the element, we should get a list of the classes that are on it. Now, if we go way back to our video on the DOM, the way that we get to there is by selecting our elements. So that's step one. In our function, we want to grab the outer grid, and we do that by saying document.querySelector, and we want to select the element that has a class of outer grid. From there, we can then console.log the outer grid.class list. So what this should do is select from the DOM the element with outer grid and then print its class list, which in this case is just one single class. Let's save that. So now we don't have an alert anymore, but if we come up to one that we have open, okay, this works right here. We'll go to the console, and now we will, or actually, let's turn off these area names for a second. We'll go to the console, and we'll click this button up here. When we click it, you'll see in the right, we have printed something called a DOM token list, which is the, data type that, or the DOM data type that it's going to return from this property. That particular data type, so there's our one class. If you click on DOM token list and you go to the methods right here, we have something called toggle. So what this does, it says the toggle method of the DOM token list removes a given token from the list and returns false. If the token doesn't exist, it's added and the function returns true. So as you might expect, it toggles it. So let's put this by the side here again. And now what we're going to do is say outer grid dot class list. So that's going to return us that DOM token list, and then we invoke the toggle method on there, and then the only argument that we pass to it, if we go to the documentation, it says our first parameter is going to be a token, a DOM string representing the token you want to toggle. And this can be a class or it can be other sorts of tokens. We're using the class in this instance. So the class that we want to toggle when we click this is going to be the outer grid expanded class. So we'll copy that in, put it in there as a string, and now we can get rid of that console log and save our script. And now what's going to happen when we click this is it's going to expand the nav menu. So let's click it. You can see that it expands something out, but there's no nav menu. and that's because we haven't toggled the hide nav class. It's still hiding the navigation, so we have to do the same thing that we did right here with the nav. So let's copy all of this code down, and we'll set a variable equal to nav. We want to select the nav element, so that this line will select it and save it into a variable. Then we can come down here, grab that nav right here, and take the class list and toggle what we call the hide nav class. So we'll save that, and now when we click this, we should see the navigation popping up here, and then when we click it again, it will collapse. The reason it looks so weird is this little box is because over in our CSS, we're still giving the nav an explicit height of 50 by 50. So let's delete all of this stuff. We don't need it anymore. Click Save, and I believe we should be completed or done with our outer layout. Just to make sure this is working, we'll refresh the page here. So this is our default state on mobile, and when we click this hamburger icon, it's going to toggle out the nav. We click it again, it's going to toggle it back. At this point, our next step is to make this responsive. So we've got a fully functioning navigation, but as you can see, if we refresh it here on this super wide screen, we want to show the nav by default. So if you see in our final view, we're not showing the nav here. As we resize, it shows up, and then as it gets bigger, it kind of just stays there. So this would be a great time to start writing our media queries. So here's the final project, and as you see, it resizes as we resize the device. So the three media queries that I've written would be 576, so you can watch this width up here at the top. So 576, the nav bar shows up. At 992, the sidebar shows up. And at 1440, the whole layout kind of shifts to the middle. I talked about this in a previous tutorial in this full stack roadmap series, but the way that I chose those breakpoints is by going to Bootstrap's breakpoints. So these are kind of arbitrary decisions. So I just used kind of a tried and trusted CSS framework. The 1440 I didn't use, but I used the 576 and the 992. So that would be a mobile, a tablet, a desktop, and a large desktop is what we're designing for. To set this up, let's come to our style.css. Let's grab one of these section comments, put these down at the bottom, and say that we want breakpoints. We will start by writing @media, so this is a CSS @ rule. We talked about this in our responsive design video. So @media, and then we set a min width because we're doing this mobile first. So we created all these styles above, which apply to the mobile device, and then conditionally, once we get to these larger sizes, so anything greater than this width that I'm about to set of 576 pixels, we're going to apply the styles within this block. We can copy this down because we know we're going to need 2 more of these. So the next one will be 992 and then 1440. We'll save that, not going to do anything quite yet, but if we jump back to our layout here, the first thing we want to do, this view is fine. Actually, let's look at this one so we can resize it. So this is fine, but once we hit 576, I want that nav bar to show up. An easy way to do that is come into our first media query rule, and we say that we want to target the nav element, and we say display block. Now by default this is not going to work because we've actually we've got a more specific CSS rule above. So this would be a case where putting the important keyword is going to be helpful. So we want to override that default behavior. We'll click save. And now as we resize it, you're not going to see anything because just displaying the nav is not going to do anything. I should have known that. We want to grab this outer grid expanded rule, so the grid template areas, and apply that as well. Actually, that's just a CSS rule, so we want to target the outer grid and then paste those in. Once we hit save on this, come back to our design, And as we resize, now you're seeing that nav bar just show up by default. We also want to remove this little icon at the top, because once the nav bar is showing by default, we don't want the user to click to try to toggle it on and off, and it doesn't do anything anyway. So to do that, we'll come in the same rule, and we will say that we want the FA bars class, so we can target this icon by using one of its classes, and this will be the unique class that won't apply to any other icon. So we'll say display none. Let's hit save, and now you see that that's gone. So we're on a mobile device. We can toggle our nav back and forth. Let's toggle it off. Now as we resize, the nav shows up and that icon goes away. And as we hit greater breakpoints, that same behavior is going to apply. So setting these rules right here, we can basically cover anything greater than 576, and therefore we don't need these rules in these last two breakpoints. We'll come back to these. We don't have enough content in our document, our HTML document, to even worry about them yet. But at this point, we are fully complete with our outer grid. So this is the kind of the shell container for everything else. In our Figma document, we have pretty much created and completed the outer grid here. Now we need to move to the inner grid. So the inner grid is going to be everything that we put within this div that I've highlighted right here. So we can collapse everything else. We can collapse the header for now. I guess there's really nothing else to collapse without collapsing the inner grid itself. We'll come up to our CSS, grab this label and put it below. In this rule right here, the inner grid, we use this to set a background color and also the grid area, because this is a nice distinction to make. The inner grid is a grid item to the outer grid, but it's going to be a grid container to its direct children. We'll take this CSS rule and copy that down into the, not outer, but inner grid styles. And now what we want to do is come down and say display grid. So we want to turn this grid item into a grid and a grid item. We also need to figure out what goes in this, so what HTML is going to actually sit there. In our Figma document, you can see there are three pieces. We have the main content, we have a sidebar, and we have a footer down here. So if we come back to our HTML, we will first put in a main tag, and I'm actually going to put in something called an article tag. You'll see how this helps just with some simple padding later. So we're going to make a main tag, and then we can actually collapse that. We don't need to worry about that article yet. Then we have the aside element. So the aside will represent the sidebar. And finally, we need a footer element. Let's also come to our CSS and set up some styles for all of these. So we have main, aside, and footer. We'll throw both of these, grid area and background color, onto each of these, and then we'll update them accordingly. So this will be alias main. This will help with our grid template areas once we set those on the parent container. So alias aside, and finally alias footer. If we open up our style guide, which is kind of hanging out at the bottom here, I also have the inner grid colors, the background colors that we need. So the first one, the main content, is going to be this orange color. So we'll replace that there. Then we want a more transparent orange color. And then the final one just ups the transparency a little bit, so we'll copy that in, change that to 0.7, and click Save on the style.css and a Save on the index.html. Let's flip back to not our Figma document, but our challenge itself. You'll see that it looks a little bit weird. This is going to be fixed as we place these items on the grid. So let's look at it from a grid perspective. So if we select this, we're selecting the footer here, but let's click on the inner grid. And when we unselect the outer grid and select the inner grid, now we can see that by default it's got just a 2x2 grid because we didn't actually define it. We've just got some items in it. So if we flip back to see what we need to create, it looks like in the widest version we need 2 rows. So the top 2 pieces will be row 1 and the footer will be row 2. And then we'll have 2 columns. So if we come back to our CSS, let's go to the inner grid style. This is the grid container. So we set grid template rows, and I said there's 2 of those. Let's look at the amount of space that they take up. So the main content, the first row, should span all of the remaining space that there is left after we give the footer some dimensions. To specify that, all we need to do for the rows is 1 fractional unit, and then we need to put in 60 pixels is how big the height is for the footer. And then for the grid template columns, this one's going to be a little bit different. So if we look at our Figma document in this biggest version, there's going to be 2 columns. And this isn't readily apparent, but I'm going to make this main column, which is going to have the main article in it. We're going to set that to a maximum width of 700 pixels so that the user is not reading an article and has to track, all the way to the right side of the screen on bigger devices. And then this aside will take up the remaining space. So the way that we're going to do that is actually using something called a min-max function. We talked briefly about this in previous videos on this grid tutorial. But basically, we can give it 2 arguments, the minimum width that we want and the maximum. So minimum is going to be the content width. We'll just set it to auto. Maximum, like I said, is going to be 700 pixels. And then the next argument is going to be the second column. So what we just defined was the dimensions of that first column. Then the second column is going to be 1 fractional unit, which is the remaining space. You can now see that our inner grid that we have checked here, so we can check both actually, and now we have the outer and the inner, but uncheck the outer, and now you can see that we've got the main content here, and then the aside over here, and then the 2 little footer areas. But at the moment, we don't have these elements laid out, so let's go back to our CSS and type out the grid template areas. Since we have 2 rows, we need 2 of these little quotations. So that's the structure, and we have 2 columns, so we need 2 arguments for each. So the first one is going to be the alias main. The second one is alias aside. So that for that first row that spans the entire remaining height, we have the main and the aside, and then we have the alias footer spanning across the entire bottom row. Let's hit save. We'll come back, keep flipping to the wrong one. And now you can see I've got the area names selected in the inner grid. And you can see that the alias main is sitting here, the aside is over here, and the footer's at the bottom. So ultimately, let's look at the this version. Oh, I've made a big mistake down here. So this is invalid CSS. We need to add RGBA at the beginning. That's why we were experiencing an error. That should fix things a little bit. All right, so now it's looking better. So we have this outer grid area that we created earlier. Now we have the inner grid area, which is actually a subgrid of one of the outer grid items. This looks great, but we do have one problem. As we resize this, go to our mobile device, it's not exactly doing what we want. So it looks like the aside element is just completely disappearing on a mobile device. That is because what we just did was a version of desktop first design. We need to do a mobile first design. So if we come back to Figma, what we really should be trying to figure out is how do we create this little layout down in the bottom right. So we'll open up our CSS, and since this is the desktop version, we'll take all of these definitions right here and copy them, and then we want those to apply starting at this breakpoint here. So we'll paste those in here, And then of course these need to be part of a selector. So let's paste those in there, get rid of this, and click Save. So now it will apply on anything greater than 992. And we can come up to the top and on our mobile device, which is the default, mobile first, we need to change this up a little. So the rows are actually going to be 3 total rows. So we look at our design here, we have a section here, down here, and at the bottom. We know that the footer is going to be 60 pixels, so we can keep that. We know that the main content, the first one, is going to take the remaining space. And then in the middle, this will be the a sidebar. We want that to be the size of its content. So to do that, we can just put in auto. So now we have the top row is going to take up remaining space. The middle row or the second row is going to be the size of that sidebar. And then the final row is going to be the footer, which is 60 pixels. Now, I'll have you notice that we have not put anything in the sidebar. So since it's set to auto, it's going to collapse to be pretty much 0 height. So when we click Save on this, that's what's going to happen. Furthermore, the columns is only going to be 1. So we just get rid of that min-max. The columns is just going to be 1 column and it's going to take up all of the space. Finally, for the grid template areas, we just want the alias main to be the first row. We need to copy one down because we have 3 rows, and then we'll replace these 2 with a side, and then the final one will be footer. So these are going to be the mobile styles. Let's hit save. Go back to our layout and you can see that it has worked. And as I mentioned, the sidebar has no dimensions, so it's kind of collapsed here between the top and the bottom one. If we came back to our CSS, went to our aside element and gave it a height of 100 pixels and hit save, then when we come back, you can see that it has popped up right here, and we're looking a lot closer to this, or actually exactly like this layout. And since we already gave it those media query styles, so once we get above 992, we're going to change that grid layout to be what we created in the first place. So now we can resize things and you'll see how that changes. Right there, we got it to size over there, and you see this blue space. That's because this sidebar, we told it to, we gave it 100 pixels, so it's not expanding to fit that entire grid area. So if we come back to here and get rid of that height, hit save and come back, now it's going to take up the entire height. And that's it. We are done with the layout section, and I'm pretty happy with what we've created. This is a robust layout. We know that it's going to be intact when we start adding content, and it's really smart to go through and create this the first time around, and then you start adding content once you're confident that the layout is going to work how you intend. So just to review, we've got it at the mobile size, full content, got a footer down here, a header. We hit this button, it toggles out the nav bar, which goes to the bottom. Then we hit it again and it collapses. Now the last thing we need to do before we're completely finished with the layout is handle a case where this main content is taller than the visible screen. And that's a very real possibility. If you're dealing with this layout, you probably have blog posts, and a blog post does not fit on one screen. You always have to scroll down through it. So if we go to our CSS and we give the main content a height of 2000 pixels, that's very reasonable. We'll hit save, come back, and now you see there's this little scroll bar on the right. Let's get out of our responsive mode for a second. You see here's our scroll bar, and we're scrolling down, but what's happening is everything is scrolling down at the same time. We want to actually leave this header up at the top as we're scrolling down so that the header and then the nav bar are kind of just sticky there, and they just sit as that outer template. This is actually a lot easier to fix than you might think. All we have to do is take this, this inner content, the main content, and set an overflow property on it. So to do that, we'll come to the inner grid, and we'll just set this at the very top. So we'll say overflow is going to be set to scroll. Once we hit save on that, we come back, and now as we scroll, you'll see that we're scrolling up and down here, but the outer template is staying in place, and that's exactly what we want. You'll also notice there's a scroll bar on the horizontal direction. We don't want that, so to fix it, all we have to do is take this overflow property and say -y. So this is a completely different CSS property that only sets the overflow in the vertical direction. Hit save on that, go back to our layout. Now that bottom scroll bar left and right is gone, and I'm pretty happy with this layout at this point. So we're done. We are completely done with the layout, and if we go back to our video outline, we have gotten our environment set up, got our boilerplate, and we built a mobile-first responsive layout with the JavaScript toggle functionality. All three of these steps took us, I think, well over an hour. I'm not exactly sure the recording time at this point, but that's honestly the hardest part in most CSS and HTML layouts. The next thing that I'm going to do, and what I always do, is kind of go component by component, feature by feature, and get the HTML content that I need in there and get it aligned in the correct way. After doing that, then I'll go in and add colors and font styles and all that kind of good stuff. I think a good place to start is going to be our header. So the top bar up here, we're going to start with that, and let me collapse this down so we can see it side by side with our code. If we're looking at our HTML, this is what we're creating, the header right now. So let's use these Visual Studio Code foldable accordions to get rid of the grid, the inner grid, so we don't have to look at that, and then we'll expand out the header. Currently we just have a icon in it, and it's not showing because we're not on a mobile device, but once we hit that mobile device, there's the icon. So we'll just work on it from this view to start. So here is our final one, and let me shrink this so we can see it in the mobile view. We have 4 total elements up in this header. So we got the icon, kind of a mock logo. I just put some text in there. And then we have these little groups where we have an icon on top and a link on the bottom. Looking at this from a high level, what I see is 2 groups of items. So we've got a left side of the header and a right side of the header, and those have space between them. So there's kind of just space pushing those to the edges, and if you know how to use Flexbox, which you should if you've watched the prior videos in this series, you know that there's a property called justify content, which has a space between value that we can do exactly that with. So in light of that, let me create those containers. So we'll come within the header, and I want to give a class to left header, so that'll be one div. And then we'll come right below that and say that we want a right header. So there's our left portion and right portion. This icon is going to go into the left header, so we'll cut that and put it up here. Then we have the logo, which is just an H2 element. We'll type that out as logo. Also should give that a class of logo so that we can style it later. And then the right side of the header has got those little groups. So if you want to stack an icon on top of text and align those, you're probably going to need a little flex container. So what we're going to call this is a header link. So we'll give it a div with the class of header link, and then within that div, we're going to give it some sort of icon and then some sort of link. So we'll put an A tag in there, just give it an empty link for now, and we'll name it video and then article. So let's take this entire group, paste that down, and change this to article. Okay, so we should have all the elements here, and what we're going to do while we're still looking at this is we're going to take, let me collapse this so that you can see it. We'll take the right header and the left header, and we will align those with Flexbox. So we'll turn the header parent into a flex container, and then the left header and the right header, sorry about that, will be the flex items that we'll space out. And then as we drill into this on the right header, we're going to open this up, and then each of these divs, so the header link, both of these are going to be flex containers with a flex direction of columns so that the icon goes on top of the link, and then we can align those along a vertical axis. So let's go back to our design. It still looks like nothing because we haven't saved, so we'll hit save on that HTML. And now you'll see the icon, logo, video, and I think the article might be overflowing vertically. So we'll come back to our styles and go find the header styles. I don't think I have a section for that yet, so we'll come down here right before the breakpoints and make a comment that says header styles. And then we want to set the header. As I said, we want to set that to a flex container. So we'll say display flex. And what that's going to do when we hit save is make everything go horizontal. So our left header is that icon and the logo, and then our right header are those two links. And then, like I said, we want to say justify content space between. And when we hit save, those are going to get blown out to the edges. So we'll hit save, and now you see that our left container is at the very far left side and our right containers at the very far right. Now these are obviously not centered within the header. An easy way to fix that is say align items, center. So now we've got those centered. And as you can see, they're hugging the left side and the right side of that container. So we might add some padding. So we can say padding. Padding is going to be, I think we'll say 20 pixels and 0, something like that. And I think I got that wrong. So the first argument is going to be the top and bottom padding. So we want that set to 0, and then we want the left and right padding to be set to 20 pixels. So now that we've done that, we've got this little space over on the left and on the right. So let's work on these individually. So we'll start with the left header. So let's target that with a CSS rule. And to get that logo and the icon to be on the same axis, we need to display flex. So create that as a flex container. Now they're not vertically aligned, so just like we did with the overall header, we're going to align the items to be center. So now those are centered, and as you can see, they're kind of smushed together. So we might just add some margin to the right of the icon or maybe to the left of the logo. If we add the margin to the left of the logo, then when the icon disappears, it's going to kind of look weird. So I think what we should do is put margin to the right of that icon, and then when the icon disappears, the logo will just wrap to the left side where this icon is. So let me show you what I was talking about here. So in this view, we have the icon. As we resize it, the icon's going to go away. So let's set some margin left on the logo, which is kind of the incorrect way to do it. So we'll say logo margin left, and I'll give it something ridiculous, so 80 pixels, so that we can really see what's happening. So once we set that, the logo gets pushed off the icon, but see what happens when we resize and the icon goes away. The icon goes away, but we still have that margin left, so it's pushing it out. So instead of doing that, let's set the margin on the icon itself. So if we open up the left header, we have an icon that we can target with the FA bars class. So we'll do that right here. We'll target FA bars, and we'll set a margin right of 80 pixels and get rid of this logo margin. And I think we might even be able to get rid of that whole class. So let's hit save. And now you can see that the icon right here is pushing the logo out with its margin, but then as we resize, this logo is going to come and sit snugly against the left side of the container, which is exactly what we want. So let's put it back to mobile size and then set this to something more reasonable. We'll try something like 10 pixels. I think that looks pretty good. And then as we resize, it's going to go to the left, which looks pretty good to me. Now let's move on to the right side of the header. So we need to target that class by saying write header. Let's open that up, and within it we have two header links. We need to obviously make those not stack on top of each other like normal block elements. We need to make them side by side. So that's once again a display flex, turn that into a flex container. Now they're next to each other. And then of course we're going to want to add some margin between them because right now they're just smushed together. So why don't we come down to the header link classes, which are each of those containers, and put some styles on that. So we'll say maybe margin left is going to be 10 pixels. Now watch these, they'll spread out when I save. That looks pretty good. You'll notice there's no icons here, and that's because if we go into each of these header link classes, we just set an empty I tag. We didn't give it a class, so it's not going to show us an icon. Let's put a class in here. This will be the same, navigation icon, but just to show what's going on, we'll click save. And now you see that navigation icon sitting next to its link right here. We want those to be sitting on top of each other. So in order to do that, we need to make the header link container a flex container. And then we need to set the flex direction there to a column. So let's hit save. And now you'll see the icon goes on top of the link. Let's go ahead and get the same icon down here in the other one. So you see both of those are working. Now we just need to kind of vertically align those two. The way that we do that, because we've set a flex direction of column, we want to align these items on the cross axis, not the main axis. So all we have to do there is say align items center, and those are going to line up. The last thing we need to do is just change these icons to be the correct ones. So down here at the bottom, I've got my style guide, and it's got all the icons you need. So we need the video icon and the paragraph icon. So I will go ahead and take that link, open up a new tab, and here's the video one. So we'll copy that HTML, and we will replace this icon here. Now we need the paragraph, so I'll get this link. We'll visit that in the browser. Here's our paragraph icon. We'll get the HTML, replace that one. We're done there, so we can come back, and when we hit save, we should have the correct icon sitting up here. Now, as you can see on the final design, these icons are a little bit smaller. So we can set that with a font size property. So if we go to the header link, we can target any I tag within the header link will have a font size of, we'll say 0.8 rem units. So root element, that's going to be the HTML. And speaking of, we should actually go to the top with our shared CSS. We've already set the font family, but we should set the font size to our main HTML of 16 pixels. That's just a very standard font size. And I think it's actually the browser default, so this doesn't really matter, but we'll be explicit about it, and we'll set on the root element, which is this HTML, 16 pixels. So that means when we come down here to our header link font size, we're saying I want to take 80% of 16 pixels, or 0.8 of the root element unit. So when we hit save, those icons are going to get smaller. So that looks nice, and notice the icon over here next to the logo did not get smaller because we're targeting the icon that is a descendant of the header link div or class. All right, it is now time to actually make this look good. Right now we've got everything in the right spot. We don't have the right colors or anything like that. So looking at our style guide, if we expand this out, it will show you that the colors, the header and the footer background color is going to be this one, So if we go back, it's going to be this like dark green. So that'll be the first thing that we set, and we might as well set it down here on the footer as well. So let's come up to, or let's copy this color. So there's our background color. And we'll go up to the top and we'll put in the shared CSS, header and footer are both getting a background color of that. Let's hit save. And it didn't work. It didn't work because we came to the top of our style sheet, and for the layout purposes, so that we could kind of visualize, if you remember, we came down here and we said the header is going to have a background color of that blue. So we just have to delete that, because if we set something at the top, it's going to get overwritten, cascading style sheets. We talked about that a little bit earlier in the series. So let's hit save. Now we're getting the right colors, but obviously all the text is the wrong color. So, but one more thing while we're up in the shared styles. So in the shared CSS, we also want to set the text color. So for the entire document, we want to make the text color the same as this background color, except for the header and the footer, obviously. So what we can do here, there's a couple ways we could do this, but let's take this text color, which is the same here. We'll copy that, and then in the HTML, let's set the color equal to that. Now when we press save, we're going to have problems, because now we've set the color of every text. The links, it doesn't apply to the links, but same as that background color. Now we could solve this a couple ways, but an easy way, since this declaration is directly above this one, we can just come override that within the header and footer. So we want the color for the header and footer text to be, I believe, the same as the link text color. So let's copy that, set it here, and click save. And now you'll see that those text colors are working and standing out off the background. Now, of course, our links up here are the wrong color, but we want all of the links throughout the entire document to be this same kind of light green. So we can do that in the shared styles as well. So we can come up at the top, set all the A tags to have that same color, click save, and now we have the correct link colors. There's one more thing up here in the header that is not apparent that we need to do, but we definitely need to do it. And that is what happens when we hover over this icon. You can see nothing happens, but when we click it, it actually does something. So for a user experience perspective, we need to indicate to the user that when you hover over this, you can click on it and it'll do something. So the two things that you can generally put on this from a CSS perspective is a cursor type and an opacity. Let's come down to our header styles, and with the FA bars, that represents this icon, we can set a hover state. So FA-bars, and then give it a pseudo class of hover. Now we want to change the cursor to be a pointer, and we want to set the opacity to be 0.8 or 80% opacity. So let's hit save, and now you can see when we hover over this, our cursor changes and the color gets a little bit lighter. So it kind of indicates to the user, hey, you can click me and something is going to happen. Okay, so I'm going to expand the screen for just a moment and show you what it looks like on a huge desktop. So my screen is, I think, well over 1440 pixels or bigger than that. And you can see that when it's such a big screen, the logo's all the way over here on the left and the links are all the way over on the right. And if you were to look at a lot of layouts, so if you go to Twitter or something, you'll see that on a desktop device, they kind of bring everything to the middle so that, you know, the user doesn't have to look way over here and way over here to see the relevant items. So that will be our final breakpoint. And the way that we're going to solve this is, truthfully, I don't think it's like the greatest way in the world, but I kind of put this on at the end, didn't have a lot of time to perfect it. So as we resize this screen, you'll see that once we get into this larger territory, it starts to look weird up here. So at 1440, we're going to bring everything into the middle. So we need to add some space off the left side of this logo and the right side of this little grouping here. So we can actually use CSS Grid to do this for us. So what I'm thinking we do is basically split the header up into 3 columns, and the middle column we can kind of resize to feel it out and see where we want it. We'll definitely have to come back to this once we get all of this content in here just to see how it all lines up, but we can set the outline here right now. So let's kind of collapse some things so that we see what's going on. And the grid container that we're going to want is header, but we only want it on this largest style. So anything greater than 1440, we'll come into header and say display grid. And you'll notice I'm already greater than 1440. Let me actually switch over to this view so we can resize. So once I hit save, you'll see that on this screen, now we've got these items all jumbled up because that we haven't actually placed them on the grid or defined the grid itself. So the grid that we want is going to be 1 row. So because it's going to be 1 row, we don't really need to define the grid template rows property. So we'll just start with columns, and we're going to say 1 fractional unit. We'll say 1,000 pixels, or I think what I did was 950 on the final design, and then 1 fractional unit. Let's go ahead and hit save on this, and you can see that things are spaced out a little better. If we go to this other view where we can actually look at the grid, you'll see exactly what's going on. Let me bring these tools down at the bottom so we can see a wider screen. So here's our grids. Right now we're looking at the inner grid. Let's uncheck that and check the header. And you can see this is the grid that we have created. So the middle is 1,000, and then the 2 edges are the remaining space. So what I'm thinking is that since each of these groupings, so the header left and the header right, since those are going to be kind of at the edges, I'm going to take the header left, and I'm going to push it against the right edge of this left little section here of the grid. So it's going to sit, at the very right edge, and then this other one is going to sit at the very left edge of the very, right side of the grid. The way that we can do that is with the align self properties, or justify self. So we need to first take our left header and our right header and give them a grid area. So we'll call this alias RH for right header, and this will be alias LH for left header. Now we will place these items, so grid template areas, and since we have 1 row, we just need one quotation here, and we're going to put the left header in the left portion. We're going to put a period in there because we want a blank space in our grid, kind of in that middle section. And then and I'm sorry, I just said left header. It needs to be alias LH, then the period, and then alias RH. When we hit save, you'll see that we get alias LH, alias RH, and then the left header and the right header sitting in those. Now the only thing that we have to do is take the content itself and place it within its grid area. And we know from our previous lessons we can do that with the justify self property. So we're going to do end for the left header because we want it to go to the very end of that container. And then justify self on the right header is going to be start, which it already is that, but we'll just define it explicitly. So we'll hit save and now come back, and you see that the logo is sitting here at the right edge and these are sitting at the left edge. And at this point there's just one more thing we have to do. I was waiting until we got the header done to do this, but we've got the logo over here and these items here, but our nav bar is still way on the left. We've got all this space here. We want to bring it all to the middle. So what we'll do to get there is in this media query, we'll come to the top and we'll specify for the outer grid, we want a few different definitions for our grid. So for grid template columns, we're going to want the same thing as we had here. So 1 fractional unit, 950 pixels, 1 fractional unit. And then we can leave the template rows the same, that's fine. We just need to, so whatever is above this on the other views is what we're going to inherit. And then we're just going to update the template areas. So now we're going to have, let's see, we should have 2 rows. And now we're going to put alias header, alias header, alias header. And then we want alias nav, alias inner grid. And then we'll say that one more time here. So let's hit save, and now you can see that everything is kind of brought in. Now this doesn't really make sense at the moment, but you'll see how this actually will work out once we get the remaining elements into this layout. All right, so let's redock on the right. We can go back to our other layouts. I think we're done pretty much with the header. So let's resize this to our mobile. So our header's done. Now we have to move on to that nav bar, which if we expand it is just empty. So let's go to a size where we can, or let's put this down here, and we'll go to this size where that nav bar is going to show up naturally. Okay, so if we look at our final design here, let's collapse this a bit. Let's make this a little bit bigger. So here is our kind of tablet and above design. So our mobile obviously doesn't show the header until we toggle it, but it's going to be the same thing once we toggle it. So here's what we want to try to create. You can see the background color is none, it's just white. And then we have these 3 little groups. So very similar to what we did over here with these header items, we want to do here in the nav. So let's come to our HTML. We can go ahead and collapse the header for a second and open up this nav. And since we have those 3 groups, let's actually open the header back up once more and copy this div that we had created for the header link. So we're just going to copy this as a place to start, and we'll paste that in, and we'll call this a nav link. We need a new section in our CSS, so header styles, come down under that and say nav styles. Then we're going to want to take the styles from that header link, copy those down, and call it nav link because that's what we're calling this new container. We probably don't need the margin left because they're going to be stacked vertically, so we'll delete that. And let's save this CSS and save the index.html. And when we come back, you'll see that we have a start to what we're trying to create here. The first thing I want to do, like, we didn't do this with the header, but I want to remove this background because it's just so ugly. So let's come up to where we did that in the nav, just delete that and hit save. So now we're working with something a little better. And as you'll see in the final, these are going to have slightly different colors. So we want everything to be the main text color, and when you hover over it, it basically gets less opacity. Right now, when we hover over this, we get some unexpected behavior. So we can come down to the bottom here, into our nav link. So anything within the nav link on the hover state, we want to make the cursor a pointer, and we want the opacity to be 0.8. We also want all of the colors here to be that main text color. So if we come up to the top, grab that color that we used for the text and put that in there. Now we refresh and you'll see that it's not targeting the A. Oh, that's because we want to set this on a non-hover. So the color needs to come up here in this style. And then we also need to separately target the links in here. So maybe a better way to do this is just say navlink, comma, navlink links. So right now you'll see that when we hover over it, it kind of gets less opacity and we get the little pointer icon, so that's good. We just need to remove this underline and change this link color to be the same as the icon. To do that, we'll just come down and say any link descendant of this container is going to have a color of 1E4040, which is the main text color. So we'll hit save, and now they're the same color and we're getting the result that we want. We just have to remove that underline. So what we'll do is we'll say text decoration will be none on the A tag. And when we hit save, it updates and it looks very similar to what we're dealing with here. So at this point, we're ready to kind of duplicate this down. So we've got the nav link. We can just copy this 3 times over. Hit save. Now we've got 3 of these, and now we just have to edit the icons and the text itself. So we need home, profile, and billing. So we'll update that real quick. So now we've got the right text in there. Now we just need to update the icons themselves. So I'm just gonna, rather than trying to go down in the style guide, you can go there if you want, and it has all the links to these. I'm just gonna type them in because I already know them. So the first one we're going to need is FAS, FA-home. Then we're going to need FA user circle. And then finally FAS, FA $sign. Let's hit save. Now you can see all the icons are updating. And then finally what we have to do is obviously space these out a little bit and push them down from, hugging this header element. A great way we can do this is just putting a margin top on each of the items. So if we just go to navlink and say margin top is maybe 20 pixels, that's going to spread them out. It pushes them off this header and kind of off each other. It's not going to be exactly the same. It's pretty close though. So we could definitely put some more spacing at the top of this, but I'm okay with this for now. Or actually, let's just take care of it. So we'll target the nav container itself, and we don't want to put margin on that because if we put, say, a margin top of 20 pixels there, it's going to, well, you can't see it, but if we give it a background color of blue, you'll see that the nav has actually pushed off of that header. So we definitely don't want that, but if we change this to padding top of 20 pixels, that solves it and it pushes these items down a little bit further and it looks great. So the spacing's a little big here, so we'll change this to 15 pixels and now we're looking really good here with that nav bar. And as you can see, when we resize this, the nav bar is going to disappear, but we can open it up and then we can click on some of the links here. So really convenient way to do this, and it looks great so far. Now that we have this nav built, I'll open this up and show you on that huge desktop device. Here's what's happening. So the nav items over here are kind of going to the middle. We definitely want to push those to the very far right side of their container so that they sit right here. And then the content, we'll talk about that a little bit later. So in order to solve this, I think we're going to have to just throw a flex container on it. So if we come down to our largest style, which that's the only one it's a problem on, we can take the nav container and turn it into a flex container. But they're not working because we have another style competing with this. So if we search, let's go ahead and Control F this window and search for our nav styles. And you'll see that we have a few here. And right in this media query, we are saying display block important. And what that's doing is, on anything greater than a mobile device, we want to display the nav, by default. We don't want to have to toggle it. But this style, since we set it to important, is actually overriding this style down here. So since we're going top to bottom, it's okay. We will put an important at the end of this one, and that will override the one above. So that when we click save, now they're going to be flex containers, and then we just have to say flex direction will be column. Now they're sitting on top of each other, and now we can just push all the content to the right. So we'll say align items flex end. And now they're going up against that right edge. Now we of course need to kind of push those off a little bit. So we can set the nav link classes to have a margin left of maybe 15 pixels. So what we can do is set some padding to the right of maybe 15 pixels. And those will jump off and kind of have some spacing there. So now we're looking a little bit better. Those nav items are not way on the left on this large layout. And then of course, what we just did does not affect anything smaller at all. So we're good there. All right, we are ready to make this main content here. So we've got the main article, then we have the sidebar, which wraps down on this smaller screen, and then of course the footer itself. So what I'm going to do is actually leave you, so when you download this repository, these two files that I'm creating now will come by default. So we'll say article content or sample article content.html, and then we'll also have sample sidebar content.html. And what I'm going to do is paste into the article content a bunch of HTML that you can use, as well as the sidebar. Now for what you're going to do is you'll come into each of these. So we'll get the sidebar content here, copy this, put it down in this aside element, and save it, and it'll get formatted. And then let's see, what's the other one? Would be the article content. We will copy that and paste it within the article tag. Click save, and now you'll see that we have a bunch of content in here that we have to do something with. The first thing you're going to see as you scroll down is there's a bunch of overlapping text, and that is because at some point in this tutorial, I believe I set a height on the main element. We do not want that. We want it to fit its content, so let's hit save. Now everything's spaced out pretty well. We've got our main section, our sidebar, and our footer down here. What I'm going to do so we can still distinguish between these is keep the sidebar background for now, and then we'll remove this main content background because that's a little bit annoying. So let's remove that. Now it's getting a different color because of our previous one. So let's come up a little bit further. Where did we do this? Okay, so the inner grid, we don't want that. Okay, so now we have white background here, which is great. The first thing I'm going to do is put some padding in here. Now, this is the reason, and let me clean up my HTML so you can really see this. So we've got the header collapsed. We can collapse the nav. Let's go ahead and collapse the entire article, and then we'll collapse the aside. So now you can see the outer structure, and you see how I wrapped the article within the main. So now I can just come down into main, the main style, and I can give it padding. So I want to give it a determinate amount of padding on the top and bottom, and then I want the padding to be a percentage of the screen width as it goes left and right. So let's see, what did I set this to? We'll just play around with it. So the first argument, I believe, is the top and bottom. The second one is going to be the left and right. So let's hit save. And you'll see that it kind of came in a little bit. Now it's tough to see with this nav bar, so let's collapse it to the mobile view. And now you can see there's this little gutter on the left. So if we comment that out, it all kind of wraps like this, and then when we bring it back, now as we resize, the left and the right padding is going to kind of be responsive to the screen size, and then the padding on top and at the bottom is going to be 20 pixels. You are also going to notice that all of this text is just bunched together. And that's because we need to set some margins on the top and bottom of each of our like H2, H3, and paragraph elements. So let's go ahead and do that in our shared styles. We'll come to the top where we have our shared CSS. And let's select H1s, H2s, and H3s. We don't have any H4s in there, so it doesn't really matter. And I think what we want to set this to is a margin top of 10 pixels and a margin bottom of 20 pixels. So let's hit save. Now you can see those are breaking off away from the text. We need to style the paragraph text now, and that's going to be a little bit smaller. So we'll say for paragraph elements, we want just the margin bottom to be 15 pixels. Now you can see those are spaced out pretty well. At the bottom, the sidebar doesn't have any padding, so we also need to set that. We'll just try the same exact styles that we did wherever we did them. It's getting to be a big CSS file now, so we put that on main. So maybe let's take this off of main here and bring it up into the shared styles. So we'll say main and the aside will both have that padding. So now this comes in. This is padded, so we're looking pretty good. There's just one piece of content missing still, and that's the footer. So let's go into the footer. I'm just going to paste in the attribution. Would really appreciate it if you kept that there so other people can discover this tutorial. The text color on this is a little bit wrong, so what we can do is set the paragraph elements of the footer to be white text. So let me grab another section here. Once again, we'll come right above those media queries. And this will be the footer styles, which will be pretty easy. So we'll say footer p tags are going to get a color of white. So now that text goes to white, this stays green, and then of course we need to change the background color on the footer. So for now, let's just set something there. We need to delete the footer's background color of orange. And then let's see what in the style guide we've given the footer background color right here. And actually, we've already set this actually. So now that we deleted that, this one at the top here, so header and footer background color, this should apply. So now that's looking good, and finally we can set the footer. We can set this to be a flex container. Then we can justify content center and align items center. Now the created by ZGDev is kind of centered, but it's a little bit above there because p tags are getting some margin. So we just want to set this to a margin of 0. And now it is perfectly centered in the footer. And finally, just to get some bounds on everything, in the final version, you'll see this line here separating the nav bar and then this line on top of this sidebar. So I want to do the same thing here. So we'll come to the nav styles and we'll set a border right of 1 pixel, solid, and then RGBA, we'll just give it a color of black and an opacity of 0.1 or 10%. So there's that line. Looks good. Then we need the sidebar. So this is only going to be one style, but I might as well keep everything organized. So we'll set the aside to have a border top of that same thing, so what we just set. Now if we remove the background on that, which we can do up here somewhere, so we'll get rid of these two. That's gone, and where's our border top? Oh, of course, because I just gave it a color. I need to give it 1 pixel solid. Kind of running out of steam here, but we're getting close. So there's your border top. And then of course this is only going to apply for mobile and tablet devices, but once we break this sidebar right here and it goes up to the top, we don't really need that border. So what we can say is down in this media query, we want the aside to have a border of none. So now that's not going to have a border when it gets bigger and it breaks to the side. Okay, let's pop this open and see what is left. So obviously we have these images right here. We're going to eventually put them into a mosaic type layout, and we're going to use CSS Grid for that. It'll be pretty fun to do. Looks like we need a divider over here. Then we also need the pictures to be rounded with a little drop shadow on them. Let's first take care of this. We need a border to the left on that sidebar when it is bigger. So I actually misspoke when I said we need a border of none. We do need a border. It just needs to be on a different side of the element. So let's put in our 0.1, and instead of just border, we'll say border left. So now there's that left border. We'll fix the images too. So this will be a shared style. So we'll go to the top and put that somewhere. So images will be, get a border radius of 5 pixels and then a box shadow. We'll just go with 1 pixel across the board and then a black color with 20% opacity. So there's that rounded corners and a little bit of a drop shadow. And I actually miswrote this, so let's put in a different box shadow. A little bit different, 2 pixels, 3 pixels. I think that looks a little better. All right, I think the last thing we're doing is this mosaic, and then everything else is pretty much complete here. If we resize this, everything's working kind of as expected. There is one thing happening here, so it looks like the picture is breaking off of the screen. So to fix that, in our global image styles, we need to set a max width of 100% of its container. And now that's not going to break off. It's going to resize as that, outer container resizes. But other than that, let's get these images into a mosaic. All right, we can get rid of the style guide down here. Let's bring the styles.css here and split downwards so we have some more room and make this bigger. All right, so I got a slightly new view here. We've got the index.html on the top here and then styles.css. Now we need to take these 3 images and turn them into something like this. Now don't worry about the images themselves, those are randomized. We just want this layout right here. When you copied in the content for the article, you should have already copied in the container. So what I did here was I created a container that we are calling a class of collage, and then we give each image an individual class that we can target it with. These images are by default going to be 300 by 400, 300 by 500, and then 3 by 400. So the middle one is that taller one, and the 2 on the side are going to be equal. So our first step in solving this is to make ourselves a little section. So right above breakpoints, we will say that we want the collage. We will select the class of its container and set it to display grid. And once we do that, those images are going to sit right on top of each other. Now if we look at this collage, it kind of looks like there's 3 columns, something like that, maybe 1 row. You'll be surprised how we're going to build this. I'm not going to really try to go really deep explaining how I came up with it other than just a little bit of trial and error. So let me define the grid for us. We'll say grid template rows, and what we're going to do is give it 2 rows of 1 fractional unit each. So 2 equal rows, and then for the columns we will give it 1 fractional unit, then 40 pixels, another fractional unit, another 40 pixels, and then the remaining space, 1 more fractional unit. I'm also going to give this grid container a height. So we know that the tallest picture is 500. So I think what I'm going to do is just give that a height of, say, 550 pixels. So when we click save, you'll see that, where'd we go? Okay, so we've got those three, looks like 3 columns now, and the total height is 500. But if we open this up here and look at the grid, you'll see this a little better. So let's select the collage. And if we open up this pane and select the grid itself, here's the grid that we're working with. And I'll put on the lines so that you can really see where these pictures are going. So really what our goal here is to put this little guy, it's going to be much bigger once we give it a grid area. We want the middle tallest picture to take up from columns 2 to columns 5, and then the 2 side pictures will go from columns 1 to column 3. So it's kind of going to overlap that middle picture, and then likewise on the right side we want it to go from column 4 to column 6. Let's go back to our code here and start giving each of them a grid area. So we have collage 1, 2, and 3. Give that a grid area of, we'll say alias C1. And then we will just replace these with their appropriate numbers. Then we can come up, let me get this height at the top, get it out of our way, and say grid template areas. And we may actually not need 2 rows here. I think we only need 1 row. We may come back to that. But for our areas, since we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, in order to do this with these lines, we're not going to use the grid template areas method. We're just going to come in and say grid column start. Yep, I think that's it. And we'll say 1 for the first one. And grid column end will be 3. So like I said, this first image is going to go from column 1 to 3. Then we're going to take the middle image from 2 to 5. So we'll drop that in there. So there's our middle image going from 2 to 5. And then finally this one will go from 4 to 6. All right, let's hit save on that. These are obviously stacking on top of each other now, and we don't want that. So by default, since they're kind of overlapping, they're going to stack, but we can override this behavior. All we have to do is select everything, so collage 1, 2, and 3. So we could list these out, collage-1, collage-2, blah, blah, blah. Or we could just say, let's take the parent container and select all the descendants. And then we'll say grid row start will be 1, and grid row end will be 2, since we have just 1 row. We'll hit save there, and now they are jumping up on the right spot. Let's get rid of the line numbers and the area names. What you'll notice here is that our overlap is not working correctly. So these 2 are correct, but this third one should be underneath that middle one. All we have to do for that is set the z index. So the z index for 1 and 3 is going to be 1. This is just arbitrary. You could set it to whatever you want, as long as the z index of 2 is greater than that of 1 and 3. So now the middle one's sitting on top of those 2 on the left and right. You can see they're all hugging the top side of this container. We want to center them so they're all kind of on that same horizontal axis. To do that, if we go to our CSS and go to the main container, we can say, what do we want to do? We want to say align items center. And now they're sitting on top of each other just like that. Okay, at this point we can kind of shrink this down. Don't need that anymore. At this point, it's getting hard to tell which one's the final and which one is the one that we just did, which is a good thing. But this is what we're working on right now. And the last thing we need to do is get those two on the left and right to kind of tilt themselves outward. And this is actually easier than you might think. All you do is come down to the first item and you say transform, and you can pass many different functions to this, but one of them is rotate. And we can say, I think what I did here was 3 degrees, so -3 degrees, so we'll rotate it that way, counterclockwise. Then we'll take this same property and we'll put it on collage number 3, and we'll do a +3 degrees. So when we click save, you'll see these kind of go outward. And there we go. And the last thing we'll do is put a bigger drop shadow on this middle one. So you'll see that this middle one has a more pronounced drop shadow that kind of pushes it off the background a little bit. I'll go ahead and just copy that in. So we'll come to collage number 2 and paste in a box shadow that's got a little bit bigger and less transparent colors. So there it is. Since we didn't see that, let me comment it out. So there's before and there is after. So it's kind of jumping out from the screen. And as we resize it, everything looks pretty good. We can toggle the nav back and forth, scroll down to the footer. If we toggle the nav there and scroll down to the footer, it gets pushed over. That's good. Then as we make it larger, everything looks great. So congratulations for making it through this tutorial. Hope you enjoyed building this project, and this is gonna help you walk away with some really valuable skills, especially with the CSS grid layouts. And you will be making this again in your career. This is a very common layout, so that's why I picked it, and hopefully you enjoyed it. The last step is to get this deployed to GitHub Pages, which will be relatively simple. We just open up Visual Studio Code. We'll get all these files closed out. So our files are ready, and all we need to do is come to the source control and click this little, or actually we need to stage all of our changes first. So we have to click this plus button. So here's all of our staged changes. Then we have to click the check, and we'll say finish project, hit enter, and I believe that committed it and pushed it up to our repository, if I'm remembering correctly. Actually, I misspoke here. So what we just did, and I apologize, I usually don't use Visual Studio Code. I usually come down into the terminal and just write things like git add all. That's what we just did when we staged it. Then git commit, add a message, so finish project, and then we'd hit enter, and then finally we would say git push origin master, and that's going to push it up to the master branch of our remote GitHub repository. Once again, I have another video on that. We're going to cover it later in the series, so don't worry about that right now. But the last thing we need to do, since we committed, or we staged the changes with the plus, we committed them with that check mark. Now we just have to hit these 3 dots and click push or pull, and we need to push to, click origin, and I think that's going to push it up to our repository. Now if we go check that out and refresh, you'll see that there was a push 2 minutes ago. Well, I don't know why it's 2 minutes ago, but all of our files are here, and now the last thing we need to do is get it over to GitHub Pages. So you just click master, and then you'll just type in GitHub Pages, and since I already have it as GitHub Pages, I have to do a little bit different process, but you'll just type gh-pages and then click create branch, and it will create the GitHub Pages branch from all of this code, and then you can come down into the environments, click GitHub Pages, and view the deployment, and that will bring you to the link that you need to view your project.